The director of S.H.I.E.L.D. is nothing but a wretched old fool. Burning bridges behind him, truly despicable. Li Xuan glared at the shattered agent badge in his hand, gritting his teeth. Earlier that morning, Director Nick Fury had summoned him, proclaiming that he was suffering from the aftereffects of war and posed a risk of losing control. Thus he was voluntarily retired. Damn it. Is it a crime to have dispatched a few scoundrels? And I pose a risk of losing control? Is Dr. Banner exempt from such risks? I had intended to caution them about Loki's schemes, but now it's all in vain. Li Xuan tossed aside the broken agent badge and shouldered his violin case once more, strolling down the bustling streets of Times Square. Should he pursue a life as a mercenary in New York City? Or perhaps seek out the defenders in Hell's Kitchen for some amusement? He was uncertain. Yet, the New York of the millennium bore little resemblance to that of 20 years hence. It had aged considerably, and there were many more people of color. Quite unappetizing. How I long for the days of yore. Originally a mere surfer of the internet, Li Xuan had come to this amalgamated comic book world through acts of valor and embarked on the path of heroism. What man does not dream of rising above the rest, earning the admiration of others? Through the completion of missions, he had earned system rewards such as the blood of the Mad Qilin and the bloodthirsty blade, successfully ascending to the rank of superhero. Though his abilities resulted in scenes of carnage and bloodshed, earning him the moniker the Butcher, it was of little consequence. During one of his endeavors to save the populace, he had encountered the superhero Black Widow, and after several profound exchanges with her, he became an official agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. Being part of a large organization was indeed a different experience. There were designated uniforms and weaponry, alongside reconnaissance teams to gather intelligence. After each battle, the Beetle Squad meticulously cleared the traces, transforming superheroes into structured, welfare professions. However, everything changed with the arrival of Iron Man, Tony Stark. The focus of the team shifted entirely to this flamboyant playboy. Moreover, he held little regard for Li Xuan's brutish and savage methods of slaughter. Initially, it was merely a minor friction. Yet, following the release of a video showcasing Li Xuan slaughtering supervillains a week prior, a tidal wave of public opinion surged forth. Oh my! How can there be such a superhero? He is a psychopathic villain. 20 lives. All taken by this butcher. Bloody-handed butcher. Get out of New York! In the shadows, it seemed there were invisible hands orchestrating his downfall, thrusting him into the eye of the storm. Soon after, he was summoned by the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. and expelled from the organization. Now broadcasting an emergency announcement. An unidentified explosion has occurred near 3rd Avenue in Queens, suspected to involve superpowered individuals committing robbery. Suddenly, the large screen in the mall displayed the news at the bottom of the video. A brief 15-second clip plays, revealing the shattered entrance of a bank. A burly Caucasian man rushes out, clutching 2 bags of money, while sand flows ceaselessly beneath his feet. As if imbued with life, Li Xuan paused momentarily, having recognized the man in the video as the notorious supervillain, Sandman. At this moment, he must be robbing the bank to cover his daughter's medical expenses. However, according to the predictable narrative, he would inevitably be thwarted by Spider-Man, resulting in his failure and, tragically, the death of his daughter. Yet, as a father, all he desires is to borrow some money to save his child. What crime has he committed? It is the insidious nature of capitalism that offers no escape. Why not join the fray? Let those who consider themselves righteous experience some hardship, Li Xuan pondered. Ding, detecting a change in the host's intentions, the system begins to upgrade. Upgrade complete. Ding, the villain achievement critical strike doubling system is now activated. Ding, a random mission has been detected nearby. Sandman's wish, Marco, in desperate need of funds for his critically ill daughter's medical treatment, escapes from prison and evades the police. He accidentally falls into a particle accelerator and, affected by radiation, gains the ability to manipulate sand. Upon acquiring his newfound powers, he remains true to his intentions, resorting to robbery to pay for his daughter's medical bills, only to be repeatedly thwarted by the nefarious Spider-Man Peter Parker. Ding, upon accepting this mission, the host must assist Sandman in his escape and save his ailing daughter from the brink of death. The mission rewards will be multiplied based on Marco's gratitude. Goodness, even the system is aiding me. Perceiving my actions as altruistic, Li Xuan declared as he sprinted through the city center with great determination, especially as he leapt forward, riding the wind with a graceful Poisian embodiment of the renowned technique known as the Wind God Leg. Having already gathered the combination of frenzied Qilin blood and blood-drinking Mad Blade, it was only natural to add the Wind God Leg to his repertoire, though he lamented the lack of opportunities to showcase it. After all, who could resist the warm welcome of Black Widow every time? Chapter 2. The Black Spider-Man. You are unworthy of being called a superhero. 2-5 John. Did you see that? Someone is actually flying. Impossible, you must be drunk. Oh my God, dear heavens. It's true. It's really happening. Beside the commercial street, both the street performer and passers-by halted their actions, gazing upwards with astonishment. They beheld a man with a guitar case who, after a few nimble gestures, soared into the air, seemingly liberated from the grasp of Newton's law of universal gravitation. Not even a coffin lid could contain him. Thanks to countless missions, Li Xuan remained unrecognized due to his silver-gray mask. If they were to discover that this individual was the butcher, who knows what their reaction might be. Perhaps some would be so frightened they would lose control of themselves. The 3rd Avenue in Queens is a mere 4 kilometers away. If I hasten my pace, I can reach it in 2 minutes. Vile Spider-Man, you must wait for me. Li Xuan surged forward at full speed. Several streets away, within the dimly lit subway station, Sandman, clutching 2 boxes of cash, appeared tense. Before him lay the station, yet he dared not act recklessly. The superhero Spider-Man was hot on his trail. Whoosh! The sound of webbing echoed. In the blink of an eye, Peter Parker landed before him, clad in his black spider suit, reminiscent of his attire in Spider-Man 3. Ever since being parasitized by the alien symbiote Venom, Black Spider-Man's demeanor had grown increasingly violent. He shot a strand of webbing, yanking a large stone toward Sandman. Startled, Sandman stumbled and hurriedly dodged to the side. However, Spider-Man's speed was unmatched. He lunged forward, delivering a powerful kick that sent Sandman crashing into the stone wall. The 2 boxes of money were flung aside as a couple of stacks of dollar bills slipped from the damaged corners of the boxes. Upon witnessing this, Sandman's eyes gleamed with fury, his expression intense. You damned bastard. Why do you always have to trouble me? His frustration was understandable. After all, since acquiring his powers, Sandman had neither committed crimes nor killed for pleasure. He merely sought a bit of money for medical bills to save his daughter. Yet that accursed arachnid persistently thwarted his efforts. It was utterly unforgivable. Sandman stepped onto the pile of sand beside the tracks, activating his sand manipulation powers. As countless grains of sand coalesced around him, his arms, once flesh-colored, began to swell and expand rapidly. In the blink of an eye, they grew to an impressive size, resembling colossal hammers. Sandman swung his massive sand fist forward. Take that. Boom! Clouds of dust erupted, accompanied by the deafening sound of an explosion. A shadowy figure was sent flying. As Black Spider-Man arced gracefully through the air, unscathed, he grasped the metal awning of the station with his right hand and looked up in admiration, exclaiming, "Cool! That punch must weigh at least 10 tons. Now, let me show you mine." Peter exerted force through his legs and lunged forward, unleashing his fists upon the Sandman. Bang! Bang! The 2 superpowered beings clashed on the ground, their confrontation rivaling that of heavy tanks, causing the earth to tremble and dust to swirl. The aftermath of this divine battle sent commuters, who were supposed to board the subway, fleeing in a panic towards the exits. Before their departure, Spider-Man Peter engaged in a fierce exchange with the Sandman, neither demonstrating an overwhelming advantage. However, as the last passenger hastily exited, Peter descended from the air, shrugged his shoulders, cradled his head in his palm, twisted his body, and disdainfully remarked, "Let us call it a day. Is this all you're capable of? I have no time to indulge your antics. Damn insect!" Infuriated by Peter's scorn, the Sandman, despite being a relatively honest supervillain, could not tolerate the insult. Transforming into a giant made of sand, he charged at Peter. Boom! Boom! The ground quaked as countless fissures emerged in the sturdy reinforced concrete platform, clearly unable to withstand the strain. The giant Sandman advanced with great strides, delivering powerful punches that created depressions in the earth with their shockwaves. Any other superhero witnessing this would surely be struck with fear. Yet, Peter stood his ground, roaring defiantly, as part of the black symbiote shed from his head, morphing into a terrifying skull that danced momentarily before retracting, adding an eerie aura to the scene. In the blink of an eye, the Black Spider-Man lunged forward. Although he possessed the stature of an ordinary man, The enhancements from the Venom symbiote rendered him no weaker than the mightiest of supervillains. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches, each strike landed with precision and force. In the wake of their confrontation, countless grains of sand fell from the Sandman's cheek. Under the relentless assault from the Black Spider-Man, the massive Sandman was forced to retreat, nearly toppling onto the train tracks. Crack! Seizing the moment, the Black Spider-Man grasped the Sandman's head, pushing him towards the oncoming subway train. The sharp, piercing sound of friction erupted as the Sandman emitted a chilling scream. Even as his form transformed into sand, his human consciousness remained intact. As his head began to disintegrate, he could hear the sound of his skull shattering, a wave of terror washing over him. Yet, the black hand gripping his NEC, the Black Spider-Man gazed ahead, where he noticed a man carrying a violin case, smiling and waving at him. "My friend," the man exclaimed, "your recent performance was absolutely splendid. I simply cannot enjoy it alone. I am preparing to submit an article to the daily newspaper, titled Spider-Man's Spectacular Triumph, Crushing the Head of the Sandman Villain. Chapter 3. The Beaten Black Spider-Man and Captain Steve. 3-5. You are courting death. The Black Spider-Man erupted in fury, disregarding even the Sandman, as he lunged ferociously at the man before him. To Peter, the act of being photographed by a stranger had crossed an insufferable line. In the past, he might have merely considered damaging a camera, but now he was intent on teaching this scoundrel a lesson, making it abundantly clear that some individuals are not to be trifled with. After all, Spider-Man is eternally the savior of New Yorkers, a beacon of justice and light, forever unmarred by blemish. Should anyone dare to tarnish that reputation, they would face dire consequences. Roaring, the Black Spider-Man unleashed a series of piercing howls as the symbiotic patterns of his suit writhed, coalescing into a menacing spider emblem. For an ordinary person, merely witnessing such a spectacle would be enough to instill sheer terror. Yet, Li Xuan seized the moment, pressing the shutter several times, only raising his right hand to level the violin case when the Spider-Man approached. Drawing his blade, he transcended into action, akin to a dragon's roar or a tiger's growl. In a flash of cold light, the Black Spider-Man rapidly retreated. In a moment imperceptible to the naked eye, he had exchanged blows with Li Xuan, finding himself at a disadvantage. Since his emergence, the Black Spider-Man had relied on his extraordinary reflexes and Peter's instinct, navigating his path with relative ease and defeating numerous foes. However, today, this young man, wielding a knife, had nearly inflicted harm upon him. An astonishing turn of events. As Peter surveyed the scene, he discerned the significance of the young man's knife-wielding stance and the blood-red blade. "So, it is you, the butcher." "What? A killer butcher?" The Sandman, barely regaining his human form beside the sandy train tracks, turned pale upon hearing this. He was acutely aware of the formidable reputation this superhero held. In the realm of New York's underworld, the mere mention of this figure could render even the most ruthless gang leaders meek as kittens. Other superheroes might merely break a few bones, but this one was different. He was a genuine head chopper. Reports circulated of a being whose eyes flared with crimson madness, resembling a demon clawing its way from hell, capable of devouring flesh and blood. Today, encountering Spider-Man was already a stroke of misfortune, but now facing this butcher, the Sandman felt his heart sink, certain he would not survive this ordeal. Yet, his daughter awaited his return. With the bond of family at stake, he could not afford to falter. He had to fight with every ounce of strength, to resist until the bitter end. Clenching his fists, he steeled himself. But just as he raised his gaze towards the two, the young man with the knife flashed a sinister grin. "Today, I stand by your side. You intend to assist a criminal?" The Black Spider-Man, upon hearing these words, exhibited a profound impatience. He glared at the man before him and exclaimed, "Are you truly willing to stand against justice for the sake of a mere robber? What is the source of your fervent agitation?" Upon hearing these words, Li Xuan chuckled, brandishing his knife before his chest. He leisurely proclaimed, "I have indeed captured images of you abusing the Sandman. In my eyes, you are the true villain, for during today's assault he harmed not a soul. It is you, the Black Spider-Man, who embodies the essence of a criminal. Your assertions are nothing but nonsense." Peter's tone grew increasingly irritable. To him, these supervillains deserved death, and even if his methods were somewhat harsh, so be it. After all, he had the ability to absorb sand and restore himself. Moreover, if one were to truly consider the severity of their actions, this individual before him was the epitome of a bloodless killer, a butcher who severed heads with a mere flick of his wrist. "I shall capture all of you and deliver you to the hands of justice," Peter declared resolutely, lifting his chin with unwavering conviction. "Then come and try," Li Xuan retorted, as a blue glow emanated from the blade he wielded. Was it truly the case that a superhero would dare to defend a criminal? The sandy figure observed the standoff with a sense of bewilderment, akin to a monk unable to comprehend a riddle. After all, he had no familial ties to the butcher. It was utterly inconceivable that he would receive assistance from him. Yet, upon witnessing this scene, a flicker of excitement rekindled within him. Confronting a single adversary surely offered better odds than facing two. His gaze shifted to the nearby fallen pouch of money, a fervent desire igniting in his eyes. Even though it contained merely $1 million, it represented a sum he could never hope to earn in a lifetime. With such funds, he could continue to cover the exorbitant daily costs of his daughter's ICU care, nurturing a hope for her recovery. Was this truly evidence of a crime? This is undeniably a miraculous remedy for salvation. The Sandman gazed upwards, his eyes fixed upon the heavens. What a butcher! This is clearly an angel. On that day, the angel unsheathed his blade. A terrifying flash of the sword swept through the air. The azure blade aura descended with an overwhelming force. Merely witnessing this spectacle sent shivers down the spine of the Sandman, leaving one to ponder the unimaginable experience Peter would face when confronted with such a move. There was no escape from death. The Black Spider-Man approached the situation with trepidation, clearly intimidated by this technique. Through his extraordinary perceptive faculties, he observed the surrounding stone walls being utterly flattened under the might of the blade's aura. It was difficult to fathom that such destruction could be wrought by a mere cold weapon. Even the shells fired from a heavy tank could scarcely match this level of devastation. Could they? The symbiote enveloping Peter writhed as the black entity, reminiscent of plastic, twisted about him, astonishingly sprouting 2 arms from his waist. With a crackling sound, yet another pair of arms emerged from that very same region. Indeed, he had transformed into the 6-armed Spider-Man. Truly, he is the cherished creation of Sony. In the heat of the moment, one can still unleash a surge of power. The blade gleams as it sweeps through the air. What appears to be a single strike is, in fact, the first, second, and third forms of the proud cold 6 techniques intertwined. The shadows of the blade multiply. Like a realm of boundless blades, the 6-armed Spider-Man was instantly sent hurtling backward, crashing forcefully against the wall. It didn't seem particularly formidable, did it? The Sandman scratched his head, offering this observation, but then seemed to recall something and hurriedly dashed to the compartment to retrieve his suitcase. However, before he could grasp it, a resounding thud echoed as the swiftly flying star-shaped shield struck him. The Sandman lost his balance and fell to the ground. As the shield rebounded, Captain Steve Rogers appeared, his expression grave as he declared, "Kid, you cannot wield that." Chapter 4. As one wave subsides, another rises. 4-5. Captain America? As the Sandman surveyed the man before him, he felt a wave of envy wash over him. This was utterly ridiculous. He had merely stolen $1 million. Yet he had continuously encountered these superheroes. Was it truly necessary for such exaggeration? Were they also idle? However, if this is intended to compel him to relinquish his aspirations, it is unequivocally impossible. The Sandman lunged forward, fiercely striving for the fallen briefcase. Captain Steve Rogers would not allow such a scenario to unfold. He charged ahead in a swift motion, engaging in a fierce struggle with the adversary. As the original super soldier, Captain America epitomizes perfection. Possessing extraordinary physical prowess and indomitable will, he embodies numerous admirable qualities, reaching a level that symbolizes the spirit of the stars and stripes. Furthermore, armed with a shield capable of reflecting all forms of energy, Captain Rogers exhibited formidable combat prowess in this harmonious state of man and shield. Even though the Sandman possessed a body capable of continuous reconfiguration, the battle remained inconclusive, devolving instead into a stalemate. Bang! Yet, As the sharp and dull sound of a collision echoed, the sand creature was sent spiraling sideways. When it gazed ahead, it was met with utter astonishment. In the shadowy corner, a series of beastly roars emerged, followed by countless objects twisting like black tentacles. These entities coalesced into a terrifying humanoid spider creature. Just moments prior, Li Xuan had employed the Bloodringer's frenzied blade, wielding the prideful Cold Six techniques to force the Black Spider-Man into a retreat. The repeated failures drove this already darkened version of Spider-Man into a state of complete madness. The once auxiliary Venom suit, under the influence of its host psyche, began to grow wildly, rapidly dividing and proliferating, ultimately forming into a bizarre beast resembling a crawling creature. Where was the semblance of the superhero Spider-Man in this? It was a terrifying mutated spider. The Sandman stood frozen, unable to utter a word. Captain America, witnessing the unfolding events, also appeared troubled, sensing the gravity of the situation. What left him even more astounded was the blade-wielding Li Xuan. It was worth noting that before his departure from S.H.I.E.L.D, Li Xuan's combat prowess was far from the current terrifying level. Had he been performing a ruse all along? Steve pondered, his mind swirling with calculations. If his suspicions proved accurate, what then was the foundation of his objectives? A formidable individual harboring a grudge against S.H.I.E.L.D poses a significant threat, unbeknownst to many. This menace must be swiftly eradicated. Steve, having been encased in ice for 70 years, finds himself deeply estranged from this world, unaware of the existence of a species known as hanging wall. Their enhancement requires no justification. Even the steps of cultivation can be bypassed, merely requiring the right posture. Li Xuan, wielding the Bloodringer's frenzied blade, unleashes a surge of blade energy. As the biting cold swept forth, the air turned frigid. The blade technique, a legacy of the proud and frigid Six Arts, was unleashed. With the chilling winds striking his face, a fierce blade aura coalesced into a towering ice wall, its thickness measuring 3 feet. Even the formidable Black Spider-Man found himself ensnared within its confines. Thus, a superhero was effortlessly subdued. The young man wielding the blade turned his head and cast his gaze upon Steve. What a coincidence! Captain, what a surprise to encounter you here.
Li Xuan.
I am deeply sorry for the events that have transpired concerning you. Steve raised his shield in a defensive manner, and only after pressing the communication device positioned at his right ear did he engage in a seemingly sincere conversation with the man before him. Whoosh! Li Xuan's response was succinct. With a swift motion, he struck with the blade. After Steve deftly sidestepped, he discovered a gash in the ground before him, measuring nearly 10 feet in length. Had he been struck by that blow, even his enhanced physique would have shattered. Have you lost your mind? We were once comrades, Steve shouted with a face full of rage. However, Li Xuan replied unhurriedly, Is Iron Man on his way here? Perhaps there are still Black Widow and Hawkeye. Even if you wish to make contact, why resort to such petty maneuvers, my dear companion? Upon hearing these words, Steve's face flushed crimson, yet he found himself at a loss for any retort. After all, the young man before him spoke nothing but the truth. In merely 2 or 3 minutes, they would arrive at this subway station. It was also Steve's own choice to betray this friendship. Butcher, do not err further, he implored, striving to make an effort. Captain, I only hope your verbal agility can withstand that frenzied spider. Li Xuan, however, chose silence, summoning the Sandman to his side with a wave, and then swiftly struck with his blade, shattering the icy prison that confined Spider-Man. What a remarkable feat! Like a beast unleashed from its cage, a monstrous spider of immense size emerged from the shadows, its visage utterly terrifying. The last vestiges of reason in its eyes had eroded away, leaving behind nothing but unbridled madness. Corrupted by the venom, Peter descended into a frenzied rampage, unable to distinguish friend from foe. Steve's face turned ashen with dread, yet he could neither take flight nor summon extraordinary strength. Helpless, he could only watch as the 2 figures vanished from the subway station. Chapter 5. The Regretful Captain. Critical Return 5-5. It is all my fault. Had I acted with more caution, perhaps the butcher would not have departed. Steve found himself engulfed in self-reflection. Though it was akin to closing the barn door after the horse had bolted, he could not help but envision a more favorable outcome. Indeed, we are comrades. Even amidst our differences, they can surely be resolved. Among true allies, there exists no misunderstanding that cannot be unraveled. In the midst of Captain Steve's distracted contemplation, he was violently struck by the frenzied black Spider-Man, crashing heavily to the ground, blood spilling from his lips. This monstrous figure relentlessly continued its assault. Steve's situation had become increasingly perilous. "Tony, how long until you arrive?" he inquired through his earpiece. In the next moment, a small missile rained down from above, followed by a thunderous explosion. A metallic humanoid suit descended from the sky. It was Tony Stark. As he removed his helmet, he stylishly quipped, "I'm on it." Captain Steve rose, tightening the clasp of his shield. "I need your assistance to subdue this out-of-control superhero." Out of control superhero? Iron Man, upon hearing this, turned his gaze toward the massive black spider, whose sharp claws scraped against the rock wall, piercing through steel, leaving a multitude of small holes from which faint light filtered through. "You call that a superhero?" Tony shook his head, clearly unconvinced. Another moment of distraction ensued, and once again Steve was sent flying into the air. Without Tony's intervention, defeat would have been inevitable. Yet that arrogant playboy seemed more interested in assessing the number of legs on the bizarre black spider than in taking action. That insufferably conceited fool. Steve's face flushed with frustration. After a while, upon witnessing Roger's dire situation, the playboy finally grasped the urgency and engaged the battle by controlling his suit. Swish, swish, swish. A barrage of bullets erupted, forming a fiery dragon in the air. Now it was the black Spider-Man's turn to suffer. Despite his agility, he endured numerous shots. Under this concentrated fire, Steve assisted by striking the nearby metal walls, producing a jarring and thunderous clamor. The enormous Venom Spider-Man grew increasingly agitated, launching a fierce counterattack with even greater force. Iron Man fared better, soaring through the air, but Captain America was not so fortunate. Boom! Steve was struck once more, propelled backward. He clutched his trembling arms, lost in thought. Could it be that I was mistaken? Does the black spider merely detest noise? Are these sounds of little consequence to him? Steve revealed an expression of enlightenment as he struck his shield, exclaiming, "I understand. The vulnerability of that black spider lies in close combat. If we shatter its limbs, it will be rendered powerless." With determination, he charged forward, shield in hand. Witnessing this, Iron Man promptly provided suppressive fire. However, despite the relentless assault lasting over 10 minutes, the symbiote remained impervious. Even if its black form was destroyed, it astonishingly regenerated within seconds. Iron Man lamented, "You were once the most elite super soldier? Surely, this cannot be right." Yet, Steve stubbornly shook his head, asserting, "That is impossible. The conclusion is accurate, but the method is flawed. It is undoubtedly a matter of insufficient strength. Why not attempt to obliterate its body with missiles? Only immense power can yield miraculous results." Iron Man responded with a puzzled, Meanwhile, as the Avengers faced continual setbacks, Li Xuan was reaping considerable rewards. Having successfully led the Sandman away from the relentless pursuit of superheroes, he reached the hospital to settle the fees, eagerly awaiting the surgery for his daughter next week. Suddenly, a mature man knelt before him, eyes glistening with tears, and declared, "You are my savior. I have merely performed a trivial act."
Li Xuan raplia.
Shaking his head, aware that his motives were not entirely pure, the Sandman, moved by his words, expressed heartfelt gratitude, declaring Li Xuan to be his dearest friend and partner, ready to face any challenge together. At that moment, the system's notification resonated. Ding! Congratulations, host, for fulfilling the Sandman's wish. Rewards are being calculated. Ding! Congratulations, host, for acquiring the Wind and Cloud Demon Blade. Ding! Respect for you from the Sandman has reached unprecedented levels. This reward will be doubled. Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining the Hokage Mangeki Sharingan. Ding! Congratulations, host, for acquiring the Hokage Indra's Bloodline Limit. Goodness! A buy one get one free offer? Chapter 6. The Supreme Essence of the Demon Blade. The Passage of the Demon Heart. 1-5. I have acquired the Wind God Legs, the Bloodthirsty Blade, and the 6 Cold Techniques, and now I have obtained the Demon Blade. It is as if I have gathered the quintessential arsenal of the God of the Wind. Li Xuan's eyes were brimming with delight. It is important to note that the Demon Blade has been a pivotal element throughout Niefeng's martial journey, once regarded as the most formidable sword technique. Although it carries the peril of leading one astray into darkness, this does not diminish its prestige. Even in Fengyun 2 and Fengyun 3, the God of the Wind, Niefeng, had a falling out with Bu Jingyun. Nevertheless, the supreme essence of the Demon Blade, the Passage of the Demon Heart, remained unparalleled. There is a saying that resonates profoundly. 10 years of cultivation cannot compare to a single moment of succumbing to darkness. When one descends into the abyss, martial practitioners experience a tremendous surge in combat power, an enhancement that scales with the practitioner's own prowess. The initial Niefeng who succumbed to darkness stands on an entirely different tier compared to the Niefeng who has mastered the Passage of the Demon Heart. In summary, this Demon Blade is a technique that evolves and strengthens alongside its wielder's capabilities. Such sustainable development underscores its significance. Moreover, mastering this blade equates to possessing an explosive power. Even when confronted with certain divine beings, I remain confident in my ability to engage them in battle. Li Xuan contemplated further as he turned his gaze towards the other 2 advantages offered by the system. The Kaleidoscope Sharingan, known as the most potent ocular ability in the ninja world, possesses astonishing ocular techniques. These include, but are not limited to, replication, hypnosis, observation, and analysis of an opponent's techniques. When applied in combat, it can even summon Amaterasu, the most powerful fire-based technique. What? You find this flame insufficiently strong? Then how about Susanoo? This ultimate ocular technique can only be activated by fully unlocking one's ocular power and wielding immense energy. Its size surpasses that of mountains, manifesting as a divine warrior, complete with wings that allow it to soar through the skies, wielding dual swords capable of effortlessly cleaving through mountains and meteors, while also employing the practitioner's preferred ninjutsu. It is akin to having a colossal and formidable ally, and great implies strength. Strength, in turn, engenders an overwhelming presence. The sheer physical advantage alone is sufficient to instill terror in the hearts of the lesser beings. Although excessive use of the Kaleidoscope Sharingan may lead to blindness, Li Xuan felt reassured as he considered the forthcoming Indra's bloodline limit. After all, this originates from the ancestors of the Uchiha clan, a bloodline that harmonizes perfectly with the Sharingan. Upon fusion, it not only compensates for the shortcomings of the Sharingan but also achieves a synergistic effect, yielding results greater than the sum of its parts. Furthermore, integrating this bloodline transforms the practitioner's physique, enabling the possession of a unique shadow attribute chakra. Such a treasure would be fiercely coveted by even the strongest of shadows in the ninja world. Yet, for Li Xuan, it had inexplicably transformed into a buy-one-get-one-free offer. Or perhaps it was a 2-for-1 deal. Felt somewhat trivial. What exhilarates him further is the fact that this ocular art system does not conflict with the martial arts system he has extracted. To a certain extent, they complement each other. The martial arts heavenly eye, it perceives all. Li Xuan felt as though he had struck gold. Before the system's upgrade, acquiring its capabilities required far more arduous tasks. During the mission to obtain the blood-drinking Mad Blade, he narrowly escaped being blown to pieces by TNT, ultimately breaking 3 ribs to break free from the rebel camp. Yet this time, merely assisting others yielded returns magnified several times over. I have attained enlightenment,
Li Xuan murmurat.
his hands instinctively clenching tighter. Director Nick is truly a good man. He recognized his own inadequacy and strength, which is why he allowed Li Xuan to operate independently, thus presenting him with the opportunity to assist the antagonists. Moreover, the rewards are bountiful, exceeding 1,000-fold. What does that equate to? It is akin to having a feast delivered directly to Li Xuan's lips, elevating his powers exponentially. I must ensure you all enjoy yourselves. Otherwise, I would be remiss to the rewards bestowed upon me by S.H.I.E.L.D. A glimmer of amusement flickered in Li Xuan's eyes. The night was profound. At the opposite end of the station, even with the formidable alliance of Captain America and Iron Man, subduing the spider demon proved to be an arduous endeavor. Steve lamented, This battle has been extraordinarily grueling. Iron Man, maneuvering his armor, conducted a scan of the entity before him. This black creature is highly likely to have originated from outer space, distinct from any life forms on Earth, and composed of superb materials, if properly harnessed. Its potential for development is immense. Tony, do not even think about studying such perilous entities. I will not allow it. Steve stepped forward, unreservedly expressing his refusal. In his view, such dangerous artifacts should be destroyed on the spot. If left for scientists to examine, who knows what calamity might ensue. Tony merely scoffed at Steve's admonition, dismissing the threat. Instead, he taunted, who was it that confidently asserted close combat could defeat it? That notion is utterly misguided. These black creatures fear light, heat, and sound. You, Steve retorted, his eyes widening in frustration. Turning to inquire, where are Black Widow and Hawkeye? Tony replied, they encountered a minor mishap on their way here. A minor mishap? It is said they engaged in a skirmish with a blindfolded superhero. And the outcome? Of course, they triumphed. As Iron Man spoke, he seized a piece of the symbiote from Peter when Captain America was momentarily distracted, whispering disdainfully, outdated relics of a bygone era. How could I possibly fail? Chapter 7. The Astonished Ninja Turtle Journalist, 2-5. The nighttime spectacle of New York City radiates far more brilliance than its daylight counterpart. The streets are thronged with inebriated men and women entwined in one another, using the sky as their blanket and the ground as their bed, engaging in a tumultuous revelry. Disgusting. April, weary from a day of relentless pursuits, meandered along the crowded thoroughfare. Yet, her journalistic instincts compelled her to remain observant, hoping to glean some exhilarating news from her surroundings. Alas, all she could hear were the savage howls reminiscent of beasts, devoid of any invigorating revelations. It was akin to her inability to procure incriminating evidence against the Foot Clan or to locate the 4 turtle beings dwelling in the sewers. She muttered under her breath. For the past fortnight, April had been investigating cases of women being trafficked. Although the evidence from the scene and surveillance footage suggested the notorious Foot Clan was involved, she found herself hampered by a lack of concrete proof. Thus, she could only watch as the Foot Clan operated with impunity. Lost in contemplation, a man appeared before her, carrying a guitar case. He exuded an air of quiet elegance that even the seasoned journalist could not help but gaze at for a brief 5 seconds. It was only when the traffic light changed that April snapped back to reality. As she crossed the street, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. From the shadows of the trees, 3 masked individuals emerged, their faces obscured by the fabric, revealing only the tattoos on their shoulders that indicated their allegiance to a singular organization. Sensing the imminent danger, April bolted without a second thought. However, her high-heeled shoes proved insufficient against the agility of these seasoned thugs. In mere moments, she found herself cornered against a wall. You can't do this. I have several strong friends who move like phantoms in the night. You wouldn't want to encounter them, she pleaded, her hand gesturing in an attempt to assert her false bravado. Unfortunately, her facade of composure failed to intimidate the brutish men. One burly, bald man brandished a baton, taunting, if you have friends, let them come find us. I've survived in Hell's Kitchen, and I'm not easily frightened. The other 2 nodded in agreement, clearly endorsing his bravado. April's heart sank upon hearing his words, acutely aware of the "excuse me. Could you make way, please?" At that moment, a male voice resonated. Turning to look, a man appeared, burdened by a guitar case, exuding an air of apparent frailty. He seemed to be in quite a hurry, even waving his hand deliberately, urging them to disperse. "Kid, are you courting death?" The bald, muscular man erupted in fury, brandishing a club and swinging it towards the man's face. The bald man's expression was one of fierce menace. However, gradually, the movements in his hands slowed down. The 2 companions behind the bald man remained oblivious to the sudden shift in circumstances, and instead, excitedly remarked, "Why the sudden tenderness today? Are you perhaps interested in this lad's backside? Such a splendid opportunity for exercise, you must include me in this." These rascals! Upon hearing such reckless remarks, April was filled with fury, wishing nothing more than for these scoundrels to meet their demise. Yet, worry and fear soon accompanied her anger. If this man were to be killed because of her, she would carry the weight of guilt for a lifetime. You two wretches, dare to come at me. Gathering her courage, April assumed a clumsy boxing stance and beckoned the two men. The female reporter possessed an undeniably exquisite figure, particularly in her stance of defiance against evil. It evoked an impulse in others to want to crush her entirely. The two thugs rushed toward her almost simultaneously. After witnessing this, April clenched her fists, determined to confront evil to the very end. Then bang! She received a heavy punch. Her vision blurred, and she collapsed to the ground. As the world spun around her and her sight doubled, a series of sharp explosions rang out. The three thugs burst apart, blood scattering across the ground, reminiscent of a coconut being cleaved open, with juice and flesh splattering everywhere. Before April could regain her senses, she felt hands lifting her from the ground. Her head still spun, and she could barely suppress her nausea as she asked, Who are you? If you are willing to help me publish this, you shall be my friend." The man smiled as he pulled out a camera from his pocket and handed it to her, watching as the female reporter trembled before him. "You actually obtained a photograph of Spider-Man. This is something only the Daily Bugle could possess. If it were merely an ordinary photo, it would suffice. But this is blackmail material on Spider-Man. God knows what kind of uproar would ensue if this were published." April exclaimed in disbelief. Li Xuan shrugged and said, "You seem pleased, so I entrust you with the task of publishing this." Hearing this, April pulled the camera closer, quickly countering with such a valuable item. "Why would you give it to me? Aren't you afraid I might run off and deny it? I recognize your face, and I do not believe you would go back on your word," Li Xuan replied, gesturing at the chaos surrounding them. "After all, the fate of those who oppose me is not a pleasant one. You are the butcher?" Chapter 8. The watchful superheroes' today's encounter was undeniably exhilarating. To face off against a gang of thugs was one thing, but to come across the butcher was an entirely different experience. The way he dispatched those miscreants was nothing short of impressive. April strode purposefully towards her apartment. Although her expression remained inscrutable, a tempest of emotions churned within her. Thanks to the machinations of unseen forces, the past week had been rife with news concerning the butcher. Article after article painted a portrait of a bloody, brutal, and merciless killer. His modus operandi starkly contrasted with that of most superheroes. He was not one to shy away from employing lethal force. No matter the criminal, if they erred, they would face justice with an iron fist, an example to deter others. The Hornblower Gazette even jested that New York City had only two types of superheroes, the butcher and all others excluding him. Until today, April had merely been an ordinary journalist. However, due to her entanglement with the thugs, she found herself in the orbit of this infamous superhero, even receiving a task from him. A tremendous show of trust. April felt akin to a warrior embarking on a noble quest, as if she were fulfilling some grand mission. "Oh, hypocritical Spider-Man, you shall pay the price." In times past, this journalist would have regarded Spider-Man as the embodiment of justice, the savior of all residents in Queens. He seemed like a flawless nemesis of evil, bringing justice and protection to the community. Yet, after witnessing the footage and photographs of the butcher, April began to discern the shadowy depths hidden within Spider-Man. If not for those dark inclinations, how could he have morphed into a monstrous spider? She murmured, her impression of Peter plummeting to an abysmal low. Unbeknownst to her, amidst the towering edifices, a man clad in a crimson suit was eavesdropping on the unfolding events. A fresh wound marred his waist, rendering him quite disheveled. In previous times, Daredevil would have been darting through the city, combating crime. Yet today, Matt Murdock found himself engulfed in self-doubt. Not long ago, he had been too heavy-handed with a few thugs, drawing the attention of two S.H.I.E.L.D. agents who deemed him a criminal, resulting in his injury and hasty retreat. Such a preposterous accusation. As a lawyer, he was acutely aware of his boundaries. As for those so-called violent offenders, that was pure nonsense. Even if dragged before the most esteemed court, he could mount a defense. Yet, on what grounds did those two presume to label him a villain, and to resort to shooting arrows without provocation? Could their actions truly be deemed just? Daredevil felt the scales of his inner turmoil tipping dangerously, fury igniting within him. It was for this reason that he kept his gaze fixed on the retreating figure of the journalist, remaining unseen in the shadows. He witnessed with stark clarity the butcher's merciless slaughter of those hoodlums. He also beheld, with equal vividness, the female journalist's miraculous deliverance. Had it been under normal circumstances, guided by his moral compass, Daredevil would have leaped forth without hesitation to condemn the butcher's brutality. Yet today, battered and broken, he uttered in self-loathing resignation, "If I'm enforcing justice through violence, then what does that make him? Hee. As long as the outcome is just, what does it matter if there are some twists and turns along the way?" Within the confines of a hospital affiliated with S.H.I.E.L.D, Spider-Man lay unconscious, having been transported to an advanced medical suite where skilled physicians attended to him. This entire procedure unfolded under the vigilant gaze of Nick Fury, who seized this opportune moment with unrelenting determination. Not only did he extract several vials of blood from Spider-Man, but he also preserved some of the stem cells and various organs within his body. All these actions were executed by the newly appointed scientist of S.H.I.E.L.D. Fitz, whose usual focus on experimental research rendered him somewhat anxious while delivering his report to the director. Nevertheless, he dutifully fulfilled his responsibilities. The superhero Spider-Man possesses genetic traits that partially overlap with those of a spider. This benign mutation endows him with strength and speed far beyond that of an ordinary human. He also exhibits an ability akin to dynamic vision. His rapid neural responses often allow him to react before danger manifests. Even more astonishing is the black substance present within him. I have compared it to all known organisms on Earth, yet found no parallels. It appears as if it has developed from an entirely different biological system. It is aggressive, ambitious, and capable of bestowing a heightened sense of aggression. If one could extract structure from this dark substance, it might significantly enhance the soldier's combat capabilities. Should we derive patterns from this enigmatic material, perhaps we could solve the cancer that humanity currently cannot. This has been the most promising news I have heard today. Director Nick smiled and nodded, followed by words of encouragement, assigning Agent Fitz to continue his work. Once surrounded by solitude, the leader of S.H.I.E.L.D. shed his facade, persistently tapping on the table, murmuring, "Butcher. A formidable assassin." As a former partner who had collaborated with Li Xuan, Director Nick was acutely aware that beneath his seemingly indifferent demeanor lay an unwavering resolve. He resembles an executioner, passing judgment upon darkness according to his own will. As a companion, he would serve as a formidable shield. However, as an adversary, he would inflict unimaginable despair upon them. Listening to Captain Steve's report, it becomes evident that the Butcher concealed a portion of his strength while at S.H.I.E.L.D. This could pose significant trouble. Chapter 9. Spider-Man, Get Out of New York City. 4-5. Director Nick is a seasoned warrior, possessing an intense desire for control and a remarkable foresight. As an operative who has lived since the Second World War, if he were not adept at scheming, he would have long been dragged down by those with tinted glasses. It is also due to his acute awareness of crises that he realizes the Butcher's growing power may lead to a series of unpredictable reactions that could disrupt the current facade of peace. After all, according to his plan, by incorporating Iron Man into S.H.I.E.L.D., he could not only leverage the scientist's technological inventions but also capitalize on his popularity among the populace to generate favorable publicity for the agency. In this scenario, all parties would benefit, necessitating only the sacrifice of that ruthless Butcher, a deal more advantageous than any other. Indeed, it is as such. How can individual strength contend with formidable capital? Even in his quest for justice, compared to the benefits brought by Iron Man, it pales in significance. Necessary sacrifices are, regrettably, inevitable. I must have a word with Tony. Nick sighed. He hoped this incident would not devolve into the worst-case scenario. Yet, should it come to pass, he would have no choice but to employ drastic measures to extinguish the danger at its inception. After all, S.H.I.E.L.D. was founded by the valiant Agent Carter and Dr. Howard during the tumultuous times of war, enduring countless crises and sacrifices from numerous agents. This organization embodies not only their ideals but also the blood and sacrifice of many. It is destined for greatness. As dawn broke, the morning sun bathed the earth in its golden light. New York City awakened to another peaceful day. At the headquarters of the New York Times, April was preparing her makeup for her speech. Following last night's acquisition of scandalous information about Spider-Man, she had been in active communication with the editor-in-chief and even secured approval to participate in the morning live broadcast at 7 a.m. It is noteworthy that this program had previously been hosted by a prominent figure within the team. Now, the opportunity had fallen into her hands. "You can do it." April motivated herself and entered the studio, signaling the cameraman to begin. "This is the New York Times, morning 7 a.m. program. I am your new host, April. I am delighted to present a special report today concerning our city's hero, Spider-Man. Please direct your attention to the screen. That man clad in black armor is Spider-Man. This individual who should be our protector, our super cop, our hero, is, behind the scenes, a monster. Look closely, he is beginning to deform with sharp fangs, menacing limbs, and a grotesque maw. How can this possibly be our hero?" Shortly after this news broadcast, within a mere 10 minutes, reports concerning Spider-Man surged to the forefront of online trending topics. Even in this not-so-thriving millennium, a multitude of netizens continue to relish in sharing and discussing current events, particularly when centered around the superhero Spider-Man. If the Butcher's news from a week prior had already shattered the public's perceptions of superhumans, then today's transformation of Spider-Man undoubtedly acts as a deep-sea bomb, obliterating the foundational beliefs of the populace. After all, compared to the Butcher, Spider-Man has spent considerably more time championing justice in New York City, accruing a larger following of fans. Such an iconic figure, as time passes, becomes increasingly imbued with legendary qualities. Ultimately, he becomes enshrined upon a pedestal. Should anyone succeed in bringing him down, the repercussions would be akin to a tsunami. How could Spider-Man be perceived as such a malevolent creature? No, I absolutely disagree. All of this is fabricated. Indeed, the photographs have been altered, and the videos are fabricated. Spider-Man will always be our shield. Stop dreaming, will you? Open your eyes wide and take a good look. This Spider-Man is merely a monster cloaked in human skin. Even if he is a monster, so what? We still adore him. Ha ha ha, to the foolish individual upstairs. I truly hope you encounter this monster and become his meal, so that you may exclaim, "At last, I have merged with Spider-Man." The fervent discussions online are unfolding with great intensity. However, April's news regarding Spider-Man has not ceased. Rather, it has only intensified the flames. The identity of the Sandman has been projected onto the screen. Based on my investigations over the past couple of days, I have uncovered the identity of this robber known as Sandman. He is Flint Marko. As a convict serving a 5-year sentence, Marko exhibited exemplary behavior during his 4 years in prison, cooperating with the guards and actively embracing rehabilitation. Yet, just half a month ago, he unexpectedly escaped from custody. His escape was not for trivial reasons, but rather for the sake of his daughter, who is gravely ill. Legally, he is a criminal, but from a father's perspective, he is undoubtedly commendable. I do not advocate robbery, nor do I critique Spider-Man's motivations. I only recognize that Sandman is a remarkable father, and even if he must face legal consequences, he should not be subjected to the torment and harsh blows to his hopes inflicted by Spider-Man. We cherish the superhero who protects our city, not this scoundrel trash. Spider-Man, Leave New York City. Chapter 10. The Ecstasy of the Green Goblin and Peter's Despair, 5-5. In the heart of New York City, aside from Stark Industries, the only other prominent name that resonates is Oscorp. However, in recent weeks, this colossal enterprise has faced a series of catastrophic shipwrecks. First, the company's president, Old Osborne, met an untimely demise. Shortly thereafter, young Osborne fell gravely ill, retreating to his villa for recuperation. Suddenly, a sharp impact echoed from within that villa, as if a switch had been flipped. Roars of laughter and fury erupted. Peter. Peter. How does it feel to be forsaken by those you once saved? The Green Goblin, Harry, cradled his head, sprawled on the sofa. As he lifted his gaze, a visage resembling madness greeted him, especially those darkening green eyes, akin to a bloodthirsty bat.
Spider-Man?
What a fitting name, we are both monsters. We should be the closest of allies. But why? Why did you have to take my father's life? The Green Goblin, Harry, howled in a frenzy. As his gaze fixed upon the female reporter on the television, he began to murmur incoherently, Peter, who could possibly bring you down? I must find him. I will seek his aid. You shall truly understand my suffering. In a high-ranking hospital affiliated with S.H.I.E.L.D, Peter lay in a haze. Upon opening his eyes, he was greeted not only by medical staff but also by Captain America, Black Widow, and Hawkeye standing nearby, waving in greeting. What is happening? His memories lingered on the battle with the Butcher. He had been relentlessly beaten, feeling both rage and helplessness against such overwhelming power. He was continuously battered, and in the final moments of the fight he seemed to transform into a giant spider. Peter abruptly threw off the covers and examined his hands, relieved to find no deformities. However, he soon discovered an alarming reality. He was not wearing his mask.
No!
Peter roared, slamming his fists against the bed's edge. At that moment, the metal frame contorted under the force of his blow. Peter sprang up from the edge of the bed, one hand adhering to the wall, while the other was poised defensively towards the three figures before him. Who are you? Where am I? He demanded, his emotions surging as he adopted an aggressive stance. Swiftly, Hawkeye, recognizing the threat, knocked an arrow with deft precision. Black Widow unsheathed a dagger from her waist, ready for combat as well. Seeing the escalating tension, Steve quickly intervened, arms outstretched in a placating manner, exuding an air of harmlessness as he spoke. Peter, take it easy. Everything is over. You are in a safe place. You are Captain America. Peter beheld the familiar visage, a tightening sensation gripping his heart, as he skeptically inquired, Did you not perish 70 years ago, child? As you are aware, I underwent the super serum injection and fortuitously crashed near a glacier. Thus, I survived against all odds, Captain Steve Rogers replied as he approached Peter. Under his soothing words and explanations, Peter's tumultuous emotions quickly settled. However, at that moment, a rapid series of knocks reverberated from the door. Scientist Fitz rushed in, exclaiming to those gathered within, This is dire. The black symbiote has gone rogue. The black symbiote has spiraled out of control? Captain Rogers' expression darkened with fury. Were you not instructed to contain it? What have you done? It was merely a few minor experiments, Fitz stammered in defense. The black symbiote? Could it be my suit? Peter was momentarily taken aback by this revelation. In an instant, the anger that had just subsided surged forth anew. These buffoons. Not only had they stripped away his mask, exposing his identity, but they had also disrobed his suit. Out of control? What experiments had they conducted on his attire? I must rectify this situation. With a swift leap, Peter dashed out of the infirmary, the suddenness of his action catching everyone off guard. After him, Captain Rogers commanded, his countenance grim as he pursued. He did not wish to witness the superhero causing chaos within S.H.I.E.L.D. The two parties raced in pursuit, yet Peter's speed proved superior. He scoured for answers. Where had it fled? Bang! Peter forcefully shattered yet another door, discovering a mass of viscous black substance writhing in agony beneath a glass enclosure. I have found it, he exclaimed, diving toward the glass, and with a mighty fist he struck upward. Bang! Bang! The glass remained unyielding. No! Peter pounded again, and in that moment, the entangled venom retaliated with its own punches. Sizzle! Sizzle! A cacophony of cracks erupted. Initially, a singular fracture emerged, soon followed by multiple fissures that spread like a web. It was at this critical juncture that Captain America, Hawkeye, and Black Widow burst into the room. Peter, cease your actions. That suit is perilous. Captain Rogers bellowed, hurling his shield forward. With a swift motion, Peter extended his left hand to catch the shield, immediately retaliating with a powerful right punch. Clatter! The glass shattered under the force of his strike, and the viscous symbiote began to envelop him. The black spider returns. You are the true threat, Peter declared, lifting his gaze as the suit writhed, extending 6 spider-like appendages in a frenzy. In the next moment, he charged towards the trio of Avengers. Chapter 11. Captain Steve's Humiliation and the Birth of Carnage. 1-5. With a resounding crash, Captain Steve was thrust through the door, plummeting from the upper floor. Despite his formidable physical prowess, the impact was significant. Coughing, Steve rose from the ground, his previous calm demeanor replaced by a surge of unbridled fury. "You, Peter, was it merely the shedding of your wicked costume that provoked you into opposing us? Have you lost your mind?" Just then, another figure hurtled out, Hawkeye. As he fell headfirst towards the ground, Steve rushed forward to grasp him, preventing what would surely have been a grievous injury. "Captain, he's a lunatic," Hawkeye said, shaken. "He is no ordinary superhero. All I saw in his eyes was sheer brutality. We must stop him." Interrupting him, Steve urged, and the two hastened up the stairs. While Hawkeye was merely an ordinary man, limited to ascending the stairs, Steve was anything but ordinary, particularly as he combined with his shield. He could leap between floors with ease. With determination, he focused on the increasingly close laboratory. Boom! Inside the laboratory, after Black Widow had also been taken down, Peter suddenly felt a wave of panic, followed by an inexplicable wave of nausea. He sensed the symbiotic suit quivering upon his body. What had those scientists done to Venom? Summoning his strength, Peter hurriedly flung himself toward a nearby window. He had to escape this place. Once in a secure environment, he could assess Venom's reaction. Whoosh! Peter soared through the building, especially propelled by the black webbing, his speed soaring above 200 miles per hour. Yet, amidst his frantic flight, he remained oblivious to the symbiote entwined around him, which had begun to swell into an abscess. As that abscess gradually expanded, boom! A slender red tendril shot forth. Only then did the symbiote Venom begin to calm its agitation. The emerging symbiote was none other than Carnage, the second generation. At this moment, it lacked a coherent understanding of its surroundings, only vaguely sensing its abandonment. Was it resentment? Rage? A feeling too complex to articulate. As this nascent symbiote contemplated its hunger, it resolved to satiate its appetite properly. Following the broadcast of April's morning news, discussions surrounding Spider-Man intensified, much like a large stone cast into a tranquil lake, creating ripples that grew ever more tumultuous. Initially, it began with internet users, soon escalating to countless workers. They engaged in animated discussions about the city's superheroes, who had inexplicably transformed into monsters overnight. In the dim recesses of the sewer, a shadowy figure curled up in a corner, none other than Peter Parker, the Spider-Man. After calming his tumultuous emotions, he turned to Venom and inquired, "How are you feeling?" Having spent these past days in contact with this symbiote, Peter had come to realize it was a sentient being, and thus attempted to communicate with it. "I do not feel well." Venom conveyed its emotions through thought. What exactly transpired? Peter pressed on. "Those vile men in white injected me with a mysterious fluid, and I lost control. Seems I even bore a child?" Venom recounted its recent experiences. Peter was taken aback. A child? Is this some sort of dark sorcery? Struggling to grasp the reality of the situation, he confirmed with Venom once more. Upon realizing the truth, his expression darkened. After all, he was acutely aware of the immense power of his suit. Yet now, subjected to the cruel experiments of those S.H.I.E.L.D bastards, he was forced into parenthood. The thought that his suit was no longer unique was utterly revolting to him. The feeling was akin to stepping in dog excrement. What further exacerbated his frustration was the swift turn of the local populace against him. Within a single night, residents began to rally against Spider-Man, plastering signs proclaiming Spider-Man, "Get out of New York," on street corners. It was only recently that, clad in his heroic attire, Peter had been met with cheers from those very same citizens. How could they so quickly turn their backs on him? The multitude of venomous words directed at him was incomprehensible. The sensation of being abandoned by everyone in an instant struck a devastating blow to his convictions. Despite Peter's frantic efforts to comprehend this sudden downfall, he was left bewildered. The butcher. This turmoil began only after our encounter. This too is the fault of S.H.I.E.L.D. Truly, damn S.H.I.E.L.D. I shall have my revenge. Peter roared in fury. In the Hell's Kitchen district of Manhattan, within a basement cleverly disguised as an abandoned factory, he flipped the circuit breaker. Before him lay a meticulously decorated safe house, complete with a kitchen and living quarters, stocked with water and food sufficient to last half a year, ensuring his sustenance even amid outages. He approached a large round table leading to a workstation, where a high-tech computer awaited. 9 LCD screens displayed an incessant stream of social news and trending topics. Tick-tock. Li Xuan set down his coffee and, as he perused the online information, he noted the rapidly declining reputation of Spider-Man. This act of undermining a superhero was merely a convenient outcome for him, hardly worthy of mention. Another short video, however, captured his attention. Mysterious man possesses incredible strength, defeats opponent with a single punch. Upon clicking the video, he was greeted by the sight of a disheveled vagabond, clad in tattered attire, exuding an aura of desperation. Yet, at the moment he unleashed his punch, he radiated a certain brilliance. The thug wielding a hammer was merely grazed by that luminous fist before being sent flying. Surely this must be Nick the Iron Fist, freshly descended from Kunlun. Currently, Nick finds himself in the depths of despair. Despite his formidable skills, his identity remains unrecognized by the Milcam Industrial Group, and even his parents' shares have been usurped by the Herald family. Were it not for his talents, he would have long been devoured by the ruthless machinery of capitalism, left with nothing but bones. However, if he could reclaim his parents' shares, he would ascend to the status of a young billionaire. While he may not yet rival Tony Stark, he possesses a unique advantage. He triumphed over Shou-Lao in Kunlun and gained the miraculous Iron Fist by plunging his hands into the heart of the immortal dragon's furnace. Though he has yet to fully harness this power, it should at least place him on par with Captain Steve Rogers. Li Xuan intends to dismantle the Avengers, not through brute force but by targeting a higher plane through beliefs, faith, and ideals. They pride themselves on being superheroes, claiming to keep their hands clean of innocent blood. Even when presented with the opportunity to eliminate these so-called heroes, they would rather imprison them. This hypocrisy, acting as if they are above reproach while engaging in morally reprehensible conduct, is utterly repugnant. You choose to let them go? You are commendable, virtuous. But have you considered the consequences? When these supervillains emerge from their prisons, how many innocents will they harm anew? I shall strip away your masks of hypocrisy, starting with Spider-Man. The time is near. For now, I must gather like-minded allies. Chapter 12. Investment in Iron Fist. The Slaughter Mission, 2-5, in the Hell's Kitchen area of Block 15. Despite it being the afternoon, pedestrians were scarce, with only a few gaunt addicts occasionally passing by, lost in their own delirium. Among them stood a man who, instead of lamenting his fate, clenched his fists and spoke to himself. The elders taught me to uphold justice. I saw a woman being mistreated and rushed to her aid. Surely that was the right thing to do, yet all I did was break his teeth. Why did that woman label me as insane? As Danny approached a food truck, the aroma wafting through the air caused his stomach to rumble. Though he had endured considerable hardship to escape from the Kunlun realm, his skills still allowed him to hunt for sustenance in the wilderness. However, upon entering the city, he realized that, to a certain extent, he had become a wastrel. Not only had he lost his wealth, but his habits had also become disconnected from the rhythm of this world. Just as he prepared to muster his willpower against his fatigue, 2 hamburgers were presented before him. Lifting his gaze, he was met by a young man carrying a guitar case. Before Danny could utter a word of refusal, the youth offered an irresistible proposition. Once you've eaten, how about we spar? You want to fight me? Danny's eyes sparkled at the suggestion. After all, he had trained for years in Kunlun, and his sole mastery lay in the art of combat. He immediately assumed a martial stance, declaring, "Then I shall not decline." With that, he devoured the hamburgers with remarkable speed, thanking the young man as he wiped his mouth. Li Xuan, observing the man before him, smiled and remarked, "Perhaps you could have a bit more?" "Really? I feel rather embarrassed," Danny replied, patting his stomach and admitting, "I'm only half full. Bring me 10 more. Li Xuan seized this opportunity to enhance his rapport, recognizing that it would only cost him a few dozen dollars to provide such timely assistance. After some time, Danny rubbed his stomach and declared himself satisfied. Meanwhile, the food truck owner looked on in horror, at a loss for words. Is this even human? Did he just consume 20 in one go? If not for Danny's rosy complexion, the owner would have already called for an ambulance. Once satiated, Danny naturally began conversing with Li Xuan. When shall we have our duel? However, Li Xuan deflected, saying, it is not advisable to engage in strenuous activity right after a meal. Oh, I see. Danny nodded, continuing their casual conversation. In no time, he revealed his background in detail. Although he did not specify his training in Kunlun, he mentioned that he had emerged from the secluded mountains of the hidden world. It is somewhat at odds with the modern environment and has encountered considerable trouble. Initially, he intended to consult Harold to clarify whether the plane crash from years ago was related to him. However, to his dismay, over the past couple of days, Danny attempted to reach out to the Milcham Industrial Group, only to be dismissed without even a meeting. In fact, perhaps you could consider speaking with childhood companions?
Li Xuan ponderat deeply.
In the original narrative of Iron Fist, Danny was ensnared by a drug while confiding in his childhood friend, Joy, and subsequently confined to a mental institution. Had it not been for the fortuitous favor of the protagonist's aura, he might have languished there for an interminable duration. Enhancements upon embellishments are ultimately inferior to timely aid in dire circumstances. This presented an opportune moment to cultivate camaraderie. Li Xuan resolved to extend his assistance to Danny in his time of distress, with the hope of forging a bond of solidarity akin to that of brothers in arms. I truly must have a serious conversation with them, Danny mumbled, his thoughts veering towards seeking a discussion with Ward Meacham. Presently, Ward serves as the president of the Milcham Industrial Group, while his sister Joy assists him in financial management, though she lacks any genuine authority. Suddenly, the rapid sound of high heels striking the ground pierced the air. Upon glancing up, Danny beheld a black female police officer sprinting towards him with the speed of a 100-meter dash. Upon sighting the officer, Danny appeared somewhat flustered, swiftly turning to Li Xuan and saying, Sir, I have thoroughly enjoyed our conversation, but I must take my leave. Let us settle our duel another time. You can reach me through this. Li Xuan promptly handed him a mobile phone. Very well, Danny took off in a flurry, and although the officer intended to intercept him, she soon realized she could not keep pace and could only sigh in resignation as she turned away, looking rather disheveled. Meanwhile, Li Xuan observed her retreating figure, deep in thought. He had recognized her identity, Officer Misty. In Hell's Kitchen, she had been a steadfast ally of Luke Cage. Indeed, these superheroes tend to congregate. Each finds their niche. By pinpointing the right location, one is bound to yield fruitful results. Perhaps it would be prudent to assemble a defenders team for some spirited camaraderie?
Li Xuan contemplata deeply.
At that moment, a sudden system notification echoed in his mind. Ding! A random mission has been detected in the vicinity. The Feast of Slaughter. Since its inception, the creature known as Slaughter has never experienced the satisfaction of a full meal. Its frail physique can only find sustenance within the confines of a slaughterhouse. However, despite its caution, it has drawn the attention of a top assassin under the command of Jean Bing, who relentlessly pursues it. Ding! Upon accepting this mission, the host must assist Slaughter in its escape, allowing it to indulge in a hearty meal. The rewards for this task will be determined by the gratitude expressed by Slaughter, resulting in potential double critical rewards. Chapter 13. The Revelry of Susanu. 3-5. The Carnage of Celebration? When Li Xuan received this task, he felt rather bewildered. After all, within the original narrative, the entity known as Carnage was birthed from the reporter Eddie. Yet, it is evident that the Spider-Man suit has somehow given rise to it. Is this the narrative alteration I have wrought? Li Xuan murmured to himself, ultimately deciding to assist in the emergence of Carnage. After all, the character known as Bullseye in the comic lore has shown no signs of pity. He is a harbinger of chaos, engaging in acts of arson and plunder without remorse. Yet, due to the absurd notion of good and evil ties, he has managed to survive numerous encounters with superheroes, showing no inclination towards demise, reminiscent of an interminably foul-smelling, tightly wrapped foot binding. I shall not dally. Life and death rest in my hands. With a swift motion, Li Xuan propelled himself towards his target's location. Several blocks away, within a shadowy factory, A thunderous explosion erupted, accompanied by a burst of flames. Emerging from the dust was a cold-faced assassin. He directed his gaze toward a quivering symbiote huddled in the corner, a manic grin spreading across his face. "Run? Why don't you run, you wretched creature? How dare you provoke those under my command? I shall show you the consequences." Bullseye raised his firearm and unleashed a barrage of bullets towards it. Carnage writhed in agony. Against ordinary humans, it is a natural predator, but before Bullseye, it is merely a victim of beatings. This is because Bullseye is not only the ace of Kingpin's operations but also one of the most elite assassins among humanity, possessing physical capabilities that rival even Captain America. His skills in throwing, close combat, and heightened senses surpass those of ordinary individuals, capable of single-handedly annihilating an entire Special Forces unit. Coupled with the fact that Carnage had been subjected to S.H.I.E.L.D. experimental injections, leading to the symbiote's premature development and inherent malnutrition, it was left severely battered. As Carnage was being subdued, several black-clad henchmen approached, standing respectfully behind Bullseye. "Bang, bang, bang." Without pausing his assault, Bullseye inquired, "Have all matters been resolved?" "It has been taken care of. There remains a stubborn occupant unwilling to vacate. He stubbornly claims he will resist evil to the end." Naturally, we did not indulge him. A thorough beating ensued. No matter how tough his bones are, he still knelt before us. In light of this, let us reduce the compensation amount, originally 100,000. "Let us settle for 5,000. Bullseye commanded. Upon hearing this, not only the speaker but also the surrounding henchmen exchanged bewildered glances. It is known that the compensation for this land redevelopment amounts to several $1,000,000. Now, their boss is offering merely a fraction. Truly, he is worthy of Wilson's esteem. We shall proceed at once." The gang member, understanding the implication, turned to leave, but before they could venture far, a cacophony of desperate screams erupted. Monsters. Terrifying monsters. Accompanied by eerie tearing sounds. Upon witnessing this, Bullseye instinctively frowned. Could it be the masked vigilante causing a commotion? Recently, the emergence of the red-clad vigilante in Hell's Kitchen had already spread throughout all the criminal organizations. It was precisely due to this incident that Fisk had dispatched Bullseye to patrol, as a means of asserting control. Suddenly, the factory's doors were forcefully thrust open. The gangster who had fled earlier stumbled back in panic, repeatedly uttering, "Monster, monster, monster." Thud. He fell heavily to the ground but dared not pause. Scrambling on hands and knees, abruptly, he halted, as though something unseen dragged him into the shadows. From the fleeting glimpse, it became evident that it was a hand. As Bullseye watched intently, an eye opened upon that colossal hand. Its gaze was hollow, lifeless, and despairing, emanating an aura of chilling dread. In the next moment, the massive palm fully revealed itself before Bullseye, its grotesque knuckles radiating a terrifying purple aura, accompanied by glistening scales and flesh that dripped blood. All of it exuded a madness that instilled fear. Even Bullseye, a seasoned assassin, found himself momentarily frozen in place. Taking advantage of this brief hesitation, the creature swiftly regained its form and surged toward the nearby window, disregarding who had arrived. Its only thought was to escape this cursed place. Closer. Ever closer. Just as the creature shattered the window, ready to leap into the dark night, a hand suddenly emerged, as if grasping the throat of fate, seizing the abominable entity mid-air. The creature writhed in a desperate attempt to flee, but the hand's owner held it fast, twisting it in the air. Bullseye looked up, observing the man grasping the repulsive being, his expression one of amusement, realizing he had encountered a formidable opponent. Furthermore, with another strange massive hand nearby, the situation felt increasingly dire. "Perhaps we could discuss this." Bullseye forced a smile upon his face. "Of course, but the condition is that you must survive. Right? Susanu." Li Xuan pointed at the enormous hand. Upon hearing this, Bullseye's expression changed dramatically. Chapter 14. The Demise of the Target's Eye, Peter's Betrayal. 4-5. Wow. As the enormous hand known as Susanu began to move, the target found himself ensnared in a frantic chase. Though he was an elite assassin, he was ill-equipped for parkour within the confines of the factory. In mere seconds, he found himself in a perilous predicament. If given the choice, he would prefer to confront that scoundrel Daredevil rather than this bizarre creature that had inexplicably emerged. The target, being a quintessential human, had never encountered such peculiar circumstances. He felt utterly dazed, yet could not cease his frantic flight, resembling a pitiable little mouse. In this moment, he grasped the sensations once endured by those innocent civilians who had faced brutal demise. Did he truly feel as if he were being mercilessly toyed with? Like a laboratory mouse, filled with indignation and frustration, yet utterly helpless. "I'll fight you to the death." Bullseye's gaze swept over the man reveling in slaughter. In the next instant, he chose to launch an attack against this man. Passive defense was never his style. Bullseye pondered that this freak before him might be easier to handle than Freakhand, and so he lunged forward. As the distance closed, he could see the man standing there, motionless, not even raising a defensive stance. "I knew it. This bastard isn't skilled in close combat." The marksman was filled with exhilaration, raising the firearm in his grasp and firing repeatedly. Bang, bang, bang. Dozens of bullets erupted forth, aimed at the man before him. The marksman shot frantically, his voice echoing with fervor. "Die. Just die for me." Just when he had exhausted his entire magazine of bullets, the man before him did not perish. Instead, he raised his palm and gestured slightly. Following that, he struck down forcefully, akin to wielding a blade against another. Deceptively surreal, the target, undeterred by superstition, once again raised his firearm. However, before he could fire again, his hand weakened, causing the weapon to fall to the ground. What could have transpired? The target lowered his gaze, only to discover that his entire palm lay on the ground. Blood gushed incessantly from the wound. How could this be possible? That man merely gestured, and yet he sustained an injury? It must surely be an illusion. The target shook his head, yet he could not have anticipated that this severed hand was merely the initial symptom. His legs weakened, and he collapsed onto the ground. When he turned to look, he beheld blood gushing from his calf, which had been cleaved open at the Achilles tendon. This time, both legs had been severed as well. Moreover, he could not even discern how the attack had been executed. Bullseye felt his mind buzzing with shock, his face etched with sheer horror. "What trickery have you employed? How could you possibly harm me?" At this moment, the target's earlier confidence had vanished completely. He collapsed to the ground, resembling a pitiful creature. Li Xuan, however, offered no further explanation, merely murmuring, "Magic arises from the void." Bang! The target's eye extinguished with a resounding silence, and its entire form erupted in a violent explosion. It is essential to understand that Li Xuan's prior gestures were not mere whims. They were the manifestation of the techniques wielded by the demonic blade. As the terrifying blade aura coursed through the target's body, it swiftly severed the life force within. The massacre was initially met with resistance, but upon witnessing the grim fate of the target, it obediently resembled a docile creature. It dared not move an inch, yet the man before it did not permit any semblance of relaxation. Instead, he affectionately commanded a colossal hand to transport the remnants of the slaughter. Upon witnessing this, the creature trembled in fear. My heavens! Could this peculiar individual possibly intend to consume me? Its deep crimson skin began to writhe incessantly, but in the next heartbeat, it found itself cast into the fray. Li Xuan, with a beaming smile, inquired, "Are you hungry? Would you care for a meal?" The creature responded, "I feel as though I am caught in a dream." Within the confines of a hospital affiliated with S.H.I.E.L.D, chaos reigned. As Captain Steve Rogers, Hawkeye, and Black Widow were taken for treatment of their injuries, Agent Fitz busied himself with the aftermath. Although he had gleaned new insights for improving agent armor through his study of Venom's physiology, his overly ambitious approach led to the injection of a modified serum, resulting in Venom's escape. A grave error indeed. Were it not for Director Nick's intervention, who shouldered much of the blame, Fitz might have faced execution outside. Yet, the repercussions and complications loomed large. Agent Fitz was tasked with presenting a satisfactory report to the director within a few days. Otherwise, The mere thought of Captain Steve's wrath was sufficient to send shivers down his spine. As he inspected the laboratory for damages to the equipment, preparing to report on the new materials, an eerie sound emanated from the damp, cold drainage pipe nearby. Agent Fitz approached, straining to discern what lay within the depths of the sewer. Suddenly, a shadow flickered, and a familiar viscous black substance erupted forth, ensnaring him in web-like tendrils. Before Fitz could regain his composure, Peter leapt from the ventilation shaft above, landing before him. "You insufferable doctor! How dare you experiment on my suit? You shall pay dearly for this," Peter whispered menacingly in his ear, like a devil's whisper, causing Fitz's heart to sink. Chapter 15. The Art of Immortality and the Azura Bloodline. 5-5 perhaps. We could engage in a conversation. Agent Fitz of S.H.I.E.L.D. attempted to elucidate his thoughts, yet he was met with a resounding punch from Peter. Bang! Just a single blow left him dazed and disoriented. However, Peter was not inclined to let the matter conclude so effortlessly. He shot a web suspending Fitz upside down, and commanded Venom to strip the agent of his clothing while he raised his camera to capture the humiliating scene. "You bastard! I will not let you get away with this." Fitz seethed, his face flushed with rage. Slap! Peter stepped forward, delivering 2 sharp slaps, then leaned in closer, declaring, "This is merely the beginning. I shall obliterate everything you hold dear. I am eager to see how you will manage from here on out." "You won't succeed," Fitz retorted angrily, yet before he could utter more, Peter delivered another slap, rendering him unconscious once more. Time passed, and upon regaining consciousness, Fitz's eyes fell upon a familiar bald head. "Nick?" "Director Nick Fury." Fitz spoke with reverence. However, the director's demeanor was grave. He gestured dismissively and stated, "That mutant Spider-Man has caused us significant trouble. He has published a defamatory article about S.H.I.E.L.D. and released your compromising photographs. The internet is in an uproar. We have a public relations department that can mitigate the impact." Fitz interjected eagerly. "I have already arranged for personnel to address this issue, but the damage is done. If you cannot produce satisfactory results, your position will be reassessed," Director Fury pronounced, sealing Fitz's fate with just a few words. The young agent's expression turned ashen. He understood the implicit threat in Fury's words. Should he fail to develop an appropriate weapon, he would be discarded, perhaps facing a fate akin to that of a butcher. Expelled from S.H.I.E.L.D. Or worse, as he had also offended several members of the Avengers. "I will provide you with a report within 3 days." Fitz forced a smile, promising the bald-headed director. "Is that enough time? Perhaps it's a bit too tight." "I could grant you an additional 2 days," Fury inquired with a feigned smile, feigning warmth. "That will suffice. I cannot disappoint the director's expectations." Fitz responded, his smile rigid and strained, resembling a marionette manipulated by strings. As the night deepened, within the beep, "Congratulations to the host for completing the Feast of Slaughter. Rewards are about to be calculated." Beep, "Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Xuanwu True Skill, Top 10 Martial Arts." Beep, "It has been detected that the slaughter has instilled both reverence and fear in you. This reward will be doubled as a critical hit." Beep, "Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Sage Art from Naruto." Beep, "Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Azura Bloodline Limit from Naruto. To think he has actually acquired the Xuanwu True Skill. Not to mention that it allows for another enhancement of his innate abilities. A buy one get 2 free scenario." Li Xuan's eyes gleamed with excitement. At this moment, he had already gathered the standard equipment of Niefeng, yet his mastery of ultimate moves related to explosive power remained somewhat lacking. The Demon Blade was a technique that harmed both the wielder and the foe, and when paired with the blood of the Mad Qilin, it could easily annihilate all enemies present, leaving none alive. Being decisive in slaughter could be deemed a virtue. However, losing the distinction between friend and foe in the heat of the moment could lead to regrettable outcomes. The Xuanwu True Skill, however, was a different matter altogether. Even in the later stages of Fengyun, in a world akin to high martial arts, it could still hold its ground. This Xuanwu True Skill was bequeathed by a remarkable genius among the top 10 martial artists, with the killing move, invincible in all directions, possessing potential that rivaled the Ma Pralaya. When unleashed, it nearly cleaved through the semi-immortal half-dragon, Duan Lang. If not for the inertia of the plot, Nye Fong alone could have slain the dragon. As for the subsequent sage art from Naruto, its value is self-evident. It is akin to a 24-hour power bank. Upon mastering the sage art, not only could he visibly perceive natural energy, but his body could also absorb it. This development would allow Li Xuan to be in a constant state of enhancement. It bears a striking resemblance to Superman's ability to absorb sunlight, a continuous ascent in power. Furthermore, the S.H.I.E.L.D bloodline limit serves as a key to unlocking one's physical potential. After all, Li Xuan had previously absorbed the Indra bloodline. Combined with this type of bloodline limit, the two would synergistically enable him to transcend his own limitations, acquiring the qualifications of the Six Path Sage. Though he was merely the eldest son born of Kaguya Otsutsuki in the ninja world, his mother had consumed the fruit of the divine tree, making her the strongest being in existence. Is this yet another character who ascends to divinity through the aid of heavenly materials and earthly treasures? It is truly utterly shameful. Li Xuan originally intended to toil tirelessly in martial training until he could break through the void, never anticipating such an effortless victory. But the allure of free gains is too enticing. This is a triumph that requires no struggle to achieve. Moreover, it could lead him to the so-called divine level within a small world. Perhaps it is worth a try? Chapter 16. The Ninja Turtles were terrified. Li Xuan opted for the system's reward, beginning with the profound Xuanwu true skill from the world of Fengyun. With a flash of brilliant emerald light, he acquired this high-level martial arts secret. As he delved into its teachings, he felt a convergence of internal energy within him, compressing into a denser form of power. If the intensity of Li Xuan's original energy was rated at 10, this transformation elevated it to 100, enhancing it tenfold. As his prowess grew, the swirling energy within him coalesced into a compact orb at the Dantian, reaching the level of a terrestrial immortal. In ancient times, he would have been on the cusp of becoming an immortal ancestor. Riding this momentum, Li Xuan swiftly claimed the rewards of celestial techniques and S.H.I.E.L.D bloodline limit. These two accolades were even more formidable. The Indra bloodline he had absorbed was of the utmost yin and purity, while the S.H.I.E.L.D bloodline limit represented unparalleled strength and resilience. The amalgamation of yin and yang produced results far exceeding the impact of either alone, like the roar of thunder or the fury of a tsunami. With a resounding boom, the bloodline within Li Xuan began to undergo a profound metamorphosis, a significant leap forward. As this transformation reached its zenith, a powerful wave of energy surged forth, snapping steel beams and causing the factory to collapse into ruins. Amidst the debris, a creature known as the Slaughter cautiously emerged, its form tightly coiled, extending its tendrils hesitantly, afraid to gaze into the distance. It was but a mere child, only days old. Why must it endure such terror? As Slaughter contemplated fleeing, ominous clouds gathered, fierce winds howled, and lightning converged in the sky, striking down upon the factory with devastating force. Slaughter nearly soiled itself in fright. Though it possessed greater potential than venom and was immune to sound waves, fire remained its Achilles heel, capable of rendering it weak even at moderate temperatures. Witnessing the torrential lightning crash into the ruins was a sight to behold, striking terror into the heart. More astonishingly, as the lightning fell, it intertwined and coalesced into a ferocious thunder qilin. Li Xuan ascended slowly from the wreckage, and as he stepped upon the lightning, the thunder qilin seemed to come alive. Acting as his assistant, this was the pinnacle of thunder escape. Originally, he lacked such abilities, but the extraordinary nature of this man allowed for such feats. As the ancestral bloodline within him awakened, he harnessed the inherent powers of the divine tree, unveiling a myriad of unique ninja techniques that surged forth from his consciousness. Seeking the Tao Jade Yin-Yang escape, 3 heads and 6 arms. Indra's arrow. 6 paths. Super Great Jade Spiral Shuriken. 6 paths. Earth-exploding heavenly star. Immortal technique would escape. True number of 1,000 hands. Transformation into Buddha. Heavenly obstruction trembling stars. 8 gates of Duinjia. Night Guy. Amidst this constellation of techniques, he opted to experiment with the Thunder Kirin. To his surprise, the results were rather satisfactory. Yet this was merely his second act of benevolence, aiding the antagonist once more. Should he proceed to the third, fourth, or fifth time, what astounding power might he attain? Li Xuan was filled with exhilaration. He rubbed his hands together, and a lustrous black and white sheen emerged, compressing the thunder kirin into the palm of his hand, which he subsequently swallowed whole. Before he could dissipate the power within his grasp, the slaughter that had previously cowered in the corner boldly approached him, swaying its head. As Li Xuan cautiously extended a tendril to explore, it indicated its desire to be petted. What could this signify? Although perplexed, Li Xuan reached out and cradled the little creature. Once, twice, the wisps of black and white power cascaded onto this symbiotic entity. Merely 7 or 8 strands caused the creature to swell noticeably. With a mere palm size, it transformed from a pale red to a deep crimson, shedding its lethargy and adopting an aggressive demeanor. Was it a consequence of being born prematurely that it required external reinforcement? Li Xuan formed a seal with his hand, imprinting a Tai Chi symbol upon its head, then gently patted the creature, declaring, "Go forth and hunt the wicked. I command you to thoroughly stir the waters of the Hell's Kitchen. And upon the completion of your task, I shall bestow upon you greater rewards." "Thank you, Master," the creature uttered in a still clumsy tone, its voice sweet and innocent. After a prolonged moment, it departed from Li Xuan's grasp, glancing back at him thrice before disappearing around the corner. To it, this man represented a paragon of virtue, not only feeding it but also significantly enhancing its strength. Such selfless actions painted a vivid stroke upon the young creature's soul, instilling within it a sense of reverence and awe. Indeed, it exerted itself to fulfill the tasks assigned by Li Xuan. At this moment, the night had deepened. Within Hell's Kitchen, the Rhine family, a third-rate power, was engaged in a transaction involving flour. Though a mere 10 individuals were present, each wielded firearms, their expressions grave. Following the collaboration between the Hand Association and Jean to divide the underground trading grounds of Hell's Kitchen, the lives of these small factions had become increasingly arduous. Struggling for survival, they could only scavenge for scraps. In such extreme conditions, the limits of human integrity were put to the test. Squid. The leading boss suddenly erupted in anger, exclaiming, "You filthy bastards dare to deceive me with inferior goods? Damn it, he has discovered it." The small group across the way sensed the precariousness of the situation and immediately opened fire. A fierce gunfight ensued between the two factions. Amidst the chaos of their violent exchange, a figure emerged, one who manipulated the growth of symbiotic skin to transform into a blood-armored warrior. With twin blades, each extending nearly 2 meters, he descended rapidly from the air, capable of executing a swift decapitation in an instant. The surrounding area erupted with cries of despair, as this sudden onslaught rendered the already tumultuous zone even more drenched in blood and violence. In the depths of the sewer, a pair of glistening black eyes observed the scene intently. Illuminated by the faint glow of a streetlight, it revealed itself to be none other than Michelangelo, one of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. He swallowed hard, his face a mask of shock as he pondered. What sort of monster has emerged from the shadows now? Chapter 17. Donatello exclaimed, "This is indeed the way of..." As a congenial resident raised in the bustling streets of New York City, Mikey, despite his dwelling in the sewers, embodied the essence of a virtuous youth. He reveled in comic books, indulged in slumber, and delighted in skateboarding. Apart from his rather peculiar physique, Mikey believed himself to be no different from humans. Yet, upon witnessing the grotesque slaughter before him, a primal fear and trepidation surged within him. What if he were to confront it? Surely, he would meet his demise in an instant. Could Master Splinter prevail? A chill coursed through Mikey's veins as he pondered, and in those fleeting seconds, the once vibrant trading ground was rendered lifeless, with the butchery now crouching to tidy the aftermath, its gaping more reminiscent of a grotesque aberration, the subsequent hellish scene evoking sheer terror. In an instant, the Turtle Man succumbed to panic, pivoting towards the sewer, his previously cumbersome frame now exhibiting remarkable speed, vanishing beneath the moonlight in mere moments. The thought of the strange turtle lingered in the air. I wonder how palatable it might be. The butcher raised its head, contemplating with a flawed sense of morality. then shook it dismissively. First, I must complete the adult's task. With a rush, upon traversing the dense and narrow sewer, a habitable space lay at the farthest depths of the pipe. However, the camp was far from tranquil, for the 3 ninja turtles had ventured out to frolic, inciting the ire of Master Splinter. The large rat stood at the threshold, wielding a ninja staff, reprimanding them. The human world is perilous. Despite countless warnings, why do you still venture to the surface? Leo, kneel before me. As the leader of this quartet, how do you guide your team? With a thud, the ninja turtle adorned with 2 katana and a blue mask knelt obediently. Behind him, Raph, wielding twin sai, had been chuckling, but as Master Splinter swung his staff, the sound of impact echoed, and he too found himself punished with a kneeling position. In his indignation, Raph glanced around the corridor, suddenly enlightened. Oh, Donnie, is it merely because you didn't bring any electronic devices? You must have been the one to inform on us. I did not, retorted Donatello, the most astute inventor among the turtles. It was Master who uncovered your little ruse. How many times must I remind you to learn from your mistakes? It must be you, Raph exclaimed in a fit of frustration. Yet, after receiving 2 more strikes from Master Splinter, he lowered his head, momentarily subdued. Where has Mikey gone? Master Splinter continued to inquire, brandishing his staff. I do not know, but he mentioned something about stealing comics. Leo replied, looking up. At this, Master Splinter's face turned a shade of green. My goodness, this turtle is becoming insufferable. His wings have indeed hardened. To think they have ventured into the human world to pilfer. No, he had mentioned wanting to skateboard instead. Donnie sensed something amiss and hastily attempted to mediate. Humph. The large rat brandished his ninja staff, offering no response, his smile imbued with an icy demeanor. Alas, the boss has misspoken. Old Thor is in for a beating. Donnie, tucked away in a corner, silently prayed for him. Clang! At that moment, amidst the center of the turtles' discussion, Mikey emerged in a frenzy from the sewer, leaping dramatically before Master Splinter. You should have focused on your studies. And yet, you sought to steal. How captivating could comics possibly be? Crackle! The ninja staff whirled through the air, striking him. In previous times, Mikey would have been writhing in pain, pleading for mercy. However, now he was in a state of shock, raising his head and muttering, It's over, it's over. Something dreadful is afoot. Oh no, Master has rendered Old Thor senseless. Suddenly, Raph sprang to his feet, dashing forward to embrace Mikey, shielding him from the impending lesson of discipline. Quick, tell me what has transpired, Master Splinter inquired, temporarily setting aside the ninja staff. Mikey, his expression vacant, glanced at the others and, in a daze, proclaimed, Blood, it's all blood. A murderer has emerged in New York City. Old Thor, clarify, Raph urged, repeatedly patting the man's shoulder, prompting Mikey to gradually regain his composure. He then recounted his earlier experiences. Upon hearing his tale, the 3 turtles and 1 rat fell into silence. After a brief moment, it was the hot-headed Raph who broke the quiet, stating, This is a savage world where lives are extinguished every moment. A murderer is merely a slightly stronger entity, and I fear him not. Leonardo nodded in agreement, continuing, Regardless of who it may be, I will protect my brothers. Master Splinter placed the ninja staff behind him and gently stroked Mikey's head, saying, The dangers outside are significant, but do not panic. We are a united front, and our combined strength can shatter even the hardest stone. True to form, the wise master spoke in riddles and platitudes. Yet, after the old rat's discourse, the spirits of the 4 turtles were notably lifted. Ah, how delightful it is to indulge in wisdom. However, afterward, the ingenious Donnie retreated to his chamber, tinkering with the damaged LCD display. Master Splinter's words had imparted little reassurance to him. He resolved to rely on his own talents, linking the surveillance network surrounding their hideout for real-time monitoring. Thus, should a murderer approach, they would be prepared in advance. His hands danced deftly among the intricate circuitry, breathing new life into the aged instrument. Yes, we can monitor the surrounding environment from now on, Donnie exclaimed, raising his fist triumphantly towards the sky. However, just as he reveled in his achievement, tendrils of smoke suddenly began to rise from behind the screen.
No. No. No.
In a flurry, Donnie grasped the pliers, hastily attempting repairs. Despite grimacing from electric shocks, his determination remained undeterred. After a flurry of adjustments, the display returned to normal. Phew, finally, he sighed, leaning back in his chair. Yet, as he adjusted the angles of the surveillance cameras, one of the 20 feeds caught his attention with its peculiar anomaly. He witnessed the entire factory collapse in an instant. He saw lightning converge ominously. He beheld a terrifying Qi-Lin roaring fiercely. He observed a man standing majestically amidst the chaos, as if he were a deity. How? How is this possible? Chapter 18. The Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles decide to follow their master. 3-3. How could such a ninjutsu possibly exist? Donnie, having studied the way of the ninja under Master Splinter for many years, held his own understanding of this art. It is an assassination technique, a close combat skill, not something that allows one to soar through the skies or vanish into thin air. Yet, the man before him effortlessly performed a series of hand seals, conjuring bolts of lightning and materializing them into a thunderous Kirin. Had all that they had learned been a S.H.I.E.L.D? Donnie felt his worldview shaken to its very core. Knock! 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 At that moment, a voice called from outside. Donnie, it's time for dinner. Master is cooking, and there's delicious udon. Got it, Donnie replied, but suddenly realizing something, he quickly turned and shouted. Wait, don't eat yet. Something big has happened. Go get Master. Something big. Waifu questioned, shaking his head in disbelief. Is there anything more important than eating noodles? I don't believe you. You're just messing with me. That fool. Donnie nearly had 3 black lines etched across his forehead in exasperation but managed to explain. I've discovered the true ninjutsu. The kind that can summon lightning. Clang. After a few seconds of silence, the door to their dormitory was flung open. Wei Fu, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, Donnie, tell me what you found. Just take a look at this. What's so special about a rundown factory? Wei Fu leaned in, glancing around, but upon seeing no change in the scene, he turned away in disdain. He realized that his clever brother was likely toying with his intellect. Humph, if you mess with me again, I'll challenge you to a duel. Wei Fu cast one last glance at the screen before the image suddenly shifted. The factory erupted in a blaze, and bolts of lightning gathered in the man's hands, twisting and roaring in the air as if alive. This is the hand seal. This is ninjutsu? He could not tear his gaze away. As the thunderous Kirin roared, waves of lightning surged forth, damaging the surveillance camera. Wei Fu, in a fit of frustration, slapped his thigh, exclaiming, Why did it stop? Why was it so short? I wanted to see this legendary ninjutsu. Go get Master. Donnie urged, unceremoniously pushing his brother out of the room. This is outrageous. Wei Fu felt utterly wronged. Nevertheless, the video of the thunderous Kirin had truly piqued his interest. He hurriedly dashed off, dragging the other 2 brothers and Master along. If you don't give me a good reason, I'll surely thrash you, Master Splinter declared ominously. As he surveyed the scene, the 3 turtles lowered their heads in unison. Only Wei Fu shouted with unrestrained enthusiasm, It must look incredible. I guarantee it. Although it was merely an ordinary factory, to his astonishment, it erupted in a dazzling display. Look, lightning. A man is wielding lightning. It's ninjutsu. This is the legendary path of the ninja. As the video concluded, Mikey's jaw dropped in disbelief, nearly stretching to the roots of his ears, his trembling finger pointing as he stammered, No, it can't be. Leonardo, the leader of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, was equally astonished but turned to Master Splinter, asking, Is this truly something ninjutsu can achieve? Master Splinter displayed even more dramatic surprise, rubbing his eyes incessantly while muttering, After all these years of practicing ninjutsu, have I been training with mere illusions? Is this the real deal? Good heavens! Even Master Splinter seemed utterly bewildered. Wei Fu widened his eyes and remarked to Donnie, Look at the trouble you've caused. Donnie, slightly twitching at the corners of his mouth, ignored the foolish remark and instead asked, Master, what should we do? With a thud, Master Splinter dropped the ninja staff he had been holding. He surveyed the 4 turtles before him and said, If possible, let the truth follow this great man's path of ninjutsu. Master, Are you feeling unwell? The other four were taken aback by his words. This was a stark contrast to his usual rigid demeanor. Had Master Splinter lost his senses? Such a splendid path of ninjutsu. Do you not wish to pursue it? Master Splinter turned back to them. Unlike these immature turtles, he had already experienced the joys and sorrows of the world. During their formative years, this great rat had painstakingly nurtured the four turtles. To him, ninjutsu was no longer merely a combat skill. It had evolved into a spiritual quest, a belief, who, upon witnessing the brilliance of ninjutsu, could resist the urge to pursue it. For too long we have adopted a passive, isolated attitude, but now we must change our approach. Master Splinter gazed at the four turtles. What should we do then? Leonardo inquired, accepting the teacher's decision without question. We must take the initiative. Master Splinter concluded, directing his gaze toward Donnie. Donnie grasped the teacher's intent and, after fiddling with the surveillance footage, said, "This location is not far. It's just 3 blocks away. Shall we go investigate now?" Master Splinter nodded, emphasizing that it was better to act sooner rather than later. With such a commotion, if it were discovered by the authorities, it would spell trouble. Click. The sound of a camera shutter echoed. As the citizens of New York City discovered the factory collapse and promptly alerted the authorities, it was not the police who arrived first at the scene. Instead, it was the intrepid reporter April who, having recently hosted an expose on Spider-Man, had not only secured a promotion but also enjoyed the privilege of a dedicated vehicle and personnel for her reporting endeavors. This breaking news had reached her thanks to a tip-off from a friend within her precinct, enabling her to arrive ahead of the police, who would take at least 15 minutes to respond. April and her partner aimed to complete their investigation within 10 minutes and meticulously compile the primary information into a headline for the following day. There were no traces of gunpowder, no signs of an explosion. It appeared as though the site had been ravaged by a hurricane. It was reminiscent of a mutant's superpowers. Fueled by excitement, Vern exclaimed that this was indeed a major story. April, too, felt a surge of exhilaration upon hearing this, but her attention was soon drawn to a disturbance in the nearby sewer, as if some creature had swiftly darted past. Am I imagining things? Chapter 19. The Terrifying Storm of Mutants, Dr. Banner, 1-3. After greeting her colleagues, April made her way towards the location of the earlier disturbance. She stood at the mouth of the sewer, peering down into the inky blackness of the pipe, much like gazing into an abyss. A sense of dizziness washed over her. However, after a moment, nothing transpired. Perhaps I am overthinking it. April turned to leave. Just as she walked a short distance away, a pair of dark green eyes fluttered open and shut. Weef, peeking out, rubbed his forehead and mused. This feels oddly familiar. Fool, what are you staring at? Hurry up. A voice called out from not far behind Old 4, Maki. Weef promptly turned back and hurried after him. True to their nature as extraordinary beings endowed with wisdom, they had already scoured the scene in a short span of time. Regrettably, aside from a few torn garments, no other clues were found. However, according to the analysis by the inventor Doni, these remnants likely belonged to that ninja deity, which would require further examination. Unbeknownst to Li Xuan, this peculiar quartet of turtles accompanied by a singular mouse had already set their sights on him, venerating him as the ninja god and pledging their undying loyalty. At dawn the following day, as sunlight once again graced the earth, journalist April released another sensational news story that rocked New York City. Storm destroys factory? Another powerful mutant descends upon New York. She vividly described the formidable power of the storm, warning that if it were to occur in the city, it would result in immeasurable devastation. After all, not everyone possesses the resilience of Spider-Man to withstand the electric onslaught of Electro without flinching. Lives could be lost. It hung over the citizens like a blade poised to drop at any moment, plunging those who had just begun to find stability back into panic. Within S.H.I.E.L.D. Captain Steve's expression darkened upon seeing the news. Pinching the bridge of his nose, he remarked, "There has been a growing number of powerful individuals emerging lately. We must strengthen our ranks. Otherwise, we will be insufficient to protect the populace." Insufficient to protect the populace? Iron Man chuckled at this, responding, "Relax, Captain. My armor is more than capable of facing any danger." Capable of facing any danger? Steve shot back, his frustration boiling over as he regarded the playboy's cavalier demeanor. Just one Spider-Man has caused us enough trouble. What gives you the confidence? Let us not forget. He escaped from you. Iron Man stood up, unabashedly countering. If he dares to return, I shall ensure he does not leave again. By the way, I must attend my pool party now. We'll continue this conversation later. With that, as the flamethrower ignited, Tony soared into the sky in his Mark III suit. His flamboyant antics exhibited a complete disregard for Captain Steve, whose expression had darkened further. At this moment, Captain Steve recalled his former comrade, the Butcher. Compared to this dandy, the Butcher seemed far more dependable. Although his methods were ruthless, they were ultimately aimed at protecting the people. Perhaps we ought to extend him a measure of patience, allowing him to learn to touch the hearts of those supervillains with love. He pondered deeply, lost in nostalgia. Hawkeye, upon hearing these words, felt a stir of emotion. As a compliant agent, he too had taken lives during past infiltration missions, though not with the same unabashed demeanor as the Butcher. Evildoers deserved their fate in hell. Why should such a steadfast warrior be forsaken by Director Nick? He shook his head, perplexed, yet a sense of regret lingered within him. Just as the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, Agent Hill entered the room, announcing some good news. Given the current circumstances, Director Nick had recruited another superpowered individual to join the ranks of the Avengers. As her words hung in the air, a man clad in a blue shirt and black-rimmed glasses stepped forward to greet the assembled group. Is this a weapons developer? Hawkeye jested. Perhaps it would be best for him to explain himself. Agent Hill interjected. You may call me Dr. Banner. The man introduced himself, adding with a hint of seriousness. I am a combat specialist, but trust me, you would not wish to see me when I am angry. Laughter erupted among the Avengers, the atmosphere turning jovial. Captain Steve clapped Dr. Banner on the shoulder, welcoming him aboard. Yet Agent Hill remained somber, aware of the immense power concealed beneath his calm exterior. If left unchecked, he alone could bring devastation upon New York City. It was indeed a double-edged sword. In the S.H.I.E.L.D. Weapons Development Department, Fitz, after pledging his oath, plunged into a frenzy of work. He was determined not to become a discarded pawn, and under the weight of such pressure, he unleashed astonishing capabilities. On the first day, Fitz crafted the preliminary design of a battle suit. On the second day, he made structural adjustments to the newly conceived armor. By the third day, he selected materials and restructured them according to the symbiote's anatomy. That very night, Fitz presented the completed suit to Director Nick. Despite the deep circles under his eyes, he stood tall and proudly pointed to the armor, declaring, while it may not fully showcase the effects of my research in such a short time, this prototype is already remarkable. It not only enhances the user's combat power by more than double, but can significantly increase their speed, theoretically enabling an ordinary soldier to achieve a 100-meter dash in 8 seconds. What if Captain Steve were to don this battle suit? Director Nick inquired. Fitz pondered for a moment before responding. Then perhaps Captain Steve could single-handedly resolve a war. Agent Fitz, your performance has been truly remarkable, Nick exclaimed with evident excitement. Instructing his subordinates, summon Captain Steve to the training grounds. We shall test the suit's efficacy this evening. Throughout this entire exchange, Agent Fitz maintained a facade of calmness, yet his gaze betrayed a flicker of fervor. He was eager to witness how his scientific contributions would reshape public perception. He yearned to redeem himself. In the midst of his exhilaration, he caught a fleeting glimpse, as if a pair of gleaming dark eyes were watching him from within the ventilation ducts. In the blink of an eye, those eyes vanished. Am I hallucinating? Chapter 20. Defaming the Butcher? Captain Steve's face is swollen. 2-3. When Captain Steve arrived at the training ground to test the new equipment, he did not exhibit much excitement. He sighed, reminiscent of a pacifist, reflecting on the challenges of achieving world peace before following the agent's lead to the training arena. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Steve donned the black combat suit and commenced his ability assessment. Possessing peak human physicality, the enhancement from the counterfeit symbiotic suit significantly elevated his capabilities, reaching an astonishing 5 times the pinnacle of human potential. Particularly striking was the moment Captain Steve, gripping a force gauge, exerted an impressive 2 tons of force, causing Director Nick to flush with embarrassment. The effectiveness of this enhancement was undeniably profound, as Egghead envisioned the Avengers clad in this suit, transforming into mini-superheroes, disregarding the likes of butchers and mutants, engaging in chaotic carnage. As he reveled in these thoughts, Fitz succumbed to terror, pointing towards a nearby ventilation duct and exclaiming, "Monster. There's a monster hiding in there." The revelation momentarily stunned everyone. Director Nick furrowed his brow, signaling to a nearby agent to investigate. With a click, the duct was opened, yet nothing appeared amiss. Captain Steve, dismissing Fitz's claims, remarked, "Agent Fitz, even if you've developed this equipment, you cannot deceive us." Fitz, feeling the weight of the accusation, crouched down, cradling his head in despair, insisting, "No, I'm not lying. It's real." However, Captain Steve remained adamant, asserting that the absence of a monster indicated Fitz was simply fatigued and needed rest. Confronted with this, Fitz fell into self-doubt. Could it be that I am merely being paranoid? Supported by an agent, he rose and exited the training area. Director Nick observed Fitz's departure, pondering whether he had placed too much pressure on him, potentially leading to his mental distress. Given the apparent success of the research, he resolved to afford Fitz some leniency, acknowledging his value. Just as these thoughts occupied his mind, Captain Steve suddenly raised his shield in alarm, adopting an aggressive stance. What was happening? Was there an enemy attack? Taking a deep breath, Nick instinctively grasped his firearm at his waist. Yet before he could fire, suddenly, 2 viscous black tendrils ensnared his waist. A sensation of weightlessness overwhelmed him, and as he regained his bearings, he found himself suspended in midair. A foul, slithering tongue wrapped around his head, while the venomous creature opened its cavernous maw, declaring, "This will certainly make for a delightful feast. We are doomed." Director Nick was taken aback by the sight before him, but alas, his arms were bound, rendering him unable to retaliate with his firearm. He could only watch helplessly as the gaping maw loomed ever closer. A thunderous explosion erupted at that critical moment. Through gritted teeth, Nick seethed, "You bastard. You forced my hand. I will ensure you pay dearly for this." Without hesitation, he detonated the bomb concealed in his pocket. Following the explosion, he and Venom were violently separated. The fiery blast and deafening noise left Venom clutching his head in agony. Meanwhile, Nick grimaced in pain, gazing at his mangled thigh with a mix of sorrow and rage. In that minor explosion, his lower body was left in ruins, and even his second-in-command sustained grave injuries. Though this appendage had ceased to serve him well since he turned 80, it did not mean that Nick could tolerate such a fate. Were it not for his restraints, limiting his movement to mere finger twitches, he would not have found himself in such dire straits. "Captain Steve, I implore you to teach this scoundrel a lesson," he bellowed. "I certainly will," Steve responded with determination. In an instant, the shield emblazoned with the 5-pointed star soared forth, and Steve lunged, striking Venom before he could react, sending him staggering backward. During their last encounter with the spider demon, Steve had been unable to exhibit such formidable prowess, but with his newfound enhancements, he felt rejuvenated, confident he could easily dispatch the foe. However, the next moment, Venom's claws came crashing down upon the sound-absorbing shield, only to be repelled with force. "Well done," Nick shouted from the ground, raising his fist in triumph, utterly oblivious to the impending danger approaching from behind. Indeed, with Venom present, how could Spider-Man, Peter, not also make an appearance? With a resounding crash, a figure darted by, followed by a powerful kick that sent 2 of Nick's teeth flying. A subsequent punch left him dazed, plunging him into unconsciousness. "You, Peter Parker," Captain Steve exclaimed in shock, quickly adding, "You dare to wreak havoc at S.H.I.E.L.D? I will not allow you to escape so easily. Is that so?" Peter replied, a manic grin spreading across his face. "Perfect, as I had no intention of letting you off the hook." In unison, the Venom symbiote and Peter launched their assault. Under the relentless barrage, Captain Steve found himself on the receiving end of punches and kicks, being driven back repeatedly. The battle did not unfold as he had anticipated. Instead of triumph, he faced a harsh reality. He was merely a human, albeit a super soldier, but he was utterly outmatched by these mutant superheroes. Captain Steve, in an exceptionally rare moment of exasperation, uttered a curse, reflecting on the profound significance of his comrades. If only the Butcher were still by his side. With his unparalleled mastery of the blade, even against the combined forces of the Spider Demon and Venom, none would escape the grim fate that awaited them under such bloodthirsty and brutal techniques. Regardless of who you might be, there was but one inevitable conclusion: death. Furthermore, the act of killing, drenched in blood, was something only the Butcher would engage in, bearing no relation whatsoever to his comrade Steve A.I. Min. Even if faced with public condemnation, that would solely be his burden to bear. Alas, he lamented the absence of such a formidable ally. With a heavy sigh, Steve's gaze darkened. At that very moment, the Spider-Man seized upon his vulnerability, delivering a powerful punch that sent him crashing to the ground. The training arena, originally constructed from high-strength reinforced concrete, now bore a deep crater, created by Steve's face. His cheek had swollen, blood oozed from the corner of his mouth, and 2 shattered teeth had fallen from his lips. "You truly are a formidable superhero," the Spider Demon, Peter, remarked, though his words dripped with mockery. Chapter 21. The Captain struck down electric therapy. 3-3. "I could spar with you all day," Captain Steve mumbled, attempting to prop himself up from the ground. Yet, alas, Peter pressed down harder, forcing fragments of concrete into Steve's mouth. At that moment, an amusing idea crossed Peter's mind. He commanded Venom to retrieve his camera, typically used for photography, and instructed it to capture the humiliating scene of Captain America being battered. In the hearts of the citizens, Steve's reputation was irreplaceable. He had stood on a pedestal for decades, revered as a saint in the tales passed down through generations. Should this image of him being assaulted be made public, it would undoubtedly stir a tempest. Perhaps, through this opportunity, Spider-Man could rise again. Peter laughed maniacally, playfully patting Steve's cheek as he declared, "Captain, I truly thank you." Steve, enraged by the words, recognized the villain's actions and understood the immense power of such a photograph. The mere thought of tarnishing the symbol of his spirit of freedom was a profound blow. After all, he had perished decades ago, only to be resurrected as a figurehead by politicians and the media. Now he had become an idol for the masses. To bring him down would be a grave affront to the morale of the nation. "I can fight you all day," Steve shouted, pounding the ground in fury, managing to lift his head halfway to lock eyes with Peter, filled with rage. Smack! Peter, still laughing, pinned him back to the ground, rendering him helpless, like a fish on a chopping block. Despair seeped into Steve's being. "I do not wish to lose either." His face flushed with anger. Steve coughed up blood as he felt his consciousness wavering. In his dazed state, he heard that insufferable Spider-Man shout, "Hurry, Venom, press the shutter, or we might miss this spectacular moment." Steve's vision darkened. He could no longer hold on and succumb to unconsciousness. "Captain! Captain! Wake up!" Voices called from the darkness. Steve struggled to open his eyes, only to be met with Hawkeye's concerned gaze. A searing pain throbbed in his head. "I seem to have been knocked out. What about Director Nick? Is he all right?" As he expressed his concerns, Hawkeye wore a perplexed expression, pointing behind Steve. "In fact, you are currently tied to him." "What?" Steve's mind snapped back, and as he looked down, a scene that ignited his fury unfolded before him. His battle suit had been torn away. Nick's garments were also stripped away, leaving 2 burly men ensnared by silken threads. What a morally reprehensible act this is. Captain Steve felt his face flush crimson, blood nearly spilling forth as he gazed upon his companion, a torrent of invectives on the tip of his tongue. What did it mean for him to be replaced in this manner? Did they find him too humiliating? Agent Hawkeye, pierced by that resentful gaze, felt a pang of guilt and hastily offered an explanation. "I was merely concerned about your injuries. Have you now received the satisfactory answer you sought?" Captain Steve replied through gritted teeth. Hawkeye nodded, stating, "I have already summoned S.H.I.E.L.D medical personnel. They will arrive within 2 minutes at most." "What?" Upon hearing this, Captain Steve felt darkness descend before his eyes. If they were to witness him in such a state, it would be catastrophic. He struggled fiercely, attempting to break free from the silken restraints, but to no avail. The sound of footsteps echoed from outside. Captain Steve looked at Hawkeye, his expression one of despair, exclaiming, "Knock me unconscious. I cannot bear their scrutinizing gazes. Just strike me." Hawkeye shook his head resolutely, saying, "You are gravely injured. I will not harm a comrade. If you will not do it, then I shall." With a face contorted in anguish, Captain Steve arched his back and began to bash his head against the ground. Once, twice, blood streamed down from his forehead. Yet, at this critical juncture, he did not achieve his objective. Rather, the pain only heightened his awareness. Captain Steve's expression was one of bitterness. Hawkeye averted his gaze in pity. With a creak, the door swung open, and a cadre of medical personnel rushed in, only to be greeted by the sight of Captain America and the director of S.H.I.E.L.D.
bound together.
Despite being highly trained agents, they could not suppress their laughter at the absurdity of the scene. Hawkeye clenched his teeth, striving to maintain a facade of stoicism, while the still-conscious Steve feigned sleep, though his heart was anything but at ease, as tears welled in the corners of his eyes. This was utterly humiliating. He felt the sting of social death. The subsequent series of events became an inescapable nightmare for Steve, as he sensed the unusual and heated gazes of those around him. He could hear their hushed, excited whispers, and felt hands brushing against his body. As the former leader of the Howling Commandos and the current spiritual beacon, Captain Steve had never endured a more profound blow. Wait. It seemed the captain was awakening, just as he felt the unbearable weight of his predicament. The hushed whispers of the surrounding medical personnel startled him, prompting him to close his eyes and feign sleep. "Quick. Activate the defibrillator," urged another attending physician, signaling for several agents to wheel over a formidable machine. They were, astonishingly, preparing to administer electric shock therapy to Captain Steve. Upon witnessing this scene, Hawkeye's lips twitched, and he interjected, "Perhaps we could consider a more gentle approach. After all, the captain is a super soldier, possessing physical abilities far beyond that of an ordinary human. This seems unnecessary. You are merely a combat agent. You lack understanding of the intricacies of treatment," retorted the lead physician, silencing Hawkeye with his words. Left with no option but to retreat into the background, Hawkeye silently prayed, "Captain, may fortune favor you. ZZZZZT." The defibrillator's current was set to its maximum, and at that moment, the attending physician issued the command, "Commence treatment." Chapter 22. The captain is shocked into submission. A eunuch. 1-3. The crackling sounds resonated through the air as Captain Steve felt the overwhelming current penetrate his body, piercing through his innards. The sensation was akin to having his abdomen torn open, flesh being hooked out. Yet, he dared not open his eyes or awaken, calculating how to endure until Director Nick succumbed first. Otherwise, he felt his dignity would be utterly obliterated. Gritting his teeth, he resolved to resist this infernal machine to the bitter end. Why was there still no response? The attending physician furrowed his brow, displaying a deep sense of perplexity. This was clearly the utmost limit of what an ordinary person could endure. Yet, Captain Steve remained utterly unresponsive. Could it be that the current was insufficiently potent? He tapped his head and realized that this individual was indeed a superhero. With his formidable physique and remarkable endurance, he remained unresponsive. If that is the case, then let us increase the current. The attending physician conveyed his thoughts to the agent beside him. Shortly thereafter, the apparatus was connected to electrical wires and began operating at an overwhelming capacity. ZZZZT. Sparks of electricity visibly erupted from the machine. With exhilaration evident on his face, the doctor exclaimed, "We shall rescue Captain Steve." ZZZZT. ZZZZT. The intense current surged through his body, charring even Captain Steve's chest hair black. The agony was beyond verbal description, so excruciating that even a super soldier of his elite training and fortitude nearly succumbed to the torment. In his heart, he fervently repeated the name Hawkeye, wondering how it was possible for his companion to allow this group of doctors to torment him without offering any semblance of cover. If this continues, I shall surely be driven to my demise by them. The attending physician issued yet another command, and this time the defibrillator operated at an astonishing overload of 200. The intense current surged through Captain Steve, rendering him momentarily powerless over his own limbs. At that precise moment, he could no longer endure the strain and opened his eyes, gazing intently at his surroundings. My goodness! Captain Steve has been revived. This modified defibrillator truly works. Our method of treatment is indeed effective. But what is that foul odor? Steve Rogers, Captain America, found himself in a most distressing predicament, having lost control in his bed. The cacophony of voices surrounding him pierced his heart like a sharpened blade. Even a superhero could scarcely withstand such a dual assault on both body and mind. As darkness encroached upon his vision, a faint groan emanated from a nearby makeshift hospital bed. Turning his head, Steve beheld Director Nick Fury, who had also regained consciousness, albeit in a more grievous state. The attending physician offered a somber counsel. Director Fury, your lower body has sustained severe injuries. Although your regenerative abilities are remarkable, the damage to your urinary organs is extensive and requires surgical intervention to facilitate effective healing. A sharp intake of breath escaped Steve as he absorbed the gravity of the situation, fully aware that Nick's injuries were indeed severe. However, the doctor's diagnosis and treatment came as a surprise to him. He cast a sympathetic glance towards Director Nick, and a sense of shared hardship and mutual understanding gently arose. Upon hearing this, Director Nick took a deep breath, refraining from making any comments, and instead, he pinched his chin, stating, "It's nothing. After all, I no longer need it." This time it was the two female nurses who gasped in shock. Was this information something they could hear without spending a dime? Captain Steve was also taken aback by this revelation. Although he had reached the venerable age of 90, he remained youthful at heart, and he had not anticipated that the esteemed director was in such a pitiful state. Poor Director Nick. It seemed his joy had long since vanished, Steve mused. Yet, Director Nick felt somewhat uncomfortable under the curious gazes of those around him, closing his eyes to seek solace. Squeak. The iron door swung open, and a self-satisfied Tony Stark strode in. Upon seeing the dismal condition of Captain Steve and Director Nick, he clapped his shoulder and remarked, "Another defeat. Huh? You two are quite pathetic. Perhaps it's time to rename yourselves the Punching Bag League." At this declaration, not only the individuals directly involved, but also the agents were filled with indignation, their eyes widening in anger as they contemplated taking action. Captain Steve slammed his hand against the bed's edge, nearly ready to rise in protest. To him, Tony was a comrade, yet now he was merely delivering cold jests and kicking them while they were down. It was utterly excessive. Director Nick, however, remained far more composed. He looked at the man before him and said, "So, we called upon you, the illustrious Iron Man. Surely you will assist us in resolving this predicament?" This rhetorical question carried an implication of putting him on the spot. It was unexpected that the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. would acknowledge this defeat. "But Tony, don't you claim to be able to solve any trouble? I am eager to see your response." Naturally, Tony was momentarily taken aback, but then his smile grew even brighter as he replied, "I even gave up a pool party to come here and mitigate the impact. If we can't subdue Spider-Man, how can we speak of saving the world?" With Tony's explanation, he revealed that he had laid out an intricate web of surveillance throughout New York City, activating specialized satellite monitoring in conjunction with JARVI's comprehensive search capabilities. As long as Peter had not managed to escape the city, he would undoubtedly be discovered. "Tony, how long do you anticipate it will take to catch this little mouse?" Director Nick inquired. "We will certainly have results within 24 hours, Tony confidently asserted, believing that Spider-Man was merely a supervillain reliant on his abilities. He had no chance of evading such a thorough net of pursuit. Even if he had once bested Captain Steve and Director Nick, what did it matter? Was he truly formidable? After all, he was a genius scientist capable of resolving any dilemma. Steve, who was observing him, furrowed his brow, fully aware that the spider demon was no ordinary adversary. After all, the ability to remain undetected within the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, a bastion of espionage, demonstrated considerable prowess. Not to mention, his strikes were ruthless and decisive, clearly the result of meticulous planning. Tony, your scheme may not necessarily succeed, Captain Steve Rogers stated. After being encased in ice for over 70 years, what confidence do you possess to refute my assertions? Tony replied, surveying the scene from a position of superiority. Time will reveal whether my claims hold any truth, Steve said, choosing not to engage further in debate, instead turning his gaze towards the window. The night was profound. Within Hell's Kitchen, the tide of slaughter was progressively engulfing the entire underworld. Some onlookers proclaimed, "Behold, the Red Devil from the depths of hell." Chapter 23, The Massacre of Venom, The Reclusive Peter. 2-3, The Blood-Red Apostle from Hell, a relentless harbinger of death, leaves no trace of vitality in his wake. What? You inquire why there is no blood. Naturally, it has been devoured by that demon. A corpulent Caucasian man knelt within the confines of the room, trembling uncontrollably, his words faltering, while the remnants of his sanity rapidly diminished. Before him stood a more robust bald man who, raising his gaze, remarked, "The tale is captivating. But as far as I am aware, the night demon is not a demon. He is merely blind. Can he truly consume flesh? Blind? No!" The Caucasian man sprang to his feet, pointing at Wilson, Kingpin, and exclaimed, "That cannot possibly be human. He is a demon clad in human skin." The memories of the massacre's frenzied slaughter plunged him into a chilling abyss. Reflecting on this, the Caucasian man frantically described, the demon wielded dual blades, like mowing grass, with a monstrous tongue. This madman was rambling. Did he truly believe he could deceive me into thinking I've never encountered the night demon? Upon hearing this, Wilson found the man increasingly unreliable. He waved his hand, instructing his underlings to drag him away for resolution. In the absence of any onlookers, Wilson could not help but wear a bitter expression. A few days prior, with the disappearance of his targets and their entourage, Wilson's subordinates had become unreliable. Although he still wielded immense wealth and influence, finding competent henchmen in a short span proved to be quite challenging. Regardless of who it may be, whether it is Bullseye or the Night Demon, you had best hope to avoid crossing paths with me. Otherwise, I shall ensure you learn the fate of traitors. Wilson slammed his fist onto the table. Crack! A deep imprint marred the heavy alloy surface. As the sovereign of the underground realm, Wilson was not only cunning by nature but also possessed a physique that transcended human limitations. His frame, akin to a small mountain, was sculpted from vast muscles rather than mere obesity. In the animated realm, he was a man capable of arm wrestling with Spider-Man. Furthermore, due to his exceptional prowess, he often toyed with the night demon, Matt, leaving him in a state of disarray. Top. The man, leaning on a cane, traversed the street. Just days prior, lawyer Matt, alongside his friend, had established a law firm, and now he was diligently working on a new case involving a corporate lawsuit against an employee accused of embezzlement. Based on the information currently at hand, the likelihood of turning the case around appeared slim, yet he persevered. Have you heard about the strange blood-red predator that has recently emerged? His partner, Foggy, interjected. Clearly, as whispers from Hell's Kitchen proliferated, they gradually seeped into the fabric of everyday life. Upon hearing this, Matt furrowed his brow and replied dismissively, "Yes, in the legends, he is said to possess hands like scythes, particularly that enormous mouth capable of swallowing a person whole." Frank continued to ramble on. However, Matt's expression darkened. After all, he had no desire for the carefully cultivated image of a righteous vigilante to be shattered. In recent days, due to his efforts in combating crime in several neighborhoods, Matt had not encountered any massacres. Thus, he inevitably began to associate these rumors with himself. It is understandable, considering the moniker of the Blood Demon. Prowling the night, fighting against evil. Does this not align perfectly with his own actions? As attorney Matt pondered the impending debate with his friend regarding the moral alignment of Daredevil, whether he was a harbinger of evil or a beacon of goodness, the New York City Police Department arrived nearby. Let us attend to the matter at hand first, he contemplated. Meanwhile, in a shadowy corner unnoticed by ordinary eyes, within a dwelling ensnared by crimson spider silk, Colossal cocoon lay at its center. With a crackling sound, the cocoon began to fracture. Subsequently, a blood-red symbiote emerged, its limbs writhing as they coalesced into the form of the dark assassin. With a flourish of its hands, 2 deadly blades materialized, becoming increasingly menacing, while diaphanous wings sprouted from its back, rendering it an apparition that seemed to have crawled forth from the depths of hell. Between these wings, countless minuscule apertures appeared, from which delicate threads surged forth. Even the sturdy security door succumbed to the piercing of those ethereal strands, not to mention the concrete walls within the abode, which were left battered and bruised. "I have grown stronger," the symbiote declared in a soft, melodic tone. Previously reliant on attaching to others to unleash its formidable power, it had undergone a profound transformation, nourished by Li Xu's chakra energy. Coupled with several days of exacting retribution upon wrongdoers, it had accumulated sufficient energy to evolve. Just as it brimmed with confidence, ready to relay this promising news to Li Xuan, a sudden crash echoed. Glass shattered as a figure cloaked in darkness infiltrated from the wall. Spider-Man. As Peter's mask withdrew, revealing his face, he beheld the symbiote with palpable excitement, exclaiming, "At last, I have found you." Meanwhile, on Peter's once inky suit, a grotesque visage began to twist and emerge from his shoulder, and Venom spoke, "My son." Upon witnessing the peculiar figures before him, the slaughterer found himself momentarily taken aback. Yet, swiftly, the memories concealed within his mind began to resurface. It was this dark symbiote that had brought him into existence, only to abandon him, nearly allowing him to perish from starvation, until it finally sought him out today. Venom is already formidable enough. And with the addition of the symbiotic offspring, I am eager to see who dares to stand in my way. Not S.H.I.E.L.D. Not the butcher. Everything that was lost, I shall reclaim. Peter clenched his fists, venting his emotions as if oblivious to the world around him. Indeed, as he wreaked havoc within S.H.I.E.L.D., no one could deter him. The spider demon grew increasingly disdainful of everything around him. He contemplated that if he could locate the butcher, he would undoubtedly avenge past grievances. This offspring of the symbiote appeared to possess even greater power than Venom. "Oh, let me embrace him." Peter greedily scanned his surroundings, eager to get closer at any moment. The previously calm atmosphere of slaughter now bore a chilling demeanor, as the butcher brandished his razor-sharp hand blades with dexterity, stirring up a fierce energy. In the end, he gestured menacingly at the Spider-Man before him. "Abandoning me is one matter, but to show disrespect to Lord Butcher, then do not expect to leave unscathed." Chapter 24. While spirits and mortals flaunt their prowess, Peter alone endures the blows. Peter was utterly dumbfounded. Never had he imagined that the son he and Venom had painstakingly retrieved had long since defected to the enemy. This infuriated him beyond measure. After all, even when facing Captain America and the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., he had always managed to gain the upper hand. Yet now, he found himself outmaneuvered by this mere symbiote offspring. A nameless fury welled up within him. "Let's teach this arrogant little brat a lesson," Peter called out to Venom. "Agreed," Venom responded. The time he had spent bonded with Peter was long enough for deep, unshakable camaraderie to form between host and symbiote. So what if Carnage was his son? The symbiotic family harbors no concept of familial affection. There exists only the savage law of the jungle where survival thrives. Disobedience warrants annihilation. Perhaps this world would be better with him as the sole remaining symbiont. Roar! Venom merged with Peter once more, transforming into the sinister dark Spider-Man. Without hesitation, they lunged toward the crimson-hued carnage looming before them. The distance closed rapidly, as those razor-sharp claws were mere inches from tearing into Carnage's flesh. Peter let out a maniacal laugh. "Perish," he snarled. "Dare to refuse my invitation?" D. Crack. Yet the anticipated scene of evisceration never materialized. Instead, as Peter and Venom closed in, Carnage swung the broad flat of his blade directly into Spider-Man's face with devastating force. The strike came with such ferocity that even Peter's spider sense barely registered it before impact. The crushing blow sent him hurtling skyward before slamming him back into the earth. Thud. Peter braced himself against the ground with one hand, steadying his stance, only to spit out 2 bloodied teeth. Carnage had shown no mercy. This brutal humiliation had struck both literally and figuratively. Still unsatisfied, the Crimson Symbiote sneered, "Trash. Nothing but a worthless garbage talker." The insult ignited white-hot fury in both Peter and Venom. When united, they had overwhelmed even paragons like Captain America, yet here they lay humbled by this upstart. The staggering disparity crushed Peter's pride. For Venom, the humiliation cut deeper still. To be bested by their own offspring was an indignity beyond bearing. Rage, resentment, every fiber of their being coiled into explosive retaliation as the black-suited duo launched themselves at their adversary once more. Boom! 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 Their clashes erupted with earth-shaking force, each collision further destabilizing the already battered structure around them. But unlike Spider-Man's past dominance over foes like Sandman, this was a transformed Carnage, reborn, relentless. What did bloodline matter when supremacy was at stake? In his heart, there resided but a single thought: to make the enemies who disdain Lord Li Xuan suffer greatly. Fueled by this resolve, the killer unfurled the wings that had been folded upon his back, the sharp, blood-red bone spurs slicing through the air like daggers, further constricting the movement of the spider demon. Although the spider demon possessed remarkable speed, even the most skilled craftsman cannot create miracles without materials. The immense wings now occupied half the room, not to mention their remarkable agility, capable of striking with precision. Fortunately, Peter had the assistance of Venom. Otherwise, he would have been slashed by those sharp bone spurs long ago. It was indeed frustrating. Peter felt as if he were shackled in every aspect of this battle. If he were someone else in a different place, he could guarantee that his opponent would be left searching for their teeth. However, this killer was a madman, attacking relentlessly at his most vulnerable points, continuously restraining his every action. Given the circumstances, perhaps it was time to abandon the pretense of play. Peter shot out silk from his wrist, adopting an aggressive stance to break the stalemate. As the silk formed a web throughout the room, even the killer's razor-sharp wings could not sever it all at once. Upon witnessing this, Peter's heart swelled with joy. After all, once he confined those wings, dealing with the killer would become significantly simpler. He toiled relentlessly, transforming the room into a den of webs. Peter weaved through the strands, observing the killer, who was now frantically attempting to sever the silk, yet could not free himself, becoming increasingly ensnared. After all, the invincible spider demon could not be vanquished by a mere symbiotic offspring. Even in defeat, Peter would meticulously plot his comeback. "I am Spider-Man," he shouted, his hands, now shrouded in venom, morphing into claws. The razor-sharp talons pierced the air, poised to strike the killer. It seemed as if he could eviscerate the symbiote in the next heartbeat. Yet, abruptly, Peter's hands halted before the killer's face. The spider demon displayed a look of terror, sensing an invisible force constraining his movements. "What is happening?" Just as disbelief washed over him, the venom writhed, splitting into half a face that proclaimed, "It is the threads. These minuscule strands are restricting your actions." Upon hearing this, Peter steadied himself and indeed noticed that countless tiny threads were ensnared within the silk, binding him mid-air like a marionette. "Venom, help me," Peter cried out. But in the next instant, the killer's mouth split to the roots of his ears, an astonishing sound wave emanating from his throat. Roar! Just a single utterance sent the venom spiraling into madness, for his weakness lay in the fear of high-pitched sounds. Upon witnessing this scene, Peter felt utterly defeated, reduced to a pitiful state, akin to a lamb awaiting slaughter. The sound of the blade being drawn echoed ominously, its sharp edge glimmering as if it were the final blow against the Spider-Man. This sight only drove Peter further into madness. He could not accept the notion of his imminent demise. There remained numerous missions he had yet to fulfill. How could he resign himself to such an end? Peter writhed in desperation, his demeanor frantic, resembling a hapless clown. Suddenly, a thunderous crash reverberated as the wall fragmented, countless shards of concrete scattering in all directions. From the chaos, a familiar battle suit descended from above, and as the steel mask was lifted, the visage of Tony Stark emerged. Upon witnessing the subdued form of Peter, the Spider-Man, he could not help but express his astonishment. A buy one, get one free deal. There's no more advantageous bargain than this. Chapter 25. The rift between Iron Man and Captain America triggers a mission once more. 1-3 Tony Stark, known as Iron Man, boasted before Captain Steve Rogers and director Nick Fury that he would capture the Spider-Man. However, over the past 2 days, satellite surveillance yielded no results. The elusive Spider-Man was hiding exceptionally well. Had it not been for a slip-up just moments ago, Iron Man would not have ventured into Hell's Kitchen in search of him. Upon arriving in the area, he blasted open a building and unexpectedly discovered another symbiote. This was indeed a fortuitous turn of events. Tony was no mere S.H.I.E.L.D. agent. He recognized the vast potential of symbiote research, even if he hadn't devoted his full attention to it. Such entities capable of altering their form, hardness, and structure at will were exceedingly rare. Boom! Iron Man unleashed several small missiles once more. This was not his first encounter with symbiotes. He had learned from a previous battle that these creatures were vulnerable to sound and fire, prompting him to employ such ranged attacks. Yet, as he anticipated a bountiful harvest, he was taken aback when the smoke cleared, revealing only a black Spider-Man, while the red symbiote had vanished without a trace. What had happened? As Tony activated his scanning mode to search for clues, a clatter echoed from the sewer grate. The red figure slipped from his sight. Had it escaped him? Furious at the turn of events, Iron Man had considered both symbiotes to be in his grasp, only to have the proverbial cooked duck fly away. The Spider-Man must not be allowed to escape. Descending from the air, Iron Man fixed his gaze on Peter, who was still rolling on the ground, his expression one of disdain and contempt. Ultimately, he was just a lowly mutant. No matter how formidable his potential, once Tony, a genius, identified his weaknesses, targeted strikes could be executed. Amidst the swirling smoke and dust, another figure clad in a star-spangled uniform emerged. It was Captain America. He sprinted to Iron Man's side and, upon seeing his long-desired adversary, Spider-Man, subdued on the ground, felt a surge of joy. He had not forgotten the humiliation he suffered alongside Director Fury. With retribution on his mind, he delivered a powerful kick, forcefully landing on Peter's face. Truly, fortunes had turned. Peter, barely managing to open his eyes, beheld Captain America, who was grinning with delight, asking, "How does it feel?" "Quite comfortable, isn't it?" The expression on Peter's face morphed into one of pleasure, akin to that of someone under the influence of a stimulant. Steve Rogers revealed a rare glimpse of his darker side, leaving Iron Man astonished. Tony scrutinized the man before him, seemingly intent on redefining him once more. Peter struggled to utter a few words, only to find his mouth filled with dirt once more due to the captain's forceful grip. This was a profound humiliation. Just days prior, he had reveled in his triumph, boasting victoriously in front of S.H.I.E.L.D, and had repeatedly watched the photographs that depicted his scorn towards Captain Steve Rogers, relishing in the exhilarating sensation of dismantling justice. Yet today he found himself repeatedly thwarted. First, he was ruthlessly beaten by the Butcher, and now he faced oppression from Iron Man and Captain America. He felt suffocated, filled with resentment, and yet, utterly helpless. A profound despair emanated from within Peter, a feeling he had previously only experienced at the hands of the Butcher. Little did he expect that this series of misfortunes would plunge him into a state of confusion. He loathed his own helplessness, and his bitterness towards the world only deepened. Why must I endure this irretrievable anguish? Peter struggled feebly, the venom coursing through him seemingly attuned to his despair, gradually succumbing to its influence. "Tony, I am truly grateful that you apprehended this spider menace." After Captain Steve Rogers removed his foot from Peter's face, he greeted Iron Man with a smile. "You may harbor doubts about S.H.I.E.L.D, but you must place your trust in Iron Man," Tony proclaimed, his expression more exuberant. "Then I shall take custody of this criminal," Captain Rogers continued. "Why should you be the one to take him away?" "I was the one who captured him," Tony retorted. "According to the law, you lack the authority to detain supervillains, but I possess that power." Captain Steve spoke with unwavering conviction, his face radiating righteousness as if he were announcing a matter of great honor. The hollow slogans of a hypocritical politician echoed in the air. Tony scoffed. He had little faith that the man before him was genuinely committed to upholding the law. In their recent encounter, Tony had already glimpsed the darker facets of Captain Steve's character. Should he relinquish the Spider-Man to him, it would surely serve to satisfy his own selfish desires. This was nowhere near as reliable as pursuing his own research. After all, his innovations and discoveries were poised to transform the world. Captain Steve's actions undoubtedly bear the banner of righteousness while engaging in despicable deeds. I refuse to release him. Tony proclaimed that as a billionaire and the most brilliant genius, he possessed an unparalleled arrogance. Captain Steve was taken aback by this audacious retort. In the past, he had always triumphed through his charismatic persona and eloquence. Yet, this impetuous youth before him was a formidable challenge, impervious to both persuasion and intimidation. In this land, only the government had the authority to apprehend criminals. If everyone were allowed to act as he did, society would surely descend into chaos. Moreover, even criminals possess human rights. Only by enforcing order can we attain the utmost peace. The atmosphere between the two grew increasingly tense, the sense of impending conflict deepening. Suddenly, a ferocious roar reverberated through the air. On the ground, the dark venom proliferated rapidly, soon engulfing the entire room. At the center, Peter found himself enveloped by this toxic substance, which morphed into a colossal creature resembling a spider, encased in a skeletal form. "You arrogant fools! I am Spider-Man. No one shall trample upon the dignity that belongs to a superhero." Ding! A random mission has been detected nearby. Chapter 26. S.H.I.E.L.D. Settling old scores and new grudges. 2-3. It was a disaster. Captain Steve Rogers watched in horror as venom expanded before him, coalescing into a colossal monstrosity. This creature resembled a skeletal spider, its dark and twisted frame exuding an ominous presence. Its jagged mandibles sliced through the air, producing a sharp, resonant echo. At the creature's heart, a thick layer of bone membrane had formed, safeguarding the Peter hidden within. Compared to the previous mutation, this transformation was even more savage and ferocious. The grotesque distortion had begun to affect the host's sanity, plunging him into a state of madness. Kill. The only remnant of Peter's conviction was the urge to eliminate the two superheroes before him. However, just as tensions reached their peak, Iron Man, Tony Stark, began to applaud, scrutinizing the towering beast before him. He exclaimed, "I underestimated the potential of this extraterrestrial organism. It can induce such a beneficial mutation in a symbiotic state. I wish to dissect your body to examine its internal structure." Upon hearing this, not only Captain Rogers but also Hawkeye and Black Widow, who had just arrived at the battlefield, were taken aback. They gazed at the immense creature, acutely aware of their own insignificance. Yet, Iron Man spoke of defeating Peter and even conducting research on him. Was he out of his mind? Such words would be expected from a mad scientist. But this was a notorious playboy. Could it be that this alien entity was a treasure, inciting the exhilaration of this erudite inventor? So, it was imperative to inform director Nick Fury to bolster their ranks. After all, such a valuable asset should not fall into the hands of others. Hawkeye and Black Widow exchanged glances, comprehending each other's thoughts. At that moment, the enraged Spider-Woman above began to take action. To her, the group of perceived ants below was undoubtedly scheming something sinister. It was time to settle both old and new grievances. The massive spider leg descended, carrying an overwhelming force. Boom! It struck the ground, creating a 3-meter-wide crater. Should that blow land upon a person, it would surely reduce them to mere pulp. Captain Rogers' expression turned grave, and he found himself at a loss for how to break the impasse, lacking the confidence he had moments before. Tony Stark, witnessing this, displayed a look of astonishment, yet he quickly devised a plan. He instructed J.A.R.V.I.S. activate the Iron Legion, in anticipation of potential future crises. He had long designed various armors, which had previously only existed in the armory adjacent to the laboratory. But today, the Iron Legion would mobilize to subdue this great spider. As Tony gazed into the distance, fiery bursts erupted from the horizon, gradually growing more conspicuous. A warning blared. Warning! A colossal spider monster has been spotted in Hell's Kitchen. Citizens are advised to steer clear and take alternate routes. Following the transformation of Peter and Venom into giant monsters, news spread like wildfire across the internet. Meanwhile, within the confines of a secret base, Li Xuan stumbled upon this information. As he perused the webpage and watched a brief video, he discovered members of the Avengers engaged in battle with the spider demon. Pouring himself a glass of soda and snacking on treats, he found amusement in the spectacle, where Spider-Man was soundly thrashed. The Avengers, a motley crew, offered little anticipation in their brawl. Just then, the assassin stealthily crept through the doorway, cautiously making its way to the workbench to report to the man before it. It relayed the recent endeavors against the rogues of Hell's Kitchen, recounting its encounter with the spider demon Peter. When the assassin mentioned having knocked out 2 of Peter's teeth, a smile crept across Li Xuan's face. He reached out to stroke the adorable creature before him, marveling at this fatherly and filial display of camaraderie. Indeed, his pet had managed to take down the superhero Spider-Man and that cheap old man. Was this not more exhilarating than the tales from the new generation? What delighted him further was that the assassin had only undergone a single transformation yet exhibited such formidable power. It was unfathomable to consider the potential impact he would have once he obtained the bloodline of the divine tree. The comic book universe was undeniably a realm where extraordinary talents thrived, brimming with various energies. Li Xuan felt his body absorbing the surrounding energy like a black hole, striving to manifest a celestial physique in this world. This relentless, round-the-clock cultivation was utterly blissful. Unlike when he first acquired the divine tree's physique, he had already grown at least 5% stronger. He wished he could trigger another task. Ding! A random task has been detected nearby. The wrath of the spider demon. After enduring the humiliation of being struck by the assassin and subsequently trodden upon by Captain America, Peter now faces the risk of dissection amid discussions among the Avengers. Enraged, he seeks to make these dismissive superheroes pay dearly. Ding! Upon accepting this task, the host must assist Peter in retaliating, thereby humiliating the Avengers. The task reward will be doubled based on Peter's gratitude. Upon seeing this task, Li Xuan's eyes gleamed with excitement. His first mission had been to help Sandman retaliate against Spider-Man, having already reaped the benefits from him. Now, he had the opportunity to enact vengeance once more, this time against the Avengers. Was this not a double dose of delight? Could he not settle old scores while savoring newfound pleasures? Seeing others suffer while he thrived? Li Xuan reveled in his contentment, gently stroking the head of the beast he had slain, nourishing it with a second helping of the energy meal. Hurry and fill up. We have matters to attend to next. Meanwhile, as news of the colossal spider demon looming over Hell's Kitchen began to circulate, April received the information and urged her partner to steer their vehicle towards the destination. Along the journey, she occasionally spotted cars driving against the flow, as if fleeing from some dreadful calamity. April, are you certain we must venture to that cursed place to cover the news? Indeed. But look at all these people fleeing. Are we not casting ourselves into the net? Is it not somewhat foolhardy? Do you relish the praises of others? Do you yearn for substantial rewards? Do you aspire to fame? Then come with me, April exclaimed, her face alight with an astonishing fervor. Upon hearing this, her partner ceased to voice further objections, for no one could withstand the allure of fame and fortune. Chapter 27. The Captain's Humiliation. The satellite cannon begins its onslaught. With a cacophony of screeching brakes, what lay before them was a desolate expanse of scorched earth. It was hard to fathom that such a doomsday scene could manifest in this modern metropolis. As April disembarked from the vehicle, her legs trembled slightly beneath her. In her distant gaze, a colossal arachnid creature came into view, its mere presence instilling a profound dread. Faced with a giant spider towering 2 to 3 meters, one might still harbor a semblance of resistance, for the disparity in strength had yet to reach an insurmountable divide. However, this spider demon loomed 10 stories high, and with each thunderous step, buildings crumbled beneath its weight, the exposed rebar and shattered pavement narrating the tale of this devastation. April turned her gaze to the surroundings, catching sight of injured civilians fleeing, yet she discerned no signs of rescue. Where were the so-called superheroes, those who prided themselves on resolving every crisis? Were they not champions of justice? Why did they not rise to confront this evil? The female journalist beckoned her partner, intent on moving toward the epicenter of the chaos. "Are you out of your mind? We could perish," her partner exclaimed. "I am not insane. Look at the devastation around us. We are journalists, and we must document this. Trust me, this is not merely a significant news story, but also an opportunity to expose the hypocrisy of those so-called heroes," April passionately argued. After some persuasion, her partner reluctantly agreed, and they ventured toward the center. They found themselves at the periphery of the battlefield, still a kilometer from the heart of the conflict. After more than 10 minutes, as April and her partner navigated through a building reduced to half a wall, they finally stepped into the arena of the decisive battle. Instantly, they were once again taken aback by the sight before them. Advanced suits of armor soared through the air, unleashing a kaleidoscope of laser beams that seared the giant spider demon at the center of the fray. Surrounded by a dozen armored combatants, the creature appeared beleaguered. Had it not been for its tough exterior, this assault alone could have vanquished it. Sensing the impending peril, Peter, positioned at the creature's heart, exhibited remarkable combat prowess. Gifted with spider sense, he could foresee imminent threats. Although he faced considerable adversity from the onslaught of Iron Man's armored legion, this struggle allowed him to swiftly harness his formidable bulk. Despite his eyes glowing with a fierce intensity, betraying a loss of rationality, this did not signify weakness. On the contrary, liberated from the constraints of reason, he awakened the primal instincts of a hunter. Slaughter! 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 The enormous black spider extended its 8 pairs of long legs, resembling scythes, unleashing a relentless barrage of lethal strikes. In an astonishing display of resilience, they withstood the onslaught of the Steel Legion. Just as Iron Man found himself momentarily dazed, a thunderous crash resounded. Colossal limb, swift as lightning, obliterated 2 suits of armor. Debris, mingled with flames, cascaded from the sky, rattling the few individuals on the ground. How sharp! If that were to strike me, I would surely be reduced to pulp, Hawkeye murmured, a look of trepidation crossing his face. Captain Steve Rogers appeared equally exasperated. After all, he was merely a human and utterly incapable of contending with such a monstrous foe. Black Widow, meanwhile, was occupied relaying the situation to S.H.I.E.L.D. They were all taken aback by the formidable power unleashed by the fusion of Peter and Venom. Beyond seeking reinforcements, they had not envisioned any alternative solutions. Captain America, Hawkeye, Black Widow, although April had never encountered them in person, she was familiar with the Avengers assembled by S.H.I.E.L.D. Witnessing them in such a beleaguered state for the first time was quite the spectacle. Truly, they deserved it. April chuckled, her thoughts drifting back to her encounter with the Butcher. Though their interaction had been brief, she understood that he was resolutely opposed to evil and dealt decisively with criminals. After all, when it comes to supervillains, one ought to strike hard rather than feign mercy and leave them to face the law. Yet, how foolish it was for the Avengers to exclude him. Fuming, April turned her head and called to her partner, "Capture the superhero's humiliation. This is bound to be a major scoop." Her partner, having already pressed the shutter, immortalized this rare moment on film. The tide of battle began to shift. As Peter gradually mastered the immense form of the spider, it was his time to shine. His mandibles, akin to a harvester, could expel vast quantities of webbing, transforming the vicinity into a hunting ground. The resilience and strength of these webs were formidable. Once spread into a net, they could deliver area damage. Even though the iron armors were capable of emitting flames, any hesitation in their movements would result in being shredded by the spider demon's razor-sharp legs. 3 more suits of armor were annihilated, exploding in the sky like dazzling fireworks. Damn that spider demon! Thick-skinned, resilient, and capable of area damage? Tony Stark's expression darkened as he observed the unfavorable turn of events. After all, the Iron Legion he had created was no trivial matter. Each suit cost upwards of $10 million, a luxury only the extravagant Stark Industries could afford. Yet, with each assault from this spider demon, those costly armors were being destroyed, dampening Tony's spirits. However, the material loss was merely one facet of the problem. Yet this prolonged stalemate, is it not a slap in the face for him? After all, he is a brilliant scientist, is he not? How could he possibly fail to subdue even this brutal supervillain? Then let us initiate Level 1 combat readiness. Tony commanded Jarvis. Engage the satellite cannon and designate the target as Spider-Man, Peter Parker. Chapter 28. The satellite cannon annihilates Peter, revealing the captain's unsightly countenance. Observing the situation, Steve Rogers discerned that Tony could not endure much longer. Concealed in the shadows, he witnessed the relentless destruction of the iron armors, leaving him as the sole combatant. Although he contemplated intervening, the earlier display of overwhelming power had led his three companions to abandon that notion. They could manage against ordinary supervillains, but facing this colossal monstrosity was beyond their capabilities. Hawkeye held his bow tightly, yet hesitated to unleash an arrow upon the foe. Even Iron Man's lasers could not penetrate the spider's formidable exterior. His gadgets were utterly ineffective against it. Despite their dissatisfaction with Tony Stark's demeanor in calmer times, the gravity of the crisis left them with no alternative but to rely on his prowess against the criminals. Now, however, with Tony in peril, they were at a loss. Perhaps our new ally could assist. Steve turned his head, solemnly articulating his thoughts, a convincing expression gracing his features. Are you referring to the self-proclaimed operative Dr. Banner? Hawkeye queried. Indeed, Steve nodded affirmatively. But he appears so frail. How could he possibly contend with such a formidable adversary? Hawkeye countered. That is a valid point. Since Dr. Banner joined our ranks, he has yet to reveal his true capabilities, which certainly complicates matters of trust. Aside from Steve, the team's cornerstone, he spent the day following Dr. Banner's induction with Agent Hill, inquiring about his circumstances and abilities. They even reviewed footage of a battle where, upon Dr. Banner's fury, a green monster emerged from within him, obliterating a school in its wake. Such power can only be described as divine. If harnessed effectively, could profoundly impact the balance of world peace. After all, even weapons of mass destruction like atomic bombs are lifeless, whereas Dr. Banner is very much alive. Steve gazed meaningfully at his companions, asserting, what of Tony? He cannot rival the newly arrived Dr. Banner. As he spoke with unwavering conviction, a formidable cannon pierced the clouds above, descending with tremendous force upon the seemingly invincible Spider-Man, Peter. Boom! The violent shockwave radiated outward in an instant, stirring dust and debris, crashing down with renewed ferocity, transforming the desolate ruins into an expanse resembling a wasteland. Amidst this radiant beam, Peter writhed in agony. Despite the immense potential of the symbiote that fused with him, giving rise to the terrifying Spider-Man, it wreaked havoc upon the vicinity. Yet, light and heat remained his adversaries, albeit somewhat mitigated by his hardened exterior. At this moment, as the beam of light penetrated the outer shell, it directly inflicted damage upon Venom, causing excruciating pain that led the once swollen mass of Venom to begin retracting and dissolving. It was akin to an ice block gradually diminishing in size under the relentless glare of the sun. Within mere seconds, the colossal spider demon had shrunk by more than half, standing at only a few meters tall. This conspicuous transformation did not escape the notice of onlookers. Clang! Captain Steve Rogers' shield clattered to the ground. Just moments ago, he had confidently predicted Iron Man's imminent defeat, yet in the next instant, he found himself thoroughly refuted. Ha! It's merely reliant on advanced technology, he remarked, turning to his comrades to clarify. Dr. Banner is different. He relies solely on his formidable physique, obliterating everything in his vicinity with every punch and kick. His strength is genuine strength. A chorus of anguished cries erupted. The massive spider demon continued to disintegrate, having regressed to a mere 5 meters in height during this brief interval, while Peter, positioned at the heart of the creature, gradually revealed himself, writhing on the ground in agony, acutely aware of the satellite cannon's torment. The piercing pain threatened to tear him apart. Had it not been for Venom absorbing a significant portion of the damage, he would surely have been obliterated. Yet, even symbiotic entities possess their limits. As venom shrank to the size capable of enveloping him, the onslaught of the energy cannon was far from over, and Peter knew that, without a plan, he was facing certain doom. However, under the immense pressure of the energy assault, even as he frantically sought solutions, he found himself at a loss. The searing energy beam had already scorched his skin. "I'm going to die. I truly am going to die." The suffocating sensation of impending death enveloped him. As Peter widened his eyes, scanning his surroundings and taking in the coldly observing Captain Rogers and Black Widow, an overwhelming fury erupted from within him. How could he resign himself to such a fate? How could he allow himself to be defeated by this group? In the face of death, Peter briefly regained his composure, only to be confronted by the despair of losing everything. Boom! At that critical juncture, a sudden transformation occurred. Dark clouds began to coalesce, intermingled with crackling lightning, heralding an approaching tempest. Countless bolts of lightning descended from the sky towards Peter. If the satellite cannon was already sufficient to obliterate this little creature, the lightning was akin to adding fuel to the fire. Iron Man Tony Stark lifted his visor to reveal a triumphant expression, savoring the aftermath of the battle. Snap! His self-satisfied demeanor was captured by April, documenting the moment. It seemed that all was concluded. Captain Rogers shook his head. While he acknowledged the formidable prowess of this dark Spider-Man, he pondered how mere human strength could possibly contend with advanced technology. Under the destructive force of that immense energy cannon and amidst the intertwining lightning, the outcome appeared inevitable. Peter's fate appears to have been irrevocably sealed. One can only hope that when the S.H.I.E.L.D. reaps the fruits of research from this extraterrestrial entity, they might share a portion of the gains. Captain Steve Rogers is far from being pedantic. He has experienced the battle armor crafted by Fitz. This design was inspired by the symbiote known as Venom. It remains an incomplete creation. Were it whole, it would undoubtedly empower him to safeguard this nation even more effectively. Yet, unexpectedly, after enduring both a lightning strike and an assault from a satellite cannon, the Spider-Man Peter astonishingly survived. Chapter 29. The Division of Peter's Deal. A thunderous commotion. 2-3, cough, cough, cough. At the moment when the satellite cannon unleashed its assault, Peter believed his demise was imminent. However, to his astonishment, the lightning seemed to possess a sentient quality, shielding his body. Not only did it spare him from injury, but it also repelled the satellite's onslaught, granting Peter precious moments to cultivate his strength. Just when he thought he was on the brink of death, fate took a surprising turn. Filled with exhilaration, Peter gazed at the vibrant lightning, instinctively aware that an unseen ally was aiding him. Hadn't there been reports of formidable mutants arriving in New York City days prior? Who would have thought one would be so benevolent? Overwhelmed with gratitude, Peter reflected on the numerous adversities he had faced, having plummeted from paradise to despair on several occasions. Just when defeat seemed certain, someone had come to his rescue. Such acts of salvation in dire straits deepened Peter's appreciation for this unknown benefactor. As the energy beams of the satellite cannon gradually dissipated, Peter re-emerged before the throng, his body marred with wounds, yet his gaze unwavering as he surveyed the enemies surrounding him. Clang! Iron Man nearly stumbled to the ground, unsteady on his feet. As the creator of weapons, he understood the lethal potency of such armaments. Yet, this black spider had endured, seemingly with strength to spare. Could this extraterrestrial entity truly possess such immense potential? Tony's eyes glimmered with avarice. He yearned to penetrate the symbiote's skin and extract its scientific value. Captain Steve Rogers stepped forward, surveying the standoff between the two, silently positioning himself beside Tony. He pointed an accusatory finger at Peter and declared, "Look around you. Observe the devastation you have wrought. How many lives have been uprooted because of you? How many families have been shattered?" Peter merely responded with a cold smirk. Wasn't he at the machinations of S.H.I.E.L.D. that had led him to this juncture? Now they feigned righteousness, vehemently blaming him. Did they not bear any culpability? "Captain, have you forgotten when I had you beneath my heel? How dare you bark like a defeated cur?" Steve felt as if Peter had struck a nerve. This incident had become a blemish on his career, now laid bare before the public. He sensed the scrutinizing gazes of his comrades, kindling a deep-seated rage within him. This S.H.I.E.L.D. will deliver your reckoning. Justice shall be served, Steve proclaimed, his face etched with righteousness. Upon witnessing this, Tony instinctively frowned. He detested those who, having contributed little, sought to share in the spoils once the dust had settled. What was this? A mere act of picking the fruit? This black Spider-Man belongs to my suit. Seizing him from my grasp is impossible, Tony asserted, his tone resolute and unwavering. Upon hearing the words, Captain Steve Rogers, instead of arguing as one might expect, surprisingly gestured for Black Widow to speak. Natasha swiftly stepped forward, assuming the role of mediator. We are comrades. We cannot allow such trivial matters to disrupt our harmony. Captain Nick has a few words he wishes to convey to you. I am curious to see what intentions you harbor. Iron Man Tony Stark did not refuse. Rather, he allowed Jarvis to connect him with the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. After a brief conversation, Tony's demeanor softened, and he ceased to mention the spoils of their endeavors. All the disputes stemmed merely from an unequal division of interests. In such circumstances, as long as one party is willing to offer sufficient benefits, everything becomes negotiable. S.H.I.E.L.D., an organization established for 70 years, had amassed countless peculiar artifacts, including alien technology and relics of ancient civilizations. Yet, these treasures lay dormant, deprived of expert analysis. Director Nick Fury then presented a unique item, the Tesseract, in exchange for the research rights to Venom. Moreover, Tony would be allowed to participate throughout the research process. Was this not a clever means to reap benefits without losing anything, while also acquiring a valuable asset? Tony expressed his approval of this method of interest distribution. While they conversed, seemingly unperturbed, arguments erupted over the allegiance of Spider-Man, ultimately resolved with one side conceding benefits. Is this truly the embodiment of the superhero alliance representing light and justice? April observed the unfolding absurdity, feeling a profound sense of disillusionment. Yet, this is the reality where there is no idyllic harmony, and justice does not always prevail. This is the unvarnished truth of human nature. The Avengers mobilized. As the members restored a FA-Ade of peace, Captain Steve Rogers brandished his shield, leading his teammates in a counterattack against Spider-Man. They performed exceptionally, their coordination and synchronicity highlighting the strength of their teamwork. Peter found himself retreating, much like the defeated supervillains of yore, reduced to mere backdrop and context. As the light of justice once again illuminated the earth, Steve struck down with his shield, targeting Peter's head. Closer and closer it approached, with no means of defense. Clang! The shield ricocheted away, embedding itself deep into the wall. What was happening? Before Captain Steve could comprehend the situation, darkness enveloped him, and he felt a sudden loss of weight, as a tremendous force propelled him, causing him to spin twice in the air before landing face first. What had just transpired? Rubbing his aching cheek, Captain Steve rose, seeking answers from his surrounding allies. It seemed like a flash of lightning. Hawkeye murmured uncertainly, though his eyesight had reached the zenith of human capability, allowing him to aim at structures hundreds of meters away. The recent events unfolded without any forewarning. He merely caught a glimpse of a shadow. Could it be those accursed mutants again? Iron Man recalled the news from a couple of days prior, where yet another lightning-wielding superhuman had appeared in New York City. Superhumans wouldn't dare to provoke us, would they? Hawkeye furrowed his brow. Ultimately, in this world, it was still about background and influence. This S.H.I.E.L.D. was a prestigious name. Furthermore, after dismantling several hideouts and incarcerating a number of supervillains, no criminal dared to challenge them any longer. Yet, in the next moment, Hawkeye was sent flying. A sudden thunderclap erupted. The lightning intertwined and coalesced into a vividly animated Qi-Lan. But divine beasts could indeed. Chapter 30. Thunder roars, as if a deity has descended. 3-3. What on earth is this creature? Iron Man, through Jarvis's scanning, has discerned that the formidable beast before him is composed entirely of pure energy, devoid of any flesh or blood organs. It simply should not exist. It defies all reason. Regardless of its nature, we shall shatter it, Captain Steve encouraged. The surrounding companions nodded in agreement. The most effective way to dispel fear is to obliterate it. The Avengers sprang into action. Captain Steve removed his shield and, accompanied by his comrades, advanced towards the monstrous obstacle in their path. No matter the number of adversaries, the Avengers had always united in battle. What of martial ethics? This is about teamwork. Hawkeye's arrows and Stark's missiles struck their targets in rapid succession. Yet as the explosions subsided, the ground was left charred, while the thunderous creature seemed invigorated, releasing brilliant blue lightning beneath the ominous clouds. Soon, Captain Steve's shield arrived, crashing down upon the beast. However, it was akin to striking water. He was repelled several steps by the recoil. Conventional physical assaults proved utterly ineffective against it. Black Widow, wielding a dagger, retreated to the side, evidently not faring any better. Iron Man, Tony, hovered in midair, his brow furrowed. In their previous encounters, they had never faced such a foe. They found themselves in a predicament. Spider-Man, Peter, was left dumbfounded as he watched the Avengers charge forth, only to be sent flying, their fierce advance scattering them in mere seconds. Rubbing his face, Peter sought to analyze the battle more closely. Then, he witnessed an even more astonishing spectacle. The lightning beast radiated an overwhelming brilliance, enveloped by a tempest of thunder. Countless bolts of lightning surged from the clouds, converging around the creature, accentuating its already vivid form, even causing its fur to sway in the wind. With a mighty roar, the lightning beast charged at Captain Steve. Crack! Even as he curled against his sound-absorbing shield, his arms were charred black by the tempest, and his vision blurred into unconsciousness. "Captain!" Hawkeye exclaimed, intending to rush to his aid, but was pulled back by the more rational Black Widow. A mere mortal cannot withstand lightning. Poor Captain Steve. Due to his extraordinary physique, even in unconsciousness, he continued to convulse, his limbs flailing in a grotesque manner. Iron Man, suspended in midair, should have possessed the greatest maneuverability. Yet, by unfortunate coincidence, a bolt of lightning descended from the clouds, striking his armor directly. Beep, beep, beep. News of energy overload echoed incessantly. Tony hastily raised his hand, launching an assault against a nearby building. Boom! Half of the structure disintegrated under the force of his palm energy cannon. This terrifying display of destruction rivaled that of the recently encountered spider demon, Peter. Yet, when executed by this superhero, it bore an additional touch of theatricality. Did you capture that? A superhero rampaging through civilian buildings? April inquired of her companion beside her. I even have photos of Captain Steve writhing on the ground. Her partner Vern exclaimed with excitement. The photographer was now thoroughly captivated by April's enthusiasm. Reflecting on his earlier reluctance to venture into this battlefield, he felt a strong desire to slap himself. As the saying goes, fortune favors the bold. Without taking risks, how could one reap rewards? Should this scandalous footage of superheroes be released, it would undoubtedly create a sensational uproar. At that moment, not only would April, the host, benefit, but Vern, as the photographer, would also share in the spoils. Promotions, raises, a bright future beckoning him. Vern beamed at the sight of the defeated superheroes, eager to capture even more moments of their failures, believing that such images would render the news all the more compelling. Thunder roared as if divine beings had descended. Under the terrifying storm, even beyond Hell's Kitchen, the spectacle was visible across the waters of Manhattan. Naturally, this drew the attention of the Ninja Turtles, who were inclined to follow Li Xuan. Master Splinter was the first to emerge from the sewer, cloaked in black, concealing his rodent head, leaving only his deep-set eyes visible, filled with fervor as he gazed toward the heart of the tempest. Following closely was Leonardo, the leader of the Ninja Turtles, followed by the other brothers, all donning masks and armed, ready for action. Onward, for the legendary way of the ninja, Master Splinter declared, brandishing his staff toward the clouds, then striking down fiercely. Whoosh! The brothers surged through the city with remarkable speed, leaving only fleeting shadows in their wake. Yet, upon closer inspection, they vanished without a trace. Wow! New York is so cool, exclaimed Waver, barely containing his excitement, resembling a wild stallion. Even after receiving a blow from Master Splinter, he remained undeterred. Donnie was invigorated, his curiosity piqued by such extraordinary phenomena. The legendary way of the ninja resonated deeply with him. According to this instrument, we will soon locate our target. Yet, only Mikey harbored reservations. His desire for the ninja way not as fervent, instead filled with dread at the prospect of slaughter, praying fervently that they would not encounter it here. Amidst the towering edifices of the city, two figures quietly emerged, casting their gaze over the entirety of New York City from the heights. These individuals were none other than Li Xuan and Massacre. At this moment, Massacre had undergone a significant transformation. Whereas he once bore a resemblance to a shadowy assassin, he had now bulked up considerably, evolving into a bloodthirsty berserker. His twin blades had also morphed from slender shapes into hefty, broad cleavers. As this little fellow spoke in a childlike tone, inquiring, "Master, what task do you require of me?" Li Xuan pointed towards the shopping mall and nonchalantly replied, "Bring me a cup of milk tea and a serving of fries as well. I wish to enjoy the show." Massacre, upon hearing these words, appeared somewhat bewildered, clearly unprepared for such a request. Indeed, the Master's demands were nothing short of remarkable. Chapter 31. The astonished Jessica Jones and the continuously defeated Avengers. 1-3. The Slaughterer diligently executed the tasks assigned by Li Xuan. Despite his monstrous physique capable of silencing the cries of children, he boldly charged into the bustling marketplace. Around him erupted screams and a wave of panic, particularly from the young and beautiful white women who pressed themselves against the walls, trembling in fear, their former radiance completely extinguished. Would this monster truly kill me? Among the crowd, a girl with pale golden hair huddled in a corner, her heart racing as she caught sight of the slaughterer approaching ever closer. Jessica Jones felt a knot of dread tightening in her chest. Just as her face turned ashen with fear, the slaughterer bypassed her, his childlike voice calling out to the bubble tea shop, "I would like a cup of your best bubble tea, please." What? Jones was momentarily stunned. No matter how she pondered, she could not comprehend how such a gigantic creature could possess the voice of a child. In her astonishment, she witnessed the behemoth pat his massive head and mumble, "Could I also get an extra order of fries?" Madness. Pure madness. Jones was taken aback by his words. No matter how she imagined it, she could not fathom that this colossal humanoid was there to shop. It was akin to wielding a 98K rifle in one hand and a bottle of whiskey in the other on a battlefield. Unable to resist, Jones turned her head to steal a few more glances at the slaughterer, as if she wished to etch the scene into her memory. As she furtively observed, she overheard a surprising remark. "I wonder if adults will like this." The slaughterer carefully packed the bubble tea and fries, even receiving a small gift from the shop. Yet he did not display any joy. Instead, he felt a knot of anxiety tightening in his throat, fearing that Li Xuan would be displeased. After all, he was like a second parent to him. Crash! Just as the slaughterer pondered, the long knife in his hand gently grazed the ground. The once smooth and pristine tiles shattered under its touch. The blade did not stop there. It sank into the earth, leaving a deep gash. It was unimaginable that if such a weapon were to strike a person, it would surely result in a gruesome demise. Jones stood dumbfounded, her thoughts swirling. Such a powerful creature is merely a subordinate. I cannot fathom the extent of the abilities possessed by the adults he mentioned. At that moment, Jessica Jones had yet to acquire her superpowers and had not encountered any significant upheaval. She appeared as a youthful girl. It was precisely for this reason that her first involvement in a supernatural event would leave an indelible impression. Meanwhile, the Avengers were in dire straits. One must understand that the lightning in nature is extraordinarily violent. Otherwise, it would not be referred to as divine retribution, symbolizing punishment from the heavens. After the repeated assaults of the Thunder Kirin, Captain Steve had succumbed to unconsciousness, while Hawkeye was left severely affected by the electric onslaught, struggling to steady his bow. Particularly, Black Widow's short hair frizzed outwards, resembling a hedgehog. Natasha, exhaling a cloud of dark breath, despite being the most formidable female operative cultivated by the Red Room, could not withstand such a dimensional strike of lightning. To continuously evade and survive on the battlefield already signified exceptional prowess. Who could dare to wish for more? Amidst the chaos, the only one capable of resistance was Tony Stark, clad in his armor, adept at converting the electrical energy into power, thus allowing him to confront the Tempest. Yet, the repeated overloads had pushed the Iron Man suit to its limits, and should this continue, an overload explosion was highly probable. If only my Iron Legion had not been entirely obliterated. If only the satellite cannon required no recharging. Stark gazed at the Thunder Kirin, his face etched with reluctance, yet he could only sigh in resignation. He would not wish to find himself in such a precarious predicament. Upon witnessing this, the spider demon Peter's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had endured a thorough beating from the members of the Avengers, narrowly escaping death. Now was the perfect opportunity to strike back at the fallen adversaries. Venom. How are you recovering? Peter inquired. Do you possess the strength for another bout? If it involves defeating these scoundrels, I am more than willing to join the fray. The black symbiote writhed, forming a skull-like visage upon Peter's shoulder. Then let us launch our attack. Peter rubbed his scarred body, gritting his teeth as venom enveloped him, before leaping into action. No matter the time or circumstance, delivering a decisive blow to an opponent is always a worthy endeavor. Bang! 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 The spider demon Peter targeted Captain Steve first. Among the Avengers, he harbored the deepest disdain for this hypocrite, who preached justice and protection, utterly repugnant. With a swift motion, he delivered 2 resounding slaps to the face that embodied free will. The force was so tremendous that Captain Steve's face swelled rapidly, resembling that of a pig. Oh, poor Captain! Witnessing this, Hawkeye was filled with righteous indignation, tears welling up in his eyes. As the only ordinary man among the Avengers, he had been captivated by Steve's charismatic persona. To him, Steve's humiliation felt like his own. Yet, being merely a regular human, all Hawkeye could do was seek vengeance through his archery. Whoosh! He loosed an arrow at Spider-Man. In that critical moment, Peter swiftly lifted Captain Steve, shielding him with his own body. Smack! An arrow pierced Captain Steve's shoulder, the excruciating pain jolting him from his state of unconsciousness. As he lowered his gaze, he beheld the arrow shot by Hawkeye, embedded in his flesh, igniting a fury within him. Meanwhile, the spider demon, Peter, erupted into maniacal laughter. Is this what you call camaraderie? How utterly absurd! Simultaneously, high above in the skies, Iron Man found himself overwhelmed, plummeting to the ground. As he lifted his gaze to the distance, he was met with the deranged expression of the spider demon. The situation had become perilous. Just as Tony had anticipated, the spider demon redirected his focus and lunged towards him. Almost forgot about you, he mused, savoring the unfolding spectacle. Li Xuan, casually leaning against a towering edifice, sipped his milk tea and nibbled on fried chicken, surveying the scene below. As he hummed a cheerful tune and waved his hand, he accumulated Peter's favor, poised for action, reveling in the splendid unfolding of events. Chapter 32. The Hulk banner captured by the enormous hand. 2-3. The darkened Peter, truly deserving of the title Spider Demon, unleashed a ferocity that starkly contrasted with the noble visage of a superhero he once embodied. Iron Man's visor was violently torn asunder, while Peter's hands, now cloaked in the sinister embrace of venom, morphed into lethal claws. He then struck down with tremendous force. A chilling sound echoed as Tony's visage was marred by excruciating gashes. Had it not been for Peter's desire to torment him, this single blow could have sealed his fate. Yet, this torturous act, akin to a dull knife slicing through flesh, only served to amplify the profound humiliation and rage surging within Tony. He had been destined for victory. And yet, he found himself in utter defeat. In his mind, the creature before him was nothing more than a mere insect, easily crushed underfoot. To his astonishment, he was now pinned beneath it, wounded and helpless. What was this? What in the world was this? Tony's eyes widened in fury as he raised his palm to activate the laser cannon, directing it towards Peter, even at the peril of catastrophic overload. He resolved to retaliate. Boom! The energy beam coalesced in his palm, but during the charging process, Peter seized it, redirecting the lethal force towards Tony's face. Tony's eyes bulged, his feet thrashing against the ground in a frantic struggle. He refused to perish beneath his own weapon. Such a fate would render him a laughingstock. Yet, no matter how vehemently Tony resisted, Peter's grip remained steadfast, denying him any chance of escape. Under ordinary circumstances, he could have simply ceased the charging, but now, his armor was besieged by a tempest, sustaining severe damage. Even with J.A.R.V.I.S. attempting to compensate, several functionalities were compromised, and fortuitously, the mechanism to halt the energy charge had malfunctioned. Tony's eyes were wide with terror as he felt his life hanging by a thread. In that precarious moment, a massive boulder plummeted from the sky. Spider Demon Peter swiftly evaded it, seizing the fleeting opportunity. Turning his wrist skyward, Tony unleashed a powerful laser cannon. The recoil pinned him firmly to the ground, and he coughed up blood, never before having felt so utterly defeated. He turned his head, glancing at the distant spider demon, his expression a mixture of fear and dread. Astonishingly, he felt fear toward an adversary he had once underestimated. Tony's face flushed crimson with anger and embarrassment. "What manner of monster are you?" Peter, meanwhile, turned his gaze to a nearby figure. A middle-aged man, breathless, clad in a checkered shirt and black-rimmed glasses, exuding the air of an earnest individual. Yet, his arms bore an ominous green-black hue. "If it pleases you, I would prefer to be addressed as Dr. Banner," the man whispered. In the next instant, he swelled in size, transforming into a towering figure of green flesh, standing 3 meters tall. "Leave my companion alone," the green monster roared, sending visible shockwaves radiating outward, forcing Peter to take a few steps back, immediately met with a fierce display of power. Accompanying this was the frantic warning of his spider sense, clearly indicating that engaging with this formidable creature would be exceedingly perilous. Perhaps it would be best to retreat. Gritting his teeth, Peter cast a deep glance at Tony and Captain Steve before launching his webbing in an attempt to escape. However, before he could withdraw, Captain Steve erupted into a frenzy, his arms flailing as he shouted, "We cannot allow the Spider-Man to leave this place unscathed today. Otherwise, we will lose all semblance of dignity as the Avengers." Indeed, the entire Avengers team had mobilized, and not only had they failed to apprehend the supervillain Spider-Man, but they also allowed him to wreak havoc across an entire street before departing unscathed. An utter disgrace. If this continued, the Avengers, established by S.H.I.E.L.D, would lose their deterrent effect, leading to chaos among the supercriminals in New York City. Dr. Banner, a wise man, knew this well. Even though Hulk currently dominated his body, he let out a thunderous roar and leapt several dozen meters forward, aiming to seize Spider-Man, Peter. Yet, in terms of aerial evasion, Peter undoubtedly held the advantage. With a swift motion, Peter adhered his foot to the glass and sidestepped the impending grasp, quickly launching his webbing to land on another building. As Spider-Man darted to and fro, Hulk remained relentless in his pursuit. As a newly inducted member of the Avengers, he felt the pressing need to demonstrate his capabilities. Failing to do so would reflect poorly on him. Hulk was the mightiest warrior. The green monster continued to strike, shattering walls and windows as he leapt about, amidst the cacophony of terrified female screams. Surely, complaints would be lodged against us. Black Widow observed the rampaging Hulk, her blood pressure rising. Director Nick would undoubtedly resolve this chaos. Hawkeye, however, remained calm, admiring Hulk's stature, exclaiming, "He resembles the legendary god of war. I have long maintained that Dr. Banner is the strongest among us." Captain Steve stepped forth, his face grim, yet his eyes gleamed with determination. "Once I strike, all wickedness shall have no refuge," he declared, glancing upward at Spider-Man, who indeed found himself in a precarious situation. In the next moment, Spider-Man let out a cry of despair, evidently captured by Hulk. Captain Steve turned to his comrades, continuing to rally them with fervor. "This is not merely a triumph of justice. It shall also be a victory for S.H.I.E.L.D. However, the incessant chatter of Captain America has seemingly blinded him to the growing unease etched upon the faces of his comrades. "Captain, you should take a glance behind you," Hawkeye's voice tinged with urgency. What? Captain Steve is yet to grasp the gravity of the situation. Quick! Look! Ah! Black Widow exclaimed, her voice laced with terror. What manner of beast is this? Just as the Hulk, Banner, seized Peter Parker, intent on tearing him apart, an unforeseen spectacle unfolded. Above, where the sky should have been tranquil, a violet radiance burst forth. Moments later, the clouds erupted, and a colossal hand emerged from the heavens, firmly grasping the Hulk Banner. Chapter 33. Dr. Banner in the moon reading space. Hulk was engulfed in fury. When this green giant was ensnared by that colossal hand, he struggled vehemently, yet the palm, akin to an iron claw, held him captive. He let out a thunderous roar, unable to break free. Even the spider sorcerer, Peter, who was meant to be captured, was compelled to relinquish his hold. The sharp, scaly beast claw was none other than the Susanoo conjured by Li Xuan. Initially, when he possessed only the Indra's bloodline limit, the might of the Susanoo did not reach such terrifying heights. However, with the acquisition of the God Tree's bloodline, the power of his techniques surged over 100-fold. After all, the God Tree is the source of all shinobi paths, and Li Xuan, endowed with its bloodline, is akin to the embodiment of the Tao. He employs these corresponding techniques with such ease, as if navigating water effortlessly, or retrieving objects from a pouch with remarkable simplicity. Li Xuan reached out and gently tapped the bubble tea, causing a layer of frost to materialize upon its surface. He then took a generous gulp, casting a sidelong glance at the Avengers, who stood nearby, utterly astonished, and exclaimed, "What a delight!" Beside him, the executioner sat upright, perplexed by the actions of his master. Yet, whenever he beheld the joy radiating from his lord, the executioner too would break into a cheerful grin. How delightful! However, the Avengers found themselves utterly astonished. Within the span of a single day, they first endured an assault from the spider sorcerer. They also witnessed Iron Man Tony's satellite cannon in action. Following this, they were besieged by a tempest of thunder and lightning. To their bewilderment, a hand emerged from the clouds. Has New York City truly devolved into a haven for mutants? Captain Steve trembled as his lips quivered, his countenance darkening, clearly astonished by the thoughts swirling within his mind. Perhaps it was not a multitude of individuals, but rather a single person who lingered in his contemplation. Iron Man Tony no longer wore a sardonic smile. Instead, a grave expression adorned his face. He had begun to sense that each time he aimed to seize the webslinger, Peter, there lurked an unseen force, intervening to assist him. Much like the swift emergence and disappearance of the Beast of Thunder, the only outcome was to inflict severe damage upon the members of the Avengers. Moreover, it had facilitated Peter's escape from peril. Yet, as Dr. Banner's reinforcements arrived on the scene, just as they were about to recapture the webslinger, an unforeseen complication arose as a colossal hand ensnared him. If we were to deploy troops for the purpose of apprehension, it is uncertain what chaos may ensue. Captain Steve, perhaps we must cease our pursuit of the spider sorcerer, Tony said with a grave expression. Although he was loath to surrender so easily, the wise discern when to let go, while the mediocre remain oblivious. Why must we bow to malevolence? Captain Steve's eyes widened in fury, clearly resisting the assertion. Tony, seemingly provoked by the retort, reached out and grasped the collar of the man before him, gesturing towards the sky as he demanded, "On what grounds? Having lost 17 war machines, I find myself utterly incapable of continuing the fight. Should I send you to confront the creatures in the sky, or shall I entrust that task to Nick Fury? The situation has become exceedingly dire for us." Captain Steve Rogers initially intended to express some grandiloquent remarks, yet upon surveying the weary faces of his comrades, the desire to voice such sentiments dissipated. Bowing his head in despair, Captain Rogers lamented, "We have lost this battle. I can only hope that Dr. Banner can free himself from that colossal hand and return safely." Hawkeye interjected reassuringly, "You need not worry. Dr. Banner is far stronger than we can imagine." At that moment, Iron Man Tony Stark spoke up, recounting, "I once led an assault against the Hulk with General Ross. The military deployed 2 legions and equipped them with Stark Industries weaponry, yet he obliterated them with overwhelming force. Are you suggesting that Dr. Banner has faced a battle unarmed? My heavens, this is no jest." Perhaps we can anticipate this comrade performing a miracle. The Hulk, filled with rage, began to struggle as the immense hand grasped him. His arm muscles swelled rapidly, followed by the expansion of his back and legs, transforming him into a behemoth of no less than 5 meters in height. This physical augmentation considerably amplified the Hulk's strength, causing intense friction that even shed some scales from the hand that ensnared him. With a thunderous roar, Hulk's fury intensified, and he sensed the grip of the hand becoming increasingly feeble. He felt that liberation was imminent. In a state of uncontrollable rage, as he erupted once more, the hand appeared precariously on the verge of releasing him. Even Peter, the Spider-Man clinging to the wall, felt the growing threat posed by the green monster before him. Earlier, Peter had confidence in his ability to evade, but now, he was consumed by an overwhelming urge to escape, devoid of any courage to confront. Just as he was about to flee, an unexpected phenomenon presented itself, though perhaps it should not be termed a gift. In the sky above, an eye materialized, evil, bizarre, and absurd, as if entirely divorced from reality. It was the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan. At the moment this eye appeared, a man clad in a black robe, shrouded in its folds, abruptly manifested in mid-air. His form was ghostly, yet his demeanor ethereal. Standing before the furious Hulk, it seemed that he could be torn apart by the enraged warrior with the slightest misstep. Yet, the mysterious figure raised his head, and in the instant of locking gazes with the Hulk, he drew him into the realm of Tsukuyami. In a realm enveloped by boundless darkness, the landscape appeared desolate. Yet, as his consciousness delved deeper into this abyss, he found himself regaining clarity, instinctively retreating with heightened vigilance. "Who are you?" Dr. Banner inquired, gazing at the figure cloaked in black before him. "Me? You may call me the Bloodhand Butcher, or perhaps the God of the Wind," replied the enigmatic figure.
Li Xuan.
Counting on his fingers, then cast a scrutinizing glance at the bespectacled man. "Names are of little consequence. What truly matters is whether you, Dr. Banner, find satisfaction in your current existence. Do you relish the sensation of parting from your girlfriend and transforming into a monster?" Chapter 34. Severing an arm of the Avengers and gaining the Nine Tails, Dr. Banner instinctively responded, yet was soon engulfed by a sense of unease. Just a moment prior, he had been ensnared by a colossal hand, and now he found himself in a realm that exuded an ominous aura. Clearly, the individual before him was no benevolent entity. "Release me at once," Dr. Banner exclaimed, charging towards the man and seizing his collar. "Calm yourself, my friend," the man replied nonchalantly. However, Dr. Banner remained visibly agitated. "My companion, your actions truly sadden me," Li Xuan remarked, shaking his head. "Perhaps I must impart some lessons in reality." With a snap of his fingers, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. In an instant, the once silent space transformed into a prison, adorned with ancient torturous devices from the medieval era in front of Dr. Banner, while behind him loomed infamous instruments of torment from the Second World War, such as the tiger bench, surgical table, and gallows. "Our time is ample. We can converse at length," Li Xuan declared with a dismissive gesture, yet the chilling undertone of his words instilled fear in Dr. Banner. The next moment, anguish screams erupted, propelling Dr. Banner into a relentless cycle of torment. The effects of the moon reading space were extraordinary. Once the practitioner ensnared the opponent's soul, they could manipulate and subject them to merciless suffering. Being an ordinary researcher, Dr. Banner had transformed into a monster under gamma radiation, and after experiencing the second punishment, he collapsed pallid and dazed. Li Xuan posed yet another question. "If I could aid you in reuniting with your girlfriend, perhaps even achieving a semblance of reconciliation, would you be willing to sever ties with S.H.I.E.L.D? I. Dr. Banner's expression grew fervent upon hearing these words, captivated by the future Li Xuan painted. Initially, before Li Xuan employed such brutal tactics, Dr. Banner had been skeptical of the man's extraordinary capabilities. However, having personally endured the agony, he found himself increasingly convinced. "Speak of your plan," Dr. Banner inquired. "I can seal the soul of the Hulk," Li Xuan replied with intrigue, and as the intricate patterns in his gaze re-emerged, a resounding roar pierced the previously silent space. "Roar!" The sound resonated as if emanating from an ancient abyss, laden with terrifying malice. It was the Hulk. Dr. Banner was utterly astonished, recognizing that familiar voice. His resolve began to waver. Although his treatment within S.H.I.E.L.D had not been unfavorable, it failed to satiate his deeper spiritual needs. After all, whenever emotions surged, he transformed into a green monstrosity, rendering even the most intimate gestures unattainable. He surveyed his surroundings, his gaze reflecting a blend of imagination and bewilderment. He had no desire to become a superhero. What he longed for most was the day he could tame the beast within, master his emotions, and reunite with Betty. Can you share your choice with me now? My choice is to acquiesce. Dr. Banner ultimately succumbed to the deep-seated yearning within. He was fervently eager to see Betty, even if it meant making a bargain with a devilish figure before him. As for detaching from S.H.I.E.L.D, he had only joined this organization a mere few days ago. Dr. Banner held no profound attachment. We must place our trust in Dr. Banner. Meanwhile, outside, the members of the Avengers remained hopeful, anticipating that this new recruit could work wonders. Elemental art, golem seal. Li Xuan formed hand seals, and as the purple waves of energy surged behind him, the ethereal, demonic figure manifested. Countless chakra threads coalesced into chains, plunging into the earth before swiftly retracting. Soon after, a deep green monster was ensnared and suspended in mid-air. Indeed, it was the furious Hulk. Dr. Banner, I need you to clear your mind and resist not. Otherwise, not only will the seal fail, but you might also render yourself an imbecile. Upon hearing this, Dr. Banner nodded repeatedly and closed his eyes. The next moment, the multitude of chakra-infused chains pierced through his abdomen. An excruciating pain surged through him, causing his entire body to tremble. Yet he dared not move, clearly fearful of a failed sealing. Seconds later, the pain subsided. Li Xuan acted swiftly, sealing him within the lower abdomen of Dr. Banner. Was it successful? Exceedingly successful. The task has been accomplished beyond expectations. Now, even if you wish to transform, it is impossible. Li Xuan gazed at his nearly flawless technique with a sense of quiet satisfaction. Once sealed by this technique, even the mighty-tailed beasts could not escape. In this way, it was akin to severing a limb from S.H.I.E.L.D. Dr. Banner remained oblivious to his potential. How could Li Xuan be unaware? Among the numerous challenges the Avengers would face in the future, the only strategic weapons available would be Thor and the Hulk, those two formidable champions. However, now, with the Hulk sealed, the Avengers' capacity to confront peril, while this signifies the waning of the Hulk's power. Dr. Banner's expression shifted dramatically, and at that moment, the sinister grip that had ensnared him began to dissipate. With a piercing scream, Dr. Banner plummeted from the heights, descending to the ground just before the last remnants of his strength vanished. Crack! His ankle twisted painfully, sending a surge of agony through him, causing his legs to buckle as he collapsed onto the earth. Spider-Man, Peter, observed the once formidable adversary reduced to such a pitiful state, secretly reveling in the spectacle. Yet, as he turned his gaze, he was taken aback to find the mysterious figure suspended before him, causing him to feel a twinge of apprehension. Greetings, enigmatic powerhouse. I am Peter Parker, and I am immensely grateful for your intervention. Furthermore, I commend you for delivering a well-deserved thrashing to those scoundrels. Splendid work, Peter expressed. In response, the system's notifications chimed in sequence. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing Spider-Man's Fury. Rewards are now being calculated. Ding! Congratulations, host, on acquiring Jackie Chan Adventures. Shadow Legion. Ding! Detection indicates that Peter harbors both reverence and trepidation towards you. This reward will experience a critical hit multiplier. Ding! Congratulations, host, on obtaining Naruto, the 100-hero technique, Mighty Fist. Ding! Congratulations, host, on acquiring Naruto, Ninetales. Chapter 35. The Reward of the Shadow Legion. I am the Holy Lord. The Shadow Legion is quite adequate, capable of summoning a few minions for menial tasks. Li Xuan observed them a few times and deemed them to be better than nothing. The technique known as the 100 Treasures is a skill developed by Tsunade based on her innate talent. With mere fists one can penetrate all barriers, making it a commendable method. However, the subsequent acquisition of the Ninetales, Kurama, was indeed an unexpected delight. Who wouldn't cherish an adorable pet that one can summon? Its sheer cuteness is undeniable. In the world of Naruto, the Ninetales stands as the closest entity to the Tentails, embodying both charm and ferocity, with an energy reservoir that seems nearly infinite. During the fusion with the human Jinchuriki, Naruto, Kurama gradually unveiled forms such as the half-tail beast transformation, full-tail beast transformation, Ninetales chakra mode, Kurama mode, sage mode of Kurama, and the formidable six-path sage mode, among others. Although Naruto possesses the Ashura bloodline, Li Xuan's situation is distinct. He has acquired a fragment of the God Tree's bloodline. If the bloodline he previously obtained laid a solid foundation, this beast, Kurama, will significantly accelerate his growth and bolster his power. After all, before Kurama was sealed, it amassed boundless strength, capable of obliterating mountains with a mere energy blast. Could this not render him a mobile artillery unit? Li Xuan reveled in this thought. With ample chakra, high damage output, and robust health, these advantages combined would greatly enhance his margin for error in battle. Furthermore, this Kurama's chakra possesses self-healing abilities, transforming him into a nightmare for his adversaries. Meanwhile, the spider demon, Peter, began to feel a sense of trepidation. After expressing his gratitude to the cloaked figure before him, he received no response. Yet, he dared not act rashly, fearing that any misstep might provoke the ire of this formidable being. The green giant served as a cautionary tale. To Peter, this opponent seemed utterly unbeatable, effortlessly dominating the situation. Truly terrifying. May I inquire your esteemed name, my lord? Peter asked, his tone laced with obsequiousness. Holy Lord, Li Xuan replied. As he raised his gaze towards Peter, the hood of his long robe was lowered, revealing a visage with a ghastly green complexion and menacing fangs, reminiscent of a malevolent spirit. With a snap of his fingers, countless ninjas concealed in the shadows materialized, encircling the two like stars orbiting the moon. This sudden development caught Peter off guard, and as he scrutinized the scene, he could perceive no signs of breath from the ninjas. They appeared as though they had been unearthed from frigid graves, instilling a profound sense of dread within him. If they were merely lifeless entities, they would not evoke trepidation in Peter before him. Yet, as the members of the Ninja Legion raised their heads, they were met with the sight of grayish-blue skin and blood-red eyes, an overwhelming aura of desolation and silence permeating the atmosphere. Although the spectral ninjas bore a resemblance to ordinary Japanese ninjas, their prowess was significantly superior, possessing an arsenal of ancient ninja tactics and weaponry, alongside remarkable agility and combat capability. They excelled in martial arts and lightness of foot, moving with the grace of a swallow, adept in both ranged attacks and close-quarters combat. A mere handful would not pose a challenge to the formidable superheroes. But what if there were hundreds? What if there were thousands? If one were to employ a strategy of overwhelming numbers, not even Spider-Man, Peter Parker, would remain unperturbed, and the mere thought would instill trepidation in any other superhero. Consequently, Peter found himself increasingly respectful. Upon the impact of Dr. Banner's descent to the ground, Captain Steve Rogers was the first to rush over. As he extended a hand to assist the man before him, he did not neglect to inquire after his well-being. However, the man appeared to be in a state of profound distraction, offering no reply. The one who claimed to be the god of the winds had not deceived him. His brutal alter ego was indeed sealed away. A look of joy illuminated Dr. Banner's countenance, completely at odds with the demeanor of one who had just suffered defeat. Observing this, Tony Stark, the Iron Man, felt a pang of confusion and thus inquired, Dr. Banner, what has become of that colossal hand in the sky? What caused the sudden disappearance? Are you aware of what transpired? I am uncertain. Dr. Banner glanced around anxiously, unable to meet anyone's gaze. It was Hawkeye who stepped forward to diffuse the tension, reassuring everyone that as long as Dr. Banner returned safely, that was all that mattered. Tony, look at how you frightened him, he remarked. This statement led the crowd to assume that Dr. Banner was simply socially awkward, rather than implying any deceit on his part. Dr. Banner felt a quiet sigh of relief, yet an immediate wave of shame washed over him. the moment he chose to seal away the Hulk. It was already destined that he would sever ties with the Avengers. After all, director Nick Fury had recruited him precisely to harness his immense power against darkness and evil. If he could not transform, acceptance would be unattainable. I must begin devising a plan to escape from S.H.I.E.L.D. The seemingly honest and unassuming man harbored a cunning plan within his heart. Between the towering edifices, Master Splinter, wielding a ninja staff, leaped over one structure and landed atop another. As he gazed into the distance, his eyes were met with a throng of ninjas, densely clustered like shadows. They appeared well-equipped, all adorned in traditional ninja attire, evoking a sense of familiarity. In an instant, the Master of Stealth affirmed that he had indeed arrived at the right place. And this was precisely the individual they had been seeking. Rio was the second to ascend the high platform, and upon catching sight of the ethereal figure of Li Xuan before him, he could not help but feel a surge of reverence. As Kaoiafu descended from the heavens, he tumbled upon landing, and upon rising, he exclaimed in awe, "Wow, this is truly amazing. There are so many ninjas." Meanwhile, Mikey, his nerves taut with tension, surveyed the multitude of ninjas before him, his mind racing with the unsettling thought that should a confrontation arise, perhaps their little band of turtles would not suffice. Just as a sense of impending danger enveloped him, a fleeting glance sent Mikey into a state of alarm. I seem to have glimpsed a red demon. Chapter 36. Are you not bullying honest people? 2-3. There are enemies, Mickey screamed. In the next moment, the four turtles and the mouse formed a defensive formation, ready to confront the foe. Where is the enemy? Master Splinter inquired, his face etched with seriousness. It's right there. Mickey, still shaken, tremulously raised a finger to point ahead. The group followed his gaze towards the towering building, yet they discerned no adversary. It seemed to have been a false alarm. Wei Fu returned his trident to his side, fiddling with it as he remarked, "That was quite good. Next time, don't deceive us." "I didn't." Mickey retorted angrily, glaring at his companions. He emphasized, "I truly saw that red killer. He was near the balcony, but in the blink of an eye he vanished." Wei Fu, skeptical, laughed derisively. "You coward, you must have imagined it." Enraged, Mickey charged forward, ready to fight. "Enough with the bickering. Let us not forget our purpose here." Donnie, the inventor of the group, intervened to quell the discord among the brothers. He then pointed to the mysterious man floating in the air, saying, "Look, that man who has recently been in the limelight is our target." Across the street, upon spotting the unexpected visitors, Spider-Man Peter was momentarily taken aback. Coupled with his exceptional hearing, he vaguely picked up words like follow and master. As he gazed at the man before him, his mind began to fabricate an enigmatic backstory. Perhaps this was my opportunity. Peter's expression shifted subtly as he pledged earnestly, "I owe this man my life. If there's anything he requires, please do not hesitate to ask." Though his abilities were not particularly formidable, there were aspects worth noting. Li Xuan did not perceive anything extraordinary about himself. At most, he was merely playing the role of a grand master. Yet, he couldn't help but feel that commanding the Shadow Army was undeniably cool. Indeed, it exuded more authority than the original master. Then, to think that this Spider-Man was concocting some fanciful notions about him? He approached with an almost desperate insistence for tasks, as if failing to assign him some would betray his earnest efforts. Li Xuan felt somewhat cornered. He could only feign nonchalance as he declared, "Hell's Kitchen suits you." Upon hearing this, Spider-Man Peter exhaled in relief, followed by an outpouring of gratitude, before leaping from the high building and bounding towards the horizon. Little did Spider-Man Peter know that the man before him was the very butcher who had once bested him thoroughly, perhaps raising his blood pressure to alarming levels. Thud, thud, thud. As soon as the arachnid sorcerer had departed, the ninja turtles bounded into view before him. The esteemed elder rat stepped forward, clasping his hands in a gesture of introduction, while elaborating on the formidable skills of his four turtle protégés, each a master in their own right. Once he felt he had sufficiently laid the groundwork, he finally expressed his desire to follow and learn the ways of ninjutsu. Upon hearing this, Li Xuan felt a wave of confusion wash over him. Why choose to learn such a peculiar art, derived from the sacred tree's bloodline. These were mere embellishments. Yet, confronted with their eager gazes, he found it difficult to refuse, even though he had contemplated gathering a team to confront the Avengers. However, he had not yet issued a public recruitment announcement. And yet, here they were, arriving unbidden. Were these superheroes part of a buy-one-get-one-free deal? Li Xuan felt a sense of helplessness in his attempts to scoff at the situation. Nevertheless, their arrival was fortuitous, with them seeking his guidance. The initiative rested in Li Xuan's hands. Moreover, being somewhat versed in the art of persuasion, he understood that success is often not appreciated when easily attained. Only through effort and struggle can one truly value the fruits of their labor. At that moment, hidden in the shadows, April and her companion were discovered by S.H.I.E.L.D. agents who confronted them about their clandestine filming. Li Xuan gestured towards the Ninja Turtles and, with fervent zeal, proclaimed, "Where leaves dance in the wind, fire shall persist, illuminating the path ahead and nurturing new growth. The legacy of ninjutsu is founded upon this principle. If you wish to learn the way, let me witness the depth of your resolve." "What do you mean?" Master Splinter's face lit up with excitement as he turned to the Avengers and exclaimed, "I understand." With renewed enthusiasm, he led the Ninja Turtle quartet to leap from the high-rise building. "Delete all the incriminating footage you've captured," Captain Steve Rogers stated gravely as he approached. In this skirmish, the Avengers had suffered significant losses and were understandably reluctant to face media scrutiny. "As a journalist, I pursue the truth, regardless of your superhero status. Do you think you can bully me?" April retorted, fierce as a lioness, positioning herself protectively behind her camera and the cameraman. "Captain, let me handle it," Hawkeye shrugged nonchalantly. As a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, he had engaged in countless covert operations, and confronting a mere girl posed no challenge to him. "How dare you?" April's expression intensified with indignation. She was no pushover. If she were truly cowardly, why would she place herself in the heart of the conflict to document it? April was a warrior. Although her career as a journalist had not honed her agility, it had cultivated her unwavering spirit. With a scoff, the female journalist questioned the integrity of her profession, asking if $100,000 would suffice, or perhaps $200,000, or even $3. Tony Stark, the Iron Man, chuckled, employing his customary tactic, the art of financial persuasion. As he escalated his offer, the photographer appeared increasingly tempted. After all, he toiled relentlessly for the sake of monetary gain. Yet, April fiercely defended her camera, asserting, "It is impossible. We will not yield to you, no matter the sum offered. This is our dream." To which Black Widow retorted with disdain, "Is your dream to tarnish the reputations of superheroes?" She swiftly produced 2 daggers from behind her, adding, "If that is the case, you shall suffer the consequences." Chapter 37. In pursuit of the Master, let all superheroes endure the blow. In the event that the male superheroes present were reluctant to engage with a seemingly vulnerable woman due to their image, the Black Widow stepped forward, asserting her composure. Trained at the elite espionage academy known as the Red Room, she declared that no emotion could cloud her judgment. With a swift motion, she spun the dagger in her hand, presenting the blade outward as she charged towards the female reporter before her, showing no sign of restraint. From the crowd, Dr. Banner's voice rang out in desperation. "Please, stop." Yet, regrettably, his plea went unheeded. The situation escalated. The cameraman, sensing impending danger, intended to plead for mercy, but Natasha was already upon him. "We can," was all that Vern managed to utter before she delivered a decisive kick that rendered him unconscious. With a smirk, she turned her attention to the female reporter beside her. Although April felt a surge of panic, she maintained a defiant stance in the face of pressure, proclaiming, "I will not concede." With a swift motion, the Black Widow's response was resolute. She intended to bring the woman before her crashing to the ground. What if her objective faced obstruction? Naturally, the solution would be to eliminate the hindrance. The Black Widow, Natasha, has always been resolute in her actions, and she remains steadfast in her pursuit. April, with a visage of despair, watched in horror as the Black Widow charged towards her, only to deliver a swift knife-hand strike towards her neck. However, to everyone's astonishment, The Black Widow was sent flying backward. Captain Steve appeared taken aback, exclaiming, "What on earth just happened?" Hawkeye, rubbing his eyes with a hint of uncertainty, remarked, "Is it possible that this female journalist is concealing her true capabilities?" No. Another uninvited guest has arrived. Iron Man, Tony Stark, wore a serious expression as he detected a fleeting shadow through the armor's scanning system. How audacious to cause trouble, yet so timid as to remain hidden? Tony retorted with sarcasm. No sooner had his words fallen than a stone came hurtling towards him, striking the ground and creating a shallow crater in what was once solid earth. The members of the Avengers, resorting to intimidation and coercion against a female journalist, is truly astonishing. 5 figures gradually emerged from the shadows. The quartet of Ninja Turtles appeared increasingly formidable, yet they respectfully trailed behind their diminutive master, the Rat. It seemed he was the true anchor of their group. What a spectacle it was, creatures transformed, both a mutated rat and turtles. Truly astonishing. Tony, ever the sharp-tongued critic, nonetheless revealed a glimmer of intrigue in his gaze. Although he was a brilliant inventor, his primary focus lay in high technology and creations of a scientific nature. Before him stood a miraculous assembly of Ninja Turtles, embodying an extraordinary leap in the essence of life itself. Each one possessed a remarkable potential for research and discovery. Just as one Spider-Man made his escape, a few humanoid turtles and mice followed closely behind. It seems that even the heavens conspire to assist me. Tony pressed the iron mask and raised his hand towards them, threatening, "If you surrender and cease your resistance, I shall grant you a dignified opportunity." Captain Steve Rogers swiftly chimed in, "You have assaulted superheroes, and according to the regulations of S.H.I.E.L.D, we shall seek vengeance upon you. If you wish to avoid this fate, surrender promptly." Truly, this is the height of shamelessness. The female journalist, April, was flushed with anger. Previously, when the members of the Avengers had acted against her, they demonstrated a complete disregard for ethics and the law. Yet, after the Black Widow was sent flying, they suddenly spoke of righteousness and morality. They are nothing short of robbers. They are akin to bandits. Then let us fight. Master Naspringt reflected on the words imparted by Li Xuan, and thus raised the ninja staff in his hand, proclaiming, "What do you make of such ostentatious heroes, who speak one way but act another behind closed doors? We do not indulge in complacency." In the next moment, Leonardo, the leader of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, charged forth wielding dual katanas. He set his sights on the most audacious Tony. Meanwhile, Wade brandished his trident, selecting Captain America as his adversary. Mikey and Donnie each chose to engage Black Widow and Hawkeye in battle. However, the guiding Master Splinter did not immediately select an opponent. Instead, he approached the female reporter with a gentle expression, exclaiming, "It has been quite some time, O'Neill. Who are you?" April gazed into those remarkably wise eyes, her thoughts inevitably drifting to the question of whether she still shared any connections with these individuals. "Have you forgotten? It was you who rescued us during that laboratory fire," Master Sprint stated succinctly, leaving the female reporter before him utterly bewildered. The incident of the laboratory fire did indeed occur over a decade ago. Yet at that time, all she had released were 4 ordinary turtles and a mouse. The ones returning to express their gratitude are undoubtedly the superheroes, are they not? Thus, in a certain sense, I have played a role in fostering the growth of these remarkable individuals. April was both astonished and enraged, deeply moved by her past unintentional yet fortuitous actions. This was followed by an overwhelming sense of honor and pride. Her father was not merely a scientist who spoke in empty platitudes. He possessed unparalleled talent, having genuinely developed a potion capable of awakening intelligence in living beings. The vibrant eccentrics before her served as the most compelling testament to this achievement. Clang! As the formidable weapon swung down, Captain Steve found himself retreating repeatedly. Although his superhuman physique could easily overpower a multitude of ordinary individuals, the Ninja Turtles before him were akin to enhanced beings, each capable of rivaling several super soldiers. Moreover, after a series of relentless battles, even with the aura of a 50-50 chance, Captain Steve remained ensnared in a state of exhaustion. At this moment, merely gritting his teeth and persevering could be deemed a testament to his iron will. Clang! Later, Captain Steve found himself unexpectedly hurled away, crashing heavily to the ground. As he raised his head, he discovered the cold blades of cutlery pressing against his chest. If he wished to avoid death, he must implore them to cease their assault. Yet he stood resolute, declaring, "I shall not bow to evil." His courage was palpable. With a resounding thud, Wef also demonstrated great audacity, propelling Steve 3 meters away. "Then I shall grant your request." Meanwhile, Tony was locked in a fierce struggle. Although endowed with Jarvis's analysis of the combat trajectory of this ninja turtle, allowing for counterattacks, his opponent's resilience, coupled with dual swords in hand, rendered him far more durable than Captain Steve. After a relentless barrage of dozens of attacks, neither side could claim victory. His armor was severely damaged, and the overwhelming offensive maneuvers had become unfeasible, leaving him to endure. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a staff descended upon him, striking the elbow of his iron suit, followed by a flurry of rapid assaults. Unlike the inexperienced turtles, this Master Splinter was a seasoned warrior, possessing combat techniques refined through countless trials, having reached a level where skill overcame brute strength. With a swift motion, Tony's armored hand was cleaved apart, exploding into pieces. Before he could utter a sound of alarm, the ninja's staff struck again, shattering his visor. Fear washed over Tony's face as he gazed upon Master Splinter once more. No trace of disdain remained in his eyes, only sheer terror. How was it possible that a mere staff could dismantle the armor he had so intricately crafted? Prior to this extraordinary event, he would have deemed such claims absurd. Yet, this surreal occurrence was unfolding before him, driving him to the brink of madness. At that very moment, Master Splinter spoke. "Those who err must face the consequences. In order to follow the Master, we kindly request your cooperation, and humbly accept your punishment." Chapter 38. Iron Man's desperation and the plea of Iron Fist. Despite finding himself in a precarious situation, Iron Man, Tony Stark, maintained his lofty demeanor. As he stood resolute, exuding the pride characteristic of superheroes, Leonardo, the leader of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, looked on with pity. He scanned the man before him, reflecting on his own past. The 4 turtles were hardly a handful, and had it not been for their mentor's rigorous training, they would not have learned the ways of the world. The sting of that training was undeniably painful. All he hoped was that this man could endure for just half a minute. With a swift motion, Master Splinter raised his ninja staff, coldly stating, "I do appreciate a tough nut like you." The next moment, the staff came crashing down upon Iron Man's backside, akin to disciplining a disobedient child. In this regard, Master Splinter was exceedingly skilled. In mere seconds, Tony's complexion shifted from pale to crimson, then to a shade of blue, ultimately darkening to an ominous hue. A man as proud as he was, even in matters of romance, where he would only pursue those gracing the cover of prestigious magazines, was now being soundly thrashed by a mere rodent, a blow to his dignity that felt like a brutal trampling. With his face set in a grimace and teeth clenched, he attempted to maintain an air of aloofness. Yet Master Splinter showed no intention of relenting, vigorously wielding his staff as if relishing the opportunity. Even Leonardo, a mere observer, felt a shiver of fear as he recalled the terror of his own mentor's discipline. Meanwhile, the formidable Steve Rogers, Captain America, found amusement in the spectacle, watching as Iron Man was relentlessly pursued by Master Splinter, reduced to fleeing in desperation. What good was Tony's stoic resolve if he was merely a child under the rod? In the art of disciplining a son, Master Splinter was a masterful expert. April couldn't help but chuckle as well. Previously, she felt threatened by these so-called virtuous hypocrites, unable to voice her grievances. However, with the emergence of the Ninja Turtles, she finally felt vindicated, witnessing a delightful reversal of fortunes where the superheroes found themselves on the losing end. The camera clicked incessantly, capturing these moments. The female reporter chimed in, "You thought you could bully me. Rest assured, I will have my revenge." After just a brief period of this ordeal, Tony, exhausted, leaned against a wall. Upon glancing down at his bruised body, any semblance of composure vanished, replaced by indignation and tears of frustration. This was sheer bullying. In all his years, not even his father had treated him so. What right did this rodent have to do so? The staff was relentless, showing no mercy. As Master Splinter advanced once more, the swift motion of his stick sent a jolt of fear through Tony, whose complexion shifted dramatically. Eventually, seemingly resolved, he lowered his head and, brimming with indignation, uttered, "I was wrong. And where exactly did you err?" Master Splinter pressed on relentlessly. "You!" Tony, flustered yet aware of his precarious situation, could only concede, "I should not have bullied that female reporter, nor should I have resorted to threats and coercion. Now that you acknowledge your fault." With that, Master Splinter swung his stick once more. "Why have you not offered an apology? Is it not enough to kill, but to also wound the heart?" Tony felt an overwhelming sense of grievance. After all, as a billionaire, he was accustomed to resolving issues with his wealth. Had he not already sincerely admitted his mistake? Must he still endure further torment? Is there no justice in this world? Is there no law? With eyes blazing, Tony turned to the female reporter, forcing a smile that barely concealed his frustration. "I'm sorry." Upon hearing this, even Hawkeye and Black Widow, who were still engaged in battle, were taken aback. It was a mystery. Before Tony had joined S.H.I.E.L.D, he had never exhibited such vulnerability, even in the face of poison. Could it truly be that beneath the rod, filial piety emerges was so effective? As the two exchanged bewildered glances, they were swiftly knocked to the ground by the turtle duo, their sharp weapons pressing against their necks. The confrontation with the Avengers had lasted less than 3 minutes, marking yet another battle worthy of being chronicled in history. Alas, had Captain Steve Rogers not succumbed to unconsciousness, he surely would have gritted his teeth and declared, "I could fight you all day. Indeed, I could fight all day." Master Splinter, armed with his ninja staff, emanated an air of disdain for all. He had battled the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles for a decade, and his grip on the staff had grown as cold as his heart. Meanwhile, the sole good man present, Dr. Banner, though spared from the beating, felt a surge of emotion witnessing the atrocities unfold. He realized that one should never offend a woman, especially one with powerful connections, for one could never anticipate when 4 formidable turtles and a rat might leap to her defense. The once invincible Avengers had suffered yet another defeat. However, they summoned their indomitable spirit and rose from the ground. Do not presume this to be an easy endeavor. After enduring Master Splinter's rigorous education, even the mutated Ninja Turtles knelt in submission. What hope did mere humans possess? Iron Man, Tony, undoubtedly endured the most brutal beating, for his indomitable will to resist evil left him wailing on the ground. Hawkeye, while faring somewhat better than Tony, trembled uncontrollably, too shaken to reflect on the recent events. As for Black Widow and Captain America, their plight was even more dire. Due to their administration of performance-enhancing substances, they received special attention. Forced to remain prostrate on the ground, unable to move an inch, Dr. Banner became the sole active participant at the scene, tirelessly assisting others while simultaneously making calls for support. Throughout this ordeal, he did not hesitate to admonish everyone, lamenting their failure to engage in reasonable discourse and their inclination to bully others, resulting in their current predicament of receiving a thorough thrashing. As for the pairing of the Ninja Turtles and Master Splinter, they reaped considerable rewards by confronting members of the Avengers, much to Li Xuan's satisfaction. With a grand gesture, he imparted to them the fundamentals of chakra cultivation along with the 3 basic jutsu: body flicker technique, shadow clone technique, and transformation technique. In the world of Naruto, these represent the most rudimentary skills. However, in the realm of American comics, they are singularly unique. After all, it is a rarity to encounter a well-structured array of extraordinary abilities in this place. Moreover, the Ninja Turtles had honed their skills over several years, endowing them with an exceptional aptitude for ninjutsu. Notably, Master Splinter, during his initial training, successfully mastered chakra refinement and adeptly executed the body flicker technique. Such talent, if he were to find himself in the Naruto universe, he might even ascend to the status of a sage mouse. Furthermore, having thoroughly offended the Avengers, Li Xuan regarded them as allies, a fortunate stroke of luck for him. Yet, just as Li Xuan basked in his triumph, Iron Fist found himself ensnared in a life-threatening crisis. Chapter 39. The Devil. This is the Devil from Hell. 1-3. Iron Fist Danny sought out his childhood companion Mitchum, hoping to glean information about the circumstances surrounding his parents' tragic plane crash, as well as reclaim the shares and identity that belonged to him as an heir, thereby regaining control of his family's enterprise. However, this endeavor stirred a hornet's nest. To Mitchum, the Milcam Industrial Group had long been considered his family's domain. The audacity of someone emerging to claim a share was utterly unacceptable. If the family business were to be returned to Danny, what would they have left? It would be better to wash up and depart early. Despite harboring intense resentment, Mitchum concealed his feelings, instead offering Danny a warm cup of spiced coffee. Even if you want me to believe you are Danny, you must present evidence, he stated. I am indeed the genuine article. For instance, as Danny began to recount his tale, he took a sip of the coffee, inadvertently revealing his trust. Mitchum, witnessing this, felt a surge of satisfaction, though he maintained a facade of indifference, nodding along to Danny's words. Minutes later, Danny sensed something amiss. With his robust physique honed through the Kunlun trials, he should not have been susceptible to drowsiness while seated in extreme conditions. His eyes widened in alarm as he regarded his erstwhile friend, exclaiming, "What have you done?" Mitchum, with a cold smirk, calmly explained, "I merely added a touch of sedative. At this dosage, you should have passed out by now. I must say, it's remarkable you've lasted 5 minutes. Why would you harm me?" Danny queried, confusion etched across his face. After all, in their youth, Mitchum had been his closest ally. "You were the one who instigated chaos." Mitchum's eyes glinted with malice as he declared, "My companion Danny perished in an avalanche long ago, and you dare impersonate him for deceit? Should I not take revenge on you?" He appeared to believe victory was assured. With the last remnants of his strength, Iron Fist managed to dial a number, and upon connection, he shouted, "Help me." But before he could elaborate, Mitchum snatched the phone away. Came a voice from the other end, laced with confusion. "Whoever you are, I advise you not to meddle in this affair," Mitchum interjected, introducing himself as the current president of the Milcam Industrial Group. "Should you choose to disrupt, I will ensure you face dire consequences." Yet he remained oblivious to Danny's gaze, which bore a hint of perplexity, as if silently questioning, "What sort of fool are you?" The onlookers were none the wiser. How could Danny possibly be unaware of Li Xuan's formidable prowess? From their very first encounter, he sensed the latent yet immense energy radiating from the man before him, rivaling even that of the venerable S.H.I.E.L.D. It is worth noting that S.H.I.E.L.D was a dragon who had dwelled in Kunlun for millennia. Could an ordinary person ever compare to a dragon? Certainly not. And should anyone dare to challenge the dignity of a dragon, their demise would be assured. "Just wait. You shall come to regret this," Danny murmured softly. "The one who ought to regret this is you, for daring to impersonate my childhood companion. I shall see to it that you are committed to a psychiatric institution for treatment," Ms. Hem threatened, leaning in close to whisper menacingly in his ear. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed from outside the door. Ms. Ham initially presumed it to be the security personnel he had summoned, and with a sense of eagerness, he approached the door. However, upon peering through the peephole and glimpsing the shadowy figure standing outside, panic washed over him. He hastily retrieved a handgun from a nearby drawer, disengaged the safety, and shouted toward the door, "Who are you? Didn't you invite me over?" Came the calm male voice from outside, laced with a hint of jest. "Why are you asking me now?" Upon hearing these words, Mitchum's expression shifted, quickly morphing into indignation. "You really dare to show up?" In the next instant, the man outside began shooting through the door. The bullets swiftly penetrated the wooden barrier. Once he had discharged the entire magazine, the man outside breathed a sigh of relief, certain that the impetuous fool on the other side was doomed. With an air of confidence, Ms. Ham advanced. But as he swung open the door, the scene that greeted him was nothing short of astonishing. There was no bloodshed, only a carpet of spent shells strewn about, and the unyielding figure of the mysterious man, grinning mockingly behind a ghastly mask. Fear and horror surged from the depths of the executive's heart, swiftly enveloping his entire being. Even when the man before him casually placed a hand on Mitchum's shoulder, he remained in a daze. Ms. Ham could not fathom how his sudden assault had failed to subdue this unexpected guest. Yet, as the man swaggered into the room and boldly took a seat in the boss's chair, utterly disregarding him, Misham's fury ignited. He pointed an accusatory finger, declaring, "Just wait. I will sue you, and I will have you locked up in the precinct. But your subordinates are all lying on the floor, aren't they?" The man retorted. "Then I shall call the police. I will summon the NYPD to apprehend you. Are you really counting on a bunch of incompetent fools?" Li Xuan chuckled at the man before him and said, "You would be better off hoping for agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. Moreover, it appears you have yet to grasp your true position. With a mere snap of my fingers, the members of the Shadow Legion manifested within this entire room. Although they are but ancient ninjas, outnumbered 10 to 1, their nearly indestructible nature allows them to wield formidable power even in the context of modern warfare. Commonly referred to as cannon fodder harvesters, this is the essence of demonic strength." Upon witnessing this bizarre spectacle, Mitchum was so terrified that he trembled uncontrollably, leaning against the wall to avoid collapsing to the ground. Furthermore, the words of the masked man sent him into a frigid abyss of dread. Should he fail to awaken Danny within 5 minutes, the latter would be cast into the depths of the Manhattan River. Oh God, this is truly the work of a devil. Chapter 40. The Green Tea Bitch? A slap to the ground. Mitchum hurriedly searched the room, his anxious expression intensifying with each passing moment. Not this small brown bottle. Not this small blue bottle. Certainly not this small black bottle. He resembled a grasshopper tethered by a string, struggling desperately yet unable to escape his predetermined fate. Just as he felt he would be driven mad by the gazes of the shadow troops, he finally discovered the antidote beneath the cabinet. With great urgency, he administered it to Danny, his movements exceedingly careful and gentle, as if he were tending to a beloved. Just moments before, he had been hurling threats at him, exuding an air of arrogance. Gulp. Shortly after taking the medication, Danny awakened to the sight of his childhood companion grinning broadly. Instinctively, he clenched his fist and struck him. Had he lost his mind? Hadn't he threatened to send Danny to a mental institution? Danny's physical reflexes were swifter than his thoughts. With a single punch, he sent Mitchum flying for meters, causing him to crash to the ground and lose consciousness. Upon standing abruptly, Danny noticed the shadow troops surrounding him, along with the demon-masked figure seated at the head of the assembly. "Who are you?" Relying on his formidable perception, Danny sensed the immense pressure emanating from the mysterious figure before him, a presence that transcended even the most venerable, reaching heights unattainable by ordinary mortals. "Ah, the companion who treated me to a meal last time?" Danny hesitated, clearly uncertain. "You are correct, my companion." Li Xuan removed his mask. "You truly came to rescue me. I am immensely grateful." Iron Fist Danny stepped forward and embraced him. The saying true friendship is revealed in times of adversity rang true. It was through experiences of betrayal and loneliness that Danny came to appreciate the rarity of friendship. After all, not everyone would go to such lengths as Li Xuan had for someone they had just met. Beep, beep. As Mitchum collapsed, his head struck the ground, blood gushing forth and staining the carpet crimson. Danny took some time to notice the situation and hurried over to lift him, inspecting his condition. However, the more he examined, the colder his heart felt. No breath, no heartbeat. Despite the treachery of this childhood companion, Danny had only intended to teach him a lesson, not to end his life. Danny was bewildered. Even after years of cultivation in the Kunlun secret realm, he adhered to the principle of sparing the innocent, akin to the noble sects of ancient Huaxia. But now, Danny realized he had broken his vow. The sudden turn of events disrupted his plans and plunged him into a state of introspection and self-doubt. At this moment, Li Xuan stepped forward to offer gentle guidance. Ultimately, it was Mitchum who initiated the confrontation. Iron Fist's reaction could merely be seen as a reflexive response. But how could he even withstand a single blow? Who is to blame for that? Yet Danny remained furrowed in thought, fidgeting uneasily, clearly ensnared in the most common dilemma faced by superheroes, the incessant layering of moral burdens upon oneself, shackling his own spirit. Once he had declared himself a superhero, he felt an automatic obligation to shoulder the responsibility of salvation, independent of external validation. Conversely, if he faltered, he would be engulfed by regret and self-reproach, leading to an internal struggle, unless someone intervened to shatter this impasse. Li Xuan turned his gaze away, And just then, with a loud crash, the wooden door swung open. Mitchum, Iron Fist's childhood companion, burst in. She was Harold's daughter, Mitchum's sister, and had been a close friend of Danny's in their youth. Following the famed death of old Harold, she had taken on the management of Rand Corporation alongside her brother, overseeing the financial operations. However, upon seeing her brother lying in a pool of blood, her expression turned to one of agitation. "What have you done to my brother?" Mitchum shouted, her eyes darting from the enigmatic figure in the sinister mask to the lurking shadowy ninjas, finally resting on the bewildered Danny. She was undoubtedly a shrewd woman, aware that one should target the vulnerable. Under her relentless questioning, Danny's face flushed with shame, his demeanor evasive, as though he had been caught in a vulnerable position. Witnessing this, Mitchum's resolve intensified. "I will make you pay. Blood will repay blood," she proclaimed fiercely. This declaration elicited a laugh from Li Xuan. He directly revealed that their father, Harold, had not died. Years prior, he had clandestinely orchestrated the plane crash that befell Danny's family. When confronted with Danny's father's plea for help, he had chosen to stand idly by, ultimately leading to his demise. As for Danny's mother, bound by deep affection, she had chosen to follow her husband into death in the snowy mountains. With this dramatic twist, Mitchum's bravado faltered. Yet she stubbornly retorted, "My father Harold has been dead for years. Do not fabricate lies." She refused to acknowledge any wrongdoing by her family towards Danny. She could not afford to lose face, although their family had indeed prospered by seizing control of the company founded by Danny's parents. What of it? Even if they had not taken it by force, someone else would have harbored ill intentions. Otherwise, why would they need to manage it in the first place? After all, Danny had long been presumed dead. "You liar! Do not impersonate my friend," Mitchum accused, pointing an accusing finger at Iron Fist. With a sudden surge of rage, Iron Fist's eyes turned crimson. As he lifted his head, his face radiated fury. "Is what you just said true? I possess a shadow legion. In this city, it is no simple task for any secret to elude my grasp. Damn that old scoundrel." With gritted teeth, Danny refused to grant the woman before him another chance to perform, swiftly striking her across the face with the back of his hand. The force of the blow sent her sprawling to the ground, her spirit withering like frostbitten eggplant leaves, utterly deflated. Next, he vowed with venomous determination, "Old Harold shall pay in blood for his debts." Chapter 41. My heart and actions are as clear as a bright mirror. All that I do is in the name of justice. Although the venerable Harold was confined by Lady Gao within that secluded chamber, rendering him almost devoid of the opportunity to venture outside, he nonetheless secured the camaraderie of the Guild of Hands, possessing extraordinary materials in the form of dragon bones that ensured his survival. Even a mere fragment of this substance bestowed upon Harold an astonishing effect, the allure of immortality. It served as the most effective means to compel these wealthy merchants to acquiesce. Yet, on this particular day, an unexpected knock echoed through the air. Harold found himself perplexed. This was not the designated time for communication with the Guild of Hands or for the submission of tasks. Who could be visiting? As old Harold peered through the security door, a wave of cold sweat enveloped him in fright. He unexpectedly beheld a familiar figure. Those features, that demeanor, were strikingly reminiscent of his deceased old companion. Could it be that his ghost has come to trouble me due to my own past transgressions that were exposed? Old Harold was still pondering, when suddenly a thunderous roar erupted from outside. In an instant, the iron door was smashed open with a single blow. Dust and flying screws scattered in all directions. Danny's right fist emanated a faint golden energy, and deep imprints appeared on the shattered iron door, clearly unable to withstand his might. Old Harold's expression shifted dramatically. He had come to the conclusion that the being before him was not human. How could an ordinary person possess such astonishing strength? And emit light no less? Danny raised his fist, pressing the man before him for details about the circumstances surrounding his parents' tragic demise. Under the weight of Danny's furious interrogation, the elderly Harold recounted the insidious plot he had orchestrated years prior. It was revealed that he had harbored a secret affection for Danny's mother, Heather. However, driven by jealousy over Danny's father, who had thwarted his romantic aspirations, Harold conceived a nefarious plan to eliminate him and claim Heather for himself. Harold swiftly executed this scheme, resulting in the untimely death of Danny's father. What he did not anticipate was Heather's fierce resolve. She chose to sacrifice herself for love. I offered her a chance, but she failed to seize it. I cannot be blamed. Harold continued his incessant ramblings, attempting to absolve himself of culpability. As the long-buried secrets spilled forth, his emotions surged. Yet Danny's expression darkened further. Initially, he had been incensed merely by the account relayed by Li Xuan. Now, confronted by the very man responsible for his parents' murder, who remained unapologetic, Danny's fury intensified exponentially. I will kill you, iron fist Danny gritted through his teeth. I will shatter you with a single punch. As these words echoed, old Harold's complexion turned pale. Yet, it was his daughter whose expression shifted dramatically. She had already witnessed her brother lying in a pool of blood, but she never anticipated that she would also be forced to witness her father's demise. No, this cannot be allowed. Mitchum rushed before Danny, collapsing to her knees as she wept. The growth and success of the Milcam Industrial Group are solely due to my father's efforts. You cannot destroy the bridge after crossing it. Are you asking me to show mercy to the murderer of my parents? Danny retorted. I merely believe we should look to the future. What has happened cannot be undone, and I am deeply saddened as well, but life must go on. We can welcome you back to the company. You can take any position you desire, as long as you spare my father, Mitchum continued. However, Danny's expression had darkened considerably. Initially, he had harbored some regret for his childhood companion, but after this scene unfolded, any lingering sentiment had been severed. Old Harold was as good as dead. Danny clenched his fists, a faint golden glow emanating from him, the power he had inherited from S.H.I.E.L.D surging forth. In the next moment a shadow flashed by. Bang! Old Harold fell to the ground. His chest caved in, blood gushing from the wound. His eyes widened, fixated on the man before him, and as he felt the life force within him ebbing away, he mustered his last strength to praise, Truly, you are her son. Upon witnessing this, Mitchum broke down in tears, rushing forward to embrace him. Her heart ached. She felt regret, lamenting the luxurious life she was about to lose, and perhaps, just a hint of sorrow for her father's demise. You are a butcher. You can never become the revered superhero of the people. Mitchum spat angrily, hoping to instill remorse in the man before her. Superhero? Danny's face reflected a struggle and remorse, but as he gazed at his bloodied fists for an extended moment, his expression returned to a calm facade. Why should I concern myself with others' opinions? As for you, once the company's affairs are settled, I shall send you to a psychiatric hospital. Blood debts must be repaid in kind. No, Danny, you cannot do this. Mitchum's face turned pale. She could not fathom the dismal life that awaited her in such a place. The days of her extravagant, hedonistic lifestyle were coming to an end, and despair loomed ahead. She reached out to grasp Danny's leg but was forcefully kicked away. Yet Danny ignored her, instead approaching Li Xuan with a smile. After wiping the blood with a damp towel, he said, My brother, I will gift you half of my inheritance from the Milcam Industrial Group shares. And with our collaboration, a bright future surely awaits us. To freedom, to tomorrow. The two raised their glasses, indulging in the fine vintage wine, while the lifeless body of old Harold lay cold upon the ground. At that moment, Mitchum was rendered speechless, collapsing to the ground, his mind shattered by fear. Within this already chaotic hellish kitchen, as Li Xuan harnessed the power of capital to recruit allies, a tempest of blood and carnage was impending. Once he had amassed sufficient strength in the shadows, he would establish his own notion of justice. It would be a justice steeped in violence, a justice stained with blood. My heart and actions are as clear as a mirror. All that I do is for the sake of justice. All else is but dust. Chapter 42. The Avengers, a nest of serpents and rodents, get out of New York City. Upon the demise of old Harold at the hands of Iron Fist, a vigorous transformation ensued within the Milcom Industrial Group, marked by a brutal suppression of dissent. Had it not been for Li Xuan's intervention, the chaos would have spiraled out of control. His Shadow Legion, unwavering and fiercely loyal, executed their tasks with utmost dedication. Amidst this atmosphere of suppression and cleansing, Hell's Kitchen became a cauldron of intrigue. The Milcom Industrial Group, a notorious accomplice of the Hand, had long served as a most subservient ally. Yet, with Iron Fist Danny's baptism of fire, the organization was left in a state of limbo. Danny boldly declared, "What is the Hand to us? From now on, Hell's Kitchen shall be governed by us brothers." It is undeniable that once an honest man breaks his moral shackles, he becomes unrestrained in his actions. This was precisely the outcome Li Xuan had anticipated. As a merciless butcher himself, he knew that a chaotic scenario was essential to attract the superheroes. The likes of Kingpin, the Hand, and the Russian mob must all be dealt with. Meanwhile, the intrepid journalist April was far from idle. After meticulously gathering and organizing compromising information on the Avengers, she tirelessly penned a series of articles, painting the members of the Avengers in a most unflattering light. What beacon of hope is this? Unveiling Captain America's hidden darkness. Hawkeye, the sharpshooter, resorts to violence against his own comrades. Is this a reflection of twisted humanity or moral decay? A nest of serpents and rodents? Bully Iron Man, get out of New York. As these sensational reports made their way to the airwaves, a storm erupted within the television station. The implications for Captain America, the embodiment of American ideals, were staggering. His reputation lay in tatters. Iron Man, the infamous playboy, was equally discredited. Although Hawkeye's notoriety was somewhat muted, he had indeed aimed an arrow at Captain America. The scandalous revelations surrounding these superheroes sent shockwaves throughout New York City. The female editor-in-chief of the New York Times could scarcely contain her excitement, nearly showering April with praise. After regaining her composure, she exclaimed, "Well done, splendidly executed. You have become a rising star in journalism, destined to be pursued by every media outlet. Your efforts will undoubtedly yield bountiful rewards, thank you, editor," April replied, her heart racing. While she had anticipated recognition for her hard work, she had not expected such high accolades. Shortly thereafter, she was assigned to host a new program, tasked with disseminating this explosive information to the public. 10 minutes later, the internet erupted in a frenzy over the actions of the Avengers. In earlier times, they were symbols of justice, enveloped in the aura of superheroes, serving as the protective shield for the populace. However, with the emergence of this news report, they have transformed into villains, selfish individuals, and duplicitous characters. Such a stark contrast has led to a precipitous decline in their previously unblemished reputation. What of Captain America? Who would have thought him to be a despicable scoundrel, presenting one facade while concealing another? Disgusting. The Captain may have once been a figure of honor and valor, but that was 70 years ago. He is no longer worthy of being hailed as a paragon or a banner to be celebrated. Captain Steve, you have betrayed us. Heartbroken. And what of Iron Man? He is nothing but an arrogant fool and a jester. Donning his armor to save others is nothing short of a farce. This is his true nature. I once regarded him as an idol. That was my folly. It is truly shocking that the members of the Avengers are all of a kind, a den of scoundrels. Amidst this escalating fervor, the sentiments have gradually permeated the residents of New York City. Within S.H.I.E.L.D. As the uproar over the Avengers' misconduct reaches a fever pitch online, the leader Nick is deeply troubled. He had originally aspired to assemble a unified force to protect the people, but now he finds himself mocked as the head of a scoundrel alliance. If this were the extent of the situation, it would be bearable. However, it has attracted the attention of Nick's superiors, who insist that the matter must be handled with utmost care. The esteemed image of Captain Steve cannot be tarnished. What is this? Am I to clean up this mess? Nick rubbed his bald head, his expression twisted in distaste. He promptly contacted the medical center, inquiring, "How are the members of the Avengers squad faring? What is the status of their treatment?" The medical center provided an affirmative response. Aside from Tony, who is gravely injured and unable to move, Captain Steve and Black Widow are both able to walk. Nick replied tersely, "Then let them come to my office." After a brief period, when Captain Steve and Black Widow arrived, they were met with a barrage of reprimands from director Nick. After all, it was one thing to fail in apprehending the supervillain, Spider-Man, but to leave behind such incriminating evidence is another matter entirely. The situation has spiraled, now circulating throughout the entire web. How am I to manage this mess? At that moment, Director Nick wore an expression of profound concern for their welfare, yet he conveniently overlooked his keen interest in the alien entity during the operation, having even struck a questionable deal with Tony. Yet now, in the wake of this debacle, Director Nick has turned his back, placing the blame squarely on the shoulders of his team members. In truth, we discovered that journalists had captured the scenario and attempted to seize the moment. Captain Steve began to explain. And then, what was the outcome? Director Nick's face darkened to a shade of coal. The result was that we were bested by 4 turtles and a rat. Captain Steve continued to speak. How can you even say that? Director Nick unleashed a torrent of reprimands, and as his anger began to subside, he added, next, we shall hold a press conference to clarify the adverse impact caused by the Avengers. Captain Steve, please prepare your statement. I will assign Agent Hill to review it. As for Black Widow, I have other matters to attend to. As Captain Steve and Black Widow exited the director's office, both wore somber expressions. Ever since I was thawed from my icy slumber, I have realized how drastically the world has changed. In truth, Captain Steve, what I wish to convey is that nothing has truly changed. Chapter 43, Iron Man's Implementation of the Superhero Registration Act. 1-3, 2 days later, the S.H.I.E.L.D. embarked on a clarifying campaign regarding the Avengers team. Hundreds of media outlets flocked to the scene, akin to sharks sensing blood in the water. The original superheroes, once exalted, had faced some negative press, yet it had never been substantiated. However, this time, as April unveiled the news and footage, the undeniable content ignited excitement among all present. This H.I.E.L.D. found itself in a frenzy, tirelessly orchestrating damage control while simultaneously preparing speeches in an attempt to restore Captain America's once illustrious image. Today, I am delighted to see all of you gathered here. On behalf of S.H.I.E.L.D., I am about to announce a new initiative, the National Home for Youth. This is a non-profit organization dedicated to aiding homeless young individuals. Agent Hill stepped onto the stage, delivering an eloquent address that deftly shifted attention toward the charitable cause. Following a scattered applause, Captain America, adorned in his star-spangled uniform that bore the essence of a bygone era, clearly the honorable attire from his debut, emerged. The sight of this familiar garb inevitably evoked memories of Captain America's heroic deeds, liberating soldiers and freeing Europe from Nazi tyranny. The atmosphere in the venue brightened considerably. Agent Hill seized the moment, stating Captain America is human. Like most of us, he too can err. Yet we all deserve a chance for redemption. In this spirit of acknowledging one's mistakes, Captain America has generously donated $10 million to the National Home for Youth. Next, let us welcome Captain America to speak. Hello everyone, I am Steve. I understand I have let you down. I have tarnished the spirit of freedom. And for that, I have lost countless nights of sleep. Undoubtedly, Captain America possessed a remarkable ability to evoke emotions. As he passionately spoke, he tossed aside his prepared notes, opting for a more spontaneous approach, further enlivening the atmosphere. However, just as Captain America's speech concluded and he awaited media coverage to redeem himself, a streak of fire blazed across the sky. A sleek suit descended from above, revealing none other than Iron Man, Tony Stark. As he lifted his helmet, the media erupted with excitement, snapping photographs in a frenzy. Tony, what brings you here? Captain America, still reeling from the shock, heard the unexpected revelation tumble from his lips. We are certainly not at fault. Why should we apologize? I have long since grown weary of all this. I am superior to most of you, and far more intelligent. I inherited Stark Industries, founded by my father, and I shall elevate it further. You should be lauding my efforts. He stood there before a multitude of media representatives, speaking candidly without reservation. The surrounding reporters were utterly frantic, pressing him with inquiries. Mr. Stark, what is your perspective on this recent setback? This time, I underestimated my opponent. Next time, I shall ensure that the Spider Demon puts on a splendid display. Mr. Stark, some believe you are deceiving the audience. They claim you are not a superhero at all, but rather a jester. Bring him before me, and I shall see who dares to utter such words. Mr. Stark, may I interpret your words as a threat? I recognize your name tag. You must be mindful of your words and actions, Mr. Reporter. Under the relentless inquiries of the crowd, Tony exhibited an effortless eloquence. His dialogue so fluid that it caused everyone to momentarily forget that this was a press conference dedicated to Captain America. Captain Steve intended to step forward to intervene. Yet he was halted by Agent Hill, who discreetly remarked, "It is beneficial to have him share the spotlight. His presence will accentuate your own reasonableness." Indeed, Steve mused that his own speech was sufficiently stirring, and his demeanor sincere. The objective of this press conference had already been achieved. If there were any lingering dissatisfaction, it was merely that Tony had overshadowed him entirely. Yet, contemplating Tony's performance, which would ultimately highlight his own perfection, a smile blossomed on Steve's face, and he amiably approached to pat Tony on the shoulder, showcasing the camaraderie among teammates. It was in this moment that Iron Man Tony felt the stage was set, and he uttered a statement of monumental significance. "I believe that to reduce crime rates, all superheroes must unite. Fighting independently is unwise. Only by coming together as one can we confront any crisis. I propose that Congress enact the Superhero Registration Act. Let all the superheroes of the world unite. For even the most nefarious villains, no matter how malevolent or uniquely powerful, shall be vanquished by our collective strength. Justice shall prevail." At the conclusion of his narrative, Iron Man Tony emphatically clenched his fist, signifying his unwavering stance. Whoosh! Upon the utterance of these words, the already fervent media experienced yet another eruption of emotions. It is well known that Iron Man, Tony Stark, is a figure capable of steering societal trends. His every action reverberates through the lives of countless individuals across the globe. His recent proclamation regarding the Superhero Registration Act has sparked a substantial wave of fervor. One can only imagine the monumental achievement that would ensue if all superheroes were to unite. Their collaborative efforts would undoubtedly herald a new era for New York City. It shall be an era devoid of war, a time free from chaos. Mr. Stark, do you aspire to be the leader of all superheroes? Certainly. Upon hearing this, Tony confidently proclaimed, "I am the son of a billionaire, the greatest inventor. I shall lead the superheroes to their zenith." Snap! At this proclamation, Captain Steve found the microphone in his grasp utterly crushed. No matter how he speculated, he never anticipated such a turn of events orchestrated by Tony. If he were to secure the leadership of the Avengers, what would that make him? "Oh, Steve, you've truly miscalculated this time." Chapter 44. The Green Goblin, the Punisher, Sage Mode 2-3, within the confines of S.H.I.E.L.D. Director Nick Fury's expression fluctuated between shadows of doubt and flashes of determination after witnessing the press conference. He had not anticipated Tony Stark's audacious maneuver. Initially, his plan was to assemble a formidable team of superheroes to confront the latent threats beneath the facade of peace. Although the scheme had encountered setbacks, beginning with the abandonment of the Butcher, the team faced continuous obstacles. Yet, this did not deter Fury. Rather, it intensified his resolve, prompting him to allocate senior agents to assist Captain Steve Rogers in clearing his tarnished reputation. However, Stark's proclamation caught him off guard. After all, while Fury was merely toying with the notion of an Avengers team, Stark was orchestrating a coalition of all superheroes. Was this not akin to starting anew? Should Stark succeed, Fury's Avengers would be rendered a mere jest, unless he undertook this endeavor under the banner of the Avengers. It appeared that further sacrifices were in order. A bitter expression crossed Fury's face as he lamented the necessity of extracting resources from S.H.I.E.L.D's coffers to beseech Stark. Patience, he thought. It would not be long before the Venom 2.0 suit was developed, transforming S.H.I.E.L.D. agents into super soldiers. In that eventuality, not just Spider-Man or the Butcher, but all adversaries would be beneath our feet. Fury engaged in a self-encouragement reminiscent of the spirit of AQ. Meanwhile, as he gazed out at the overcast sky of New York City, the Green Goblin Harry Osborn was also engrossed in the news. Upon hearing Stark's mention of the Superhero Registration Act, His already mocking demeanor twisted further. Another fame-seeking lunatic. All superheroes are egotists yearning for unity. How deluded. In his eyes, Iron Man Tony was merely a jester. Despite being the president of Stark Industries, he was also the head of Oscorp. Harry, too, was the scion of a billionaire, and although he lacked Stark's intellect, the serum he had injected endowed him with strength surpassing that of an ordinary person by sevenfold. Coupled with the latest gliding wings and protective armor, he believed he could contend with those so-called vigilantes. If Spider-Man could metamorphose into a supervillain, he was curious to see how many superheroes would remain true to their ideals. Those who approach the abyss will inevitably be consumed by it. Ding! As Harry contemplated, a message notification chimed on the screen before him. Upon opening it, a photo of the butcher appeared. Was it not he who had humiliated Peter? I must track you down. Thud, thud, thud. Though it was the dead of night, not all were asleep at the construction site in Hell's Kitchen. A man with a thick beard, clad in a patched-up jacket, presented a disheveled appearance. However, his work efficiency was remarkably high. In mere moments, he had shattered a wall with a heavy hammer. After some time, once the front wall lay in ruins, the man finally removed his headphones and sat back, gasping for breath. Upon retrieving his phone, he discovered a news alert. Arrogant genius? Foolish buffoon? Has Iron Man lost his mind? The man perused the article swiftly, and when he saw the superheroes united against all evil, he scoffed derisively. I do not believe in the notion of good being rewarded or evil being punished. The only truth I hold dear is that the weapon in my hand can deliver their reckoning. I am the Punisher, Frank murmured, his thoughts drifting back to the tender moments shared with his wife and daughter before the tragedy struck. He had once enjoyed a blissful family life. Yet, it was a simple weekend gathering that led them to witness a brutal act of gang justice, resulting in their merciless execution. Had it not been for his fortuitous escape, he too would have been silenced. With no avenue for revenge and the government's apathy crushing him utterly, Frank chose to embark on a path of vengeance. In a world where justice cannot prevail, there exists a Punisher who will sweep away all in blood and iron. Meanwhile, within Tony's seaside villa, as the day's events escalated, this genius found himself engulfed in a frenzied yet straightforward bout of activity. He was a greedy and arrogant man, yet also a brilliant inventor. Even without venom for dissection, he managed to create an entirely new suit of armor, one that bore no resemblance to his previous designs. It resembled a ferocious predator, evil, menacing, and brutal. I shall name it Greed. This extraterrestrial entity, composed of the rarest materials, could manifest various possibilities depending on its host, much like an insatiable beast. I merged it with Stark Industries technology, resulting in a remarkable chemical reaction. Tony explained, extending his hand to touch the somewhat animated armor. In the next moment, this half-mechanical, half-living suit disassembled and promptly enveloped him. The appearance of an extraterrestrial hunter materialized within the laboratory. Tony, what have you invented this time? Pepper Potts entered, and upon seeing the astonishing armor, she couldn't help but exclaim. I have created a monster, Tony replied, pride evident in his voice. Yet, he remained oblivious to the fact that beneath this symbiotic covering, what could merely be considered arrogance was gradually magnified. This symbiote inherently amplified the darkness lurking within the host's heart, and despite the mechanical enhancements, it still existed, leading to the potential for uncontrollable chaos. Inside Hell's Kitchen, within the lavishly adorned estate, hundreds of shadowy operatives were laboring diligently. Li reclined beneath the moonlight, reveling in the delightful surge of energy flowing into his being. As the bloodline of the divine tree took effect, he could distinctly perceive his strength augmenting, sensing that the activation of his celestial body mode was imminent. It felt almost within reach, a tantalizing prospect indeed. Chapter 45. Iron Man takes on Dr. Octopus. 3-3. Iron Man hastened to Empire State University to deliver a speech, urging all superheroes to unite in the battle against evil. He publicly declared in the newspaper that he would assume the role of captain of the Avengers. Iron Man promised that any superhero who joined him would receive generous rewards and his personal friendship. However, following Tony's public endorsement of the Superhero Registration Act, he began a fervent search and development of the Greed armor. His genius was undeniable. Having mastered cutting-edge technology, he did not forget to ally with his companions, forming a coalition of shared interests. By pursuing dual strategies, Tony firmly believed he could vanquish any adversary. Yet, despite his rallying cries and promises, he struggled to attract genuine superheroes to reveal their identities and join the collective. Tony, you must combat evil. You need to set an example, Hawkeye suggested. Indeed, Tony acknowledged, I must showcase my own strength to draw them in. At that moment, a headline in the New York Times caught his eye. Otto's experiment fails, causes explosion, and emerges as Dr. Octopus robbing a bank. Excitement illuminated Tony's face as he scanned the article, quickly deducing the doctor's intentions. To rob a bank, secure funds, procure instruments, and conduct further experiments. He was all too familiar with the thought process of such scientific aberrations. If he could capitalize on this knowledge, capturing the criminal would be assured. Compared to apprehending an ordinary criminal, seizing a supervillain would undoubtedly showcase Iron Man's prowess. Even though the newspaper boasted that the 4 mechanical tentacles could obliterate any obstacle, including safes, this posed no real challenge for Tony, also an inventor. His greed armor, integrating the most advanced technology, would serve as the ultimate counter to all technological weaponry. Meanwhile, Captain Steve sat in a corner, watching as Tony's rise diminished his own status, relegating him to the periphery of the group. Even Hawkeye, once his close ally, now exhibited an air of detachment. This served as a severe blow to his pride. After all, I was the one who came first. I've made my decision. I will take him down. Iron Man Tony declared resolutely, rising abruptly and striding towards the exit. Do you need our assistance? Hawkeye's voice called from behind. No. This will be my stage alone. Iron Man Tony declined his offer, confident in his ability to tackle any predicament. However, shortly after Tony departed, Captain Steve sat in silence for a considerable time before finally uttering, I can fight all day. He regained his fighting spirit, convinced that nothing could bring him down. Even if Tony enjoyed a moment of glory, in this world, opportunities are always reserved for those who are prepared. I must seek out Agent Fitz for a serious conversation. In Queens, New York City, what should have been a dilapidated factory was instead filled with rows of intricate instruments. Following Dr. Octopus's bank heist, he had used all the stolen money to purchase raw materials and equipment, preparing to continue his experiments. Dr. Octopus denied himself luxuries, even wearing a tattered jacket. Yet, he was willing to invest in his dreams. He aspired to invent an inexhaustible energy source for the entire world, to create a tritium reactor. Although he had made progress with the support of Oscorp, following the death of Norman Osborn, the rise of the Green Goblin curtailed his funding for this extravagant project. During his last experiment, a pipe burst, leading to a radiation leak and a catastrophic explosion, which resulted in mutations in his brain, granting him control over mechanical tentacles. I shall rise again from the depths of suffering. No one can deter my resolve, Dr. Octopus declared fervently. Behind him, the mechanical tentacles writhed in a frenzied dance, resembling a chaotic swarm of serpents. As Dr. Octopus plotted yet another heist to acquire new instruments for his experiments, Iron Man Tony Stark released a new video. I am Iron Man. I challenge that arrogant octopus fiend, who brazenly robs banks. No matter where you are or what you intend to do, I will find you and bring you to justice. Damn that scoundrel. Dr. Octopus's face flushed with anger upon seeing this. In his memory, he had never encountered this dandy. He merely sought to raise funds, and yet this superhero had threatened him. All he desired was to research endless energy. Even this modest request seemed unattainable. He had never harmed anyone, yet this brilliant inventor had targeted him. Why must my research be disturbed by others? Dr. Octopus could not comprehend. The mechanical tentacles behind him writhed wildly, easily creating a large crater in the solid ground with a mere sweep. The previous experiment's failure had not only transformed him but had also rendered his mechanical arms capable of lifting 8 tons, indestructible and extraordinarily agile. If you wish to capture me, then come forth. Dr. Octopus welcomed the challenge without fear. Ottawa spoke softly, his eyes reflecting a remarkable blend of madness and reason. He had endured an abundance of suffering and faced numerous hardships. Those arduous years not only failed to defeat him but also refined him through the passage of time, rendering him composed and resilient. Ding. A random task has been detected nearby. Chapter 46. If justice is not served, then let me take action. For 3. Across from the Empire State Building stands the largest financial institution in New York City, guarded at its entrance by a reinforced platoon of federal officers. The vaults within are designed to withstand even a nuclear explosion. Yet, since its establishment, no one has dared to test the impenetrability of this treasure trove. However, upon the sturdy stone facade, a series of claw marks suddenly appeared. Dr. Octopus had returned to wreak havoc, undeterred by Iron Man Tony's threats. Instead, he grew more emboldened, opting to deliver a resounding slap in the face. Did you not say you would capture me? I eagerly anticipate your prowess. Dr. Octopus scurried forth, with a sharp drill glinting ominously on the mechanical tentacles trailing behind him. In an instant, the wall shattered with a resounding crash, sending dust and debris flying. Not merely concrete and bricks, but also the menacing figure of the octopus-like villain. Inside the bank, a cacophony of screams erupted as the employees bore witness to the terrifying destructive power of his mechanical claws, which could easily breach the sturdy stone walls, leaving the fragile flesh of humanity utterly vulnerable. Dr. Octopus executed his plan with ruthless precision, herding the bank's employees and patrons into the main hall before confiscating their means of escape and binding them tightly. He then compelled the manager to lead him to the vault. In the wake of his swift actions, even the most robust of men lost color in their faces, while the weaker women trembled in fear. Dr. Octopus had truly lost his sanity. He was willing to resort to violence. Among the crowd stood Nurse Claire, her face a portrait of shock. Not long before, when Dr. Octopus had issued his command to surrender communication devices, a brash young man had chosen to defy him, proclaiming his demand for human rights. In a heartbeat, that man's forearm was shattered, blood spilling profusely. It was through this brief episode that the onlookers grasped the enormity of Dr. Octopus's authority. No one dared to test his limits thereafter. Exhibiting strength could earn one respect. Dr. Octopus muttered to himself, and under the guidance of the trembling manager, they soon arrived at the most coveted vault. Upon reaching this sacred ground, the elderly manager fell to his knees, pleading, "I lack the specialized key. Moreover, this vault has a triple locking mechanism. If forced open, it will lock permanently, rendering it inaccessible. What does it matter to me if you cannot open it?" Dr. Octopus inquired, as his mechanical tentacles began to swirl and dance. One by one, they revealed an array of instruments, electric drills, cutting machines, and locking devices, everything one could possibly need. Ochuo harbored the audacious notion of conquering the most formidable safe in history, aspiring to extract diamonds and gold from its depths. This was inconceivable. The old man collapsed onto the ground, yet upon witnessing Ochuo's actions, he was so struck with fear that he scrambled against the wall and rose again. Throughout the old manager's decades-long career, he had repeatedly observed the escalation of defensive measures. A decade ago, breaching such security might have been plausible. However, he now firmly believed that no one could ever dismantle it by brute force. Yet today, he beheld a figure who, armed with merely rudimentary tools and extraordinary dexterity, transformed the impossible into reality, unlocking mechanism after mechanism. At long last, when Dr. Ochuo swung open the grand door, a sight of gradually accumulating jewels greeted him, worth thousands in the outside world. Yet here they lay carelessly, akin to refuse. He deftly maneuvered the mechanical arm to fill his backpack. Even after stuffing every pocket to capacity, he had barely removed a fraction, less than 1% of the treasures within the vault. It seemed he would have to strive harder next time. Dr. Ochuo chuckled, shaking his head as he turned to exit the room. During this endeavor, he gentlemanly directed the mechanical arm to adjust the old man's hat, remarking that donning it would lend him a more spirited appearance. You. The old man, upon hearing this, opened his mouth and finally managed to utter 2 words. What an oddity. In a standalone villa by the coastline, Tony Stark was fine-tuning the parameters of his new armor, enhancing its explosive capabilities, when an unexpected message interrupted his contemplation. It was from the artificial intelligence, Jarvis. "Mr. Stark, I must alert you that the supervillain you seek to apprehend has made an appearance." "What? Tony responded with astonishment. Where is he? He had anticipated that after his public declaration, the villain would remain dormant for at least 10 days or 2 weeks. To his surprise, Dr. Ochuo had chosen to act brazenly. Truly fearless. A cold smirk crept across Iron Man Tony's face. Jarvis continued, he is located near the Empire State Building. I have detected an alarm signal. The physical characteristics of the robber captured on surveillance closely resemble those of Dr. Octopus. If we deploy Mark III, it will take 10 minutes to arrive at the scene. That time frame may be insufficient. Tony, lost in thought, cast his gaze toward the freshly calibrated Greed armor. But with this, I need only 2.5 minutes. Let us go. Iron Man Tony donned his new equipment, and as flames erupted from beneath him, he shot into the sky like an arrow released from its bow. Ding! Random task detected in the vicinity. The frustration of Dr. Octopus. Dr. Otto merely wished to successfully complete his experiment, yet unexpectedly found himself threatened by Tony, who sought to obliterate everything he held dear. This honest man was incensed. He intended to make the superhero, who had belittled him, pay dearly for his insolence. Upon accepting the ensuing task, the host was required to assist Dr. Octopus in delivering a resounding slap to Iron Man's reputation, with the rewards contingent upon Dr. Otto's gratitude, potentially resulting in a significant increase. Indeed, Tony Stark has once again stirred up trouble. Li Xuan glanced at the task displayed on the panel and realized that he had also offended the earnest Dr. Octopus. This individual, unjustly labeled a supervillain, was lamenting his fate. His sole focus was on scientific research. Had it not been for the relentless bullying he faced, he would never have resorted to a life of crime to further his studies. He was a remarkable talent among supervillains, someone who could be courted, persuaded, and utilized. Is it that my efforts to gather allies have been deemed insufficient, thus prompting your assistance? I am truly grateful to you, Iron Man. It is time for retribution. We must show him a taste of his own medicine. Chapter 47. I shall become the beacon of hope for all humanity. 1-5 With a swift motion, a silhouette descended from the heavens amid a blaze of fire. As the grotesque symbiotic battle armor contorted, Tony's visage finally emerged before the onlookers. He scanned the surroundings, only to be met with shattered walls and residents fleeing from the bank. Though uninjured, their expressions were laced with palpable anxiety. Run! The octopus-like fiend had proclaimed, warning that if anyone remained in the bank for more than 3 minutes, he would unleash a massacre. He truly meant it. One defiant individual had already suffered a broken arm. The bank was devoid of staff, save for a hapless soul suspended in the lobby. Listening to the frantic chatter of the residents, Steel Man's eyes glimmered with contemplation. This was clearly orchestrated with him in mind. J.A.R.V.I.S. Do you suppose the octopus creature anticipated my arrival, thus staging this elaborate charade? Mr. Stark, I believe your conjecture is accurate. But why is he so certain that I would come as he expected? Perhaps he has analyzed your behavior and capabilities, leading to this arrangement. I ought to express my gratitude then, Tony mused, as the menacing mask reassembled on his face. Flames erupted forth as he soared into the sky, circling the bank before carefully shattering a window and entering the edifice. Once inside, he indeed discovered a young man with a severed arm suspended in the central area. Though his wound had been hastily bandaged, blood continued to drip. The young man sobbed silently. J.A.R.V.I.S. Scan the vicinity for potential hazards, Tony commanded. The data I commenced its environmental analysis, but mere moments later, the results left him astounded. There were no imminent threats nor explosives present. This was merely a straightforward act of kidnapping. Tony promptly descended from the air and swiftly untied the young man, but the words that followed darkened his expression. The creature with 4 tentacles tied me here and then turned to enter the restroom. What a bastard! He even broke my arm. Oh, and before leaving, the octopus doctor asked me to relay a message. Mr. Stark, hello? It seemed like a simple greeting. Upon hearing this, Iron Man Tony felt a surge of frustration. He had boasted to the media of his intent to personally apprehend the octopus doctor. Yet, the current reality revealed that he had come to the bank to rescue hostages, only to be outmaneuvered. Not only had he failed to catch a glimpse of the octopus doctor, but he had also been humiliated by the words left behind. It was a resounding slap in the face. Tony Stark, the Iron Man, wore a pallid expression, and his armor mirrored his discontent, sprouting sharp, scythe-like protrusions that gouged into the polished marble floor, etching deep, indelible scars. The young man, who had been voicing his thoughts just moments ago, was now paralyzed with fear at the sight before him. Was this truly a superhero? It was utterly terrifying. In a panic, he bolted away, leaving no trace behind. Without uttering a word, Tony made his way toward the restroom. In the midst of the men's lavatory, chaos reigned. Dr. Octopus had excavated a deep pit, rupturing the steel pipes and utilizing the extensive underground network to escape from the bank. This revelation provided a logical explanation for his earlier actions. He had initially released the bank personnel to buy time while dangling a hostage in the atrium, only to abscond through the labyrinthine pipes once the hostage was freed. What a simple yet effective tactic. Tony Stark let out a cold chuckle, yet his face betrayed no signs of disappointment or despair. Instead, he felt invigorated. If a mere mouse could be captured so easily, there would be no sense of achievement in that. It was time to initiate the tracking mode. He commanded. In the blink of an eye, an aperture opened on the right side of the armor, and dozens of mechanical search insects emerged, scuttling off into the network of pipes, spreading out like a spider's web. Did that little mouse think it could escape due to its geographical advantage? Not so easily. I am a genius. The inventions I create can resolve any predicament. Once I set my sights on you, there is but one path. Either surrender meekly, or perhaps I might grant you some dignity. Beep, beep, beep. It wasn't long before the detector signaled a new discovery. Tony Stark rose from the corner, and with a powerful leap, plunged into the dark, labyrinthine pipes. He was determined to apprehend Dr. Octopus. Meanwhile, as Dr. Octopus reveled in his successful heist, having stashed the jewels in a secret chamber, he relaxed and contemplated the spoils of his robbery. Not only could he purchase 2 large instruments from the black market, but the remaining gems would suffice to procure raw materials for over 30 experiments. He recalled the time at Oscorp when he sought approval for a single experiment. The paperwork and approval processes would take weeks. How different it was now. He could dictate the course of his experiments, adjusting the steps at will. And what of not having an assistant? His self-developed mechanical arm could independently carry out the entire experiment. This was an invention for the ages. It was a testament to his brilliance. I shall create boundless energy. I will become the beacon of hope for all humanity. Just as Dr. Octopus's thoughts soared, an unexpected visitor arrived just beyond the wall. Knock, knock, knock. He politely knocked on the wooden door and inquired, "May I ask if Dr. Otto is present?" "Who is it?" The expression on Dr. Octopus's face shifted slightly, for he had never disclosed his whereabouts to anyone. Could it be that the New York City police had tracked him down? Yet he had been exceedingly cautious. How could he possibly be discovered? However, the person outside did not respond immediately. Instead, they turned and declared, "If you do not answer soon, I shall be compelled to force my way in." Chapter 48. Surrender. Dr. Octopus. 2-5 bang. The wooden door burst open, revealing the dark symbiotic armor. As the helmet writhed, the face of the flamboyant Tony Stark came into view, and he clapped his hands with a smirk. "Dr. Otto, you nearly escaped, didn't you? If it weren't for the mud beneath your feet." "What?" Dr. Octopus looked down, noticing small stains creeping in along the doorframe. Yet, could such insignificant dirt, no larger than a fingernail, truly lead to his capture? Others may be ensnared. But I am a genius. Tony chuckled triumphantly, his expression somewhat frivolous. "If you surrender, I can grant you a dignified opportunity. Otherwise, I shall thoroughly thrash you. Surrender? Abandon this imminent success?" Dr. Octopus's face turned a shade of iron as he scoffed at the arrogance of Stark. "Arrogance? You are merely a cowardly thief," Tony unabashedly accused. "You are nothing but a rat scurrying through the sewers, and you dare to condemn me?" With that, he launched a missile towards him. Boom! As the missile hurtled towards Dr. Octopus, it was seized by the agile mechanical tentacle. Flames erupted, yet amidst the smoke, Dr. Octopus remained unscathed, taking the initiative to attack the genius. His mechanical arm moved with remarkable speed, swiftly reaching Iron Man and snaring him in a vice-like grip. However, to everyone's surprise, Stark did not budge. Instead, they found themselves locked in a fierce struggle. Iron Man raised his arm, gripping the mechanical appendage and forcefully wrenching it outward. He relied on the strength of his armor to engage in this primal contest. Dr. Octopus, all you rely on is this mechanical arm. Without it, what are you worth? Tony boldly declared, and seizing the moment when the man faltered, he sent the mechanical arm flying. This battle shall be mine to win. Yet, in the next instant, the 4 mechanical tentacles surged forth, akin to a hunting serpent. How foolish to celebrate prematurely. I possess 4 of these appendages. The constantly snapping mechanical ends resembled sharp, venomous fangs. This relentless series of attacks caught Tony off guard. Although he managed to grapple with 1 mechanical arm, Dr. Octopus commanded 4. As he wielded them with mental precision, the magnitude of their might left all in awe. He was astonishingly adept, having achieved a seamless integration of man and machine. It is important to recognize that Captain Steve merely achieves a fusion of man and S.H.I.E.L.D. The mechanical arms of Dr. Octopus possess remarkable extensibility, capable of reaching an astonishing length of several dozen meters. This implies that when he unleashes the full force of his mechanical limbs in combat, his adversaries often find themselves vanquished from a distance, scarcely able to graze the hem of his attire. The dream I have steadfastly pursued is something a person like you will never comprehend. Dr. Octopus wore a complex expression. The dull thuds echoed, reminiscent of iron being forged. Iron Man, Tony, was being forced to retreat repeatedly, although he had the artificial intelligence, J.A.R.V.I.S. to analyze his opponent's attack trajectories. Dr. Octopus's human intellect was no trifling matter. After all, he was the man capable of crafting a reactor with his bare hands. As the two continued their fierce confrontation, the already dilapidated building groaned under the strain, producing sounds of impending collapse. An opportunity arose. Iron Man launched a missile into the air, becoming the proverbial last straw that broke the camel's back. Boom! The structure crumbled. As Dr. Octopus emerged from the rubble, he discovered that the instruments he had procured earlier lay in ruins, darkening his expression and igniting his fury. He had merely sought to conduct an experiment. He had not harmed a single soul. Why must there always be some wretch to disrupt his life? Tony, you shall pay for this. Dr. Octopus unleashed a relentless barrage of mechanical tentacle strikes towards Iron Man, akin to a pile driver descending with relentless force. Iron Man was forced to retreat further. Yet, as he distanced himself from Dr. Octopus, he maneuvered his suit into the air and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Otto, I concede I underestimated you. Your mechanical arms are exceptionally agile, but what good is that if you cannot reach me? I will defeat you, you arrogant fool. Dr. Octopus, undeterred, propelled his mechanical arms forward in a desperate attempt to bring him down. However, after such a fierce exchange, Tony was wary of allowing him to approach easily. He activated the missile system, unleashing a barrage of firepower upon the man below. Though his mechanical arms were formidable, Otto, controlling those constructs, was merely an ordinary man, a flesh and blood being. If he could be defeated, the crisis would be easily averted. Boom! As the first missile exploded beside him, a series of detonations followed. Dozens of missiles erupted, transforming the vicinity of Dr. Octopus into a veritable war zone. As the searing flames spread, the site of the explosion was left in a desolate gray, a testament to scorched earth and ruin. After enduring such a violent explosion, it was inevitable that Dr. Octopus sustained some injuries. Looking down, he noticed a bullet wound, a 2-centimeter gash, from which blood flowed incessantly. Iron Man, Tony, sighed with relief upon witnessing the scene before him. If even long-range weaponry proved ineffective against him, it would be wiser to retreat at once. Yet now, an opportunity had presented itself. Tony resolved to apprehend this formidable supervillain before him. Although it seemed somewhat unjust, what could it matter? Once I emerge victorious, all those around me shall cheer in my honor. With a swift motion, he gradually raised his arm, and as the symbiotic entity writhed, What came into view was the upgraded laser cannon. Accompanied by a crackling sound, the brilliant white beam surged forth towards Dr. Octopus. After a powerful collision, it pierced through what should have been an indestructible mechanical arm. How could this be possible? Dr. Octopus's face turned ashen. Yet Tony chuckled. Having boasted so boldly, how could I not develop a new weapon specifically targeting you? Your mechanical arm was designed for experimentation. Combat is not its forte, and given its mediocre materials, with just a slight enhancement, I can elevate the energy levels of the laser cannon to obliterate your weapon. Surrender, Octavius. You have nowhere left to flee. Chapter 49. The beaten Iron Man and the excited Dr. Octopus. 3-5. I have indeed lost my chance. Dr. Octopus's face was ashen, and as he lowered his gaze, his mechanical arms lay in a state of charred ruin. Even the once formidable drill had begun to melt away. He conceded that the Tony before him was indeed a genius inventor. When he became serious, the effects he unleashed were nothing short of astonishing. The case of Dr. Otto Octavius served as a cautionary tale. However, to think I would surrender without a fight is utterly impossible, he declared with unwavering resolve, his eyes blazing with a hint of madness. Having relinquished everything, even his beloved wife perished in the explosion of that ill-fated experiment. He was now utterly alone. If this last glimmer of hope were to be snatched away from him, he would rather die. It appears you have made a rather unwise choice. Iron Man hovered in the air, his words tinged with a semblance of pity, soon overshadowed by the exhilaration of impending victory. Once he vanquished this supervillain, he would unleash a media frenzy that would undoubtedly facilitate the passage of the Superhero Registration Act. He would emerge as the beacon of hope for all humanity. With joy, Tony raised his arm, aiming the laser cannon at Dr. Octopus, and uttered, "Next. You might experience a bit of pain." Boom! The radiant energy cannon unleashed its terrifying force. Dr. Octopus, Otto, barely managed to raise his mechanical arm in defense. But as Tony continued to fire relentlessly, he was not only forced back but also watched as his mechanical arm began to melt away. Crack! The first segment of the mechanical arm shattered. The second segment plummeted to the ground. It was as if a chain reaction had been set in motion. Under the onslaught of the formidable laser cannon, Dr. Octopus was utterly defeated. He felt the imminent threat of death. At that critical moment, a flash of red zipped past, resembling a guardian deity, standing resolutely before the laser. The newcomer appeared as a warrior returned from a distant galaxy, clad in exquisitely crafted armor. The sharp sword transformed into a shield, miraculously absorbing the brunt of the laser's onslaught. Who are you? The symbiote that once slipped through my fingers? Iron Man glanced at the figure before him. Despite the significant change in size, the unique texture of its skin allowed him to recognize it instantly. What a treasure! By studying a portion of Venom's structure, he had developed the Greed armor. If he could subdue this creature as well, the rewards would surely be plentiful. Truly, a double blessing. As Tony descended from the sky, his attention had entirely shifted from the battered Dr. Octopus to the captivating spectacle before him, gazing greedily at the newfound treasure. As a newborn, barely a month old, the infant was utterly unsettled by the disgusting gaze of the killer. His response was rather straightforward. If unwilling to endure such scrutiny, why not simply gouge out those eyes? A flash of crimson light darted past, and in the blink of an eye, it arrived before Tony. The astonishing speed caught him off guard, but the battlefield was ever-changing. He was struck by a heavy blow from the killer and sent crashing into the debris. The pain was excruciating, akin to his body fracturing into pieces. Turning his head, Tony discovered a gaping wound had been cleaved into his once impenetrable armor. How could this be possible? It was the same extraterrestrial structure. Why was this one so extraordinarily powerful? Unbeknownst to Tony, the killer was originally a stunted premature infant, but after repeated enhancements from Li Xuan, he had long since strayed from the path of symbiotic growth, embarking on a journey of relentless strengthening. Meanwhile, Tony, through his study of Venom's bodily tissues, was merely gleaning insights, trailing behind, unable to seize the moment. Bang! 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 Iron Man Tony was repeatedly sent flying, struggling to adapt to the rapid assault of the crimson-clad abomination. Once struck, a deluge of subsequent attacks would follow. More terrifyingly, under the onslaught of the killer, a sense of fear emerged within his symbiotic components. This exacerbated Tony's already foul mood, casting a pallor across his face. It was not that he could not accept defeat. Rather, he loathed the feeling of his painstakingly developed achievements being effortlessly crushed. If he succumbed so easily, how could he ever consider himself the most brilliant scientist? Tony called for mechanical assistance. Jarvis, analyze the target's offensive tactics and initiate countermeasures. Beep, beep, beep. Model formation began. Analysis commenced. Countermeasures activated. In the blink of an eye, the eyes of the armor erupted with a red luminescence. Surely it was time for technology to shine. Boom! Tony watched helplessly as his arm, moving at remarkable speed, intercepted the descending strike. Crack! Yet in the next moment, he found himself half-kneeling on the ground. Jarvis had already discerned the killer's habitual techniques, and, bolstered by mechanical strength, Tony could barely keep pace with its speed. However, each strike was delivered with immense force, far beyond what an ordinary individual could withstand. Even with the combination of technology and the symbiote, Tony still found himself at a disadvantage. The ensuing ordeal was even more disheartening. Tony was continuously knocked to the ground. Despite the armor's shock absorption and protection, he still bore the brunt of the punishment, emerging battered and bruised. Observing this unfolding drama, Dr. Otto gazed upon the killer as if he were witnessing a savior, questioning the identity of this warrior. Could it be that he too disapproved of Iron Man's actions? Though he harbored suspicions about the newcomer's identity. However, this did not hinder Dr. Octopus from expressing his profound gratitude. No one could refuse a savior who lends a helping hand in times of peril. Moreover, he was thoroughly enjoying the spectacle of pummeling that detestable Iron Man. It was simply exhilarating. As Dr. Octopus raised his fingers to tally the number of times Tony had been struck, an astonishing scene unfolded before him. With a resounding rip, as the onslaught left Tony sprawled on the ground, a hand reached out forcefully, tearing off his mask, revealing Tony's expression of sheer terror. He cried out, "No, no, no." In the next instant, the assailant mercilessly aimed for his eyes with a decisive motion, clearly intent on delivering a lethal blow. Chapter 50. The Iron Man is blinded. Captain America sabotages. For 5, Tony's face was ashen. He had never anticipated that the armor he had meticulously crafted would falter so miserably in its inaugural battle, leaving it severely damaged. If given a chance to start anew, he would undoubtedly have fled at the first sight of the massacre rather than foolishly engaging in combat. Regret, anxiety, and fury surged within him, shattering his psychological defenses. It was hardly surprising that he exhibited such desperate behavior. The brutality of the massacre had truly rendered Iron Man Tony's vision irrevocably impaired. As Tony succumbed to despair, unable to perceive the world around him, he collapsed, not only cradling his head in anguish but also sinking into the mire of his own defeat. This was a stark contrast to his earlier bravado when he had vanquished Dr. Octopus, resembling a jester who had attempted to show off only to be soundly slapped in the face. Iron Man had taken a monumental fall. Meanwhile, the carnage did not remain idle. It turned to approach Dr. Octopus, greeting him in a sing-song voice, "Dr. Octopus, I am Carnage, sent by my master to rescue you." "Your master?" Dr. Octopus questioned, bewildered. Who could possibly be inclined to rescue a notorious supervillain? Furthermore, Carnage proclaimed that the endless energy he had developed would illuminate the path to the future. "What? He acknowledges my research?" Dr. Octopus's expression brightened at this revelation. He had been misconstrued by society for far too long. He was not a common criminal. On the contrary, he was a scientist singularly focused on the study of tritium reactors. His vision far exceeded that of those supervillains who were perpetually embroiled in conflicts and rivalries. What he desperately craved was recognition from others. "I wish to meet this esteemed individual you speak of," Dr. Octopus eagerly responded. As he cast a glance at the fallen Iron Man, who lay blinded and helpless on the ground, he felt an unquenchable urge to assert himself. He stepped forward and delivered a fierce punch to Tony's abdomen. Thud! Tony hunched over, resembling a boiled shrimp. Yet at that moment, He possessed no strength to resist. He could only endure the onslaught. Previously, he had mercilessly tormented Dr. Octopus, shattering his dreams and leaving him in despair. It was fortunate that Dr. Octopus was a good-natured individual. Had it been the director of S.H.I.E.L.D, he might have resorted to unspeakable retribution. Perhaps. We should take our leave, Carnage suggested, patting the shoulder of the man before him and gesturing toward the distance. Look, there are numerous concerned citizens gathering. Upon hearing this, Dr. Octopus turned to see armed personnel in uniform among the crowd rushing towards them. Had his mechanical arms remained intact, he might have had the strength for one last stand. However, now he was solely focused on making a hasty exit. Thus, Dr. Octopus turned his gaze to Carnage. The next moment, his scream pierced the air. As the chaos unfolded, Dr. Octopus leapt into the air as if equipped with a glider. Shortly after their departure, the so-called peace-loving residents of New York City hurriedly approached. The tremors from the previous battle had startled all the inhabitants within a kilometer radius, and now, as the commotion subsided, they emerged to indulge in the spectacle. Manhattan, notorious for its tumultuous governance, was teeming with either drug addicts or welfare recipients. What benevolence could they possibly possess? What they harbored was a profound cynicism towards humanity. Look, the superhero Iron Man has faltered, exclaimed one. Good heavens! How is he injured? There's so much blood around his eyes. Quick! Call the police, we must report this. Ha ha ha! S.N.T. this playboy supposed to be the greatest superhero? It's time he faced some hardship. Indeed, the wealthy deserve their comeuppance. Amidst the crowd, a shifty-looking man swiftly identified his target, advancing towards the grievously wounded Iron Man. He reached out to the damaged area of the armored suit on his arm. That was a priceless watch. If he could seize it, it would surely be a windfall. The thief acted swiftly and seamlessly, completing the theft in mere seconds. Surprisingly, the blinded Iron Man displayed no extreme reaction. Was it truly that easy? The man before him was Tony Stark, the billionaire CEO. Any sum obtained from him would be a tremendous gain. This successful act of thievery ignited the surrounding peaceful residents' aspirations for a better life. They frenziedly began to tear at Tony's armor, akin to hyenas devouring their prey. The situation was deteriorating. In the distance, Hawkeye witnessed the unfolding scene and hastened his steps, charging towards the crowd, even drawing his bow to serve as a warning. However, Captain America intervened, rebuking him. Are you out of your mind? We have finally managed to reverse the negative perception of us, and now you wish to resort to violence. What if innocent bystanders are harmed? But Captain, those are rioters. They are looting Tony's possessions. We act in the name of justice. Hawkeye countered defiantly. I have my judgment, Captain America replied firmly. What you need to do now is follow my lead. He gestured dismissively, decisively putting an end to the dispute. Witnessing the scene unfold, Black Widow remained silent. Having survived since World War II, she was acutely aware of the rivalry between Iron Man and Captain America. She had no intention of intervening, believing that either side would lead to unfavorable outcomes. Better to remain a spectator, avoiding conflict with either party. After what felt like a lengthy dash, the members of the Avengers, clad in their uniform attire, approached the crowd. Under their watchful gaze, it became evident that the fortunate residents had seized numerous items from Tony. However, upon acquiring these possessions, they found themselves unable to depart unscathed. Instead, they remained rooted in place, each of them bearing injuries. Tony's armor was semi-automated, and once the autonomous combat mode was triggered, they were swiftly overpowered by Iron Man, who laid them low despite the significant damage to his suit. Superhero Iron Man has turned lethal. Oh, my leg. My leg. My arm is broken. When Captain Steve Rogers, a symbol of the spirit of freedom, arrived at the scene, his expression changed dramatically as he realized the gravity of the situation. Though regret washed over him for arriving too late, he steeled himself to address the crisis. After all, they were the valiant defenders of the people. Chapter 51. Captain Steve strikes Iron Man, acquires armament hockey. We are the superheroes who protect the innocent. We shall never act against the will of the people, Captain Steve proclaimed with unwavering conviction as he gazed at the crowd, embodying the very essence of righteousness. It was no wonder he felt compelled to assert such a stance. For just days prior, the entire Avengers team had been thoroughly defeated. Should any further disturbances arise at this critical juncture, it would spell disaster. Yet, Captain Steve was acutely aware that the individuals before him, though appearing as civilians, were indeed unruly. Tony was the true victim in this scenario. However, the rampant public sentiment was palpable, with the citizens brandishing their smartphones, ready to record every moment. This predicament was truly exasperating. The memory of their recent defeat was still fresh in his mind. "What should we do, Captain?" Hawkeye inquired, inching closer. "What to do?" Captain Steve replied, his countenance darkening. As he surveyed the injured Iron Man, a flicker of doubt crossed his eyes, but he quickly resolutely approached and delivered a heavy blow to Tony's forehead. Iron Man crumpled to the ground, stunned by the unexpected assault. The surrounding residents were left in disbelief, astonished to witness Captain America strike a comrade. It was indeed a sight to behold. Iron Man has been manipulated, driven to madness. On his behalf, I apologize to everyone present. I hope for your forgiveness, Captain Steve continued, offering the crowd a means of retreat, even bowing respectfully. This outrageous act, a blatant inversion of truth, was crafted for the audience watching the live broadcast. In a desperate bid to preserve his own image, he was willing to bring Iron Man down to the ground. Upon hearing his words, the once hesitant citizens grew emboldened, demanding compensation. "It must be compensated. If not, we shall never forgive. Indeed, look, that illustrious superhero has even broken our leg." Hawkeye's eyes reddened at this spectacle, his anger boiling over. He longed to intervene, for Tony was their friend, and it was intolerable to see him bullied by these ruffians. Even more disheartening was Steve's apparent alignment with them. Was this truly a jest? "Captain, what are you doing?" Hawkeye exclaimed in outrage, yet at that moment, Captain Steve lowered his head and murmured, "We agree to provide compensation." At that instant, Black Widow, who had been striving to contain her laughter, found herself unable to hold back any longer. She understood Captain Steve's reluctance to provoke the media's unfounded speculation, which led him to display his virtuous facade, avoiding any hint of impropriety in the footage. However, she remained unconvinced by his actions. If only the butcher were here. Had he been present, not only would the mob have been quelled, but even armed insurgents would not have dared to oppress the Avengers. Yet, such a capable ally was summoned for a discussion by Director Nick, leading to his voluntary retirement. What a farcical political transaction. Meanwhile, Tony, who lay vanquished upon the ground, wept blood from his eyes, his hollow gaze fixated ahead, reminiscent of a demon clawing its way out of hell. Absurd. Is this your explanation to me? After the members of the Avengers escorted Tony back to S.H.I.E.L.D. For treatment, Director Nick became aware of their plight, particularly the fact that Captain Steve had been threatened and had paid a considerable compensation. His fury ignited.
Historically, S.H.I.E.L.D.
had been the one to intimidate others, yet now they had been bitten back. If it were formidable supervillains, it might be acceptable, but a mere band of addicts? They are nothing but ruffians. Steve, what were you thinking? You have truly disappointed me. I am also considering the agency's reputation. They recorded the incident, and if it were to be uploaded online, I fear it could be exploited by nefarious individuals. For such reasons, you struck Tony? Indeed. You. Director Nick felt his blood pressure rising at the righteous Captain Steve before him. Yet, he understood that this man was acting from S.H.I.E.L.D's standpoint, enacting this charade of self-sacrifice. Alas, Captain Steve, since Tony has already been injured, you shall assume the role of acting leader. Very well. Furthermore, Agent Fitz has made progress in his research on the symbiotic suit. You should pay him a visit in the coming days. A double blessing. Captain Steve's face brightened, and he readily agreed before rushing out. Shortly after he departed, Director Nick regained his composure and mused. It is time to give Captain Steve a stern lesson. He cannot continue down this path. Moreover, the genius inventor Tony has lost his sight. This significantly diminishes his utility. Perhaps I should add some weight to his scales. After striking a deal with Iron Man Tony, he had effectively tethered him to S.H.I.E.L.D. S.H.I.E.L.D battleship. They had formed a circle of mutual interest. Any unforeseen incident affecting one would undoubtedly strike a blow to the other. Among the Kree technology, there seemed to exist a form of electronic eye. Director Nick pondered, fully aware that collaborating with extraterrestrial beings was akin to courting danger. After all, how many years has human civilization thrived? In comparison to alien civilizations, humanity is but an infant learning to walk, exceedingly weak. And weakness will inevitably incur a cost. As the Avengers were thrown into chaos due to Tony's predicament, Carnage, accompanied by Dr. Octopus, arrived at the ancient castle manor. Before even stepping inside, one could observe countless ninja warriors standing guard. As Carnage led the way further in, the sight of pear trees in full bloom came into view, their snow-white petals cascading down and resting upon the figure of the man reclining nearby. Lord Li Xuan, I have brought the person you wish to meet, Carnage stated respectfully as he approached. Is this my savior? Dr. Octopus inquired, lifting his head with a hint of confusion as he gazed at the man before him. Under his scrutiny, a soft golden energy wave emanated from the man, akin to the rising sun or the zenith of a blazing day. He seems to be glowing, Dr. Octopus exclaimed, his face a mask of astonishment. Once a staunch materialist who believed in the supremacy of science, his perspective shifted after experiencing a period of wielding mechanical arms and embodying a supervillain. He began to recognize the insurmountable chasm that separated him from others, leading to a newfound reverence for power. As the natural energy within the man reached its zenith, rings of soft golden light appeared around his eyes, reminiscent of a divine being or an exalted deity. Dr. Octopus was once again taken aback by this spectacle. The air trembled. When Li Xuan opened his eyes, he perceived a revitalized environment, and in that moment, he truly comprehended the essence of natural power and the celestial mode, embodying the unity of man and nature, the Tao in its purest form. Under the influence of this extraordinary force, he felt a surge in his own strength. With a swift motion, he transformed his hand into a blade, and an illusory knife materialized, traversing 300 meters across the sky, cleaving through the clouds above. Such power, such might. Dr. Octopus stood in awe, unable to fathom that anyone could possess such strength. Li Xuan, however, remained relatively unfazed, merely reflecting inwardly. Perhaps my combat power has increased fivefold. Rather unremarkable. This marked yet another leap in his abilities. Following his acquisition of the Demon Blade, the true essence of the Xuanwu, the refinement of the martial arts golden elixir, and the possession of the divine tree bloodline, his fortunes were abundant. Even the most unremarkable Sharingan could transform a destitute youth, allowing him to carve a name for himself amid the myriad supernatural beings in New York City. Not to mention, all of these gifts were concentrated within a single individual, destined to elevate him to divine status among mortals. As Dr. Octopus witnessed the awakening of the man before him, he stepped forward with sincere gratitude. I truly appreciate your arrangement for Mr. Carnage to come and rescue me. While expressing his heartfelt thanks and loyalty, Li Xuan also heard the familiar chime of the system notification. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing Dr. Octopus's challenge. Commencing reward settlement. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the pirate armament hockey. Ding! It has been detected that Dr. Octopus is both astonished and delighted by you. This time, the reward is subject to a critical hit doubling. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the pirate Zoro's 3-sword style. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving the pirate Thunder Fruit. The quality of this reward is quite remarkable. Li Xuan's eyes brightened. Just the armament hockey alone could occupy his thoughts for several days. After all, armament hockey represents a unique cultivation system within the world of pirates, capable of enhancing one's defensive capabilities. It not only manifests as an invisible armor but can also be transformed into offensive strength. Due to its fluid nature, it encompasses various techniques: hardening, wrapping, emission, and internal destruction. Hardening is easily comprehensible, as it significantly bolsters one's defensive power. Those who master this force to its zenith can withstand the onslaught of an entire army single-handedly. Even when faced with a naval assault or barrages of cannon fire, their flesh remains impervious. As for wrapping, it serves as a versatile ability, enveloping one's power externally, thereby augmenting both defensive and offensive capacities. When coiled around weapons or even arrows, it amplifies their destructive potential. Emission involves concentrating armament hockey on one's hands or weapon, unleashing it as a tangible force of offense or defense. This can manifest as a powerful shockwave, propelling foes away or creating a protective barrier capable of withstanding intangible attacks. Internal destruction, on the other hand, allows one to penetrate the exterior of an object, directly wreaking havoc upon its interior. Each of these abilities is undeniably invaluable. The subsequent two rewards are equally exceptional. And as superheroes face adversity, I reap the rewards? What a delightful turn of events. Chapter 52. The Heart of the Demon. Our aspiration is the vastness of the stars and the sea. 1-2. Zoro's three-sword style ultimate techniques include the formidable Ghost Slash, the extreme Tiger Hunt, and the Black Rope Tornado. Each of these techniques surpasses the last in strength. Notably, the final technique, the Tornado, was unleashed by Zoro during the Fishman Island arc when Luffy and his crew faced a staggering 100,000 prisoners. Zoro's immediate deployment of this ultimate move was powerful enough to cleave through indestructible steel shields. Moreover, Li Xuan had already mastered the swordsmanship of the wind god Niefeng, which included the 6 supreme cold techniques and the demon blade. The collision of these extraordinary skills from the world of Fengyun and the sword arts from the world of Hei's ignited a surge of inspiration within Li Xuan. In a fleeting moment, an ominous aura began to emanate from him, cold and eerie, an unsettling wave of energy swirling and coalescing into various bizarre forms, resembling otherworldly spirits, ghostly tigers, and the procession of 100 demons. This experience was entirely distinct from the Sage Mode. Dr. Otto was particularly struck. He had previously encountered the Sage Mode, which imparted a divine and commanding presence, leaving an indelible mark on his soul. Now, witnessing the terrifying oppressive force akin to a realm of vengeful spirits, his heart raced with fear. He felt an instinctive urge to remain motionless, for movement could spell death. A shiver ran down his spine, and his mind raced with thoughts, ultimately crystallizing into a singular realization. Could this man before him be a god? It was undeniable. Only a divine being could exude such a chilling aura of intimidation. Meanwhile, the slaughterer watched with starry-eyed admiration. Although he had swiftly defeated Iron Man and rendered him blind, showcasing extraordinary combat prowess, this did not mean he was beyond learning. To the slaughterer, his master represented the ultimate goal and direction for his life, akin to a lighthouse piercing through the darkest night. The malevolent aura surged, morphing into the visage of hellish demons. Under this oppressive atmosphere, Li Xuan, the very subject of this energy, experienced an epiphany, feeling an extraordinary sense of freedom between the realms of the ethereal and the mundane. In the tumult of Fengyun, the supreme technique of the demon blade emphasizes the notion of becoming consumed by obsession. Amidst the hellish surroundings filled with vengeful spirits, only by drawing the sword can one attain serenity. As Li Xuan absorbed Zoro's sword techniques, he gained a newfound understanding of the demon blade. He recognized that the world is akin to a mire of suffering, where a mere touch can ensnare one deeply. Only by traversing it oneself can one truly navigate the depths of despair. This is the heart of the demon. He acknowledged his own acts of slaughter, accepted all his transgressions, and conceded that if one wishes to label him as a demon, it matters not. To sail into the sea of suffering, one must cross it alone. It is but a mere trifle of wind and frost. A flicker of enlightenment shone in Li Xuan's eyes as he drew his blade. Draw the sword, draw the sword, draw the sword, and sever all. At this moment, Li Xuan transcended the technique of the demon blade, experiencing the realm of entering and exiting the demonic state, unbound by the constraints of the demonic path. This profound realization significantly enhanced his strength. Dr. Otto was utterly astonished. If he had harbored any lingering doubts before, they were dispelled upon witnessing the formidable prowess of the man before him. All he desired was to stand by his side, yearning to ascend to the divine realm alongside him. The octopus doctor gazed with an almost rapturous expression, as if he had encountered a deity. However, Li Xuan's transformation showed no signs of abating. The initial surge of energy gradually waned, but he was resolute in his endeavor, extracting the most coveted prize from this windfall, the devil fruit. Within the realm of pirates, there exists a remarkable phenomenon known as the devil fruit, which has the power to elevate an ordinary person to the status of a formidable warrior. The lightning fruit stands out as a paragon among them. Upon consumption, it transforms one's physical constitution into that of electricity. This grants immunity to most physical assaults, energy-based attacks, and non-hockey strikes. It allows the wielder to unleash arcs of blue high-voltage electricity at will, facilitates instantaneous movement, and possesses devastating destructive capabilities. Moreover, it endows the user with electrotherapy abilities, enabling them to massage their own heart with electric currents, thus restoring its rhythm after injury. These attributes merely scratch the surface of the lightning fruit's fundamental powers. When the character Eneru from the original narrative harnessed the fruit's potential to its fullest extent, he could traverse conductive materials and air at lightning speed, unleashing direct electrical assaults with voltages soaring to 200 million. What a formidable state this is! This exemplifies the level of the earthly thunder god. Nicole Robin has also mentioned the thunder fruit, which stands out as one of the most formidable abilities among the myriad of devil fruits. This is indeed a lucrative opportunity. Furthermore, the fruit rewarded by the system only requires one to reap its benefits, devoid of the weakness to water, which adds to the sense of ease. Li Xuan extracted the thunder fruit, and as he swallowed it, the terrifying power of lightning surged through his entire being in an instant, coursing wildly within his body. Infused with the essence of nature, the sensation was akin to being enveloped in a sauna, utterly liberating and comfortable. Li Xuan instinctively closed his eyes, and as he became acutely aware of the transformations within him, a crackling sound emerged. Above this villa, dark clouds began to gather, entwined with lightning, and, bolstered by fierce winds, coalesced into a vortex. Beneath this tempest, Li Xuan stood. Thunder roared. Then, a thunderclap descended, striking directly upon the man's forehead. Oh my heavens! Upon witnessing this, Dr. Audua fell into a state of hesitation. Although he had faith in the combat prowess of the man before him, this was indeed a matter of celestial authority. The power of nature is indeed formidable, capable of instilling dread even in the mightiest of mutants, who would instinctively retreat from its wrath. Yet, the man before me seemed to beckon the very thunder from the heavens, drawing it forth as if luring swarms of bees. One flash, two flashes, three flashes, dozens followed, culminating in a breathtaking finale. Even Dr. Otto could not discern how many blows the man before him had endured, yet he could acutely sense the burgeoning aura emanating from him, akin to a charge empowered by thunder and lightning, or a raw gemstone that had been meticulously extracted and honed, radiating an astonishing brilliance. Thunder rumbled once more as another bolt of lightning descended from the heavens. Initially, Dr. Otto harbored no expectation of witnessing anything truly awe-inspiring. However, he was mistaken. He beheld the man before him seize the flowing lightning as if manipulating a tangible object, effortlessly molding it into a whip, then reshaping it into a dagger or perhaps a shield and spear. The air was filled with the sound of collisions, reminiscent of ancient warriors heralding the call to battle. Li Xuan aimed the lightning spear into the void above and hurled it forth. In an instant, the dark clouds dissipated, and a golden light cascaded down, illuminating him. Comforting, the man murmured softly, then turned to add, "Our goal is the stars and the sea." In that stark, gray hospital room, Tony, who had been in a state of unconsciousness, felt his eyelids flutter, and suddenly he opened his eyes wide. His hollow gaze resembled a bottomless abyss of darkness, sending a chill down one's spine. Chapter 53. The reclusive Tony, Captain America drifts away. 2-2. It seemed as though I had slumbered for an eternity, during which I was beset by a most dreadful dream. Tony opened his eyes, only to be greeted by an impenetrable darkness, akin to being confined in a lightless cell. He struggled violently against his constraints. "Mr. Stark, please remain calm. You are safe now. However, during the last battle, your eyes sustained severe damage, resulting in temporary blindness. But fear not, with the advancements in technology, your ocular injuries shall surely be healed." The soothing voice of the nurse resonated in the gloom. "Am I now blind?" Upon hearing those words, Tony felt a wave of despondency wash over him. Though he had anticipated this outcome, the finality of the declaration chilled his heart. He was a billionaire, a genius inventor, the superhero Iron Man. How could he have been reduced to a pitiable blind man? As Tony succumbed to self-doubt, the sound of footsteps echoed from outside the door. Soon after, a familiar voice reached his ears. Let me see this great hero. He seems to be in rather poor spirits, does he not? Nick Fury, have you come to mock me as well? Tony's expression remained unchanged, yet he seethed with inner turmoil. No, quite the opposite. I am here to assist you, for we are friends. I have brought you something that will restore your sight. With that, Director Fury produced 2 metallic spheres from his coat, allowing them to hover in the air, animated as if they possessed life. The acquisition of these ocular devices had exacted a hefty toll. 100 pounds of adamantium had been expended, and were it not for S.H.I.E.L.D's vast resources, it could have resulted in a significant loss. Yet Iron Man's salvation was paramount. Should he wallow in despair, the Superhero Registration Act would be irreparably doomed. Though Fury's heart ached at the cost, his demeanor remained composed as he elaborated on the wondrous capabilities of the mechanical eyes. They would not only restore Tony's vision but would also possess X-ray scanning functionality, with the ability to store information. This revelation ignited a flicker of hope within the previously despondent Tony. While he too was a brilliant inventor, his own armor had only reached the 3rd iteration, far from the miraculous capabilities of the nanosuits anticipated a decade hence. Indeed, he was now captivated by the technology of the Kree, for it could grant him the gift of sight once more. However, just as Tony reached out to touch the mechanical eye, Fury swiftly swatted his hand away. I have presented the item. Now it is time to determine your sincerity. Are we not partners in this endeavor? Even brothers must keep clear accounts. So, what is it that you desire? I desire your reactor technology, but I have no need for the compact version nestled within your chest. A larger variant will suffice. Director Nick Fury has articulated his intentions. Although S.H.I.E.L.D. is backed by the nation and endowed with abundant resources, high-quality energy remains a rarity on the international stage. Rescuing Tony is a matter of both obligation and rationale for him, yet this does not prevent him from extracting a piece of value from the genius before him. While Tony is infuriated by this coercive transaction, he finds himself in a predicament. With his vision impaired, failing to restore it would not only leave him with significant vulnerabilities but also obliterate his aspirations. His inherent pride rebels against witnessing such a fate. Moreover, this is merely a larger version of the reactor, unsuitable for integration into smaller weaponry, thus rendering his armor singular in its capability. I agree, Tony declared resolutely, instructing personnel to prepare for the surgery. Nick Fury's response was swift. Upon Tony's agreement to the transaction, he arranged for the finest medical professionals to undertake the procedure. 3 days later, as Tony removed the bandages, he beheld the world around him once more. Yet, why did everything manifest only as corresponding magnetic field intensities? He could not appreciate the vibrant colors visible to the human eye. Was this what Nick Fury had exalted as the data vision? Only cold data? A dreary world? The elation of Tony regaining sight was overshadowed by this harsh reality. Although he was confident in his ability to develop a unique mechanical eye, that prospect was not immediate. With a thud, Tony weakly struck the table, raising his head in defiance. I will create the anti-symbiotic battle armor. I will make all who have wronged me pay dearly. Meanwhile, Captain America basked in triumph, having acquired a most satisfying suit. Agent Fitz stood beside the weaponry platform, continuously extolling its virtues. Captain Steve Rogers casually concurred. Observing this, Agent Fitz's expression darkened, and his tone grew serious. Captain, I must caution you, while this 2.0 version of the biosuit enhances your strength, it possesses a significant downside. It amplifies the darker aspects of the wearer's psyche, whether benevolent or malevolent, magnifying them. Theoretically, this armor can triple one's power, but it likewise triples the corresponding emotions. It is a double-edged sword. What? Captain Steve Rogers chuckled upon hearing this. Having successfully undergone the super soldier serum trials in his youth, he retained the essence of truth, goodness, and beauty. For him, this was merely an opportunity. Side effects? There were none. Clad in a form-fitting battle suit, Captain America wore a self-satisfied expression, basking in the surge of power that this attire bestowed upon him, akin to an explosion of strength. He felt an almost endless reservoir of energy within him. Although this enhancement was merely threefold, insufficient even to carry Li Xuan's shoes, it nonetheless inflated Captain Steve's ego. Observing the man's arrogance, Agent Fitz felt a weight in his heart. He had witnessed the madness of the spider sorcerer and wished to prevent him from succumbing to the dark side. Thus, he began to counsel him. However, Captain Steve, with a stern expression, retorted, "Agent Fitz, are you underestimating me?" Chapter 54. The path of endurance taught by Lord Li Xuan is truly remarkable. 1-2. I did not mean that, Agent Fizz hastily clarified. Yet Captain Steve remained unconvinced. He expressed his dissatisfaction, saying, "Are you so certain that I would succumb to the influence of this extraterrestrial combat armor and turn rogue? I am the embodiment of free spirit, chosen by the people. What gives you the audacity to question my integrity?" "Not at all. Not at all." Agent Fizz quickly shook his head. After all, the figure before him was of a significantly higher rank. "Humph. It's good that you understand," Captain Steve remarked with satisfaction, striding away in his battle attire. Although he had already reached the pinnacle of human capability through serum enhancement, he did not overlook the means to further augment his abilities. After all, external enhancement is still enhancement. Only by becoming sufficiently powerful could he safeguard what he cherished. "I am Captain America." A fervent expression illuminated Steve's face, completely disregarding the resentful look that Agent Fizz wore behind him. "I am Iron Man." Within a modest apartment in Moscow, a rudimentary television screen displayed Tony's speech. The media's cheers and exuberance nearly overflowed the screen. Yet, the elderly man in the room was not pleased. As he gazed at the man's visage on the television, he muttered with a hint of anger, "Ivan, this was meant to be yours." As the old man, Anton, recounted his tale, a long-buried memory emerged from the depths of time. He had once collaborated with Tony's father, Howard, in technological research, even inventing the arc reactor. This invention had significantly propelled the development of Stark Industries. After all, it provided a high-quality, cost-effective, and stable energy source essential for both technological research and manufacturing. However, when Anton proposed utilizing this technology for military applications in hopes of receiving substantial rewards, Howard vehemently refused, subsequently fabricating a reason to exile him from the United States. In the years that followed, under Howard's leadership, Stark Industries rose to prominence as a renowned military conglomerate. Was this what he proclaimed as upholding justice? Was this his battle for righteousness? Yet, it inflicted suffering upon countless innocent lives through the peril of weaponry. Anton had committed no wrongdoing, yet he languished in obscurity in this Moscow town, his once glorious past unknown to those around him. "I want you to reclaim all that rightfully belongs to us." Anton grasped his son's hand with his last ounce of strength, gritting his teeth as he declared, "I will ensure Stark Industries pays the price." Ivan nodded, and in that fervent gaze, old Anton peacefully departed from this world. Yet, the research diary he left behind was seamlessly inherited by his son. The creation of a miniature reactor, the development of energy chain weapons, these were revolutionary technologies that Ivan crafted by hand, all within the confines of a modest abode. With nothing but a seemingly absurd small hammer. This was nothing short of a miracle. Ziz, a luminous white energy beam coalesced into a terrifying chain. With a swift motion, Ivan struck. Bang! The cement bricks below shattered, the precise cut marked by scorching traces, clearly indicative of the formidable power of this weapon. Truly, it was the culmination of his father's lifelong research. Ivan pressed the shutdown button, stowing away this lethal armament. Next, he prepared to embark on his journey to America. Stark Industries and Iron Man awaited the reckoning of the Anton family. During this time, Tony Stark, while developing a new suit of armor, did not neglect his research on mechanical eyes. After all, the ability to perceive only cold, emotionless data was not his desire. He longed to witness a world bursting with color, to sense the vibrant hues of existence. Yet, as Tony immersed himself in his studies, troubles from Congress loomed ominously. From the government's perspective, Tony's mastery over Iron Man technology represented a paradigm shift. If mass-produced, it could significantly bolster military power. They were envious and convened a hearing to address Iron Man's alleged transgressions. Next Wednesday, Tony glanced at the notification, smirking dismissively, not taking it to heart. Just a bunch of political old-timers daring to demand the surrender of his armor? This was Stark Industries' creation, the culmination of his father's dedication and ingenuity. Did they truly think they were worthy? Tony muttered coldly to himself, oblivious to the fact that a poor old man had quietly passed away in distant Moscow. He lamented only the hardships faced by his father and the challenges of growing the family business, neglecting the less honorable aspects. It was understandable. Having grown up in a gilded cage, endowed with exceptional intelligence, he perceived the world through a unique lens, effortlessly attaining success and acquiring all that ordinary people yearned for, women and wealth. Tony had long since indulged in these pleasures. What he craved now was the adulation of others. He reveled in the joy of being a superhero. It was for this reason that when director Nick Fury of S.H.I.E.L.D. invited him to become a technical advisor, he accepted without hesitation. To accommodate Tony's feelings, Li Xuan was also encouraged to retire voluntarily. In this world, nothing remains constant. Only interests endure. These interests weave together the fabric of existence for all. Within the tranquil confines of the sewer, an unexpected voice emerged. Gazing in the direction of the flowing water, a flash of green caught the eye. Leonardo, the leader of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, stood poised with his sword, while before him, the wall bore scorch marks reminiscent of fire's wrath. Even the robust reinforced concrete crumbled before his blade as if it were mere tofu. Just a month prior, he would not have possessed such formidable lethality. Yet, the exceptional talent of these ninja turtles in harnessing chakra had transformed him. Leonardo had become adept at enveloping his blade with chakra energy. The battered wall stood as a testament to his diligent training, and should he employ ninjutsu, his strength would amplify further. With a swift motion, Leonardo formed hand seals and uttered, "Fire style, fireball jutsu." In the next moment, a searing fireball erupted, sweeping forth. Upon impact, the wall collapsed with a thunderous roar. Leonardo, filled with joy, exclaimed, "The teachings of Lord Li Xuan regarding the way of the ninja are truly remarkable." Chapter 55. Lord Li Xuan's task. Suddenly, the telephone rang. Leo retrieved his phone from his pocket and, upon answering, discovered it was Master Mouse calling him. Although Leo felt perplexed, a flicker of anticipation ignited within him, for he had recently mastered enigmatic ninjutsu, significantly enhancing his prowess. He yearned to showcase his newfound abilities. With a deft command of chakra, Leo raced across the water's surface, his form akin to a fleeting specter, vanishing in an instant. This skill of traversing water had been imparted to him by none other than Li Xuan, a veritable deity of the ninja path. The words he casually uttered were revered as profound wisdom by the 4 turtles and 1 mouse, akin to an irrefutable doctrine. He radiated an uncontainable brilliance. Leo mused, fortunate were they, for only they could hear such teachings. It was truly magnificent. With a swift motion, he leaped, executing 3 precise strikes in midair before landing gracefully on the platform before him. "Master," he respectfully exclaimed, addressing Master Mouse. There stood Sprinter, arms crossed, and upon noticing Leo's arrival, he remained silent, brandishing his ninja staff and striking at Leo. Hud. Leo dodged 3 times, yet the staff, relentless as a shadow, found its mark upon his rear. Wincing, Leo clutched his backside, his expression contorted in pain. His master's proficiency with the staff had reached new heights. Even his own robust physique struggled to withstand it. After all, he was well versed in chakra. Yet, Master Mouse, immersed in the depths of ninjutsu, effortlessly had the upper hand. "What is the purpose of summoning us?" Leo inquired, eager for clarity. "We shall speak once everyone has arrived. It is a command from Lord Li Xuan." Sprinter replied with a grave demeanor, treating Li Xuan's directives as sacred edicts. Leo's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Suddenly, amidst the flowing waters, shards of ice emerged unexpectedly. As he ventured deeper, the air grew increasingly frigid, plummeting to a chilling -20 degrees. Yet, in this harsh environment, a turtle man diligently trained. Wei Fu, wielding a steel fork, was filled with fervor. After mastering chakra, he plunged into the cultivation of ice-style ninjutsu. Though his temperament was volatile and his personality reckless, it did not impede his training, especially with the ice release, one-horned whale. At the moment Wei Fu formed the hand seals, chakra surged forth from his hands, enveloping the surrounding moisture, coalescing into a vividly lifelike white whale. As the whale took shape, it swayed its tail and struck against the thick wall, visible cracks radiating outward. In mere seconds, the wall collapsed with a thunderous roar. Such formidable power rivaled that of Leo's blade. Moreover, this corner of the white whale was under the complete control of its operator, capable of striking precisely where directed. With a sigh of satisfaction, Wei Fu's face radiated joy, but just as he was about to take a brief respite, he received a message summoning him from his master. Was it an arrangement by Lord Li Xuan? Abandoning his intention to rest, he hastily set off towards the assembly point. The path of the ninja is one of restraint, resilience, and endurance. Among the quartet, the one with the weakest psychological fortitude, Ma Chi, leaned against the wall, practicing the leaf body technique. Though he had been thoroughly terrified by the Red Demon's massacre, the ever-present sense of crisis fueled his motivation to train. He did not wish to meet an untimely demise. He aspired to attain a powerful physique capable of facing any challenge. The teachings of Lord Li Xuan regarding the ninja way were truly remarkable. He had never imagined that close combat could be so splendid. A look of rapture shone in Ma Chi's eyes. Although he had only mastered 2 basic techniques, his prowess had undergone a transformative enhancement. Lotus Blossom. Life is as vibrant as flowers blooming. Today remains a day brimming with fervor. Once more, Ma Chi hurled himself against the wall, employing the most primal methods to stimulate his body, transforming each pang of pain into a driving force for strength. Amidst the struggle and suffering, the once solid wall began to show varying degrees of indentations. In the next moment, with a resounding crash, Ma Chi shattered the 30-centimeter thick, reinforced concrete structure, and as the dust settled, he pounced upon a corner of the platform like a tiger unleashed. It was time to seek out Master Splinter. Within the confines of the dilapidated factory, strange sounds echoed. As the camera drew closer, countless flickering shadows of sticks emerged. Donnie, the inventor of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, was practicing his skills with a wooden staff. Before acquiring the chakra training method, Donnie could hardly shatter the ground with his stick. Thud, thud. As cracks spread across the floor, numerous wind blades erupted from the staff. Donnie closed his eyes, attuning himself to the resonance brought forth by the power of the wind. Wind release, great breakthrough. With a single-handed seal, kneeling on one knee, he wielded the invisible wind, engulfing the entire factory. In the next instant, the once decaying structure could bear the weight no longer and collapsed. The thunderous sound roused the surrounding residents. Damn it! Several impatient men burst out of the door, armed with firearms, intent on teaching a lesson to those who disturbed the peace on this quiet night. However, what lay before their eyes left them utterly astonished. The factory, once standing firm, had not only collapsed but also appeared as if it had been struck by some formidable force, the severed rebar exhibiting impossibly smooth breaks. Could it be that a superhero had passed through this place? Undoubtedly, it must have been a powerful one. Or perhaps was it the work of a malevolent villain? The men exchanged glances, shared a few words, and, feeling somewhat disconcerted, retreated back indoors. Meanwhile, Donnie, shrouded in darkness, gazed at his phone and murmured, "Li Xuan, my lord." Chapter 56. My Ice Technique. Capable of withering all things. 1-2. Lord Li Xuan has assigned us various tasks, each distinct yet demanding a confrontation. Master Splinter stood with his hands clasped behind his back, while the 4 ninja turtles responded in unison. Leo spoke first. "I have mastered the art of fire, an invasion like flames, under the dual blades, sufficient to cleave through any obstruction." A glint of cold light flashed in Wave's eyes. "My ice technique can wither all things, obliteration, annihilation." Mikey clenched his fists. "The strength of the body is boundless. My physique is enough to shake any adversary." Donnie closed his eyes. "The wind. Let us together heed the voice of the breeze. The color of fire. the breath of ice, the sound of pulsating vitality, and that gentle whisper of the wind. These energies intertwine, casting a vibrant tapestry around us. Upon witnessing this, Master Splinter smiled with satisfaction, knowing his sons were showcasing their might and strength. It was evident they had all made strides along the path of ninjutsu. How wonderful it was! He gestured, and with a whoosh the flowing energies dissipated. What? Leo and his 3 brothers were taken aback. Though they were already aware of their master's formidable prowess, they had not anticipated such a display. Could it be that Lord Li Xuan had provided him with special training? Master Splinter, perhaps sensing their bewilderment, offered a brief explanation. I have sensed the power of nature. Leo, Wave, and Mikey exchanged glances, clearly unable to fathom what their master meant. After all, sensing nature seemed too abstract. Donnie, however, contemplated deeply, for his training in ninjutsu commenced with the perception of the wind's rhythm. Yet this wind could still be sensed. However, the power of nature was another matter entirely. You will understand once you have trained your chakra further, Master Splinter remarked without elaborating, then proceeded to assign tasks. Leo, as the leader of the group, I have confidence in you. Go instill fear in that dark force, Jean Bing. Leo nodded. Understood. Master Splinter continued, Wave, you will threaten the Russian Brotherhood. Focus on the transport team and refrain from harboring ill intentions. Wave responded promptly, received. Master Splinter then said, Mikey, go to the hand and dismantle a factory. Let Lady Gao reconsider her ambitions, for the Lord is not someone she can covet. Mikey replied, No problem. As Donnie observed his brothers receiving their assignments, he hastily inquired about his own task. What about me? You have a different mission. Seek out the superhero Daredevil and join forces to combat the darkness. The Lord has tasked you with bringing him into the organization. Upon hearing these words, Donnie paused momentarily, but soon exclaimed, No problem. I assure you the task will be completed. So what are you going to do? Ultimately, it was Weifu who inquired. Me? I am off to resolve another predicament for the adults, replied Master Splinter, adding, It's related to the new president of Osborne Corporation. Is he not the rumored successor of the little madman? I truly wonder what capabilities he possesses that necessitate your involvement. We can handle him ourselves. The Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles engaged in further discussion, which eventually concluded with Master Splinter's tone, and in the blink of an eye, they vanished from sight, all racing towards distant horizons. Meanwhile, within Hell's Kitchen, in a solitary villa, Wilson, who was beginning to exude an air of dominance, leaned back in his chair, deep in thought. Before him lay piles of documents pertaining to the recently prominent Milcom Industrial Group. The new president, Danny, was ruthless, having eradicated 3 gang factions in a single night. Rumors suggested he could command a shadowy ninja legion, appearing and disappearing without a trace. Would the dark forces of Hell's Kitchen face a grand baptism? During this period, the criminal elements of Hell's Kitchen were undergoing a transformation. After the nefarious Iron Fist Danny allied with Li Xuan, they had thoroughly turned the area upside down. It was not that there were no attempts to thwart them. Rather, such efforts proved utterly futile. Just last week, the Irish organization faced dire consequences when their leader boasted about challenging the authority of Milcom Industrial Group. That very night, he was found hanging in his bedroom, subjected to execution by hanging, leaving behind a trail of blood-soaked messages, a blatant act of intimidation. Bang! After meticulously analyzing the reports, Jean Bing clenched his fists, pounding the table in frustration. Although his overt power was not particularly formidable at present, his acumen had allowed him to weave a web of connections among the upper echelons of government. He awaited the opportune moment to ascend as the underground sovereign of New York City. However, this unforeseen turn of events had completely disrupted his plans. After all, the Milcom Industrial Group was a billion-dollar enterprise, its overt capital significantly surpassing that of the gangs. Coupled with their apparent intent to cleanse the underworld, they were clearly on a collision course with him. Knock, knock, knock. Just as Wilson grappled with the weight of the situation, a voice called from outside, Master Jean Bing, I have gathered a little something you might find intriguing. Come in, Wilson replied, rubbing his eyes. With a swish, the door opened, accompanied by the sound of shuffling feet. In walked a man with a scorpion-like tail, known as MacDonald Goggin, a former private detective who, upon donning a high-tech scorpion suit, had transformed into a supervillain and had even murdered the scientists responsible for developing the suit. Had it not been for Kim's mobilization of manpower and resources, he might still be languishing in prison for the crime of murder. Since the disappearance of the target, he has become Kim's newly appointed right-hand man. In stark contrast to the target's approach and capabilities, this supervillain known as Scorpion is a madman, equipped with an arsenal of sulfuric acid, tear gas, explosives, and other weapons. Even during his baths, he refuses to shed this battle attire. It is evident that he has become a mere puppet of power. My Lord Wilson, I am aware that my mind often wanders. Yet this time, I assure you, I am entirely lucid. I have uncovered the truth behind the target's demise. Chapter 57. The truth behind the target's demise. The villain Jean Bing faces a setback. Has the target been murdered? Upon hearing this, Wilson's expression darkened, clearly taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. After all, he had presumed that the target had likely defected. Quick, show me
This audio clip.
The nefarious Scorpion handed over a battered communication device. As the power button was pressed, a cacophony of desperate cries erupted. I'll fight you to the end. Die. All of you die. Impossible. How could you injure me? The demon manifests. Ah! Following a series of agonizing screams, the recording fell silent, leaving no trace of the target's voice. It was evident that he had met his demise. Where did you procure this device? Jean Bing inquired, his countenance darkening. It was seized from a homeless man. On the night the target vanished, he was intoxicated and, upon hearing the ghastly wails emanating from the nearby factories, he mustered the courage to investigate. Through a shattered window, he glimpsed a horror beyond his wildest imagination. Since that night, he has been utterly deranged, Scorpion elaborated. Wilson, however, was perplexed. What does this have to do with a monstrous being? The madman claimed he saw a demonic hand, as if it were reaping lives. With just a touch, those thugs perished. Moreover, there was a blood-red demon at the scene. A blood-red demon? Is the night demon coming to trouble us again? Wilson exclaimed in exasperation, slamming his fist onto the table. Crash. The solid wooden table splintered under the force. Scorpion, witnessing this fearsome display, was momentarily taken aback. He hadn't anticipated that his boss was a master of close combat. Send out the order. I want the night demon hunted down across the city. If anyone can slay him, I will reward them with $1 million. In this era, $1 million constituted an exceedingly generous bounty, especially for the mere act of killing one person. Could be deemed quite a bargain. Even Scorpion's eyes gleamed with intrigue at the prospect. If you manage to kill him, you can claim the bounty as well. Wilson generously waved his hand. Just as Scorpion departed to carry out the orders, under the cloak of night. Rustle. The wind stirred the leaves. A green figure materialized on the balcony, resembling an emissary of death emerging from the depths of hell. Wilson was startled by the arrival, yet being a mafia lord, he concealed any sign of fear and casually retrieved a cane from his side, welcoming the visitor as if greeting an old friend. Care to come in for a chat? Fearless and audacious, Leo strode in confidently. Is that a turtle person? From where has this superhero emerged? Wilson pondered, maintaining a facade of calm as he inquired, Are you here to kill me, or to abduct me? Suddenly, Leo, without responding, drew the long blade from his back, its surface enveloped in a shroud of chakra energy, flames licking at the edge, emanating an oppressive heat. A clear warning. With a swift motion, Leo swung the blade, unleashing a torrent of terrifying flames that shattered the tiles of the room, leaving behind a gaping scar deep enough to expose bone. A warning? Wilson's mind raced, and after contemplation, he pinpointed his suspicions on the recently ascendant Milcam Industrial Group. Had this conglomerate not yet delved into the underworld, his own web of connections would have been formidable. Yet now, even Wilson hesitated to challenge such a colossal entity. Was it merely due to his recent indiscretions? He recalled the dinner he had hosted for several gang leaders not long ago. The underworld is not merely a realm of violence, but rather one of interpersonal relationships. Amidst their banter, They had meticulously orchestrated their respective interests. The very next day, the Milcam Industrial Group had stormed in, sweeping through the underground forces of New York City. Wilson, having labored tirelessly for years, was loath to relinquish the advantages he had so painstakingly secured. Thus, he sought to rally his allies to counteract this threat. However, soon after, someone came knocking on his door. Could they truly locate him? Were they capable of shattering his abode? Such power could indeed spell his demise. Wilson's expression twisted in fury. He could scarcely bear the indignity of being trampled upon by others. Why must he concede? Could his adversaries not instead facilitate his ascent? His visage hardened, yet his gaze burned with an inferno of vengeance. Dare to threaten me? You shall perish. The bald giant charged at the ninja turtle before him, brandishing his cane with intent to strike him down. Leo, taken aback by this audacity, could not suppress a derisive smirk. A mere jester dares to leap? With the flaming blade in hand, he prepared to counter. At a crucial moment, however, Wilson deftly dodged, pivoting on his cane and lunging toward the ninja turtle. A resounding thud echoed as the muscular man swung his fist towards Leo's face. Most would have been caught off guard by such an assault, but not Leo. With a well-timed flying kick, he sent Wilson crashing into the corner. Abstaining from a deep scar marred his visage. Am I truly destined to perish? Wilson was engulfed in a tempest of astonishment and fury. If he were to confront any superhero, it would be a fair contest at the very least. Yet, who could contend with these upgraded teenage mutant ninja turtles? When they united, even a second-rate villain like him would find himself thoroughly outmatched, let alone a top-tier adversary. Just as he believed his demise was imminent, a resounding crash echoed through the room. The reptilian foe burst through the door, exclaiming, "Master Wilson, I have come to protect you." However, before he could finish his declaration, the terrifying blast of fiery energy sent him hurtling away. He landed beside Wilson, frothing at the mouth, his eyes glazed, and his body convulsing. Witnessing this, Wilson felt his flickering hope extinguished once more. Surely this was not some farcical jest? Chapter 58. The task assigned by Lord Li Xuan must be completed. 1-2. Do not worry, Lord Wilson, I still have my methods, the nefarious villain Scorpion declared, producing a small explosive device from his bosom as a threat. Turtle Man, retreat at once, or we shall perish together. Perish together? Upon witnessing this spectacle, Leo was momentarily taken aback, before erupting into uncontrollable laughter. Who is this buffoon? Brandishing a firecracker in front of me? Is this akin to seeking death in a restroom with a lantern? Not one to back down. Leo formed hand seals and unleashed a colossal fireball, imbued with searing energy. Fire release. Great fireball technique. Run for your lives. Wilson's eyes widened in disbelief. Scorpion's face turned pale. He had anticipated scaring off the enemy, only to find himself hoisting a stone that would crush his own foot. The two hastily supported each other, scurrying away. Just as they were about to escape the confines of the building, the searing fireball collided with them. A sizzling sound echoed as the fuse ignited. Wilson's face turned green. Although he had fantasized about his demise, he never imagined it would be at the hands of his own companion. Throw it away. Oh no. Scorpion appeared momentarily stunned before finally discarding the dangerous explosive. In midair, the device detonated, unleashing a violent explosion that sent waves of heat surging forth, obliterating the solitary structure. Beneath the shadow, Leo did not relent in his pursuit but rather perched atop a tree, listening intently before swiftly vacating the area. Cough, cough, cough. Shortly after the Turtle Man's departure, a charred hand emerged from the ashen ruins. Then, the nearly singed figure of the rotund man rose, and upon revealing himself, he erupted into a maniacal laugh. I have survived after all. Yet gradually, his laughter faded into silence. Before him, inscribed upon the remaining segment of an intact wall, were the ominous words, "My lord has decreed. Comply without question. Should there be defiance, your life shall be forfeit." Upon seeing this, Wilson felt a burning shame wash over him. It appeared he had been granted a reprieve. Had his previous arrogance merely rendered him a jester? However, a chilling dread soon enveloped him, for this mysterious assassin had nearly claimed his life with but a single strike. Should another attempt arise, It seemed he might earn a living, yet forfeit his existence. I have indeed lost, he sighed. Very well, if I must comply, who shall I serve? This was a man who was meant to command the underworld in New York City, destined to become the king of shadows, yet before he could even begin, his aspirations lay in ruins. Beside him, Scorpion, clad in protective armor, had miraculously sustained only minor injuries. However, Wilson was reluctant to allow this unreliable individual to assist him. The recent incident involving the explosives had already cast an indelible shadow over his career. How could one have such a teammate? What a devastating blow to our allies. In another corner of this infernal kitchen, as Wei Fu concealed himself in the shadows with a pitchfork in hand, two off-road vehicles gradually approached from a distance. These vehicles belonged to the Russian Brotherhood, tasked with assisting Madame Gao's blind factory in selling its goods. For every delivery made, the Russian Brotherhood earned a handsome reward of several tens of thousands of dollars, quite a lucrative business in the new millennium. The only caution was to guard against those unscrupulous rogues engaging in black-on-black crime. Everything seemed normal tonight, suggesting an early return home might be in order. In the lead vehicle, two men exchanged words, and just as the atmosphere began to lighten, a sudden rustling was heard. The greenery shimmered ominously, heralding a torrential barrage of hailstones hurtling toward them with astonishing speed, rivaling that of bullets. The driver took a blow to the head and slumped over the steering wheel, unconscious. Then, the companions beside him began to scream. On what should have been a calm and serene night, a tempestuous wind surged forth, accompanied by the onslaught of a unicorn whale. Even more astonishing was the fact that the whale took a bite, devouring half of the off-road vehicle. A demon, a terrifying nightmare. The gang members were utterly petrified. Yet what greeted them was a rain of knives and forks descending from above. Wei Fu charged forth with the momentum of a tempest, shattering the first vehicle into fragments. Cargo from the trunk scattered across the ground as clouds of dust swirled through the air. The thugs in the second off-road vehicle, sensing the dire situation, drew their firearms and opened fire upon the man before them. Clang! Just as the bullets were about to strike him, they were impaled mid-air by the iron fork, frozen in place as if time itself had stopped. This feat surpassed even catching bullets barehanded in sheer absurdity. Yet Wei Fu remained unperturbed, his expression serene as he casually beckoned with a wave. Whoosh! As the moisture in the air coalesced, it wove together into two whales surging forward. It was the ice escape, a white whale of a singular horn. This technique, inherited from Li Xuan, showcased its splendor before these ruffians. Remember, this will be the honor of your lifetime. Wei Fu spoke softly, while the two white whales surged forth with the force of a tempest, crashing into the off-road vehicle and reducing it to mere fragments. When it comes to the infernal kitchen, the most benevolent and kind-hearted among the gang leaders is none other than Madame Gao. Anyone willing to work in her factory not only receives a grievous compensation but also effectively sells their soul to the assembly line, enduring the relentless grind of a 996 work schedule. She can be deemed the epitome of exploitation. Yet today, an unexpected visitor has arrived at this factory. Upon witnessing the multitude of blind individuals laboring around him, McGee was momentarily taken aback, only to be engulfed by a wave of indignation upon realizing their eyes had been deliberately blinded. After all, this was exceedingly cruel. Ahem. Just as McGee was lost in contemplation, a series of coughs from an elderly figure nearby interrupted his thoughts. Before him stood a wrinkled old woman, Madame Gao. "Young man, what brings you to my factory?" she inquired with a seemingly warm demeanor, though her gaze was frigid. "I will destroy your factory," McGee declared, lifting his head and speaking with a smile that belied the gravity of his words. "Is there no room for negotiation?" Madame Gao's expression darkened, a glimmer of murderous intent flickering in her eyes. "No room for negotiation," McGee asserted with unwavering conviction. "This den of human trafficking must be obliterated. After all, this is a task entrusted to me by my master." Master? The term left Madame Gao momentarily disoriented. Chapter 59. The awakening of the reincarnation eye is also in reverse. 2-2. As Madame Gao was lost in contemplation, Mike surged towards her with the ferocity of a tiger breaking free from its cage. After a period of rigorous training in the Leaf Village's physical techniques, he had undergone a remarkable transformation. His physique had become robust, capable of withstanding bullets. Yet, just as he charged forth with the vigor of a fierce beast, an invisible pressure suddenly immobilized him before he could reach Madame Gao. It was as if an unseen hand had gripped him. Could it be a supernatural ability? Madame Gao extended her hand with an air of nonchalance. As one of the 5 fingers of the hand union, she possessed considerable experience. The energy she wielded was distinct from the iron fist bestowed upon her by the elder Shou. It was cultivated through her own rigorous training over the years, rendering her energy exceptionally potent. In this moment, she effectively restrained Mike. Madame Gao's hands came together as if she were grasping an apple, and bruises began to appear on Mike's body. The sensation was far from pleasant. Who dares to trespass in my domain? However, out of the kindness of my heart, I shall grant you an opportunity to reveal the mastermind behind this, and perhaps I may spare your life. Madame Gao coughed softly, her sharp tone reminiscent of an ambiguous old eunuch. Having survived for over 4 centuries by relying on dragon bones, she had honed her craft of deception to perfection. Should anyone fall for her ruse, they would likely find themselves feeding the fish in the lake. Mike lifted his head and shook it, seemingly disappointed. It appears you have made a choice I did not anticipate. Such a pity. Madame Gao feigned a sigh, then clenched her fist tightly. With this move, not only flesh and blood but even metal would be crushed. Yet, contrary to expectations, the gruesome scene did not unfold. Instead, the previously restrained ninja turtle began to struggle free with a slow yet powerful rhythm. Coughing, Mike shouted at the astonished elderly woman before him. The first gate of the 8 gates. Open, Lotus Blossom. In an instant, he teleported behind Madame Gao, delivering a flying kick that sent her soaring into the air. Before she could even comprehend the situation, he embraced her and propelled them both towards the ground. This was a genuine lethal move. If her head struck the ground, it could result in a broken spine, at the very least leading to lifelong paralysis. Madame Gao's complexion shifted dramatically, clearly unprepared for the swift counterattack from this turtle brat, which had turned the tide of battle in the blink of an eye. With no other option, she had to use her energy to shield her body and brace herself against this assault. I still have energy to cushion myself? I shall see how your flesh and blood can withstand more than I can. With a sharp crack, the crisp sound echoed, and Mrs. Gao, as anticipated, suffered a fracture, albeit merely a shattering break of her arm. As for Ma Qi, he was left battered and bruised, yet the vitality reflected in his eyes was reminiscent of an indomitable cockroach. After sequentially opening the second door, Rest, and the third door, Life, a faint green luminescence radiated from Ma Qi's being. His body, straining under the immense exertion, surged with energy, creating visible waves of vitality that seemed almost beastly in nature. Madame Gao was left utterly astonished. Even with her vast experience, she had never encountered such an exaggerated physique, not even in the iron fist of the previous generation from the dragon city of Kunlun. It was as if a ferocious dragon resided within this man's body. Was it truly necessary to exert oneself to such an extent for merely a single task? Madame Gao felt a surge of jealousy towards the esteemed individual she had yet to meet. Despite her arduous efforts over the centuries, she had failed to cultivate any capable subordinates. In comparison, she could only feel a profound sense of bitterness. Li Xuan. After Maki uttered these words, his figure flickered and vanished before Madame Gao's eyes. When she regained her senses, she realized she had already been kicked into the air. His speed was astonishing. Often, he would be in the air one moment and appear behind her the next. In the blink of an eye, Madame Gao had already endured 6 kicks. How could this be possible? Although she had made every effort to overestimate the turtle man before her, she did not anticipate that when the actual confrontation ensued, she would find herself having underestimated him once more. Had it not been for the protective aura enveloping her, Madame Gao would have been reduced to a mere collection of shattered bones upon receiving the first blow. I have always been a timid soul, seeking refuge behind my brothers in times of adversity. It is the wisdom of the elders that has imparted to me the path of endurance. It is the esteemed individual who has bestowed upon me newfound hope. I shall dedicate my entire life to repaying this kindness. McGee resembled a fervent youth dashing beneath the setting sun, as that terrifying barrage of strikes sent Lady Gao soaring into the air. With a fierce kick, she was propelled several hundred meters away, crashing through 7 houses in her wake. The onslaught did not cease. She rolled on the ground for over 20 times before finally collapsing beside a public restroom. The stench was overwhelming. Dizziness engulfed her, and she felt the urge to vomit. This 400-year-old matron could only sense her insides churning violently, and as she opened her mouth, blood and clots erupted forth. She could scarcely recall anyone ever inflicting such grievous harm upon her. This was the most severe injury she had sustained in over 2 centuries. Yet, in this moment, she dared not relent. Instead, she turned and dashed into the foul-smelling restroom, seeking to mask the scent of her own blood with the repugnant odor surrounding her. The subordinates of this enigmatic figure have truly left me in a state of disarray. As flames leapt skyward, a conflagration engulfed the once blind factory of Lady Gao within the infernal kitchen, its fierce blaze visible from several blocks away. Strangely, such a terrifying inferno did not summon the firefighters. It seemed to spread unchecked. In that tranquil courtyard, Li Xuan lay in a deep slumber, his expression serene, his body emanating a luminous sheen reminiscent of exquisite glassware. With the gradual awakening of his divine bloodline, he found himself ensnared in a process of transformation and continuous charging. The awakening of his reincarnation I was also on the verge of fruition, akin to the prelude of a butterfly emerging from its cocoon. To win effortlessly, what a splendid affair that would be. Chapter 60. Dr. Octopus creates a tritium reactor. 1-2. What accounts for the unusually high incidence of crime tonight? This marks the 8th occurrence. Daredevil leaned against the wall, panting. His strength was nearly depleted. Yet, as a superhero, he summoned the last vestiges of his spirit to rescue the beleaguered residents. Just as he peered out from his concealment, a sudden commotion erupted. Beneath the night sky, 3 or 4 heads emerged, brandishing firearms without a moment's hesitation. Clad in red, resembling a demon, indeed, it was him. He must not escape. He carries a bounty worth millions. Bullets mingled with grenades, raining down upon Matt Murdock, forcing him into a perilous corner. Despite Daredevil's formidable mental fortitude and acute auditory senses, fatigue dulled his reflexes. He narrowly evaded a bullet aimed at his head, only to be struck in the abdomen, collapsing to the ground. "Go, I'm certain I hit him," the thugs exclaimed with excitement, rushing towards the rooftop. Their urgency echoed in the air, accompanied by the frenzied sound of their approaching footsteps. Swish! Daredevil drew his baton, preparing to engage as he utilized his keen hearing to construct a 3-dimensional mental image of the scene. Suddenly, an unexpected intruder darted onto the scene, moving with the swiftness of the wind. Bang! 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 The sound of impacts was followed by the sight of the 3 thugs sprawled on the ground. Must I refrain from intervening? Who could this be? Daredevil furrowed his brow, unable to fathom the identity of this exceptionally robust man or his motives for coming to his aid. After all, he was well aware that his social standing was far from favorable. As the figure approached, it drew nearer, ultimately standing before Daredevil. Without waiting for him to speak, the man extended a hand and uttered, "It is an honor to finally meet you, Matt Murdock." Daredevil was taken aback. He had never revealed his name. How could this stranger possibly know it? "I understand you have many questions, but we must find a secure place to converse," the man, Donnie, said with an air of familiarity. "Of course, but you must keep up with me," Daredevil replied, mustering the strength to rise. With a swift motion of his baton, he glided towards the opposite high-rise, blood still trickling from his waist. Yet, he did not halt his actions, evidently lacking trust in this enigmatic stranger. Donnie, however, remained stationary, observing with curiosity. This speed is hardly impressive, and it relies solely on technique. Such a short distance. I could reach it with a mere leap. Is such flair truly necessary? Or is he testing me? The Ninja Turtles clapped their hands and confidently declared, "Absolutely." Donnie transformed into a streak of light, darting through the air toward the nearby Daredevil. With his mastery of the secrets of wind release, he could attune himself to the rhythm of the wind, harnessing its power to achieve short bursts of levitation. Was it fair to challenge Daredevil with such a technique? Perhaps it was better to show some consideration. Had he managed to shake off that mysterious figure? Daredevil remained on the rooftop, but when he turned to look, he was startled to find the enormous turtle head looming before him. Of course, he couldn't see it, but he relied on his hearing and mental acuity to construct a three-dimensional model of reality in his mind. This sudden appearance startled him greatly. How? How did you catch up to me? Daredevil exclaimed in surprise, knowing that even Spider-Man had once been left behind. It's simple. I can fly, Donnie replied, gesturing to his feet, where he hovered in the air. This is a gift from my master. Such a miraculous ability could be learned? Daredevil was momentarily taken aback. To him, this ability to levitate was something only seen in mutants, and those were innate gifts. If you are favored by my master, then you can learn it, Donnie added, shaking his head. But seeing how injured you are, you shouldn't push yourself too hard. You should go to the hospital for treatment. Daredevil, upon hearing this, relaxed his guard slightly and replied, After I get injured, I want to go to the hospital. I will seek out Nurse Claire before he could finish his sentence. He felt himself lifted up and was swiftly propelled through the air, akin to a high-speed hovering vehicle. Your speed is too slow and you've lost too much blood. Let me take you, Donnie explained, and then they soared through the air, the fierce winds swirling around them, propelling them into the distance. The velocity was so intense that it left Matt Murdock pale with fear. 2 days later, at the Milcom Industrial Group's Internal Experimental Development Lab, Dr. Otto was showcasing his latest weapon. Before the audience were 4 brand-new mechanical arms, effortlessly slicing through a massive iron block, leaving behind an extraordinarily smooth cut. I have completely upgraded the mechanical arms. Not only have I changed the materials, but I have also made several modifications to the weaponry, enhancing its functionality. Even if I am alone, I can construct a tritium reactor. Once this reactor is built, our industrial group will never lack for energy. Upon hearing this, Li Xuan applauded and said, Dr. Otto, you are destined to become a hero to the people. Dr. Octopus shook his head in response, asserting that alleviating the burdens of the esteemed individual before him was, indeed, a noble endeavor. He gazed at the man with profound reverence. Following the miraculous display of prowess a few days prior, Dr. Octopus had come to regard him as the beacon of hope in his heart. Thus, the task ahead would be to diligently construct the tritium reactor. With a crackling sound, his 4 arms danced with fervor. Dr. Octopus confidently declared, in just 2 hours, I shall complete the assembly. Chapter 61. Li Xuan, the Benevolent One, aspires to transform the world's landscape. Amidst the circular contraption, a visible brilliance of searing light emanated. This was the tritium reactor constructed by Dr. Otto, who had previously endeavored to create this controllable miniature sun. However, during his last experiment, external environmental factors led to a disheartening failure. This time, Dr. Otto's perseverance has been rewarded. He has conjured a controllable nuclear fusion, resembling a miniature sun, with his bare hands. Though but a small orb, it possesses the potential to transform humanity. Behold, what a splendid hue it presents. I have created this. Tears of joy welled in Dr. Otto's eyes as he succumbed to nostalgic reminiscences. His journey into the realm of controllable nuclear fusion began with the support of Osborne Industries, driven by a desire to rival the nuclear reactors developed by Stark Industries. However, following the failure of that experiment and the subsequent withdrawal of funding from Osborne, his vision underwent a profound transformation. He resolved to honor the legacy of his late wife, aspiring to change the world with this artificial sun. You have done remarkably well. The energy landscape of this world will undergo a significant transformation because of you, Li Xuan remarked, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Initially, he had witnessed Dr. Octopus from Spider-Man 2 choose to perish alongside his creation in a tragic pursuit of self-actualization. It was a profoundly lamentable yet heroic tale. Yet, with Li Xuan's intervention, this experiment has triumphed. Moreover, his intentions are not merely altruistic. Given that the energy derived from this controllable nuclear fusion is virtually limitless, he simply needs to harness this energy to produce so-called affordable electricity to entice the citizens of New York City, undoubtedly drawing forth jubilant cheers from the masses. These individuals are exceedingly naive. Their perspectives have long been manipulated by the media. With merely a modicum of control over public opinion, one can transform an individual into a despicable villain. Previously, Li Xuan was vilified as a butcher with blood-stained hands. If his acts of slaughter are deemed excessive, then what does that imply? Then, does the battlefield not become a hell? Thus, he aspires to redeem himself, to shine brilliantly, and when the time comes to stand before you so-called superheroes, their expressions are bound to be quite remarkable. In the eyes of director Nick Iron Man Tony and Captain Steve, Li Xuan has already sunk into the mire and is beyond redemption. If he were to emerge from this predicament, it would undoubtedly be most intriguing. Moreover, the Stark Industries group clings to its technology, stubbornly refusing to alter the course of humanity. What an utterly foolish and selfish act that is. In contrast, Li, the benevolent Xuan, is poised to transform the very fabric of this world. Beep. In the blink of an eye following a phone call, the press conference convened by the Milcam Industrial Group is being meticulously prepared. Time flies, and the day of the congressional trial of Iron Man has arrived. On this fateful day, a resounding thud echoed as Iron Man, Tony Stark, descended from the heavens, striding confidently into the military's hearing. The spacious hall, once ample, was now teeming with reporters and officials, leaving no room to spare. Upon taking his seat, the presiding judge began to enumerate the various charges against Tony, including threats to national security and treason. According to the judge, the armors produced by Tony possessed formidable lethality. If the government could not rein in Tony, who wielded such cutting-edge weaponry, national security would be compromised. Consequently, the senators sought to confiscate his armors and technology under the pretext of his illicit possession of weapons. Click, click. Multiple cameras focused on Iron Man, and under the blinding flashes, Tony's demeanor darkened slightly. After all, these antiquated politicians had neither the qualifications nor the authority to seize his weaponry. What is my armor but an extension of myself? You, with your vast military-industrial complex, are afraid of my prosthetic? Tony retorted, unyielding in his sarcasm. The atmosphere erupted with laughter, with the playboy reveling in his triumph. This infuriated the senator to the point of distortion, prompting him to summon Justin, the president of Hammer Industries, a cunning and astute businessman whose company spanned a myriad of sectors, including arms, and stood as one of Stark Industries' primary rivals. Unfortunately for Justin, Stark Industries had consistently maintained the upper hand throughout their years of rivalry, rendering Tony a thorn in his side. Upon receiving the senator's invitation, Justin hastily arrived at the scene, eager to exploit the opportunity. He commenced by presenting a report on his research into artificial armors, candidly stating, "While my endeavors have repeatedly faltered, there is no doubt that this armor technology holds revolutionary significance. I would stake my reputation on the assertion that if it were to fall into foreign hands, it would jeopardize global peace." With these words, the scrutiny shifted back onto Iron Man. Ordinary superheroes might have faltered under such pressure, but this audacious playboy donned his glasses, rose and addressed the media. "You wish to seize my technology? Impossible. Furthermore, within the next 20 years, no one will replicate the technology of super armors. As for safeguarding the world, I suffice." With that, Tony turned and exited the hearing, his haughty demeanor leaving no regard for the politicians present. The leading senator, his face flushed with rage, could only bellow, "Tony Stark, you endanger national security, and you will inevitably face the consequences." Those consequences manifested swiftly. In the largest port of New York City, amidst the expected clamor of a container storage facility, an ominous burning sound arose, followed by the doors of a container being severed. A middle-aged man emerged from within. This is the genius Ivan, the creator of the whipsword. Due to his impoverished circumstances, he has not even had the opportunity to change his tattered clothes, yet his eyes burn with an intense flame. He has traveled all the way from Moscow to New York with the singular purpose of avenging himself against Iron Man, Tony Stark. "Stark Industries, you shall pay dearly for your transgressions." Ivan is filled with indomitable spirit. "Sir, I fear you may need to cover the repair costs." A voice emerged from the darkness. Suddenly, a red figure flashed into view. It was Daredevil, brandishing a baton directed at Ivan. The middle-aged man's expression darkened upon witnessing this. Crackle. Ivan, resolute and succinct, activated the whip sword. With the stabilization function of the miniature controllable nuclear fusion in his chest, the weapon transformed into a vibrant display of color. Yet, Daredevil sensed an overwhelming threat. The sensation was akin to being submerged in water, on the brink of asphyxiation. Who on earth is this man? Matt Murdock's expression shifted dramatically. Chapter 62. Acquiring the whip and the compact nuclear reactor device, Tony is in peril. 1-2 Ziz. Ivan, however, did not afford the Daredevil an opportunity to explain himself, especially since it was he who obstructed him. Thus, he struck him down before departing. This seemed entirely reasonable, did it not? Boom! As the energy-laden whip struck the ground, a surge of power erupted, leaving behind a whip-like mark several centimeters wide. The debris scattered, landing at the feet of Matt Murdock, the attorney. Impressive indeed. He gasped for breath, astonished by the weapon's formidable lethality. Had he not dodged just moments ago, he would surely have been cleaved in twain. You little insect. You can certainly run. Ivan brandished the energy whip once more, pursuing relentlessly, while Daredevil could do naught but flee in disarray, desperately utilizing the surrounding terrain to evade him. However, the whip's might was overwhelming. In a mere matter of moments, it laid waste to everything in its vicinity, leaving Daredevil with fewer and fewer places to conceal himself. Eventually, in a moment of miscalculation, the whip grazed his ankle, leaving a charred mark, a clear indication of the searing heat that had scorched him. Yet Ivan pressed on, determined to bring him down. The situation grew dire. Just as the terrifying energy whip was about to descend upon Daredevil's flesh, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Clang! A gust of wind cleaved the whip apart. Ivan, undeterred, continued his pursuit, but yet another wind blade severed his weapon once more. At this point, Ivan could no longer deny that someone was deliberately intervening. He gathered the energy whip beneath him and inquired, "If you wish to save him, do so openly."
No, no.
"No, I am not sneaking around," came the response, as the Ninja Turtle descended from the skies. Donatello, wielding a wooden staff, positioned himself beside Daredevil, shielding him before continuing, "I am quite above board." Damn it! Ivan seethed upon witnessing this, feeling his dignity trampled. After all, it was Daredevil who had provoked him first. He was merely repaying the insult in kind, albeit perhaps with a bit more severity. Yet now someone had interjected. "You shall pay for this," Ivan declared, brimming with malice, and once more swung the whip toward the Ninja Turtle before him. Beware his whip. Daredevil, dragging his injured leg, retreated a few steps and, feeling somewhat ashamed, added, "My turtle friend, I shall repay you for this later." In the past, he had always faced the darkness alone, enduring every injury, whether minor or severe. Yet this time, confronted with the supervillain's whip, he found himself unable to withstand the onslaught. Upon hearing these words, Donnie felt a surge of joy within his heart. He realized that he had forged a friendship with Matt. With this newfound bond, he had the opportunity to draw this individual into Lord Li Xuan's camp. Although this human was blind and seemingly ineffectual, who could deny the significance of the alliance that the Lord was preparing to establish? It seemed he had stumbled upon a remarkable stroke of fortune. Meanwhile, Ivan unleashed his energy whip towards the Turtle Man, who appeared to be momentarily stunned, remaining frozen in place. Yet, at this critical juncture, Donnie channeled his chakra energy and reinforced the wooden stick, defiantly meeting the oncoming strike. Disaster loomed. In the perception of Daredevil, this turtle friend was attempting to counter the energy whip with a mere wooden stick, an endeavor akin to challenging a mountain with an egg. In the next heartbeat, his stick would surely splinter, and he would meet his demise. However, contrary to Daredevil's foreboding expectations, the anticipated scene did not unfold. Instead, both parties manifested an equilibrium of power. How could this be? Ivan, perplexed, scrutinized the wooden stick wielded by the Turtle Man, contemplating for a long moment before muttering, "Could it be a new type of weapon? If it were not a novel armament, how could this fellow possibly withstand his assault?" His energy whip was no trifling matter. "Feel the rhythm of the wind," Donnie uttered, then gradually closed his eyes. This blatant act of disdain incited Ivan's fury. After all, Losing a fight could merely signify being outmatched, but such overt arrogance? It ignited a desire within him to strike the turtle man with a punishing blow. Boom! 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 Ivan indeed acted upon this impulse. As he lashed out with his energy whip, the already scarred ground bore witness to new wounds. Yet Donnie danced like a leaf in the breeze, often propelled away at the very moment the whip descended upon him. Effortlessly light, as if gravity had no hold. This was the art of using the wind's power to overcome brute strength. Was Ivan's energy whip not formidable? Yet, unless it struck true, it remained ineffective. With beads of sweat cascading down Ivan's face, splattering onto the ground, it was evident that this skirmish had drained his stamina profoundly. Due to the rudimentary materials at his disposal, he lacked the fully automated apparatus of Iron Man, relying solely on his own strength to wield the whip. His strikes grew increasingly sluggish. As Daredevil Matt sensed the unfolding events around him, disbelief etched itself upon his features. Just as he marveled at Donnie's prowess, their ninja companion stirred once more. It seems there are no more options, so it is my turn to take action. Wind release. Violent wind palm. Donnie swiftly formed hand seals, instantaneously unleashing this C-rank ninjutsu. As his chakra converged, he clapped his hands, compressing the wind and transforming it into a tempestuous gale, which he then struck fiercely against Ivan's face. The man spun in midair for 360 degrees before crashing face-first to the ground, his eyes closing as he succumbed to unconsciousness. The night demon was rendered speechless. In his eyes, this was an adversary nearly invincible, yet he had been defeated, and by such a brutally violent means. This turtle friend is truly formidable. However, Donnie did not abandon his examination of the device before him. In the tone of a brilliant inventor, he marveled. What an exquisitely crafted energy transmission device. My master will surely appreciate it. He was well aware that recently, Lord Li Xuan and Dr. Otto had been tirelessly engaged in the pursuit of controllable nuclear fusion. If he could acquire this portable nuclear fusion technology, it would undoubtedly be a tremendous boon. Chapter 63. We shall become gods in the eyes of the common folk. 2-2. Yet, the daredevil found himself bewildered, his eyes clouded with confusion, for he had no inkling of the individual that Donnie referred to as the master. However, he was acutely aware that the organization to which his companion belonged was anything but ordinary. Just as Matt Murdock pondered these thoughts, a searing pain surged through his injured ankle, an agony that rivaled the sensation of a blade piercing flesh. It seemed he would once again need to rely on his tortoise friend to transport him to Nurse Claire. As Donnie approached his side and beheld the extent of the injury, he delivered a grim pronouncement. This leg wound is beyond the healing touch of a mere nurse. Initially, Matt was incredulous, yet as he tore open his battle attire, the sight of his mangled leg rendered him speechless. His calf had turned an ominous black. Not just the skin, but even the bone appeared discolored. How could this be? I have merely sustained a scrape, Matt murmured softly, his voice betraying a mix of anxiety and uncertainty. Just as he found himself engulfed in despair, Donnie uttered words that rekindled a flicker of hope within him. My master certainly possesses the means to heal you. He is extraordinarily powerful. As he spoke, Donnie manipulated his chakra, coalescing it into razor-sharp wind blades. In an instant, these blades sliced through the ground, leaving deep gashes in their wake. Do you have any idea how long it took me to master this power? 10 years? 5 years? 3 years? Half a year? Daredevil Matt speculated, yet Donnie shook his head each time. Surely it cannot be merely 3 months? Upon uttering this, Donnie again shook his head, replying, not at all. It has only been a little over a month. Only a month. The revelation left Matt in a state of shock. He recalled that since the onset of his blindness, he had endured the teachings of Stick, the pure-hearted leader, laboring for over a decade to acquire his skills. Yet, he had not transcended the limits of humanity and had still fallen victim to the whip. Meanwhile, this tortoise companion claimed that such miraculous wind blades were the result of rigorous training. Was it really so absurd? Could he, too, attain such prowess? Daredevil was determined not to endure further injustices. Vivid memories of the Avengers agents assaulting him without cause and the thugs of Hell's Kitchen ambushing him time and again flooded his mind. But now, a sense of resolve shone in his eyes. Take me to your organization. Really? Donnie beamed in response, his face alight with joy. That would be wonderful. Under the guidance of Donnie, Daredevil traversed through villa after villa, ultimately halting at the estate of an ancient castle. As confusion flickered across his face, shadows cloaked in ninja garb emerged from the mist. These members of the Shadow Army escorted Donnie and Daredevil through the heavily guarded estate, finally coming to a stop in the opulent living room. The warm orange light illuminated exquisite murals, each a priceless masterpiece. Suddenly, footsteps echoed, growing nearer. Before Attorney Matt could comprehend, he found himself face to face with a familiar figure, none other than the notorious superhero, the Butcher of Blood. In a moment of instinctive reaction, Matt leapt back. Had it not been for his injuries, he might have retreated several feet. He had witnessed the carnage wrought by this man, a scene reminiscent of hell itself. Had he not been provoked by the S.H.I.E.L.D. agent at that time, the inherently just Matt might have vehemently confronted him. However, after enduring the relentless brutality of society, he had transformed. With each successive defeat at the hands of his adversaries, and with his life hanging by a thread, Matt had come to understand a profound truth. To lose humanity is to lose much, but to forsake one's primal instincts is to lose everything. He yearned for power. Li Xuan stood before him and inquired, "Have you calmed down?" Matt nodded, acknowledging, "I lost my composure. It is only natural to feel shocked when confronted by a bloodthirsty killer." Li Xuan deliberately emphasized the word bloodthirsty. Upon hearing this, Matt's expression shifted slightly, a chill creeping into his heart from the sensation of being so thoroughly understood. Yet, the man before him continued, "But that will not be the case in the future. For we shall become gods in the eyes of the citizens of New York." Gods? A flicker of hesitation crossed Daredevil's face, but the next arrival left him astounded. He beheld a figure regarded by the public as a fugitive Dr. Octopus. Yet, he was not merely radiant. He donned a brand new suit, and behind him, for mechanical arms danced, gripping a glowing orb akin to a miniature sun. Was this a controllable nuclear reactor? Matt was taken aback. Originally, this technology was exclusive to Stark Industries, never reaching the market due to technological constraints that hindered mass production. Who could say if these were merely Stark's fabrications? However, if it could benefit the public, the potential was limitless. Moreover, observing Dr. Octopus's respectful stance behind Li Xuan, Matt realized that this man was the true linchpin of the group. "Lord Li Xuan, this superhero Daredevil is the one I brought. He seeks assistance due to his injuries." Donnie began to introduce. "I have come to join your team," Matt added, his voice firm. As those words escaped his lips, the atmosphere shifted. Donnie was taken aback. Initially, he had contemplated observing the effects post-treatment, but to his surprise, it had already been accepted. Had he perhaps overcomplicated matters? He scratched his head and couldn't help but chuckle softly. However, Li Xuan remained unfazed. He had already demonstrated his sincerity. Not only had he been saved by the Ninja Turtle, but he had also showcased the resources at his disposal. Coupled with the allure of possessing extraordinary abilities, if that failed to captivate the lawyer Matt, then he truly could not be considered a wise individual. "Lord Li Xuan, I implore you to heal my leg injury." As the Daredevil assumed his current role, he swiftly articulated his request. This task was straightforward. Li Xuan snapped his fingers, and a pale blue orb emerged, descending upon his wound. The once charred ankle began to mend at an astonishing pace, visibly healing within seconds, returning to its pre-injury state. "That's truly impressive," Daredevil remarked in admiration. Meanwhile, Li Xuan cast a glance at Ivan, who lay on the ground, and added, "That is quite remarkable too. Dr. Octopus, let us now examine his equipment." Chapter 64. Dr. Octopus develops a new weapon. The Whip Man is stunned. 1-2. Ivan awoke from his unconscious state, and upon glancing at the crowd before him, he was taken aback. Lowering his gaze, he discovered that his ingenious invention, the miniature nuclear reactor, along with the energy whip, had been removed. "This is terrible. Have I been plundered?" As I gazed upon the grotesque figure before me, adorned with 4 writhing appendages, engrossed in the intricate workings of a small device, a sense of dread washed over me. Perhaps I could hope that he was but a simpleton, incapable of discerning the true nature of his endeavor? So, I might just slip away unnoticed. However, the subsequent words of Dr. Octopus caused a pang of anxiety in his heart. This functional device astonishingly utilized the technology of cold fusion reactors. Although it differs from the controlled nuclear fusion method I employ, it nonetheless represents a commendable innovation. Moreover, the prototype of this device was actually developed several decades ago. It is truly a marvel I now have insights into enhancing that controlled nuclear fusion technology. This cannot be possible. Upon hearing these words, Ivan instinctively shook his head. He was well aware of the pride that his father could not conceal whenever he spoke of this technology. Yet, in the mouth of this mad scientist before him, it had become merely a stepping stone for his technological advancements. If he were to journey from Moscow and casually encounter a man capable of developing nuclear reactor technology, could he still triumph over Iron Man, Tony? Does this imply that controlled nuclear reactor technology has become ubiquitous? The man's gaze gradually became vacant. Under his scrutiny, the tortoise man, who had once inflicted injury upon him, approached and engaged in conversation using highly specialized terminology, occasionally eliciting applause and admiration from Dr. Otto. Surely he had lost his mind. Ivan could accept his failures, yet not in the face of such absurdity. They are all deceiving me. It is impossible. Utterly impossible. The man leaned against the wall, shaking his head, his face betraying confusion and helplessness. This truly struck him hard. What if this controlled nuclear fusion technology had indeed become so widespread? What qualification do I possess to engage in a duel with Iron Man? I might as well return home to till the land. Let us examine the structure of this whip. Dr. Octopus uttered these words. Indeed, it is essential to dismantle this contraption. Tony nodded affirmatively. This renewed a glimmer of hope for the man on the brink of despair. In his view, such technology could not be easily replicated. The work that he and his father had toiled over would never be easily pilfered. It simply should not be. Yet his subsequent actions thoroughly shattered his arrogance. Before everyone's eyes, Dr. Octopus conversed with Nick while his 4 mechanical tentacles danced through the air. Astonishingly, within a mere 10 minutes, they had manually forged an exquisitely hollowed staff adorned with intricate patterns. And when the miniature nuclear reactor supplied its energy voil, at the apex of the long rod, arcs of electrical current burst forth, creating a cacophony that seemed to explode the very air around it. Should this contraption be wielded against a person, the resulting damage would be incalculable. Ivan was consumed by rage. Had he not been bound, he would have surely leapt to thwart the unfolding chaos before him. He still harbored aspirations of exacting vengeance upon Iron Man, Tony Stark, with the aid of this very equipment. Calm down, my friend. Technology knows no borders. Donnie chimed in gleefully, his gaze fixated upon the extraordinary apparatus before him. Initially, he believed he was assisting a grown-up in enlisting Daredevil, yet unexpectedly, he found himself acquiring a new piece of gear. A buy-one-get-one-free deal? How exhilarating! As for the man before him, whose emotions were spiraling out of control, he hardly regarded him as a threat. I am superior to you. My fists are stronger. That is the essence of it. However, as Ivan succumbed to his irrationality, a sudden turn of events interrupted his contemplation. Amidst the crowd, a man referred to as Lord Li Xuan approached. As he drew near, the ambient temperature plummeted. As if sensing a threat, Ivan felt a shiver run down his spine. You wish to exact revenge on Iron Man? He inquired. What business is it of yours? Ivan retorted, intending to maintain his bravado. But in the blink of an eye, a long blade emerged from seemingly nowhere, poised against his throat. The icy dread surged along the edge of the knife, signaling that this man was dead serious. I will ask, and you shall respond, is that agreeable? The man spoke with an unremarkable tone, delivering the most gentle of threats. Ivan felt as if he could scarcely breathe. He complied, saying, I seek vengeance against Tony Stark, for the unscrupulous Stark Industries has plundered my father's research and exiled him from the country, leaving him to live a life of obscurity. I must avenge him. So, you intend to wear this shabby equipment to carry out your revenge? Indeed, yet it is not as humble as it appears. The energy whip's power is formidable. Formidable enough to render you my captive? That was merely an accident, Ivan protested, but soon his resolve faltered. If only I had more funding, I could certainly develop equipment more dazzling than Iron Man's. With just a hammer and a workshop, he could forge such formidable weapons. Given a larger platform, he would undoubtedly create miracles that would leave onlookers in awe. Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am a shareholder in Milcam Industries. I possess wealth, immense wealth. Upon hearing these words, Ivan's eyes sparkled with envy. Another insufferable wealthy individual, he thought. Yet the subsequent words from the man before him lifted him from the depths of despair back to the heights of hope. Perhaps I could provide you with some financial support. What? Ivan stared incredulously at the man before him, and in response to his astonished gaze, the chains that bound him were loosened. Are you not afraid that I might abscond with the money? He replied, somewhat dazed. Upon hearing this, not only Li Xuan but even Dr. Octopus was amused. Donnie chimed in. If you dare to betray the master, I shall find you and eliminate you, no matter how far you flee. Yet Ivan did not dare to laugh. He gazed at the man before him, whose eyes seemed capable of piercing through all facades. His aura was more formidable than that of any noble lord. It was as if he were a king walking among mortals. Chapter 65. Shocking news? The web Tony weaved. 2-2, with the financial support of Li Xuan, Ivan upgraded his weaponry. Thanks to the assistance of Dr. Octopus and Donnie, the pace of development accelerated rapidly. Although Ivan was aware that these two had dismantled his equipment and replicated it in a short time, he could not harbor resentment. If they were enemies, he would have been enraged, but as allies this was hardly theft. They were, in fact, benefactors aiding his weapon upgrades. Ivan was astounded by their talents. Often, a concept would be proposed one moment, and the next they would begin drafting blueprints. Particularly, Dr. Octopus was as effective as 10 individuals combined. His mechanical arm was the dream equipment of every researcher, and his speed surpassed even factory processing. In less than 24 hours, Ivan felt rejuvenated. His rudimentary mechanical armor had transformed into a semi-automated exoskeleton, and the whip had been upgraded to version 2.0. Even the core miniature nuclear reactor had seen a 30 increase in power, thanks to Dr. Octopus's modifications. Such an enhancement was extraordinary, something no one else could achieve in such a brief span. Yet, this man expressed dissatisfaction, lamenting that, if not for material constraints, the improvement could have been at least 50. Is that even a reasonable sentiment? Ivan, who once considered himself a genius, now felt like a novice in comparison. He realized that even the turtle prodigy, Donnie, surpassed him. This turtle's unique insights into weapon creation were remarkable. One design on the whip allowed for a powerful energy wave to be released at the press of a button, expanding into an energy net. If this functionality were employed in battle, not even 10 Iron Men would pose a challenge he could not handle. Oh, great Father above, I finally have the means to avenge your grievances. Tears welled in Ivan's eyes. Just as he was swept away by emotion, a greater surprise befell him. The slaughter brought news that Ivan was to attend a press conference at 1 p.m. Initially, the middle-aged man did not grasp the significance, but as it was explained, he realized Li Xuan's thoughtful intentions. To leverage the media to pressure Iron Man. Wasn't Tony the self-proclaimed superhero saving the world? If the revelation of their abandonment of researchers in favor of claiming success were to surface, how would he respond? Li Xuan was truly considerate. I am at a loss for how to repay such kindness. Ivan inhaled deeply, his gaze imbued with a newfound reverence. Meanwhile, Li Xuan surveyed the newly appeared system tasks, a smile gracing his features. His intent was to ensure Iron Man, Tony, felt the discomfort he so richly deserved. Assisting Ivan was merely a fortuitous endeavor, yet unexpectedly, he found himself tasked with a mission concerning Ivan. Ding! A random task has been detected nearby. Mr. Whiplash's gratitude. The notorious supercriminal Ivan initially intended to seek vengeance against Stark Industries alone, but with the host's intervention, his ambitions have shifted. He now not only aims to undermine Tony's enterprise but also seeks to tarnish his reputation irreparably. Ding! Upon accepting this task, the host must assist Ivan in humiliating Iron Man, with the rewards of the task being contingent upon Ivan's level of gratitude, leading to a potential doubling of rewards. What a delightful surprise this is! Li Xuan eagerly anticipated the upcoming press conference that afternoon, having already summoned 2/3 of the city's journalists. creating a sufficiently grand spectacle. Yet now he felt it was inadequate. Swiftly, Li Xuan dialed Iron Fist Danny, instructing him to gather all the reporters in New York City. For this debut, they intended to astonish the entire city. What scheme is my brother concocting? Although Iron Fist Danny was somewhat perplexed, he complied with the request. After all, once Danny tasted the benefits of the Shadow Legion, he found himself unable to part with these obedient ninjas. Should any criminal faction dare to provoke, they would merely need to inform Li Xuan. That very night, members of the Shadow Legion could be summoned for a crackdown. Following the successive annihilation of multiple groups, not only did the company's reputation soar, but the name of the butcher Danny also began to circulate widely. Encountering Li Xuan was indeed my stroke of luck. The Milcom Industrial Group is truly affluent. This press conference is the largest we have ever attended. April, having been promoted to minister due to the previous Avengers scandal, still maintained her daily routine of leading photographers in a citywide search for information. Naturally, she did not miss this revelry for journalists. The Times Daily, the Horn Herald, the News Bulletin. A quick glance revealed nearly every newspaper and media outlet in New York City, with countless cameras transforming the venue into a veritable red carpet. The newly appointed president of Milcom Industrial Group, Danny, stood elevated upon a platform, articulating the future development of the company and the upcoming launch of affordable electricity services. It is noteworthy that in recent times, electricity prices have steadily risen. Yet now, President Danny aims to reduce the cost of electricity from 15 cents to 5 cents, akin to slashing the price of gasoline from $10 to $3. Has he lost his mind? Click, click. The media below incessantly pressed their shutter buttons, capturing the moment. Even if Danny were to fail to deliver in the future, it would matter not. The event itself was a sensational news story. Meanwhile, the insatiable journalists continued to press. Mr. Danny, when is the earliest we can expect the launch of your affordable electricity service? Is it merely a beautiful wish? We have successfully developed it, and if all goes well, it could be operational as early as next month. Throughout this process, I have been fortunate to receive guidance from my brother. Without his dedicated efforts, this beneficial enterprise for the nation and its people would not have been possible. To put it somewhat dramatically, the Milcom Industrial Group could survive without me, but it cannot thrive without him. As Danny spoke, admiration gleamed in his eyes. Without Li Xuan, Dr. Octopus would have been apprehended long ago, and such a splendid scene would have never materialized. However, the surrounding media remained oblivious to the underlying truth. They only perceived the company's president, Danny, showering praises filled with admiration. Their curiosity was piqued, eager to uncover the identity of this remarkable man. Danny, not one to keep them in suspense, proclaimed, "Now, let us welcome their appearance with a resounding round of applause." Chapter 66. The Butcher of Blood? He is the true superhero. As the crimson curtain was drawn aside with a flourish, 3 figures emerged into view. On the left stood Dr. Otto, extending his 4 mechanical arms. In the center loomed the butcher, wielding the bloodthirsty blade. To the right, the newly equipped whipcord made its entrance. A robber? A murderous brute? Is there another formidable individual who seems rather unapproachable? Surely we cannot be dreaming, can we? Have they truly manifested simultaneously? The journalists from the media swarmed like sharks detecting the scent of blood, scrambling to capture photographs with frenzied urgency. Merely weeks prior, the butcher had been universally shunned for his grotesque acts of slaughter. Even Dr. Octopus's robbery was far from honorable conduct. Yet now, the newly appointed CEO of Milcom Industries, Danny, was extolling him as a model worker? What on earth could explain this bewildering turn of events? Are you not afraid of being apprehended by the police? Or are they, perhaps, in collusion with one another? Mr. Butcher, have you come to confess your sins? Dr. Otto, you have indeed committed a grave transgression last time. That individual clad in eccentric attire does not appear to be of virtuous character, as the reporters chattered among themselves. However, it was the formidable Danny who stepped forward, raising his hand with a grave expression, and proclaimed, "While you are invited to this press conference today, it does not grant you the liberty to speak frivolously. To label Li Xuan as the bloodied butcher is a slanderous accusation. I have never encountered a person with a more compassionate heart than him. Are you familiar with the affordable electricity program? This is what he proposed and ultimately accomplished. If such acts of kindness can be disparaged, what justice can possibly exist in this world? Upon uttering these words, the room erupted with a renewed fervor among the gathered journalists. The butcher, known for his contentious persona, had previously been perceived as a brutal executioner. Yet now, he is transformed into a paragon of virtue. This truly captivates the eye. Dr. Otto then rose to his feet, affirming, "I am Dr. Otto. I once worked with the Osborne Group, specializing in research on controllable nuclear fusion. However, following the failure of my last experiment, I lost my wife and subsequently, I committed a series of grievous errors, betraying the trust of the public. I stand guilty. Yet, Mr. Li Xuan did not abandon me. Rather, during this darkest hour, he extended his hand to assist me. It was he who pulled me from the abyss, propelling me forward. He expressed to me the necessity of changing the world. I initially believed it to be a fabrication, yet he truly accomplished it." Dr. Octopus, overwhelmed by emotion, found himself unable to contain his feelings, tears welling up in his eyes. He reminisced about the countless days of failed experiments, the time consumed in relentless pursuit of success. Alas, his wife was no longer visible, yet he shall transform the world, bringing affordable electricity to all those in poverty. Who would have imagined such hidden truths? April stood in the audience, absorbing everything with keen interest. Her fondness for Li Xuan only intensified in that moment. No one could resist a great benefactor, especially one who had previously been unjustly vilified. The dramatic irony and emotional impact were palpable. I suspect the butcher's actions tomorrow will dominate the headlines without a doubt. The media personnel exchanged thoughts, pondering the implications. What if Dr. Octopus is indeed a fugitive? That hardly matters to them. They crave sensationalism, explosive stories, and news that sends shivers down spines. It would be even better if it were more provocative. April gazed on with eager anticipation. As Dr. Octopus concluded his stirring address, applause erupted from the journalists below. Suddenly, Ivan the Whiplash emerged, someone who had previously seemed inconsequential. He addressed the crowded assembly of reporters, declaring, "I know you do not know me, but after today you will know my name and the name of the Vank family. Who is this audacious individual? He certainly exuded arrogance." Ivan gestured for silence before introducing himself. "I am Ivan Vank. My father, Anton Vank, was an expert in controllable nuclear fusion at Stark Industries. However, after he and Howard Stark, Tony's father, developed the arc reactor technology, he was shamefully exiled. They claimed my father was morally corrupt, asserting that he sought to profit from the arc reactor technology, squandering his talents and relegating him to a repair shop in Moscow. Yet we know that it was Stark Industries that squandered this technology, as their weapons have caused untold devastation worldwide. And Tony dares to boast about saving the world. What kind of superhero is he? I, Ivan, have come from that remote town to New York City to expose the Stark family's vile hypocrisy." His words electrified the atmosphere, propelling the event to a fever pitch. Initially intended as a product launch, it had taken unexpected turns, each revealing shocking revelations. Was there truly such disgrace within their family? The journalists stirred with intrigue. With a decisive motion, Ivan pressed a button on his chest. In an instant, a dazzling display of energy surged forth, unveiling his brand new Whiplash suit before the crowd. The radiant energy enveloped the suit, instilling fear at just a glance. This technology resembled the very core of Iron Man's chest. It appears that this individual speaks the truth. If such deception were possible, I would be inclined to believe it as well. During the previous hearing, Iron Man boldly proclaimed that no one would be able to develop mechs within the next 2 decades. Is this not a resounding contradiction? The media, engaged in hushed conversations, expressed their astonishment at the significance of this press conference, marveling at the series of shocks it provided. Meanwhile, Ivan gazed upon the crowd and reiterated, "I stand here today thanks to the assistance of Mr. Li Xuan. Though you may refer to him as a bloodthirsty butcher, without his guidance, I might not have even known how to seek vengeance. Moreover, I would not have garnered the interest of so many media outlets willing to hear my story. He is by no means a supervillain. On the contrary, he is a philanthropist, a good man, a man of high moral integrity. He is the true superhero." Chapter 67. Iron Man goes mad. Captain America schemes. 2. All media outlets were in an uproar. They knew well the image that Li Xuan had portrayed in the past. He was the infamous butcher, the vilified antihero. Yet now, under the clarifications of several individuals, he had astonishingly transformed into a superhero. April praised him, believing this honor was what Li Xuan truly deserved. However, he had long been defamed, relegated to the status of a criminal. Amidst the cheers and applause of the thronging reporters, Li Xuan, now the focal point under the spotlight, spoke. I am no superhero. I cannot stand alongside those paragons of virtue. They are too righteous, too radiant, too perfect. I am but an ordinary man. Perhaps you may call me an executioner? A butcher? That sounds more agreeable to me. Upon hearing these words, not only the members of the media but even Dr. Octopus and Whiplash, who followed closely behind Li Xuan, felt a jolt of emotion. What humility! Here was a man, undeniably a superhero, who remained unpretentious even after being vindicated. He embodied the quiet grace we ought to emulate. This was the true superhero of New York City. Great love for the butcher. Great love for the butcher. He was undeniably cool, a true role model for all men. As the journalists exchanged glances filled with admiration and respect, a tinge of shame washed over them. They were acutely aware of the injustices Li Xuan had endured not long ago. In contrast to the noble and righteous Li Xuan, they felt like mere jesters, their faces burning with embarrassment. We must publicize this. We should ensure that more people are aware of these events. Such shameful circumstances. How can they remain hidden from us? The public must open their eyes and truly see. All media members present busied themselves. Some reporters began drafting articles, while television hosts connected with their studios to report on the sensational news from the conference. April had already commenced a live broadcast. Hello everyone, I am your old friend, and it is my honor to bring you this press conference. Standing before us is none other than the butcher. Yet I believe this title is a disrespect to him. He is the true superhero. In the face of being labeled a villain, he chose to bear the humiliation to prove himself. He has succeeded. His affordable electricity plan will bring convenience to countless households. It is foreseeable that, in the near future, he will become a source of pride and admiration for the people. He could even run for the presidency. The beloved butcher. As these words spread, they blossomed like flowers across the land. The residents of New York City were left in awe. After all, this affordable electricity plan is indeed a beneficial policy for the nation and its people. However, while some rejoiced, others were dismayed. Within Tony Stark's villa, the sound of shattering glass echoed, and peering through the window, one could see Iron Man's face clouded with fury. Slandering the Stark family? Defaming my father? How audacious! In Iron Man Tony's memories, his father stood as a paragon of greatness and brilliance, akin to a devoted knight who elevated Stark Industries to new heights. Anyone could be disparaged, but he was beyond reproach. With a decisive command, Tony summoned his armor. The pristine white suit soared forth and enveloped him. This was the recently upgraded 2.0 version of the Venom suit, which not only bridged the gap between the symbiote and machinery, but also enhanced the alien organism's capabilities by an impressive 30% through biotechnological advancements. There would be no risk of becoming paralyzed by that red symbiote, Tony thought confidently. He then turned to the television, observing the middle-aged man on screen. Ivan, since you dare to malign the Stark family, be prepared to face the consequences. Boom! In the next moment, the white armor shot into the sky, racing towards the press conference nearby. Within the confines of S.H.I.E.L.D, the news footage regarding the butcher began to gain traction, prompting restlessness among certain individuals. Captain America, embodying the spirit of freedom, rushed into Director Nick Fury's office, exclaiming, "Director Fury, have you seen today's video? The superhero butcher has been vindicated. He has become a symbol of justice, garnering immense public support. If we could reintegrate him, it would undoubtedly benefit the Avengers." Steve's face radiated excitement. After losing the formidable force of the butcher, the team had faced continual setbacks, even with the arrival of Dr. Banner, who simply couldn't match the ease with which the butcher wielded his power. He was a man capable of bearing the weight of all evil. "Captain Steve, you speak the truth," Nick Fury replied, contemplating the significance of Li Xuan. When Tony first joined the team, his identities as a mechanical genius, billionaire, and Iron Man brought considerable advantages to S.H.I.E.L.D. Now, with Li Xuan's soaring popularity, a similar effect could be anticipated. In this age of entertainment, the media can elevate an ordinary person to the status of a superhero. Moreover, those who are already superheroes can ascend to the heights of adoration and become the center of attention. If the Butcher were to be welcomed back into the Avengers, the benefits would be immense. Not only can we rectify the media's negative perception of the alliance, but it can also provide the team with a steadfast anchor. I am capable of engaging in the necessary persuasion with Tony. However, the challenge lies in how to bring the Butcher back, which requires further contemplation. Director Nick paced restlessly, seemingly struck by a sudden inspiration as he slammed his hand on the table. We can enlist Natasha to extend an invitation to the Butcher. Throughout history, heroes have often faltered in the presence of a beautiful woman. With just a touch of embellishment, Natasha's alluring figure could ensnare any man. Why should the Butcher be any different? He is bound to fall for it. This brilliant idea made by the dimwit is almost akin to foreseeing the dawn of victory. Chapter 68. Shall I persuade the Butcher? The replacement of the green tea bitch. Natasha, for the sake of our team's harmonious collaboration, I must ask you to endure this. Captain Steve earnestly addressed the Black Widow before him, his demeanor profoundly sincere, even tinged with a hint of desperation. Given that he himself epitomized the spirit of freedom, his intentions could be deemed genuinely heartfelt. Yet, the woman with the flowing waves of hair displayed little change in expression upon hearing his words. Her brow furrowed instead. She was acutely aware of the Butcher's temperament. Since Director Nick Fury had expelled him from S.H.I.E.L.D., their ties had been severed irrevocably. What camaraderie! What friendship! Such notions were mere fabrications. Captain Steve continued to drone on about their collective identity, their camaraderie, the bonds they shared. Was he jesting? As a survivor from the latter days of World War II, the Black Widow held no belief in such ideals. The likelihood of persuading the Butcher back through the captain's approach was nearly non-existent. However, employing herself as leverage might yield some possibility. Her gaze was pensive. As a top-tier agent trained in the Red Room, she had ingrained the art of pretense into her very being. Poisonous spider? Black Widow. She was the bane and nemesis of all men. Yet, at this moment, she remained oblivious to the profound transformation that the man once cast out by S.H.I.E.L.D. had undergone. He now walked among mortals like a deity, surrounded by throngs of adherents. No action was required on his part. Many were eager to defend him. Dare to challenge my master? You must first contend with me. The Ninja Turtles, his most devoted guardians, were eager for action. Yet, a mere poison vixen entertained fanciful thoughts. Dr. Octopus's mechanical tentacles could sever steel, let alone the Butcher and the Whip, both of whom were resolute in their lethal intentions. However, the Black Widow remained unaware of these intricacies, playfully asserting to Captain Steve, "We are a collective, and we will retrieve our lost companions." Natasha, I am genuinely pleased for you. Captain Steve commended her awareness, believing that true comradeship should embody such positivity. Bang, bang, bang. Just as Captain Steve and the Black Widow engaged in their spirited discussion, a figure burst through the door. Hawkeye, the sharpshooter, stammered, "It's bad news. Iron Man, Tony, is causing trouble for the Butcher." What? Captain Steve's countenance paled at the revelation. When did this happen? Right now. He has already stormed the Milcam Industrial Group's press conference. Hawkeye replied, visibly shaken. This endeavor seemed fraught with more failure than success. Captain Steve's expression darkened. Even if Tony sought to confront the Butcher, could it not have waited for a more opportune moment? At this moment, he has just risen to prominence among the populace, making it the most talked about issue. To trouble him now would be akin to turning on the lights in a restroom only to seek out the refuse. Captain Steve lamented. Hawkeye remained silent. We must put a stop to all of this, Black Widow declared, stepping forward. Under her leadership, Captain Steve rallied with the familiar call. Avengers, assemble. At the press conference of the Milcam Industrial Group, as the Argent armor descended from the sky, It reignited the fervor of the surrounding media. Furthermore, Ivan had accused the Stark family of being nothing but parasites and thieves, which incited Tony to furious indignation. He lifted his mask and pointed at Ivan Whiplash, exclaiming, "You shameless thief! You are the one who stole the technology of Stark Industries and sullied my father's name." Given his impassioned demeanor, an uninformed observer might have mistaken him for the victim. Listening to the accusations, Ivan felt a surge of blood rush to his head. If he allowed such fabrications to persist, would his father's case ever have a chance at justice? Would his family be eternally trampled beneath Stark Industries? "I will not allow such a situation to unfold," he vowed. "Rest assured, proceed boldly. We will always be your steadfast support." Dr. Octopus encouraged his comrades at that moment. Ivan scanned the crowd, and upon meeting Li Xuan's encouraging gaze, he found his voice. He pressed the button on his chest, releasing energy from the miniature nuclear reactor, instantly activating the energy whips. "Since you claim this technology belongs to Stark Industries, why not settle this with a fight and see who the true imposter is?" Upon uttering these words, not only Tony Stark but also the media watching from the sidelines began to chime in. "Yes, he has a point. Iron Man, do you dare to accept the challenge? Great inventor, take him on. Let us see who loses, for that one shall be the thief. After all, Stark Industries technology should not be inferior to that of a counterfeit." "All right, I accept the challenge," Tony replied decisively, influenced by the clamor of the crowd. His latest suit was a culmination of all Stark Industries technology, excelling not only in close combat but also proving effective in ranged attacks. As he surveyed the rudimentary exoskeleton of the man before him, a sense of disdain welled up within him. Did this individual truly believe he could contend with him? However, just as Tony gazed dismissively at the man, the energy whip, charged with ferocious power, struck down upon him. A torrent of strength erupted forth, and to his astonishment, his armored suit was sent flying several meters away. It appeared that the technology from Stark Industries was not as formidable as he had presumed. Indeed, that energy whip seemed far more powerful. Indeed, one should not underestimate the capabilities of others. As Tony listened to the murmurs surrounding him, he felt as though he had been dealt a stinging blow to his pride. He had anticipated a resounding victory that would elicit cheers from the media. However, he found himself facing an unpropitious start, mocked by those he sought to impress. "I must reclaim my dignity." With his head held high, Tony commanded Jarvis, "Initiate the symbiotic armor mode. I demand an overwhelming triumph." Chapter 69. "Should you stand down, Tony? The butchers are outside." 2-2. The viscous substance of the symbiotic armor writhed, transforming into a keratin-like liquid that coalesced into numerous pairs of claws. These ghastly, beastly talons sprouted from the back, forming a grotesque amalgamation of sharp blades and terrifying appendages. Countless sinister hands intertwined to create the visage of a hundred-handed demon. It resembled a creature that had escaped from the very depths of hell. What of superheroes? This was nothing short of a devil. Could Iron Man truly be deranged, or was he under the malevolent influence of a demon? As Tony completed the transformation of his suit, he did not receive the cheers of the journalists below. Instead, they subjected him to scorn. After all, this symbiotic form was undeniably hideous, reminiscent of the dismembered Grake from Elden Ring. What a group of Philistines! Lacking any sense of appreciation, Tony's eyes brimmed with indignation. He had devoted himself to harnessing the symbiote's strengths, enduring countless experiments in the lab, with failed prototypes and components cluttering an entire warehouse. This 2.0 version of the symbiotic armor was the culmination of his relentless efforts, a masterpiece he had painstakingly crafted. How could it be met with such derision? It was unjust. He was radiant, a beacon of brilliance. How could he be maligned? Scanning the crowd, Tony's gaze fell upon Ivan, whom he regarded as his target. "It must be you. Defeating you will prove that I am still the strongest." Ivan, wielding the glowing whip, exuded eagerness, ready for the challenge. Behind him stood Dr. Otto, the Ninja Turtles, and the esteemed Lord Li Xuan. His confidence surged. He was destined to triumph in this battle. He charged forward, brandishing the whip to subdue the billionaire's son. "Master, do you require my covert assistance?" As Ivan and Tony engaged in a fierce confrontation, Master Rat stealthily appeared amidst the crowd, his robe concealing him from even the keenest media eyes. This old companion was considerate of Lord Li Xuan, ever prepared to strike. Numerous allies shared similar intentions. The 4 Ninja Turtles were itching to join the fray, not to mention the Red Devil, who had recently grown in strength. They all wished to alleviate Lord Li Xuan's troubles and contribute their efforts. The spirited Iron Man. If he were to realize that so many adversaries had set their sights on him, would he not perceive the profound malice of society? Since the moment he chose to join the Avengers, his extreme desire for control had foretold an escalating conflict with the Butcher. This was all due to Ivan's insult towards his father. Otherwise, Iron Man would undoubtedly have directed his ire at the Butcher. Let the confrontation begin.
Li Xuan stood aside,
His gaze sweeping over the shifting tides of battle before him, yet his eyes betrayed a chilling resolve. He was not a magnanimous individual. He allowed Tony to continue living solely to shatter his faith and hope. To slay was merely to annihilate the body. Mere murder was insufficient. One must also strike at the heart. How utterly ruthless! Moreover, if they were to take action, it would not suffice to merely inflict torment. It would be imperative for Iron Man's companions to act of their own accord. Li Xuan contemplated, already speculating when the members of the Avengers would arrive on the battlefield. It is illogical for them not to come, is it not? They are akin to a pack of ravenous hounds, drawn back by the scent of blood, and they will undoubtedly seek to extend an invitation for their return to the Avengers. This will inevitably lead to a clash with Iron Man. Hasten. Ever faster. As the fighter jet soared across the sky, the Black Widow and Captain America, seated in the cockpit, wore expressions of anxiety, yearning to rush to the battlefield at the very next moment. Only by curbing Iron Man's reckless abandon could they hope to reclaim the Butcher back to their ranks. In stark contrast to the arrogant Tony, Li Xuan's substantial burdens were far easier to bear. Not only was he immensely powerful, but he also harbored no detrimental vices, save for an occasional wielding of his blade, which was certainly preferable to that egotistical genius. Indeed, he regularly hosted extravagant parties each month, akin to Captain America's routine attendance at veterans' rehabilitation meetings. These were truths hidden from the public eye. Buzz. Hawkeye stood upon his chair, drawing the string of his bow, meticulously inspecting every corner. As an ordinary individual, all he could do was prepare himself before the battle arrived, equipping his mind with the healthiest of attitudes to confront the impending conflict. Iron Man Tony, do not cast blame upon me. My intentions are solely for your benefit. Although Ivan has sullied your family's name, sacrificing a bit of oneself for the greater harmony of the team is a trivial matter. Is it not? In my pursuit of becoming a master marksman, I have sacrificed an immense amount. Hawkeye solemnly swore, and a resolute expression gleamed in his eyes. We have arrived, Black Widow suddenly declared as she maneuvered the aircraft to hover in place, revealing the vast stage below where Whiplash was engaged in an intense battle with Iron Man. His bizarre mechanical appendages relentlessly closed in, forcing Ivan back several meters. Had it not been for the enhancement of Ivan's energy whips, he would undoubtedly have succumbed to the peculiar symbiotic armor. Yet, despite being at a disadvantage, the thought of his father's melancholic demise ignited a resurgence of strength within him. How could I possibly lose? Ivan erupted, his whip striking Iron Man and forcing him back several meters. Just as Tony contemplated advancing once more, 3 figures suddenly descended from the heavens: Black Widow, Captain America, and Hawkeye. Have you come to trouble me as well? Ivan couldn't help but burst into laughter. It turns out that Iron Man is merely a coward who seeks external assistance when faced with defeat. I certainly do not require assistance. Tony, with one hand on the ground, had already risen. Just as he was about to resolutely decline the help of his teammates, Captain Steve stood before him, shield in hand, and urged, "Stand down, Tony. Do not act recklessly." Black Widow also faced him, saying, "Brother Li Xuan has only just cleared his name. This is a golden opportunity. How can you be so insensitive?" Hawkeye, holding his bow and arrow, slowly drew back, asserting, "Tony, you must prioritize the greater good." As the members of the Avengers turned against one another, the media members were in high spirits, reveling in the spectacle of this internal conflict. They were all too eager to witness such a dramatic scene, especially concerning the former teammate, the butcher. It was indeed a delightful spectacle. Li Xuan's expression revealed a dawning realization. His suspicions had proven correct. They were indeed attempting to draw him back into the Avengers. First, they confronted Iron Man, hoping to present a favorable facade. Yet, who could say what sordid dealings lay beneath the surface? The notion of a dog-eat-dog scenario, followed by a deceitful invitation to return, was nothing short of a delusion. Chapter 70, Black Widow. I arrived first. What a splendid spectacle this is. Li Xuan stood upon the podium, his gaze fixed upon Captain Steve Rogers and Hawkeye, as the confrontation unfolded. Iron Man, visibly agitated, pointed an accusatory finger at his comrades, exclaiming, "Are you really going to assist an outsider while abandoning your own? No, it is precisely because we are a collective that we cannot allow you to falter." Captain America replied, his countenance radiating righteousness, akin to a beacon of virtue. As he spoke, he deliberately tilted his head, ensuring the cameras captured his poised demeanor, a calculated display indeed. Yet, Tony Stark raised his hand, a blinding white energy beam erupting from his palm, disrupting the carefully crafted image. "Have you lost your mind?" Captain America retorted, deflecting the attack with his shield, his voice brimming with indignation. To him, he was acting in the interest of team harmony. Why could this playboy not comprehend that? The one who should be enraged is me. Tony's eyes widened in fury. His expression betrayed the simmering anger within. Stark Industries had always maintained a commendable reputation, for he was a harbinger of peace to those tormented by war. Yet that scoundrel Ivan was maligning him. It was one thing for his fellow Avengers to withhold their support, but to conspire against him, urging him to abandon his quest for vengeance? If he acquiesced to their demands, would Tony still deserve the title of Iron Man, the superhero? Suddenly, a long arrow shattered his contemplation. It was Hawkeye's assault. Tony barely managed to grasp the arrowhead before, bang! An explosion erupted, sending him hurtling several meters away, his armor charred and blackened. When had he ever endured such indignity, particularly from those he considered allies? A tempest of fury and resentment surged within him, akin to a volcano on the brink of eruption. "You must calm down," Hawkeye continued, feigning the role of a concerned friend advocating for the greater good. But can one truly claim to prioritize the common good while suppressing personal desires? With a flourish, multiple mechanical arms erupted from behind Iron Man, and he declared, "All of you stand against me? Then do not blame me for my lack of civility." He lunged toward Captain America and Hawkeye, while Black Widow, though momentarily unscathed, brandished a dagger, embodying the fierce image of a warrior woman. Despite the urgency of the rescue, she found a moment to don a form-fitting combat suit, elevating her already captivating allure to new heights. The butcher would surely be enchanted. Black Widow Natasha charged toward Iron Man, eager to showcase her feminine prowess. Yet, at this moment when the Black Widow was exerting herself, the female reporter April, who had been standing in the audience, seized the opportunity to dash onto the stage. Taking a deep breath, she introduced herself to Li Xuan. "My Lord Butcher, it has been a long time. I have always been your admirer. I know you." Li Xuan, feeling familiar with her, engaged in pleasant conversation. However, while the two were conversing joyfully, Natasha felt a pang of discomfort. As a proactive female agent, she had set her sights on the butcher today. But who was this reporter who had suddenly emerged? "I was here first." A surge of jealousy arose within Natasha, akin to watching her toy being snatched away. Clang. In a moment of distraction, Natasha was sent flying several meters away by a kick from Tony. As she collapsed to the ground, feigning unconsciousness in hopes of drawing Li Xuan's attention, she waited in vain for his intervention. What was happening? Natasha felt perplexed, but it was only after a series of shutter clicks that she realized the reporter conversing with Li Xuan was directing the cameraman to capture her disgraceful state. This is truly a case of the new replacing the old. Anger bubbled within Natasha. She knew that before the butcher was ousted from S.H.I.E.L.D, they should have been allies complementing each other. How could it be that now, even in her moment of downfall, he did not offer her a hand? TSK. Scoundrel. Natasha silently cursed, while Captain Steve had already raised his shield high, hurling it towards Iron Man. The crisp sound of impact echoed, revealing Iron Man's mask shattered. With a splash, blood flowed from Tony's nasal area. Damn it! Tony retaliated with a flurry of strikes, landing heavy blows to Steve's abdomen, breaking 2 of his ribs. Truly, the Iron Shield duo was ruthless. When it came to their brotherhood, their strikes were lethal. When Tony rose from the ground, his spirit remained unbroken, showing no signs of defeat. Suddenly, a slender energy whip descended from above, coiling around his arm. Sizzle. The black arms behind Tony sprang into action, attempting to tear away the weapon, striving to destroy it. Crack. The weapon emitted sounds of overwhelming strain, evidently on the verge of breaking. Yet, when Tony glanced at the man before him, he did not exhibit tension or fear. Instead, relief washed over his face, as if he had been anticipating this moment. Sizzle. When Ivan pressed the button on his weapon, the modified electronet mode was activated. A stream of violet energy surged forth, instantaneously weaving itself into an expansive net. Tony felt his body stiffen, while the splattering energy radiated outward, draining the grotesque arms on his back of their vitality, rendering them as desiccated as withered branches. A sense of foreboding enveloped him. Was he truly on the brink of defeat at the hands of this man? An overwhelming frustration welled up within Tony, yet he was helpless. The symbiote had been severed from venom, and despite undergoing enhancement, it remained vulnerable to heat and noise. Coupled with the assistance of his dear friends, he could only watch helplessly as it lost its vigor. It was then that Captain Steve raised his shield and declared, "Tony, surrender." It was indeed the embodiment of righteousness and timely intervention that resonated with the spirit of justice and peace, prompting even Li Xuan to applaud in admiration. Splendid. Chapter 71. Captain America bound by morality, leaving Egghead in pain too. When has Iron Man ever endured such humiliation? Typically, he indulges in lavish parties, sipping on exquisite vodka. Yet now, he finds himself subjected to the scorn of these Avengers? Are they oblivious to the abhorrent nature of their slander against the Stark family? All he seeks is vengeance. Why must he be thwarted time and again? These were the tumultuous thoughts swirling in Tony's mind before he succumbed to unconsciousness. With a resounding thud, Captain America's righteous fist struck down, and Tony fell into darkness. The venue erupted in jubilant cheers, reveling in the spectacle before them. Fueled by this unstoppable momentum, Captain America approached the butcher and proclaimed, "My comrade, I acknowledge the multitude of wrongs I have committed in the past. I implore you to join us." As he delivered this earnest appeal, the surrounding media captured the scene, immortalizing Captain America's visage of justice. He stood as a beacon of freedom, radiating brilliance, a veritable luminary. It was in this moment of triumph over Iron Man that Comrade Steve Rogers felt emboldened. Had it been otherwise, he would not have dared utter such words. He would have discreetly urged Black Widow to placate Li Xuan. Li Xuan scoffed at this notion, fully aware of how the Egghead director had once cast him aside, displaying blatant hostility. From that day forth, he resolved to repay malice with malice. To repay kindness with kindness? Such a notion belongs to the virtuous. He is no gentleman. He is a blood-soaked butcher. Yet, before him stood Captain America, a master of moral coercion. Li Xuan prepared to counter with his usual tactics. "You are absolutely correct, but I am dedicated to a grander cause." He gestured towards the throng of journalists below, declaring, "I shall bring affordable electricity to millions. I will ensure that every citizen can bask in the conveniences of technology. I simply lack the energy to join the Avengers." Upon uttering these words, the audience erupted in a cacophony of cheers and shouts, transforming the atmosphere into that of a fervent religious ceremony. How could this be? Captain America, witnessing this reaction, was taken aback. He was accustomed to receiving such adulation. How could the butcher achieve such acclaim in such a brief span? He could not allow the butcher to succeed. Otherwise, such a valuable ally would slip from his grasp. Captain America endeavored once more, stating, "We must not confine our responsibilities to a singular point. We ought to ignite our very essence, radiating a brilliance that surpasses all." Crack. However, before Captain Steve could finish his words, a stone came crashing down from above. In this world, there are still many impoverished souls. and those who strive to secure their welfare will undoubtedly earn their support. What of Captain Steve, even if he is the embodiment of the spirit of freedom? He is an antique from the year 1970. Under the deliberate guidance of Li Xuan, there are those who will assist him in speaking without requiring his own effort. Upon witnessing this, Li Xuan wore a wry smile and remarked, "It seems I am unable to join you in saving the world after all." Captain Steve forced a disingenuous smile as he uttered, "We are comrades, and I firmly believe you will return. We all miss you dearly." Even at this moment, he still contemplated dragging Li Xuan down into the mire. Several more fragments of stone were hurled upwards. The righteous populace showed no mercy toward him. The true superhero is the great love butcher, who strives for the welfare of the residents. Captain Steve, why don't you take that Iron Man and leave early? You are nothing but an antiquated relic. What do you truly understand about seeking the welfare of the people? Your incessant banter rendered the smile on the face of the art team leader rigid, and he could not help but covet the public favor and support that the man before him commanded. It is worth noting that in times past, it was he who basked in the cheers and exuberance of the crowd. Yet now they appear so fickle and discontented with the old. Captain, we should take our leave. Hawkeye cast a glance at the crowd, their eyes glinting with predatory intent, and sensed that the situation was dire. He tugged at Captain Steve's coat, hoping to dissuade him from continuing. Although Captain Steve was resolute, capable of fighting for an entire day, this did not imply that he could defy the odds. In this place, the butcher held the greatest power. Today, they had truly miscalculated. Natasha also stepped forward, forcibly pulling Captain Steve away. When the Black Widow realized her allure was insufficient to captivate those around her, she contemplated resorting to underhanded tactics for another attempt. The once invincible Avengers, after vanquishing Iron Man, found themselves once again defeated by the hands of the butcher-like superhero. Yet, at that moment, the middle-aged man Ivan was filled with tears of joy. "Mr. Butcher, I have triumphed over Iron Man Tony. I am victorious." He approached Li Xuan, expressing his gratitude. In the past, he could never have imagined delivering such a stinging slap to the Stark family in front of countless media outlets. All of this was thanks to Li Xuan's meticulous planning. It is precisely due to his sudden redemption and the support of public opinion that he was able to attract the members of the Avengers. Without this variable, relying solely on his own strength would not suffice to bring down Tony. This is all the result of your own efforts. In pursuit of greater rewards for his critical hits, Li Xuan engaged in a performance of unparalleled skill. After all, the Stark family is nothing short of a nefarious clan. They conspired against your father, and it is imperative that they do not ensnare you as well. The audience erupted in applause, clearly expressing their endorsement of this light of righteousness. These Westerners are particularly enamored with tales reminiscent of the Prince's revenge, and stories of valiant resistance against treachery are indeed worthy of their admiration. However, director Nick Fury of S.H.I.E.L.D. found himself ensnared in a web of distress and contemplation due to this live broadcast. He watched intently as the members of the Avengers thwarted Iron Man's atrocities. As the head of the agency, he had previously interacted with Nick's father, Howard, and understood that the dealings of this arms magnate were far from straightforward. Yet, the expulsion of the elder Stark from America remains an undeniable fact. Should the Avengers convene to apologize for Tony's recklessness? After all, the public currently reveres Li Xuan as a superhero, even dubbing him the Butcher of Great Love. This predicament is indeed troublesome. If this were merely an ordinary individual, he would have confidence in the public relations department to mitigate the repercussions. However, Daniel, the president of Milcom Industries, is not one to be trifled with. A sacrifice must be made. Chapter 72. Iron Man, you have no choice but to admit defeat. 1-2. Admit defeat? That is simply inconceivable. In the confines of the S.H.I.E.L.D. infirmary upon awakening, Tony expressed his refusal upon hearing the words spoken by the individual before him, whom he referred to as Egghead. He firmly believed that he had committed no wrongdoing whatsoever. Why should he apologize to the Butcher? Is it not he who enabled Whipsaw to perform on stage? Is it not he who tarnished the illustrious name of House Stark? Why must the victim be the one to apologize? It is not a matter of admitting fault. Rather, it is a mere pretense to placate the masses, Director Nick attempted to clarify. He was acutely aware of the immense reputation that Li Xuan currently possessed. Should anyone dare to provoke him at this critical juncture, it would undoubtedly unleash a tempest of repercussions. Merely the insurrection of those impoverished citizens would be enough to bring him to his knees. This Iron Man, Tony, is nothing but a tactless buffoon. As the son of the billionaire Howard, could he not adopt a strategy of careful deliberation before action? Does he truly rely solely on the armor he dons, believing it can resolve all his troubles? Must he arrogantly stir up trouble at Li Xuan's press conference, claiming reluctance all the while? Tony, you have truly landed yourself in a considerable predicament. The egg-headed individual, with great earnestness, endeavored to dissuade him. However, after being rebuffed time and again by this dandy before him, he could not help but feel a surge of irritation, and his tone shifted to one of impatience. Are you aware that you have joined the Avengers? Tony responded, so what? Director Nick replied, then you should understand your position. Tony, still in an impatient tone, exclaimed, what position? Nick continued, what I ask of you is to prioritize the team. I went to great lengths to procure the mechanical eye from the Kree, not for you to squander it frivolously. Have I not borne a cost for this? Upon hearing the words of the individual before him, Tony's demeanor soured considerably. I have sacrificed a large-scale nuclear reactor, a legacy of my father's research bestowed upon Stark Industries. I owe you nothing. You! Upon hearing these words, Director Nick flicked his sleeves and departed. Just before leaving, he uttered one final remark. Take care of yourself. I will ensure that Captain Steve, Hawkeye, and Black Widow attend that press briefing. Should you choose not to come, be fully aware of the consequences. With a resounding slam, the door closed once more. Lying on the hospital bed, Tony remained seething with indignation, fully aware that it was his dear companions and friends who had bound him to this predicament. What was this talk of justice and peace? Can one truly allow oneself to be subjected to ridicule? Tony took a deep breath, and after several minutes, he managed to calm his emotions. It was at this moment that he received a message from Director Nick, notifying him to attend a press conference. Initially, he contemplated deleting it immediately, but after a moment's hesitation, he chose to retain it. Although he chose to oppose Director Nick, it does not imply that he is a fool. Despite his arrogance, he is not devoid of awareness. In fact, he usually compels others to yield, for he is a billionaire, a master of extravagant spending. Nick is acutely aware of his creative capabilities. Given sufficient time, he can undoubtedly restore the reputation of Stark Industries. This day will not be far off, and it shall come to fruition. Should he still attempt to deceive? Just as Tony prepared to endure hardships and bear humiliation, a sudden commotion arose. At the seaside villa, within the storeroom where the Venom Armor 2.0 was crafted, amidst the heaps of discarded materials, peculiar entities writhed. They appeared to meld like viscous tar and metallic elements, exuding an absurdity of technology. Yet, from those scattered remnants, a small, gelatinous mass coalesced into a creature standing half a man's height, resembling a grotesque amalgamation, its features and limbs unnervingly disconcerting. These beings were the defective symbiotes left over from Tony's armor research. Although they had undergone extermination processes, a resilient fragment had managed to survive. They gathered strength and, in Tony's absence, chose to erupt. With a sizzle, the gelatinous, semi-mechanical creature transformed its hand into a sharp blade, effortlessly slicing through the closed window, creating a gaping hole. In the following moment, this terrifying entity swiftly escaped from its confined space, a bloodthirsty beast unleashed. Once liberated from its cage, it would undoubtedly stir a tempest. As the media disseminated footage from the Milcam Industries press conference, the iconic scenes captured the public's fascination. Whether it was the enduring humiliation of the benevolent butcher for the sake of the people, or the striking blow dealt by Comrade Stark against his allies, rendering Iron Man unconscious, or Ivan's Prince's revenge, all served to inspire and invigorate. Justin, the president of Hammer Industries, also took note of this news, yet he focused his attention on the whip armor and Tony's suit, marveling at the ingenious external armor. Although he found Ivan's suit somewhat crude, the power of the energy whip could not be underestimated, especially when it released an electrical net at a critical moment to incapacitate Tony. After Tony's prideful armor was defeated, Would he still be able to bask in his arrogance? A wild and exhilarating gleam shone in Justin's eyes. As an arms dealer, he was not lacking in primal instincts. Yet, in the eyes of outsiders, he maintained an air of cultured sophistication. However, in private, he revealed the darker sides that one would expect from a normal human being. I must seek out this ingenious inventor for a thorough discussion. Perhaps, I could even orchestrate a significant setback for Tony. Justin dialed his secretary's phone, arranging a meeting with Ivan. Meanwhile, as the online discourse escalated, elevating the butcher to the status of the most righteous superhero, the plan for affordable electricity gradually unfolded. Dr. Octopus, assuming the role of designer and supervisor, advanced the selection and construction processes under the vigilant gaze of the public. What? You inquire about the robbery charges against Dr. Octopus? That matter has already been resolved by Iron Fist Danny and his company's legal team. Within the confines of the law, the amalgamation of financial resources and public sentiment often proves to be exceedingly advantageous. Simultaneously, the wanted posters for the supervillain Sandman mysteriously vanished from the marketplace, as if he had stepped out from a realm beyond our own. Take note, this is important. Chapter 73. Iron Man explodes, the cybernetic symbiote attacks New York. Part 2. As time gradually progressed, the long-awaited day with Iron Man arrived. The dramatic stage was unveiled as the crimson curtain parted, revealing exquisite decorations. A prominent banner announced the press conference for the entire Avengers team. Under the valiant leadership of Captain Nick, it was the Avengers' turn to take the stage and clarify their stance. These superheroes, often preoccupied with their own pursuits rather than combating evil, appeared before the journalists as if they were ambitious politicians vying for power. First to speak was Steve, holding his shield and donned in his star-spangled attire. With a powerful tone, he addressed the failures of their mission, attributing Tony's reckless actions to his own lack of leadership. Here, he offered an apology for Tony's impetuous conduct. Truly, Captain America radiated an aura of leadership. With just a few understated words, he crafted an image of a team leader. His gesture of wiping away a tear from his eye could easily earn him a spot among the year's most touching figures. I share the blame, Natasha, the Black Widow, then stepped forward. This seasoned operative possessed formidable acting skills. Under her eloquent narration, the journalists shifted the focus of blame onto Tony as an individual, rather than the Avengers as a collective. This was undoubtedly a display of exceptional deflection prowess. Indeed, she was the infamous Widow. As Hawkeye took the stage, he realized there was little of substance for him to assert, so he opened up about the hardships he faced while striving to join the Avengers. He spoke of the days without a bow, honing his eyesight and mastering the art of drawing power. His first attempt at archery resulted in 9 perfect shots. After just a week of training, he managed to apprehend a notorious criminal. Although recounting his struggles, a profound sense of pride emanated from him. Despite lacking any extraordinary abilities, he had carved out a place for himself among the mightiest Avengers. Hawkeye was indeed the world's most formidable archer. The applause that erupted around him was thunderous, celebrating his achievements. He was the embodiment of perseverance, having ascended without any special powers. Moreover, his speech extolling the virtues of hard work leading to rewards could, in a certain light, be perceived as a classic ruse, a quintessential success story designed to garner public adulation. It echoed the widely propagated notion of pursuing the American dream, a theory that still thrived in the new millennium. Have you all heard? He proclaimed. You must put in the effort, and your dreams will be realized. Join the Avengers. Standing on the stage, Captain Steve held the microphone, commencing his final address with the fervor of an overly enthusiastic mentor. The audience erupted in thunderous applause, buoyed by this almost cult-like rhetoric. Just as the atmosphere reached its zenith, a brilliant white arc streaked across the sky, heralding the descent of Iron Man, Tony Stark, clad in his pristine armor. This unexpected appearance caught everyone off guard, even leaving Captain Steve momentarily stunned. Yet, Tony, with his characteristic flamboyance, initiated his introduction. Wow, seems I've arrived at quite the moment. Captain Steve, despite his somewhat stiff demeanor, seized the opportunity to respond, stating, "No, your timing is impeccable." Suddenly, from the depths of the sewers, not far from the site of the Avengers press conference in Queens, strange noises emerged. A mechanical arm protruded from below, followed by a viscous black substance slithering forth like a slug. This creature struggled to reassemble itself, materializing before the gathered crowd as an abominable patchwork of future monstrosity, exuding an aura of absurdity and peculiarity. This was the half-mechanical symbiote that had escaped from Tony's abode. "I am so hungry. So very hungry," it murmured, smacking its lips. As its gaze swept over the terrified bystanders, it appeared to discover a delectable morsel. The half-mechanical symbiote lunged toward him. "Ah!" The surrounding crowd screamed in unison and scattered in all directions. Though armed, their courage faltered before the unknown terror that had emerged from the shadows. A blonde girl sprinted into an alley, panic-stricken, as she dialed a number. "What? A half-mechanical monster has appeared near you? And it's wielding Stark Industries weaponry?" Upon hearing his daughter Gwen's distressed voice, Director George felt a surge of anger. His perception of the Playboy had always been unfavorable, and now his daughter had been ensnared in this chaos. Patience had worn thin. What of superheroes? What of press conferences? "I will rescue my daughter first, then seek you out." George hastily departed from his office, accompanied by officers, racing toward the scene of the incident. In that dimly lit alley, Gwen curled against the wall, her heart racing from the roller coaster of emotions she had experienced in mere minutes. Typically, she spent her days in school, untouched by the menace of supervillains. Of course, this was largely due to her never having crossed paths with Spider-Man Peter. Had they met earlier, she might have already faced the wrath of Electro, rather than the peril posed by the half-mechanical symbiote. The half-mechanical symbiote drew ever closer, and while it wreaked havoc, the news had already spread across the internet. Truly, it can be said that good news seldom travels far, while bad news spreads like wildfire. "Mr. Stark, what are your thoughts on this monster's assault on New York City?" As reporters disseminated first-hand accounts, the once jovial expression on Tony's face turned to frost in an instant. He had come to clarify the situation, having already suffered embarrassment, only to be met with this colossal disruption. Was this symbiote, bearing the Stark family's legacy, not a symbol of chaos? "I did not do this," Tony asserted vehemently, adding resolutely, "but I will put an end to this trouble." Chapter 74. Dr. Lizard rescues, only to be slandered as a villain. With a thunderous roar and flames erupting, Iron Man soared into the sky in his armored suit, propelling himself towards the distant horizon. His swift and decisive demeanor left the members of the Avengers, who were still engrossed in their speech, utterly astonished. "Captain Steve, shall we proceed?" Once again, it was Hawkeye who shattered the impasse. "Why not go? We are a team," Steve declared with unwavering conviction. Meanwhile, Black Widow leaped from the stage, striding purposefully towards the roadside, where she mounted a sleek black motorcycle. "Let us act swiftly." As the members of the Avengers hastened to the scene, Gwen, concealed in the shadows, turned pale, her eyes wide with terror as the monstrous creature advanced relentlessly. The stench of decay permeated the air. Its gaping maw, a sight to behold, was enough to send shivers down one's spine. Not to mention that she was merely a teenage girl, already weeping profusely, yet she continued to scramble, inching her way through a small hole in the corner of the wall. With a gasp, the elongated claws of the beast reached out, but in that critical moment, Gwen successfully squeezed through the opening, finding refuge in a nearby home. Although she could not fathom why there was a gaping hole in the wall, she felt a surge of relief as she patted her chest. However, behind her, strange scratching noises began to reverberate through the floor. What could this mean? Gwen cautiously approached the dwelling, but just after turning a corner, she was confronted with a scene that struck terror into her heart. Before her stood a living,
breeding Li Xuan.
Those sharp claws, those menacing teeth. Undoubtedly, he was a cold-blooded killer. Yet, draped over him was a white lab coat, which, in an unsettling manner, lent a semblance of humanity to his fearsome visage. The lizard doctor thumped his head, letting out a pained growl. Get out of my head." It seemed as though he were grappling with some inner torment. Gwen, paralyzed by fear, felt her legs trembling. She now realized she had unwittingly stepped from the jaws of one danger into the clutches of another. Bang! A deafening explosion reverberated through the air. Behind her, the half-mechanical symbiote emerged, roaring with ferocity, its insatiable gaze fixated upon the young girl before it, as if she were an exquisite feast. Gwen, in utter despair, had closed her eyes, unable to comprehend the ordeal that awaited her. Would she be torn asunder? Father, farewell forever. Tears trickled from the corners of Gwen's eyes. She had mentally prepared herself to confront misfortune. Yet, to her astonishment, the two creatures did not launch an attack against her. What could this mean? Gwen, with a mind full of curiosity, opened her eyes once more, only to be met with a sight that left her utterly astonished. That terrifying lizard creature was, astonishingly, shielding her. How could this be possible? Gwen covered her mouth, her face a mask of confusion. Little did she know that the lizard man before her was, in fact, Dr. Connors, who had once conducted research for the Osborn Group. Had it not been for the demise of old Osborn, he would still be laboring to develop a serum capable of healing bodily injuries, and he would have mended his severed arm. Yet fate had decreed otherwise, leading to a dire shortage of funding for his experiments. In desperation, after achieving success with trials on laboratory mice, Dr. Connors injected the serum into his own body. Astonishingly, by the following dawn, he discovered that his severed arm had miraculously regenerated, and he had gained an even greater augmentation. Transformed into a lizard man, the alteration of his genes incited an overwhelming surge of primal instincts within him, nearly pushing him to the brink of madness. However, when he witnessed the imminent peril facing the innocent little girl before him, he charged forth without a moment's hesitation. With a hiss, the palm of his biomechanical symbiote extended into two long blades, which he promptly thrust deep into the chest of the monstrous lizard creature before him. With a swift pull, chaos ensued, blood and flesh mingling in a gruesome spectacle. Dr. Lizard let out an anguished cry, yet he resolutely persevered to protect the young girl. The gaping wound, akin to the size of a cavern, began to heal rapidly. With his sharp claws poised, he confronted the monstrous adversary before him. Amidst this fierce struggle, Dr. Lizard's eyes gradually took on a shade of blue, as the primal instinct for violence surged within him, awakening his latent ferocity. Slowly, he began to turn the tide of battle. His remarkable self-healing abilities, coupled with the predatory instincts of a cold-blooded reptile, allowed him to overpower the biomechanical foe, sending it crashing to the ground. With each punch, each kick, and powerful strike, Dr. Lizard unleashed his wrathful fury, declaring, "I shall never tolerate the oppression of the weak." Yet the half-mechanical symbiote, feeling aggrieved, simply wished to cradle its head and weep. It believed that it had merely consumed a few rations. He has endured countless hardships in the laboratory, and now he is being mercilessly battered by this brute. Is this not an egregious act of bullying? At the very moment when this cybernetic symbiote was about to detonate the Stark Industries bomb in mutual destruction, an unexpected turn of events quietly emerged. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed through the air as Iron Man Tony descended from the heavens like a metallic deity. Two monstrous creatures? It appears that I must restore my reputation this time. Tony raised his hand, and two beams of laser shot forth, propelling the lizard doctor and the biomechanical symbiote away. Subsequently, several pairs of arms extended from his back, indicating that he had activated the symbiote mode. The lizard doctor struggled to rise from the ground, noticing that his calf had been pierced by the laser. Although his self-healing abilities were formidable, it took him several tense seconds before he could finally stand upright. A villainous Iron Man? He gazed upon the menacing battle armor before him and recalled the recent unfavorable news surrounding him. Upon hearing these words, Tony's expression darkened. A supervillain? You possess quite a bold spirit. It seems I must impart a lesson to you. Wait a moment. Dr. Lizard wished to elucidate further. Yet the man before him had already taken action, forcing him to swiftly evade. Upon witnessing this, the young girl Gwen was rendered speechless. She could not comprehend how the seemingly benevolent lizard uncle, who had been aiding her, was now under attack. He was a good person, Gwen cried out, hoping to halt the unfolding chaos. However, Iron Man remained indifferent, dismissing the words of a mere girl. Surely the lizard was a villain. Could one who engaged in combat with a half-mechanical symbiote possibly be virtuous? Once I vanquish him, I shall explain, Tony concluded arrogantly. Meanwhile, the half-mechanical symbiote, entangled anew in the fray, fueled by both past grievances and fresh animosities, glared with red fury and roared, joining the spectacle that belonged to Iron Man. Chapter 75. What rescue? He is the criminal. Iron Man. Tony distorts right and wrong. The roar of motorcycles echoed through the streets as 3 Avengers sped along on their bikes. Captain Steve, at this pace, will we arrive in time? I hope Tony hasn't finished yet, Hawkeye inquired, a note of uncertainty in his voice. Captain Steve replied, isn't that just splendid? If Tony seeks the limelight, let him have it. We are a team. Everything he accomplishes, as well as our victories, will be perceived by the media as our collective triumph. Besides, are we not trying our best? A bit of traffic is only natural, right? Even if we arrive late, as long as our intentions are clear, no one will fault us. This positive attitude often holds more significance than the outcome itself. Upon hearing Steve's words, Black Widow smiled. She was well aware of Captain America's subtle thoughts, yet as a member of the team and a beneficiary, she found nothing amiss in this notion. After all, they were all combating crime. She merely hoped Iron Man would act swiftly. That way, they could reap the benefits effortlessly. No, they were friends. How could they entertain such thoughts? Taking a deep breath, Black Widow proclaimed, we should hasten to the battlefield and support Tony. That way, we can rightfully enjoy the spoils of victory. Meanwhile, a cacophony of crashes resonated. The sound of bricks shattering accompanied the sight of steel reinforcing bars piercing through the ground, resembling a menacing jungle of iron. Blood flowed incessantly. Dr. Lizard exhibited signs of exhaustion. He was not only battling Iron Man Tony but also had to be wary of the half-mechanical symbiote's treachery, which was utterly draining. The symbiote, akin to a disoriented patient, had descended into madness upon encountering Tony, gnawing recklessly like a rabid dog. Any ordinary superhero would surely have succumbed to its ferocity. Yet, who could forget that Iron Man Tony was its creator? He possessed intimate knowledge of all Stark Industries' weapons and their vulnerabilities. Tony navigated the situation with ease, driving the symbiote into a frenzy and leaving Dr. Lizard at a disadvantage. Shouldn't he, the Lizard Man, be enjoying the fruits of victory? Instead, he found himself maligned by Iron Man, pressed down and humiliated. Was there no law? No justice? Gwen cowered nearby, trembling. At that moment, her father, Officer George, arrived on the scene, disregarding danger to rescue his daughter from the perilous environment. Are you all right? Chief George inquired anxiously. Gwen, dazed, shook her head and after a moment, replied, thanks to his help, I am unharmed. Director George, upon hearing this, gazed into the distance. Under his watchful eyes, the colossal lizard man was being restrained by the multi-armed Iron Man. With a sharp crack, the lizard man's arm dislocated. Who would have thought that this infamous superhero was also engaged in the rescue of civilians? George felt a wave of emotion. After all, he had berated Tony severely on his way here for having created some monstrous entity that endangered his daughter. Such an offense was indeed unforgivable. However, if it turned out that his daughter was saved by him, perhaps it could be considered a blessing in disguise. No, that is not the case. At that moment, Gwen regained her composure and asserted, it was not that wicked Iron Man who saved me. Was it that strange lizard man? A look of astonishment crossed Director George's face. He had never imagined that the grotesque creature would rescue his daughter. After all, he appeared to be a supervillain. It was indeed him who saved me, Gwen insisted. Without his assistance, I would have perished at the hands of that research product armed with Stark Industries weaponry. That lizard man is the true hero, yet he is vilified by Iron Man as a villain. This is simply unjust. The fervor of righteous indignation illuminated the girl's face. Meanwhile, her father, George, furrowed his brow. He was certain that his daughter was speaking the truth. The lizard man had indeed saved her. Yet Iron Man was a billionaire, a figure who dared to confront congressional members. What could a mere director like him accomplish? However, seeing the hopeful gaze of his daughter, George steeled himself and declared, your father, shall administer justice for that lizard creature. With determination, Director George advanced a few steps alongside the officers, drawing his gun and firing several shots into the air, momentarily halting the fierce battle. The half-mechanical symbiote was being held by Tony by the neck, while Dr. Lizard lay on the ground, gasping for breath. Well, isn't this the valiant director himself? Iron Man remarked in his infuriatingly nonchalant tone. What took you so long to arrive? I've already dealt with the supercriminal, the Lizard Man. What supercriminal? That Lizard Man is my daughter's savior. Release him at once, George retorted, pointing at the mechanical symbiote. This is the chaos you have created. It is armed with Stark Industries weaponry. Nonsense. Tony's expression darkened. If what George said were true, had he not committed a grave error? Had he not assaulted someone who ought to be regarded as a hero? If the wretched media were to catch wind of this, it would undoubtedly bring him disgrace. Such a scenario must be avoided at all costs. As for whether that young girl's savior was indeed the Lizard Man, upon arriving here, had he not transformed into Iron Man? Could there possibly be another? Tony spoke in his still commanding tone. When I arrived, I witnessed this green lizard man bullying a young girl, and I intervened to put an end to it. As the leader of the Avengers, I will handle him appropriately, rather than heed your one-sided account and release him. If this lizard man were to cause havoc in society, would you be able to bear the consequences? Another heavy accusation was laid upon him. Director George's face flushed with anger upon hearing these words, yet he found himself unable to refute the man before him. Under his scrutinizing gaze, the expression on Dr. Lizard's face gradually morphed into one of despair. He was, after all, the true victim of this incident. He had acted out of righteousness and deserved commendation, not to be unjustly struck down without discernment. Anger, resentment, humiliation. Dr. Lizard's eyes deepened with a growing sense of brutality. Chapter 76. Tony, the demand for a pig's heart in murder is terrifying. 1-2 Tony, we have arrived. Amidst the increasingly tense atmosphere, motorcycles roared in, and three figures dismounted with agility. It was none other than Captain Steve, Black Widow, and Hawkeye. My sincerest apologies for our tardiness, Black Widow attempted to explain. However, Tony interrupted her, stating, you have arrived just in time. I require your counsel. In the midst of Tony's lamentations, the once heroic Dr. Lizard had devolved into an accomplice of a formidable criminal. He had threatened a young girl and nearly took her life. It was only the timely intervention of the valiant Iron Man that rescued her. Yet, this oblivious director insists on releasing Dr. Lizard?
Yes, this is.
Director George, although you consistently protect the populace, we cannot entrust this supervillain to you, Captain Steve declared with unwavering conviction. Upon hearing these words, George found himself faltering. Despite his faith in his daughter, the assertion from Captain Steve undeniably held greater persuasive power. He hesitantly turned his gaze toward his daughter, who, with tear-filled eyes, resolutely proclaimed, I did not speak falsehoods. What does a little girl truly comprehend about the truth? Tony abandoned the press conference to rush to the scene. Could it be merely for amusement? He did it to rescue the suffering residents. The Black Widow exchanged words with Hawkeye. In just a few brief exchanges, they solidified the event's narrative. It was established that Dr. Lizard and the cybernetic symbiote were indeed the villains. It was the valiant Iron Man who thwarted their nefarious deeds. What? Dare you to question this? Inquire whether Captain Steve's shield concurs. Ask if Hawkeye's arrows comply. Dr. Lizard's visage betrays a blend of madness and despair. He stands helplessly as others malign him. He gazes at the young girl who speaks on his behalf, now reduced to tears by the onlookers. Oh God! Is this truly his transgression? Is it still a punishment for transforming into a monstrous lizard man? Yet, he merely sought to change the world and heal more patients. He merely yearned for a touch more light in this world, even if just a sliver. As the final hope was stripped away from his being, the primal instinct to hunt within Dr. Lizard awakened, and he roared, I shall make you pay the price. I had a premonition that the lizard man was no good. Look at him, he dares to be defiant. Iron Man, Tony Stark, then retaliated, branding him a supervillain. Beside him, Captain Steve Rogers nodded in agreement, and as he raised his shield high above his head, he shouted, Crush evil. They charged forward, engaging in a fierce melee. Their fists and feet collided with the lizard doctor, a seemingly innocent man, leaving him battered and bruised, his body marred with injuries. It was amidst this relentless assault that, within the body of Dr. Lizard, genetic mutations have caused his physique to swell, resembling an inflated balloon, as he expands from a height of over 3 meters to an imposing 8 meters. He appears akin to a dinosaur emerging from the Jurassic period. This doctor possesses a profound gaze, swiftly honing in on the true culprit, Iron Man. Sir, he muses, do you believe my quest for vengeance against Iron Man is far from concluded? Within that ancient and venerable castle, Ivan inquired with a hint of astonishment. Before him, the man who resembled a fallen angel nodded slightly. As he gestured towards the carnage in the courtyard, he uttered, is Tony Stark's fighting spirit still alive? How can one deem revenge accomplished? Only by completely shattering a person's ambition and hope can one claim to have achieved perfect revenge. At this stage, it is still far too early. Upon hearing these words, Ivan felt as if a crucial connection had been unlocked within him, leading to a moment of clarity. The implication from the adults was clear. They intended to undermine Tony's company. This is certainly far more ambitious than one's own aspirations. Is not Tony a prodigy and the scion of wealth by birth? If the illustrious Stark Industries, which he holds in such high esteem, were to collapse, it would indeed be a splendid sight, particularly if his pride were to be trampled into the mud. Ivan nodded eagerly, acknowledging the wisdom of the adults, recognizing his own limitations. However, it seemed that merely relying on our own efforts might not be sufficient to topple Tony Stark's empire. Who says it is solely our endeavor? The industrious Dr. Octopus suddenly lifted his head and explained to Ivan, are you not aware that Hammer Industries is at odds with Stark Industries? The adults had long since devised a meticulous plan. They intended to leverage Justin's funding to develop the groundbreaking armor technology, while he would incite discord between Congress and Iron Man, Tony Stark, allowing us to reap the benefits from the ensuing turmoil. What? Upon hearing this news, Ivan felt a jolt of excitement coursing through him. His heart surged with fervor. Oh, Divine Father, what delightful tidings this is. Ivan, it seems you must also prepare yourself. Justin shall be arriving shortly as well. Li Xuan, leaning against the window, remarked after glancing at the messages on his phone.
Hud.
In the conference room of the Milcam Industrial Group, Danny began to receive the guests from Hammer Industries. In the public eye of the group, Iron Fist represented the facade of the organization, managing various affairs. His presence alone conveyed respect and decorum, yet Justin, seated opposite him, appeared somewhat anxious, frequently interrupting the conversation and eagerly inquiring when the personnel responsible for manufacturing the battle armor would emerge. From his perspective, one cannot fault him. After all, he had come specifically to meet the researcher responsible for the creation of the battle armor. However, Danny sensed a hint of disdain, which ignited a flame of indignation within him. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking resonated through the air as the group entered. Ivan made his entrance clad in the latest Whiplash battle armor. This suit, adorned in a delicate shade of lavender, had been upgraded by Dr. Octopus, enabling it to perform rapid sprints for brief periods. Should Ivan activate the small energy core situated at his chest, he could engage in aerial pursuits and combat. He wielded the whip-like device, releasing a formidable wave of energy that elicited both greed and astonishment upon Justin's face. This spectacle surpassed even the most exhilarating visuals he had witnessed in videos. Merely observing it instilled a sense of awe. Should these mechs be mass-produced, the potential for immense profit would be undeniable. At that point, not even Stark Industries would stand a chance. Even a coalition of warring nations would struggle to undermine Hammer Industries' dominant position. Taking a deep breath, Justin, filled with excitement, exclaimed, "Name your price. I am eager to acquire this technology." Ivan shook his head, remaining silent. $1 billion? 20 billion? 30 billion? Just throw out a number. What if it becomes a reality? Justin grew increasingly anxious. Ivan shook his head once more and replied, "This weapon was crafted using my father's technology. It is deeply personal to me. Blood is thicker than water. I cannot simply sell it." Are you truly claiming a bond with a piece of metal? Justin felt his intelligence was being mocked. Ivan nodded, and as he glanced at Li Xuan, receiving a confirming look, he added, "You must increase your offer. We need to negotiate more reasonably." Now it was Justin's turn to feel flustered. As the president of the conglomerate, he was accustomed to being courted in business discussions. Yet here he found himself being coerced, as if his willingness to negotiate was a mere option. When had he ever endured such indignity? Yet he had no choice but to play along. Chapter 77. Why is it only 70%? 70% belongs to someone else. After a moment of contemplation, Justin reluctantly conceded. Our group will invest in technology. You provide the capital and we supply the technology. For every suit sold, we will receive 70% of the profits. Ivan explained. Why do I only receive 30%? Is that not akin to working for nothing? Justin exclaimed, his frustration evident. Not at all, Ivan replied nonchalantly. Aside from us, you could collaborate with Iron Man. Let us see how he treats you, his longtime rival. Collaborate with that arrogant Tony? Hammer Industries has suffered enough already. Justin lamented, scratching his head as he slumped onto the sofa. He attempted to reason, your demands are outrageous. I am the one covering the material costs. You can only take 40% at most. 5% at the very least, Ivan asserted firmly. Even box office shares are split 50-50. Are you, a billionaire, really that concerned about this sum? You! Justin leaned back against the sofa, his face flushed with irritation. He was well aware of the immense potential of these mechanical suits. If they could tap into the market, their success would rival that of Stark Industries' Jericho missile, perhaps even surpass it. Yet, funding the venture while they provided the technology felt like being a mere puppet. These suits were golden geese. However, he could not ally with Iron Man. Fine, 55% it is. Taking down Stark Industries is the priority, Justin conceded, wincing at the thought. From a strategic standpoint, obliterating Stark Industries would yield greater benefits, making the initial investment in Milcam Industries worthwhile. Damn Iron Man. Why won't he just disappear? Why hasn't T Stark Industries collapsed yet? Justin grumbled as he noted his expenses. Watching Justin's troubled expression, Iron Fist Danny stood nearby, secretly reveling in his discomfort. After concluding discussions with Hammer Industries, Ivan, alongside the genius Donnie from the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, followed Justin to the laboratory for research, guarded by hundreds of Shadow Legion members. Iron Fist's eyes widened at the display of power. Such a force could easily conquer several strongholds in Hell's Kitchen. My brother, are you being overly cautious? Justin seems too timid to cause any trouble. How he perceives it is irrelevant. I require absolute certainty, Li Xuan replied, maintaining his composure. Iron Fist gazed at him with admiration. Such diligence in ensuring victory left no room for the enemy to retaliate. When Li Xuan returned to the camp, the remaining 3 Ninja Turtles continued training alongside the slaughter, while their master had retreated into the sewers, claiming to seek enlightenment on the path of nature. What a remarkable rat! Li Xuan could not help but marvel, as a startling white light gleamed in his eyes, revealing ancient characters flowing within it, akin to the cyclical dance of Daoenli. The energy within him continued to accumulate, while the bloodline of the divine tree inside him experienced a constant revival. The rustling of branches echoed, and a resplendent golden phantom of a divine tree emerged behind Li Xuan, adorned with delicate golden tassels that accentuated his presence, making him appear as a deity beneath a throne, reminiscent of the connection between the divine tree and the king in the Elden Ring. At that moment, a notification chimed. Ding! A random task has been detected nearby. The blood and tears of Dr. Lizard. Dr. Connors, a devoted researcher of limb regeneration technology, strives to bring healing to the disabled. He sacrificed his own body as a test subject and, though he faced failures, ultimately succeeded, transforming into a monstrous lizard man. He saved a girl named Gwen, only to be falsely accused of being a supervillain by members of the Avengers. This honest man, filled with righteous fury, seeks to make the dismissive superheroes pay dearly for their contempt. Ding! Upon accepting this task, the host must assist Dr. Lizard in exacting vengeance, tarnishing the Avengers' reputation. The task reward will be determined by the gratitude expressed by Dr. Lizard, resulting in a potential critical hit reward. An unexpected surprise emerged, and a glimmer of joy illuminated Li Xuan's gaze. To attain Ivan's reward and double the critical hit, he set his sights on toppling Tony Stark's company. Thus, the deadline for Ivan's task was postponed. However, just as he cast his line for a big catch, another task arose, one seemingly orchestrated by Iron Man himself. What could this mean? Did it signify a doubt in Li Xuan's strength? Was it an encouragement to hasten his pace? If so, he would not hesitate to embrace the challenge. With determination sparking in his eyes, he turned to observe the ongoing battle in the courtyard. Clang! The formidable leader, Leo, wielded a blade that sliced through the air. The vibrant spectacle illuminated the night, yet the sharp blade brought the physically strongest, Mackie, to his knees. His eyes bloodshot, he roared, while in the shadowy corner of the street, Dr. Lizard let out a frenzied scream. Following his transformation, he could no longer contain the surging ferocity within him, yet he did not seek to restrain this instinct for battle. His sole purpose was clear, to forge a path forward. What did it matter what superheroes thought? Dr. Lizard was a formidable force unto himself, relentlessly targeting Iron Man with his fists, his massive claws clenched tightly, descending like a heavy hammer. With each successive strike, the armor on Iron Man's chest began to crack, emitting sounds of unbearable strain. It was known that, in the past, even when Tony plummeted from a height of 1,000 meters, his armor could shield him from harm. Yet now, after Dr. Lizard's frenzied transformation, such terrifying results were manifesting. Uncle Lizard, you must persevere and deliver a decisive blow. Gwen wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and raised her fists in determination. Witnessing this, her father, George, felt a surge of hidden satisfaction. Perhaps only the members of the Avengers were not sharing in this moment of joy. "Oh no," Captain Steve exclaimed, his expression a mix of alarm and understanding. He knew that if Tony faltered, it would soon be their turn to face the repercussions. This situation could not be allowed to unfold. Black Widow and Hawkeye exchanged a knowing glance. The trio surged forward, racing towards the two engaged in battle. Meanwhile, the half-mechanical, half-symbiotic entity remained locked aside, wide-eyed in astonishment, its mouth agape in an O shape, watching the spectacle. Indeed, witnessing such a display is a delightful affair. Chapter 78. The Avengers. Yet, behold the radiance of righteousness. What accounts for the formidable strength of this reptilian creature? Iron Man, Tony Stark, was utterly bewildered. Just moments ago he had effortlessly subdued Dr. Lizard, yet now he found himself at the mercy of his adversary. This was an unbearable humiliation. Fortunately, part of his armor was composed of the symbiotic substance known as venom, allowing for self-repair even amidst mechanical damage. The viscous, tar-like material surged forth, enveloping his white armor in a thick layer of exoskeleton, while tendrils reminiscent of ghostly appendages extended outward. With a crackle, those limbs quivered and seized the still fuming lizard. At that moment, Tony, concealed beneath his mask, suddenly lifted his visor, a sinister smile gracing his lips. "Enjoying yourself, are we? Now it's my turn." Before his words could fade, a resounding crash echoed as Captain America launched himself into the fray, his shield crashing down upon Dr. Lizard's skull. Simultaneously, Hawkeye's arrows pierced through Lizard's back, drawing forth a torrent of blood. The anguished cries of Dr. Lizard filled the air, yet he remained undeterred. With a swift maneuver, Black Widow executed a slide, her razor-sharp knife slicing through his Achilles tendon. In that instant, deprived of support, Dr. Lizard succumbed and collapsed to the ground. How could this be? Gwen, observing from the sidelines, felt her heart twist in disbelief. She could not fathom this turn of events. Surely justice should prevail. Why then, did it appear that the Avengers were gaining the upper hand? Director George stood nearby, a silent witness to the chaos, aligning himself with his daughter's sentiments. His concern for the grotesque Dr. Lizard was palpable. Despite his unappealing visage, should the media catch wind of this, he would surely be branded a supervillain. Yet, he was a good man. Alone, he faced the full might of the Avengers, who then truly embodied justice. Suddenly, a cacophony of footsteps approached, accompanied by the roar of engines, as reporters wielding microphones and camera operators materialized on the scene. They arrived late, yet somehow always at the perfect moment. Look, the Avengers are engaged in battle with a supervillain. Could that be the Dinosaur Man? My heavens, he is enormous. He must be extraordinarily fierce. Quick, take pictures. Tomorrow's headlines await. The fame-hungry journalists employed their flashbulbs as weapons, illuminating the ground, walls, and bystanders with a blinding radiance. It was as though the light of righteousness itself had descended upon the scene. In an instant, Iron Man awoke, rising to his feet as a multitude of bizarre arms flailed wildly, resembling a demon warrior clawing its way from the depths of hell. Captain America struck a pose, his star-spangled shield not aimed at the lizard doctor, but rather directed toward the glaring lights of the media. Throughout this spectacle, Black Widow and Hawkeye intentionally showcased their most dazzling stances. One can only imagine the photogenic splendor that would emerge once the pictures were developed. The members of the Avengers were undeniably captivating. Such earnest endeavors could bring one to tears. The Avengers sprang into action. Captain America bellowed their most powerful battle cry, and before his words had fully escaped his lips, they charged toward the colossal foe before them. Through their collaborative efforts, despite the lizard doctor's formidable regenerative abilities and his impenetrable scales, he was ultimately cornered against the wall, having been found vulnerable. How could I possibly concede? Can I truly be bested by this ragtag bunch? I have countless unfinished business. I must become the hope for all the disabled. The lizard doctor's face twisted in a grimace as he pulled several long arrows from his waist, rising repeatedly like an indomitable cockroach, which only deepened the despair of the Avengers. Tony, do you have any brilliant ideas? Captain America inquired, acutely aware that they had been battling under the watchful eyes of the media for nearly 10 minutes without resolving the situation. What would this broadcast imply? Would they lose face as the Avengers if they could not subdue a single foe? Of course, there is a plan, but I need time to charge. Iron Man Tony indicated toward the small reactor at his chest. I can unleash a powerful energy shockwave capable of obliterating any obstruction. No matter how strong the lizard doctor's healing factor may be, he cannot withstand this blast. Then let us buy Tony some time, Captain America resolved, charging once more with unwavering determination, embodying a warrior fighting for justice. Hawkeye, like a being propelled by an accelerator, continuously drew arrows from his quiver, unleashing a relentless barrage. Meanwhile, Black Widow danced through the fray, skillfully diverting the creature's ire. Through their combined efforts, the lizard doctor was effectively restrained. Iron Man stood resolute, a brilliant white light emanating from his chest as it intertwined and coalesced, piercing through the blinding cannon. Charging cannon complete. Charging in progress. Charge complete. Danger! The lizard doctor's primal instincts sensed an imminent threat, and he struggled to break free. Yet Captain America was relentless, wielding his shield with the ferocity of a tank, refusing to allow the villain any respite. Hawkeye unleashed his electric arrow, which intertwined to form a net of electricity, ensnaring the creature within its grasp. The next move rested upon Tony's shoulders. Standing by, Black Widow surveyed the captured lizard doctor, her eyes betraying an eagerness for action. Should the Avengers succeed in vanquishing this formidable foe, they would undoubtedly steal the spotlight at the press conference, garnering widespread acclaim across the internet. Do not assume that superheroes are indifferent to their reputations. In many respects, they care even more about public perception than ordinary individuals do. Fire! The terrifying charged cannon was unleashed, bearing an unstoppable force as it descended before the lizard doctor. Just as despair flickered across his visage, a swift green figure darted in front of the charged cannon, blocking its path. Chapter 79. Iron Man Tony suffers a severed arm. Captain Steve endures a concussion. What? Can it be that someone dares to stand before the charging cannon? Is this person out of their mind? The media present witnessed firsthand the formidable weapon crafted by Iron Man. In their eyes, Dr. Lizard was destined to be defeated. This victory seemed as certain as if it were etched in stone. After all, how could flesh and blood possibly withstand such mechanical might? Yet, at this critical moment, a warrior clad in armor stood resolutely before the charged cannon, even as he yearned to rescue the lizard man. Yet to confront it with mere flesh and blood would be folly. He must be a fool. The photographers pressed their shutters, capturing this moment, eager to mock his overestimation of his own strength. Whoosh! Leo drew his long blade from his waist, its edge wreathed in scorching flames, like dancing embers of hope itself. What, then, is the pinnacle of the sword? No thoughts, no desires, no contemplation. Slash, slash, slash. At the very moment that terrifying energy cannon was about to strike, Leo's entire body erupted with fearsome power, as though scorched by raging flames, transforming him into a blazing figure. In the next instant, an unstoppable blade radiance slashed forth, coalescing in the blink of an eye into a 3-meter-long energy saber. With a sizzling screech, the blade radiance collided with the energy blast, producing a sound so grating it set teeth on edge. Everyone stood frozen in astonishment. Had this man truly blocked such a horrifying attack? Could this possibly be an illusion? Among that group of journalists, several, unable to believe their eyes, began to rub them incessantly. This was indeed a monumental news event. The photographers, equally astonished, quickly pressed the shutter buttons to capture this spectacular scene. However, the most astonished of all were the members of the Avengers. Was that the peculiar turtle-like creature from last time? Captain Steve gritted his teeth in fury, fully aware of the torment inflicted upon his American behind by that wretched mouse master. That damn scoundrel. Iron Man Tony's expression was equally grim. He had suffered considerably in their last encounter. How does this compare to their previous ordeal? The strength of this tortoise man has grown exponentially. Black Widow and Hawkeye exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting a mixture of terror and disbelief. They yearned to enhance their own abilities, yet understood that it required years of relentless effort. How unlike the figure before them, who astonishingly exhibited such a rapid surge in power. In this fierce confrontation, it was the energy cannon that succumbed first, gradually disintegrating inch by inch. In this clash, the triumph of flesh and blood emerged victorious. Truly astonishing. The journalists exhibited expressions of exhilaration, while the photographers seemed to be in a frenzy. The moment OU made his appearance, his act of cleaving through the energy cannon undoubtedly overshadowed the scene, usurping what was originally meant to be a luminous moment for the Avengers. Dr. Lizard also broke free from the electric net and stood beside him, expressing his gratitude. Leo, without any hesitation, addressed him. This is all arranged by the Master. The mention of the Master puzzled Dr. Lizard, yet upon seeing the turtle man before him, he instinctively felt a sense of kinship. The Master has instructed me to diligently repair and cultivate the Avengers before us. Leo raised his long blade, flames erupting around him, reminiscent of Flame Fist Agni. The target of his blade was none other than the Avengers. Under Li Xuan's guidance, the leader of the Ninja Turtles had transformed into a small prodigy capable of standing on his own. But even if he could cleave through energy cannons, it was merely a drop in the ocean compared to Li Xuan's prowess. This level of combat power was just sufficient to toy with the Avengers. Do you dare underestimate us? Iron Man Tony, feeling as if his reverse scale had been touched, had his demonic arms thrashing wildly. He leapt forward, charging at the turtle man before him, unwilling to concede defeat. He was the valiant Iron Man after all.
Analyze
the target and teach the scoundrel a lesson. Since his last defeat, he had upgraded his armor in every conceivable way. He was confident that should he encounter slaughter again, he would ensure that the wretched scoundrel would face his wrath. Yet, just as Tony brimmed with confidence, the man before him unleashed his blade. The swift and sharp movements of his sword were akin to a tempest, accompanied by the sound of ringing metal, like a blacksmith at work. Thud, 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 thud. Often, the previous strike would barely touch the ground before the next one was unleashed, an unyielding barrage. Tony could no longer discern how the turtle man wielded his weapon, with only J-A-R-V-I-S, the mechanical aid, managing to keep pace. Slice, slice, slice. Leo became increasingly exhilarated. Since receiving guidance from Li Xuan, he had begun to surpass his brothers, even defeating the physically strongest Mikey. Yet, this man before him was somehow able to keep up with his speed using his armor. It was exhilarating. The thrill was overwhelming. The desire to battle sparked in Leo's eyes, and his speed with the blade quickened, as if wound up like a clock, growing faster and stronger with each clash, akin to waves driven by a hurricane. Meanwhile, Iron Man's response began to falter. The mechanical body had its limits, but the swordplay did not. Suddenly, a flaw emerged. The two demonic arms at Iron Man's chest were severed by the sharp blade. With a whoosh, the arms on his back were also cleaved away. After this fierce battle, only Tony's two arms remained intact, and a look of terror gradually spread across his face. But in the next moment, whoosh! the razor-sharp blade descended from the air. In a shocking turn of events, a segment of Iron Man Tony's forearm was severed, blood gushing forth. The arrogant superhero collapsed to the ground, writhing in agony akin to a maggot. Iron Man Tony rendered incapacitated? This was monumental news. Surrounding journalists, reminiscent of sharks drawn to the scent of blood, clamored to approach Tony, eager to conduct an interview and uncover his thoughts at that very moment. It was disastrous. Captain Steve, witnessing this scene, was utterly aghast. In the midst of his horrified gaze, however, Leo appeared before him in an instant. With a swift motion, his razor-sharp blade struck fiercely against Steve's visage, bringing the embodiment of the spirit of freedom crashing to the ground. Eyes closed, he succumbed to unconsciousness. Goodness! Now it was Steve's turn to suffer a concussion. The frenzy among the journalists escalated once more. Chapter 80. The Moral Coercion of Captain Steve? Malicious Scheme. 1-2 This is dire. Hawkeye and Black Widow exchanged a glance, both sensing the impending trouble. It is worth noting that Captain Steve is quite adept in close combat. Yet, he was still rendered unconscious by that turtle-like creature? What if this were to happen to them? Wouldn't it result in a severe concussion? Just as they were filled with dread, the turtle creature retreated back to the side of Dr. Lizard, refraining from launching another assault. What could this mean? The two agents found themselves utterly perplexed. Meanwhile, Leo approached Dr. Lizard, clearly with a matter of greater significance at hand. He remarked, "This group of Avengers has distorted the truth, falsely accusing you of being a supervillain. We must not allow them to succeed." Initially, Dr. Lizard, due to his befuddled state, failed to grasp the situation, but soon clarity dawned upon him. He realized he must clear his name. Indeed, he had installed surveillance cameras at his residence to document the results of his experiments. Those recordings clearly captured his act of saving the young woman, Gwen. Now, if he could present this evidence, it would undoubtedly leave the members of the Avengers at a loss. After all, did they not consider themselves champions of justice? If they remain indiscriminate in their actions, they will undoubtedly be scorned by the populace. Dr. Lizard, a man of integrity devoted solely to his research, finds himself unexpectedly cornered to such a degree. It is all a result of the chaos instigated by that accursed Iron Man, isn't it? Which members of the Avengers are those who would revel in the misfortune of others? They must not be allowed to escape. Dr. Lizard raised his gaze, sweeping over Black Widow and Hawkeye, causing an unsettling chill to creep into their hearts. Meanwhile, the murmurs of the surrounding reporters pulled them back to reality. Have the members of the Avengers truly been bested by a mere turtle man? Is this still the invincible team we once knew? Despite their collaboration, they are unable to defeat that turtle-like adversary, which leaves me questioning their professional capabilities. This is already an established fact. Those sycophantic journalists whispered among themselves, entirely oblivious to the fact that merely a moment ago, they had stood alongside the Avengers. However, with the defeat of Iron Man and Captain America, they discreetly shifted their allegiance, turning their ire towards the members of the Avengers. What a truly fickle bunch. The Black Widow was infuriated, feeling a sense of grievance for herself. After all, her sole intention in coming here today was to partake in a share of the glory. As a female superhero, her image had always been associated with that of the alluring Mother Spider, a representation that Natasha never sought. What she truly desired was to be treated without prejudice, to bask in the spotlight as a hero. Yet now, everything had gone awry, and even the little good reputation she possessed had been tarnished. The Black Widow cast her gaze upon the Lizard Doctor, her eyes reflecting a semblance of resentment. This infuriated the Lizard Doctor immensely. These brigands, bandits, and hypocritical sanctimonious figures? After experiencing a setback, she actually displayed an expression of incredulity towards herself as the victim. How dare she? Dr. Connors felt a surge of passion rising within him. At that moment, a particularly audacious reporter shouted through the microphone, "As a supervillain, Lizard Man, what are your thoughts on defeating the Avengers that you could share with us?" "Me? A supervillain?" Dr. Lizard felt as though his lungs were about to burst with indignation. Had he not acted with noble intentions? Why then was he being slandered as a wrongdoer? "Do you possess any evidence? Is it permissible to cast baseless accusations?" Gwen could no longer endure the situation. She rose to defend Dr. Lizard. In her portrayal, the members of the Avengers, who epitomized justice, were revealed to be utterly malevolent. Meanwhile, the seemingly savage Dr. Lizard emerged as a paragon of virtue. This was indeed sensational news. If only there were irrefutable evidence to substantiate her claims. Evidence? I possess the evidence. Dr. Lizard, without a moment's pause, charged back into the house with fervor. He emerged with the recording device used for the experiment, thoughtfully connecting it to a power source. He surveyed the journalists before him and exclaimed, "Behold, this is what you refer to as the righteous army. Where are the commendable deeds of the members of the Avengers in relation to my plight?" With a resounding snap, the scene unfolded upon the screen, revealing a half-mechanical symbiote armed with Stark Industries weaponry relentlessly pursuing Gwen. In this moment of dire peril, Dr. Connors leapt into action, engaging in a fierce struggle against the half-mechanical entity. Just as victory seemed within his grasp, Iron Man made his grand entrance, arrogantly pronouncing the man before him guilty, utterly disregarding his former status as a hero. Should such indiscriminate actions go unchecked, one could only imagine the chaos that superheroes might unleash. With heartfelt sincerity, Dr. Connors expressed his sentiments, his words laden with emotion, convincing all present that Iron Man, Tony Stark, was indeed a complete scoundrel. The situation was dire. Upon witnessing this, Black Widow immediately sensed that something was amiss. She could not allow matters to deteriorate any further. The female agent swiftly approached Captain Steve Rogers, delivering 2 decisive punches. As Captain Rogers awakened, shielding his eyes with one hand, he was met with the sight of his newly acquired panda-like eyes, leaving him utterly displeased. "Captain, you must remain composed. It is only through you that we can salvage our reputation." Black Widow succinctly articulated their current predicament, clarifying the misdeeds committed by Tony. Now, everyone was aware that he had falsely accused Dr. Lizard. If the turmoil continues to spread unchecked, then not only will the name Iron Man be tarnished, but even the title of the Avengers will reek worse than a sewer. Such a scenario must be averted at all costs. Gritting his teeth, Steve suddenly shifted his brow, formulating a plan. With the assistance of Black Widow, he made his way toward the nearby media, all the while wearing an expression of anguish. Upon reaching the spotlight, he bowed deeply 3 times to Dr. Lizard, stating, "Dr. Lizard, we acknowledge our missteps in this matter. The root of this incident lies in Tony's hasty judgment, mistaking you for a supervillain without comprehending the facts. We were also reckless, causing you unjust suffering. Here, on behalf of the team, I extend our sincerest apologies to you. Moving forward, we shall approach such matters with greater diligence, and we hope that everyone grants us an opportunity to provide even more, better, and higher quality services." Captain Steve continued to bow repeatedly towards the media. His demeanor was indeed sincere. His actions radiated deep remorse. He aimed to morally manipulate Dr. Lizard before the reporters, suggesting, "Look, the Avengers have already apologized. Why persist in your grievances?" What a cunning maneuver. Chapter 81. Captain Steve reaps the consequences. Thor makes his entrance. 2-2. Captain Steve's apology was remarkably sincere, yet one must ponder, what fault had he committed? Was it merely an excess of faith in Iron Man? Truly, he stands as a paragon for the people. Amidst the media's spirited exchanges, Captain Steve's furrowed brow began to relax, and Black Widow, observing from behind the scenes, exhaled with relief, aware of the immense power of public opinion capable of tarnishing one's reputation irreparably. Fortunately, the valiant Captain Steve managed to alter the tide of the situation. While Dr. Lizard furrowed his brow in discontent, what he desired was far more than a mere perfunctory apology. Was forgiveness so easily bestowed merely for a performance before the press? Surely, such pardon was too cheap to be warranted. Dr. Lizard lifted his head, his expression resolute, and addressed the polished Captain Steve. "Cease your pretentious display of compassion. If you have forgotten your transgressions, allow me to remind you." With a decisive click, Dr. Lizard activated the surveillance footage once more, this time freezing the images to reveal a series of audio recordings. The sound echoed with Dr. Lizard's futile justifications, the arrogant Tony Stark's baseless accusations, the tearful lamentations of young Gwen, Captain Steve's self-righteous assertions, and the sardonic remarks from Black Widow and Hawkeye. Upon hearing these recordings, Captain Steve's countenance shifted dramatically. Had it not been for the indisputable evidence captured on video and audio, he might have mitigated the Avengers' negative impact. Yet, with such incriminating material, how could he possibly defend himself? Indeed, as the video played, those journalists who had previously extended their forgiveness to the Avengers swiftly turned against them, now extolling Dr. Lizard's virtues and expressing sympathy. It was astonishing to witness Captain Steve's audacity in fabricating lies so brazenly. Was this the injustice that his team so lightly dismissed? What incompetence! They had become masters of distortion, failing even at this, yet they spoke of contributing to the citizens of New York? Was this truly the superhero team we once revered? The journalists waxed eloquent in their critiques. Dr. Lizard, seizing the moment, displayed his theatrical prowess, tears glistening in his eyes as he approached young Gwen. With heartfelt sorrow, he proclaimed, "Even as a member of the Avengers, their slander does not concern me, but she is but a child, a flower yet to bloom. She is undeniably in the right, yet she has been wronged by the so-called justice of the Avengers. She must not endure such unfair treatment. This cannot be accepted. We cannot let this go unpunished." Clenching his fists, Dr. Lizard stood amidst the crowd, his robust frame transforming into an unwavering shield. In that moment, he embodied the steadfast pillar of hope in the hearts of the people. This is precisely the method employed by Captain Steve. He resorts to public opinion as a means of undermining his adversaries. Are you not highly esteemed? Are you not adept at moral coercion? Now what will you do? Amidst the cacophony of voices, Iron Man gradually regains consciousness from his fallen state, awakening with a sharp pain that restores his clarity, and he questions in bewilderment. What happened to us? Captain Steve's countenance darkens as he addresses his companion. We have been defeated by that lizard man. Defeated by that supervillain lizard man? That is absurd. Iron Man Tony exclaims in disbelief. He is a genius inventor. How could he have been so humiliated? Blood continues to seep from his forearm. Even in this state, he refuses to accept defeat. Take a closer look. Captain Steve gestures towards the throng of reporters, exclaiming, "We have become pariahs, while he will rise as the new hero." The crowd erupts in cheers, as if in response to his words. The imposing figure of Dr. Lizard steps forward amidst the adulation of the populace. Before he can utter a word, a few impassioned reporters hurl their microphones at the heroes. Avengers, a nest of snakes and rats. Avengers, apologize. I. Iron Man Tony is at a loss for words, gazing at his severed arm, still dripping blood. He is the true victim. Yet this supervillain with extraordinary regenerative abilities has turned the tables on him. We were mistaken. Captain Steve bows his proud head, offering another bow to the very Dr. Lizard he had struck. His mastery of this craft has only deepened. Yet, Dr. Lizard interjects, "You still owe that little girl an apology." What? Captain America apologizing to me? Gwen feels a dizzying rush of an unusual sense of satisfaction swell within her. In the next moment, Captain Steve genuinely bends to offer his contrition. This is a victory for the people. Meanwhile, within the confines of S.H.I.E.L.D, Director Nick Fury, upon witnessing the escalating news coverage, is nearly rendered blind by frustration, nearly collapsing under the weight of the situation. He had just cleaned up after the team, only to find himself mired in another debacle. Frustration, discomfort, helplessness. Nick covers his bald head, his expression revealing a sentiment of "I can't handle this anymore, and if you think you can do better, go ahead." It is indeed a difficult predicament for him. He had merely sought to assemble a formidable Avengers team. Why must he endure such scorn? Just as he grits his teeth in exasperation, Agent Coulson, sporting a bald head, enters the room. "Director, we may have discovered a deity from Norse mythology," he states gravely. In his narration, an experience with Agent May unfolds, set against the desolate backdrop of a small town in New Mexico, where a hammer fell from the heavens, one that could not be lifted under any circumstances. Initially, they intended to conduct their research on site, only to discover a burly man attempting to breach their camp, which they swiftly subdued. Following the administration of a truth serum, they learned from the giant that he hailed from Asgard, and astonishingly, his name was Thor, sharing the same moniker as the god of thunder. What a delightful surprise! Chapter 82. The ambition to cultivate the son of Thor, reward of the 5 spirit orbs. Upon hearing this, Director Fury fell into contemplation. He had previously encountered Captain Marvel, a remarkable figure of the cosmic streets. He understood that within this vast world, there exist numerous phenomena beyond ordinary comprehension, which is quite commonplace. However, one must never mistake the truth. Director Fury reiterated, "Can you ascertain that this robust man is not a charlatan?" Agent Coulson, brimming with excitement, responded, "Absolutely not. We have analyzed the cells extracted from him, and they exhibit extraordinary strength. Yet, he appears to be constrained by some force. According to Thor, it is his father who has stripped him of his divine powers. Nevertheless, even so, his cells still harbor immense potential. Then we must extend our utmost hospitality," Director Fury said with a knowing tone. "Since the god of thunder has arrived, we cannot allow him to depart so easily. We must extract some benefits from him. We have already arranged for a professional modeling team to attend to him. They are experts in their field." Coulson, still exhilarated, elaborated on the scientific implications, noting that Thor's genes are exceptionally powerful, significantly aiding in artificial cultivation and fertilization processes. In Thor's perspective, it was merely a fleeting encounter. However, it seemed that S.H.I.E.L.D. was intent on cultivating the son of Thor. If Odin were to learn of this, he would surely be enraged to the point of apoplexy. Truly, this S.H.I.E.L.D. has taken a nefarious turn. Meanwhile, as the members of the Avengers were seething with indignation, Dr. Lizard managed to reverse his reputation and was hailed by the media as the superhero Green Dragon. He certainly did not forget the assistance he received from the Ninja Turtles, particularly Leo, who warmly invited him to their camp. Along the way, Dr. Lizard was dazzled by the sights around him. He observed the bustling Shadow Legion and encountered Dr. Octopus, a former colleague. He noted the diligent efforts of the Killer and the Ninja Turtle companions. Most strikingly, he beheld a magnificent presence. A golden tree that towered between heaven and earth, resembling an ancient divine tree, evoking feelings of grandeur, solemnity, and an overwhelming sense of humility. Standing beneath this tree was Li Xuan, the sole sovereign of this domain. Dr. Octopus approached, eager to welcome his old associate. It was noteworthy that during their time at Oscorp, they had both labored tirelessly for the corporation's projects, devising proposals and conducting analyses to secure funding. Now, Dr. Octopus had achieved great success, while he himself had transformed into a monster. Dr. Lizard sighed, reflecting on the vicissitudes of life and the disparate fates of individuals. Upon hearing these words, Dr. Octopus felt a surge of joy within him. He had feared that his longtime colleague, overwhelmed by life's adversities, had lost the courage to pursue his dreams. However, it appeared that a spark still burned within him. It was merely a matter of starting anew. Dr. Octopus began to offer encouragement. As he spoke, a previously untold tale unfolded. Dr. Otto had once stood on the brink of failure. Had it not been for the intervention of Li Xuan, who orchestrated a rescue, he might have fallen victim to Iron Man. Yet, after the intervention, not only did he deliver a resounding blow to Tony Stark, but he also managed to develop a nuclear reactor that had once been monopolized by Stark Industries. The affordable energy initiative he now spearheaded was made possible through Li Xuan's assistance, and soon, it would enable impoverished communities to access energy without worry. This was the essence of using technology to transform the future. This was the mission we ought to embrace. Such a breathtaking revelation. Dr. Lizard, moved by these words, felt a surge of ambition. He too yearned for his research to make a global impact. Although his work on regenerative limb technology was on the cusp of success, he pondered who would believe in a mutated lizard man or allow him to lead such endeavors. Dr. Connors choked back his emotions, but the man standing beneath the sacred tree, resembling a deity, spoke forth. "I have great faith in you, Dr. Connors. I am willing to invest in your research on self-healing technology. Do you trust me?" Upon hearing this, Dr. Connors was overwhelmed with tears. He was, after all, a genuinely good-hearted individual. Even after transforming into a lizard man, he harbored no desire for world domination. Despite being slandered by the Avengers, he did not succumb to darkness or indiscriminate violence. What remarkable self-control! As he grasped the hope that his research might once again find a path forward, the emerald hue of his eyes sparkled with awe. This was the light of hope, the illumination of a thirst for knowledge. Dr. Lizard repeatedly bowed in gratitude towards Li Xuan. If the earlier intervention of the Ninja Turtles had saved his life, this moment salvaged his career and soul. Beep. Congratulations to the host for completing Dr. Lizard's poignant journey. Rewards are now being calculated. Beep. Congratulations to the host for acquiring research data on the Origin virus from Umbrella Corporation. Beep. It has been detected that Dr. Otto is both astonished and delighted. This reward will be doubled. Beep. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Spirit Pearl from the Immortal Sword series. Beep. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Thunder Pearl from the Immortal Sword series. If Dr. Lizard had previously been overwhelmed with gratitude, now it was Li Xuan who found himself restless. The research data on the Origin virus from Umbrella Corporation was merely a trinket. What lay ahead was the true treasure. After all, Li Xuan possesses the bloodline of the Divine Tree and the power of the Thunder Fruit within him. The recently acquired with Spirit Pearl and Thunder Spirit Pearl align perfectly with the forces residing in his body, promising a synergy that exceeds the mere sum of their parts. Moreover, these Spirit Pearls in the realm of the Immortal Sword were crafted by the revered Enwa, utilizing the quintessence of the 5 elemental deities: wind, thunder, water, fire, and mountain. They embody the mightiest forces of the mortal realm, and their acquisition can significantly enhance the potency of elemental spells. When such buffs accumulate, does it not spell utter devastation? Even if the Enwa of that miniature world is but a diminished version of her true self, for a youth like Li Xuan, who has only just embarked on the path of the extraordinary, it is an unparalleled match. What? You express discontent regarding the 5 Spirit Pearls? Have you dared to confront Lady Enwa, whose fists are as formidable as sandbags? She would effortlessly bring you to your knees in an instant. Chapter 83. The Potential of the Progenitor Virus. Absorbing the Spiritwood Pearl, the God Tree that shrouds the sky. 2-2. Dr. Connors. I have some information here. You may wish to examine it. Li Xuan swiftly retrieved the Umbrella Corporation Progenitor Virus research data awarded by the system. In that world overrun by zombies, Umbrella Corporation stands as the very source of all malevolence. The T-virus they developed has precipitated the extinction of over 99% of humanity, leaving behind a desolate expanse populated only by a scant few survivors, while countless bloodthirsty monsters roam freely. However, does this imply that the viruses engineered by the Umbrella Corporation are irredeemable, mere refuse, or detritus? Quite the contrary. The original progenitor virus was extracted from a flower known as the sunladder, which thrived in the ruins of the Dibia tribe in West Africa. This flower harbors an RNA-based viral substance capable of enhancing human abilities and extending life. Yet, intertwined with these beneficial traits is a highly toxic nature, with few individuals capable of enduring such lethal properties, often leading to death. What does this signify? Does it suggest that the human body is inherently frail? Thus, even if the progenitor virus aspires to elevate one to godhood, to bestow immortality, it remains unattainable. The scientists at Umbrella Corporation, having undergone numerous changes, have continued to explore the main vein of the progenitor virus, branching out into various derivative viruses. Dr. Marcus, through the fusion of the progenitor virus with leech genes, developed the T-virus capable of weapon creation. Although most test subjects suffer severe side effects, leading to extensive cortical damage and significant cognitive decline, a small fraction proves resilient, giving rise to the Tyrant series based on this foundation. As for Dr. William, he persevered in his T-virus research, ultimately developing the G-virus. Organisms infected by it undergo a gradual transformation of their phenotype, albeit in a far more terrifying manner than that induced by the T-virus. It triggers uncontrollable mutations, allowing for evolution into beings far surpassing humanity, a god, or a descent into madness as a demon. Subsequent derivatives include the T. veronica virus, Las Plagas type 2 parasite, Las Plagas type 3 parasite, Ouroboros virus, and the C virus, among others, each representing different branches of research. If the progenitor virus is the raw material, These are the meticulously crafted dishes awaiting preparation. It all hinges on how Dr. Lizard orchestrates his endeavors. Upon receiving the data, he merely cast a cursory glance, yet was utterly astounded by the groundbreaking research hailing from another world. Dr. Connors had never anticipated the existence of such captivating yet perilously potent entities within this realm. It was utterly shocking, terrifying, and profoundly remarkable. He couldn't help but shudder, beginning to retreat as he contemplated returning the object to the godlike man before him. However, when Dr. Connors raised his gaze and met his eyes, he felt a wave of inadequacy wash over him. He resembled a creature crawling through the mud, while the man before him had transcended their essence, becoming a wondrous being soaring through the skies. Li Xuan comforted the reptilian doctor, stating, "I merely hope this research material aids you in developing self-healing technology. I have no intention of engaging in any illegal activities." Upon hearing this, Dr. Connors exhaled in relief. He had no desire to create something that could annihilate humanity. Yet, if one were to consider the benefits of evolution, the materials provided by Lord Li Xuan were indeed invaluable. His focus was solely on studying regenerative abilities, and what was recorded within these documents pertained to the evolution of humanity. Take, for instance, the primordial virus at its most basic form. For an ordinary person, it was a matter of chance. If the fusion went awry, death would ensue. However, for the strong, as long as the host's genes were sufficiently robust, they could become immune to the adverse effects and achieve millennia of evolution in a brief period. Such extraordinary prospects. Upon overhearing their conversation, Dr. Octopus drew closer, and after a cursory glance, he too was taken aback, clapping his colleague on the shoulder, exclaiming, "Such a precious find. You must repay our Lord handsomely. We are duty-bound to do so." The eyes of Dr. Connors gleamed with the sentiment of a warrior willing to sacrifice for a true understanding. Who said that opposing superheroes made one a supervillain? Dr. Connors was the true hero. Unlike Iron Man, Tony Stark, who was merely a self-absorbed egotist, creating his own predicaments. The so-called Illuminati, recorded in the comics as saving lives, was under Tony Stark's leadership, comprised of Mr. Fantastic, Black Panther, Doctor Strange, and others, engaged in catastrophic events threatening the multiverse and humanity itself. Before long, the inspired Dr. Connors was escorted to the laboratory by Dr. Octopus. Together, they were set to embark on this groundbreaking project. Meanwhile, Li Xuan, seated beneath the sacred tree, retrieved a wood spirit pearl from the system. As the pearl, radiating a soft azure glow, emerged, it set the flora within several dozen miles into a frenzy. As if stimulated by some unseen force, they began to grow wildly. Truly, it was a treasure of the wood element. The bloodline of the divine tree within Li Xuan also responded to this surge of power, igniting a yearning to consume the pearl. This desire stemmed from a genetic level, as if by ingesting the pearl, he could rectify some deficiency within his body. Without hesitation, Li Xuan swallowed the wood spirit pearl, and as the overwhelming energy surged forth from the pearl and melded with his flesh, he felt a positive transformation within his being. In the world of Naruto, the divine tree stands as the source of extraordinary power. Li Xuan possesses the bloodline of the divine tree, albeit with a purity that is not particularly high. However, as the power of the wood spirit pearl gradually integrates with his divine tree bloodline, he perceives a continuous purification and augmentation of that bloodline. It is as if a switch has been flipped. In a remarkably brief period, he achieves what should have taken decades, if not centuries, to accumulate. This power, could it be the power of the mother tree, radiates with such vitality? Even the Ninetales, confined within its space, is taken aback by this phenomenon. It never anticipated experiencing the nurturing process of the mother tree once more. Is it possible that Li Xuan is a deity? Chapter 84. The Despondency of Iron Man. The Butcher ascends to divinity. 1-2. Li Xuan underwent a remarkable transformation. As he absorbed the immense power contained within the wood spirit pearl, he drastically shortened the lengthy maturation process of the divine tree's bloodline, compressing it into mere hours. The magnificent tree, reminiscent of a golden giant, swayed gracefully, while beneath its boughs stood a man adorned in golden powder, his body shimmering like glass, exuding a luster akin to polished metal. This was a truly astonishing metamorphosis. If In the past, Li Xuan merely resembled a deity. He now possessed the physique and majesty of one. He had transcended the constraints of his mortal form, naturally acquiring the status of God with the revival of the divine tree's bloodline. Above the treetops, arcs of thunder danced like slender white serpents, embodying the power of the thunder fruit. Li Xuan exhaled softly, feeling the strength within him swell from mighty rivers to an immeasurable ocean. It is worth noting that his inherent prowess was already formidable. Perhaps now he could even engage in a contest of strength with certain deities. Yet he could continue to grow stronger. Seizing the moment, he swiftly consumed the Thunder Spirit Pearl. The spectacle intensified. Thunder, a formidable force of nature, loomed ominously in the sky. Dark clouds gathered as countless bolts of lightning converged, striking towards the man below, as if heralding the ascension of a new monarch. In the dimly lit workshop, devoid of illumination, the pungent aroma of alcohol filled the air. Within the laboratory, the debonair Tony found himself engulfed in despair. Clad in a grimy work jacket, he slumped in his chair, bereft of his former vigor, resembling a neutered pup. Since his birth, he had never endured a significant blow, the gravest incident being the murder of his parents by Bucky, Captain America's close ally. Yet, that was more a personal tragedy than a professional setback. Even Dr. Doom, who had once shared university days with Iron Man Tony, had failed to wound him. But now, following his emergence as the superhero Iron Man, particularly after ridding S.H.I.E.L.D. of the Butcher, his good fortune seemed entirely depleted. Not only was he scorned by the masses, but he also found himself rendered disabled. He ought to be a figure of universal admiration. He should possess a brighter future. How had it all gone awry? Tony drank deeply from his spirits, while beside him, his battle-worn white armor was being restored through the symbiotic process, almost animated in its repair. As for the half-mechanical symbiote he had previously confined, it remained unharmed, entombed within a protective chamber of high-strength glass. Had it not been for you, I would not have descended into such a fate. Tony pressed the button on the front of the canister. A crackling sound emerged as thousands of degrees of high-voltage electricity surged through, inflicting torment upon the captive before him. As the creator, Tony indeed possessed the authority to manipulate the half-mechanical symbiote at his feet. In his perspective, it was merely a role akin to that of a guinea pig. He felt entitled to unleash his frustrations. The half-mechanical symbiote screamed in agony, harboring resentment amidst the abuse. For it too was an intelligent being, yearning for its own rights, wishing to escape the anguish of captivity. Although this man was its creator, what justification did he have to subject it to such irrevocable suffering? The resentment within the symbiote grew increasingly palpable, and at the cellular level, it began to undergo a beneficial mutation, adapting to the high-voltage torment. This transformation occurred subtly and insidiously. Even Iron Man, Tony, remained oblivious, instead intensifying the current. He had become disabled. Why should he not seek an outlet for his pent-up emotions? Tony lowered his head, his gaze sweeping over the empty sleeves of his shirt, his eyes betraying solitude, loneliness, envy, and madness. Despite possessing various means to fabricate a mechanical arm, none could compare to the original. This proud man was compelled to endure the agony of his physical inadequacy. Just then, a notification chimed. Jarvis announced, "Captain Steve Rogers is calling." Upon hearing this, Tony's expression remained unchanged. He took a long swig of alcohol before responding, "Decline." Nick Fury, observing the situation, acknowledged that Tony was indeed unfit to engage in public speeches or reports. When Captain Steve raised the declined call, the brooding man seated before him understood that following the exposure of the video falsely implicating Dr. Lizard, not only Tony but all members of the Avengers had become targets of public disdain. Even Captain Steve, once a guardian of peace, could not escape the blemishes on his reputation. The discerning eyes of the public were unyielding, and the recent actions of the Avengers had strayed far from the noble conduct expected of superheroes. If Tony chose not to participate, then he need not. As a billionaire, he possessed ample resources, and the others could proceed without him. Nick Fury rose from his seat and led the Avengers to reduce their frequency of missions, tirelessly working for the government's so-called charitable endeavors. What means could they employ to rehabilitate their public image? Only through good deeds could they effect change. They needed to hold frequent press conferences. Through their collective efforts, these superheroes increasingly resembled seasoned politicians. Despite their frenetic activity, as revealed by the media, they could only salvage 1/3 of their former reputation. It was indeed director Nick who, with great ingenuity, collaborated with a host of agents to extract a resolution from the chaos. After all, once a structure collapses, erecting a towering edifice upon the ruins is no trifling endeavor. As the anticipation builds for a significant case to emerge, director Nick quietly expresses his yearning, his eyes betraying a fervent desire. Meanwhile, Captain Steve stands at the forefront, brandishing his starry shield while fervently proclaiming the tenets of light. Under the spotlight, he appears so noble and just, akin to a polished veneer of idealism. "We shall undoubtedly stride towards a prosperous future," Captain Steve exclaims with fervor. Beside him, Black Widow, Hawkeye, and Dr. Banner lend their voices in support. Poor Dr. Banner, who had intended to conduct experiments in the laboratory, has also been conscripted. Amidst the jubilant crowd below, extolling the virtues of the Avengers, the heavens above are rent with thunder, interspersed with the blossoming of golden flowers. It feels as if summer has reached its zenith. Chapter 85. The Avengers Assemble. Journey to the Golden Ancient Tree. 2-2. What is this phenomenon? The scene accompanied by thunder and golden blossoms is astonishing. Captain Steve Rogers widened his eyes, gazing in terror at the spectacle above. Although he is a super soldier, his strength is merely a slight enhancement over that of an ordinary person. The silver-like lightning bolts are one thing, but why are those golden flowers blooming in the sky? Could this be yet another grand display orchestrated by a nefarious villain? Turning to his fellow team members, he seemed to seek validation. "I have never witnessed such a sight." Hawkeye stood dumbfounded, his eyes scanning the horizon, where lightning intertwined like a frenzy of dragons. This was no natural occurrence. Dr. Banner firmly declared, addressing the group, "I have never seen such an extraordinary storm, nor those peculiar blossoms. They appear to be artificially induced." Upon hearing these words, Captain Rogers initially furrowed his brow, but it soon relaxed. He raised his shield and stepped forward to the gathered reporters. "Friends, look at the magnificent scene above Manhattan Island. I am certain that supernatural forces are at play. As the Avengers, we shall venture forth to uncover the truth." With that, applause erupted from the crowd of journalists. "My goodness, this man is truly a beacon of hope." They lamented the inadequacy of mere reporting and instead ignited a call for adventure, far more exhilarating than merely standing and delivering slogans. What a situation! Meanwhile, director Nick Fury, having overheard his remarks, hurried outside. As he lifted his binoculars to the sky, he beheld not only the sweeping currents of lightning but also glimpses of the elusive divine tree beneath them. That resplendent ancient tree appeared as if it had emerged from the realms of mythology, reminiscent of the tree of life. The more beautiful the sight, the greater the peril it conceals. The dangers lurking behind it could be unfathomable. Drawing upon his extensive experience as a spy, Nick concluded that, at the very least, a powerful mutant was involved. Perhaps it was connected to Professor Charles from the X Academy, or even Magneto from the Brotherhood of Mutants. Such entanglements could spell trouble. How unwise of Captain Rogers! He does not merely represent himself. If they were to suffer humiliation in the face of formidable foes, what would become of the Avengers' reputation? Why did he not consult with himself first? At the moment when the brooding demeanor of the egg-headed figure darkened, Captain Steve, brimming with enthusiasm, approached him alongside his team members, exclaiming that this would be a splendid opportunity to transform the public perception of the Avengers. However, he cautioned that mishandling the situation could lead to a significant embarrassment for the Avengers themselves. Director Nick Fury spoke with a grim expression, "I will handle everything." Captain Steve Rogers, brimming with confidence, replied, "Let us hope so." Nick Fury let out a cold snort, "You better manage this situation. Otherwise, don't blame me." Although he did not complete his sentence, the members of the Avengers were well aware that the director was holding Captain Rogers accountable for his reckless actions. Yet, the man merely smiled, turning his gaze toward Dr. Banner. Captain Rogers understood just how formidable this man would become once transformed. Even if some mutants decided to stir up trouble, what would it matter? The Hulk is certainly not to be underestimated. It is quite a challenge to summon Dr. Banner. If it were not for the false transmission of Director Nick's orders, it would have been impossible to lure him out of the laboratory. As long as he arrives at the scene, success is all but assured. Assemble! Captain Steve tightened the strap of his shield, securing it firmly to his arm, and shouted to the group of team members. Dr. Banner brought up the rear of the formation, his expression betraying a hint of anxiety. Oh no! Before Hulk was sealed, he was utterly unafraid of battle. However, now he yearns to be a researcher, clocking in and out from 9 to 5, rather than serving as a combatant on the front lines. This profession is entirely misaligned with his true calling. How can one possibly navigate such a contradiction? However, Dr. Banner finds himself in a predicament, silently enduring his plight, unable to articulate his struggles. He cannot possibly refuse the presence of Captain Steve before him. Can he? In his mind, the fledgling plan to escape from S.H.I.E.L.D. was rapidly taking shape. He could no longer remain in this wretched place. Greetings, everyone. I am your good friend April. Today, I am honored to bring you a piece of news. Above the island of Manhattan, a magnificent golden tree has emerged, illuminated by a bolt of lightning, as if a congregation of devotees had adorned it, rendering it as though it had descended from the realms of mythology. This is a miracle, a legend, a grand epic. According to the information I have received, those hypocritical members of the Avengers are set to embark on an exploration within. I can guarantee that they will undoubtedly fail. The host, April, stands before the camera, unabashedly expressing her viewpoint. In her eyes, the members of the Avengers are nothing more than sanctimonious hypocrites. Ever since the last encounter, during which she was thoroughly vindicated with the assistance of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, she has emerged as a leading figure among media professionals. She has become a guiding force for the new generation. Consequently, she has inherited and even magnified the art of combat. Thanks to New York City being a bastion of freedom of speech, coupled with the endorsement of the Milcam Industrial Group, she boldly raised her banner, standing in defiance against the Avengers. Were it not for these circumstances, Director Nick would have dispatched agents for a warning the very next day. For an ordinary individual to oppose such a formidable organization of agents is no small feat. Nevertheless, I shall fight until my last breath, declared April with unwavering conviction. Just behind her, a photographer raised the camera, capturing the impending storm as several uniformed superheroes leapt from a small aircraft. First came Captain America, followed by Black Widow, Hawkeye, and Dr. Banner. Were they truly about to confront the Tempest? To face the terrifying deity? Chapter 86. Daredevil? No. Please call me Blind Monk. A tumultuous tempest howled, accompanied by flashes of lightning. The world around was enveloped in a muted gray haze, rendering visibility nearly impossible. Amidst this chaos of wind, dust, and thunder, Captain Steve emerged from the distance, appearing as a solitary figure amidst the raging storm, exuding an aura of unwavering righteousness akin to a steadfast pillar. Following him were his noble comrades, well-equipped and brimming with enthusiasm, all drawn towards the resplendent golden tree that loomed in the heavens. Certain sights, even at first glance, evoke a profound sense of their uniqueness. The Tree of Life. Captain Steve and Dr. Banner exchanged solemn words, their gazes meeting in mutual understanding. However, in that moment, Hawkeye, with a sudden intensity, darted forward without explanation. Pursue! Though Captain Steve remained unaware of what his companion had discovered, he sprinted after him without hesitation. The Black Widow, demonstrating her meticulous nature, attentively assisted Dr. Banner, grasping his hand and urging him deeper into the fray. Dr. Banner managed a faint smile, though he wished to protest, "I truly do not require assistance." Yet, before he could voice his thoughts, he was met with a mouthful of dust, compelling him to remain silent. The wind and sand battered against them. The passage of time was uncertain until the Black Widow came to a halt, her face betraying a look of terror. Following her gaze, they beheld a figure amidst the tempest. In the heart of the storm, amidst the fury of nature, a red-clad figure sat in meditation, oblivious to the encroaching danger, lost in contemplation. Behind him, The magnificent golden tree stood tall against the horizon. Still a distance away. Daredevil! Hawkeye erupted in indignation, recalling the superhero who had slipped through his fingers. As a member of S.H.I.E.L.D, he held little regard for those vigilantes who, lacking credentials, sought to dispense justice. Having risen from the depths to ultimately redeem himself, he understood the hardships of the lower echelons. Yet, he did not believe that their violent enforcement could yield true justice. Only order could bring about justice. Only the order of S.H.I.E.L.D could achieve it. Hawkeye swiftly retrieved an arrow from his quiver, knocking it onto his bowstring, intent on delivering a decisive shot to the prey he had inadvertently let escape. The world's foremost archer would permit no errors. However, Black Widow interjected, halting his action. Hawkeye's expression darkened as he inquired, "Which of the supervillains we once offended do you wish to spare?" Daredevil, though not a supervillain, had become an adversary after being injured by Black Widow and Hawkeye. To show mercy to an enemy? This was hardly characteristic of Black Widow. Her face bore the smile of a mother spider spotting her prey as she queried, "Are you certain that arrow is foolproof?" Upon hearing this, Hawkeye silently returned the ordinary arrow to his quiver, realizing he had been remiss in his judgment. The woman then added, "One must eradicate the roots along with the weeds." Understanding her implication, Hawkeye retrieved a specialized arrow from his quiver. As he bent to draw back the bowstring, he locked onto the red-clad figure with the precision of a hawk targeting its prey. "Daredevil, farewell." With a swift motion, the heavily fletched arrow shot forth, producing a faint crackling sound as it sliced through the air. As it sped towards its destination, the tip of the arrow ruptured, releasing concentrated explosive substances that ignited a remarkable chemical reaction upon contact with the air. A thick plume of white smoke billowed forth. Just as the smoke enveloped Daredevil, flames erupted, accompanied by a terrifying explosion. Captain America asserted confidently, "He is surely doomed." In his estimation, a mere mortal could not withstand such an explosion. Not even a superhero could, and certainly not Daredevil. His fate was sealed. However, Dr. Banner wore a look of surprise. He understood the agility of these superheroes. Although he was perplexed by Daredevil's lack of evasion, it did not seem as though he was seeking death. The winds intensified ominously. Yet, at the site of the explosion, no traces of flesh were found. Instead, it was eerily vacant. As Hawkeye surveyed the scene, disbelief washed over him, and he murmured, "This makes no sense." In the next moment, a red figure materialized 40 meters from the blast, Daredevil, still shrouded by his mask. Yet his hands were wrapped in bandages akin to a traditional martial artist. His fists were clenched tightly, his heightened senses honing in on his adversaries. Black Widow, Hawkeye, the pretentious heroes would pay the price for their actions. He slowly raised his right leg, poised like a razor, targeting his quarry. And in the next instant, a gentle wave of yellow energy emanated from him, imbued with a weightiness reminiscent of the earth itself. Indeed, it was the essence of the earth element. "I shall repay this debt." The night demon charged forward, harnessing that formidable earth energy towards the members of the Avengers before him. Due to their positioning, Captain Steve Rogers faced the brunt of the assault. With a resounding crash, even as he raised his shield in a moment of desperation, it proved insufficient to withstand the impact, and he was forcefully propelled away. Coughing, Captain Rogers wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his face a mask of dread. He felt as if he had been struck by a speeding locomotive. How could this be? How could a mere mortal possess such overwhelming strength? Fear etched across his features. He let out a piercing scream akin to that of a startled groundhog. Chapter 87. The concussed Hawkeye deliberately strikes the Black Widow. Captain Steve Rogers finds himself an unwilling participant in this turmoil. Hawkeye's countenance darkens, for he recalls the severity with which he and the Black Widow had once dealt with Daredevil. Regardless of who instigated this conflict, the moment the discord was established, the possibility of a resolution dissipated. Hawkeye would never bow to another superhero, despite their shared humanity. He is a proud yet insecure archer, placing his sole faith in the long arrow he wields. He has sacrificed too much to become the finest marksman and shall not permit himself to yield. With a swift motion, Hawkeye knocks an arrow to his bow. As he gazes ahead, he is met with a flurry of legs slicing through the air, propelled by fierce winds. He releases his arrows with remarkable speed, unleashing no fewer than 10 in the blink of an eye. Yet, as they near their target, they explode simultaneously, as if heralding some ominous portent. Amidst flames and the cacophony of explosions, a flying kick approaches. Hawkeye feels as though he has been struck by a freight train, sent hurtling through the air. Gasping for breath, intense pain seizes his chest, blood surging to his throat. Before he can expel it, a heavy boot crushes his face. Humiliation, rage, and defiance envelop the marksman, yet he finds himself powerless to resist. His eyes bulge, resembling the vacant gaze of a fish out of water. Alas, he is but a peripheral character in the Avengers, unable to rally the strength for a counterattack. Meanwhile, Daredevil revels in the fruits of his revenge, recalling the excesses of their initial encounter, where Hawkeye and the Black Widow nearly beat him to death for his excessive force against a few thugs. In his most vulnerable moment, why did justice not come knocking? Because violence begets justice. Lacking sufficient power, one cannot proclaim righteousness. Daredevil clasps his hands in gratitude to the esteemed Mr. Li Xuan, who has become a parental figure to him, restoring not only his physical form but also mending his spirit. He has been bestowed with extraordinary strength, paving a path of retribution that is his own. With a resounding thud, Daredevil lands again. As his boot ruthlessly tramples Hawkeye's dignity, driving him into the dirt, Black Widow can no longer remain passive. She turns to Dr. Banner, imploring him in a tone of desperation, "Please help us." Yet, how could Dr. Banner dare to assure her? He can only respond cautiously, "I will do my utmost, but I cannot fully control the monster within me." After being sealed by Li Xuan, Dr. Banner has reverted to a normal state, far from the expectations of the Avengers that he could transform into the enraged God Hulk. Furthermore, the woman before him is hardly virtuous. Dr. Banner had already gleaned some insights from their conversation. After all, each member of the Avengers, without exception, could be considered a pseudo-hero. The arrogant Tony, the duplicitous Captain Steve, the enigmatic Black Widow Natasha, and the self-deprecating yet proud Hawkeye, all were, in essence, eccentric individuals. If the Hulk, who transforms in fits of rage, were to join them, it would indeed be a perfect match. Yet it was the benevolent Li Xuan who granted Dr. Banner the chance to return to normalcy, sealing off the Hulk within him. He provided Dr. Banner the opportunity to embrace General Ross's daughter without the interference of anger. As Hawkeye felt his dignity trampled and buried in the mud, the Daredevil delivered a crushing blow, shattering his right knuckle. Hawkeye let out a powerless and agonizing scream. Just as tears of blood threatened to spill from his eyes, the Daredevil, with a sinister smile, remarked, "Enjoy this moment. You may never wield a bow again." Was this not more painful than putting an end to the sharpshooter Hawkeye? This was true psychological torment, surpassing mere physical harm. From a distance, Black Widow caught sight of this scene, her heart quaking with dread as she contemplated the vengeance that awaited her should she find herself in a similar predicament. Would he shatter her beauty? As her expression fluctuated between fear and uncertainty, Hawkeye rolled his eyes back and fainted. The Daredevil, with an unsettling grin, turned to approach the Black Widow at a speed that seemed almost instantaneous. "Perhaps we can have a conversation," he suggested. Black Widow waved her hands frantically, signaling the distant Dr. Banner to transform quickly. Yet, despite Dr. Banner's face turning crimson, he remained in his human form. Was it true that unreliable men always let one down? With a sudden rush, the Daredevil tightened his fist, the fierce wind coalescing around it, taking on a deep yellow hue. Was this a deliberate strike? Upon witnessing this, Black Widow's countenance changed drastically. She understood that even her most seductive charms would not subdue this man before her. With no other options, she unsheathed a whip from her waist, declaring, "Then let us fight." As the most formidable agent nurtured within the Red Room, she was among the elite chosen from thousands. She was adept at infiltration and espionage, the most trusted female operative of Director Nick. She was struck heavily by a punch. Bang! Black Widow felt as though she had been flung by a bulldozer, soaring into the air before crashing back down to the ground. Her eyes rolled back, and she fainted right then and there. How weak she was! Yet, Could one truly blame her? After all, the daredevil was already among the elite of the elite, having gained the path to extraordinary abilities bestowed by Li Xuan, alongside enduring rigorous training. It was no wonder they were no match for him. What significance does the Iron Man's human-machine integration hold? Daredevil can effortlessly dominate. His confidence has reached unprecedented heights. At this very moment, the despondent Dr. Banner closed his eyes, murmuring, "Come on, grant me a swift end. We harbor no animosity toward one another, do we?" Daredevil, with clarity of thought, shook his head and replied, "Or perhaps, provide me with a reason to strike you? Dr. Banner was taken aback by this man's unexpected rationality, momentarily unable to discern who the true superhero was. Yet, a thought soon crossed his mind. If all the other Avengers lay incapacitated, and he remained unscathed, wouldn't he be the subject of ridicule? "You might as well strike me," he pondered deeply, ultimately resigning to the harsh realities of society's judgment. Truth be told, Daredevil had never encountered such a peculiar situation in his life. Therefore, he resolved to oblige. With a single punch, he sent the earnest Dr. Banner into a blissful unconsciousness. Chapter 88. What a delightful surprise this is. Akin to the Avengers, we observe the range of the thunderstorm gradually diminishing, while the brilliance of the golden tree becomes increasingly resplendent, reminiscent of a divine awakening. April is reporting live on the unfolding events. The dazzling rays of light intertwine with the golden deity tree, crafting exquisite visual tapestries. However, amidst her enthusiastic narration, an unexpected turn of events occurs. In the distant frame of the camera, several individuals lie sprawled haphazardly. What is this? Although April harbors suspicions, she remains uncertain and hastens towards the scene. As the camera jostles and zooms in, the expression on the reporter's face transforms into one of radiant delight. What has she witnessed? To her astonishment, she sees members of the Avengers. April exclaims into the camera, "I was right. Those shameless superheroes have failed to achieve their objectives. They are all defeated." As she gestures animatedly, the camera follows her lead, capturing the individuals on the ground. First, it focuses on Captain America, lying stiffly on the ground like a lifeless fish. His breathing is steady, yet his arm is grotesquely twisted, bearing the weight of his injuries. Following closely behind is Hawkeye, whose vacant gaze is striking. This marks a stark contrast to his usual demeanor, often adorned with sunglasses and an air of cool detachment. Yet now he stares blankly at the sky, muttering, "I am invincible." The master archer. Even at this moment, he refuses to confront the harsh reality. He has lost. He has succumbed to a blind adversary. His defeat is utter and complete. Yet, he remains ensnared in his fantasy, desperately clinging to his lofty stature. As for Black Widow, her condition is even more dire. She has taken a heavy blow from Daredevil, her eyes bulging with shock. Beside her are pools of vomit, clearly a testament to her extreme nausea. Were it not for this, the cunning widow would maintain her elegant composure rather than resembling a madwoman escaped from an asylum. Meanwhile, a somewhat unfamiliar companion lies peacefully asleep. Dr. Banner appears quite serene. Is this human form of Banner not a good person? Despite his volatile temperament and occasional outbursts, he is fortunate to have the benevolent support of Li Xuan. He is indeed the luckiest man among the Avengers. He may soon escape this wretched den. In his dreams, Dr. Banner finds himself blissfully reunited with his girlfriend. A truly exhilarating prospect. What monumental news this is! April surveyed the group of battered soldiers strewn across the ground. Though the intricacies of the events that transpired eluded her, the stark reality lay before her. The invincible Avengers had succumbed to the tempestuous fury of the storm. This news spread with remarkable swiftness, infiltrating countless households throughout New York City. Among this chaos, the journalists eager for a scoop gathered at the press conference, buzzing with excitement. Prior to embarking on their perilous journey into the heart of the thunder and colossal trees, Captain Steve had assured them of his triumphant return. His unwavering confidence had delighted the reporters, who eagerly anticipated the arrival of significant news. Yet what was the outcome? Captain Steve had betrayed their trust, leaving his just comrades deprived of a pay raise and the opportunity to secure first-hand accounts. Such obstruction of financial gain felt akin to a grievous offense. I had always sensed Captain Steve's duplicitous nature. He spoke with such conviction, yet his words proved hollow. I regretted not aligning myself with those who would have provided me with the coveted information. Had I foreseen this? Had I known? I would have never supported the Avengers in the first place. I assert we should head there post-haste. We might still savor a bowl of warm soup. What else is there to discuss? Let us proceed. The horde of journalists buzzed with conversation before dispersing, hastening toward their destination. Meanwhile, Director Nick Fury's expression darkened. Trembling, he extracted a cigarette, but before he could ignite it, he hurled it violently to the ground. I knew it was a reckless endeavor. He seethed with frustration, evidently weary of the unfavorable consequences stemming from Captain Steve's rash leadership. He felt utterly exhausted. His sole aspiration was to lead the team, yet what was the result? Not only had the Avengers become a laughingstock, but S.H.I.E.L.D. also bore the brunt of the fallout. This was unacceptable. Countless agents had fought valiantly in pursuit of ideals, striving to forge a prosperous S.H.I.E.L.D. No, I must rectify this situation. I must instruct Fitz to dispatch a reconnaissance drone to ascertain the circumstances surrounding the divine tree. Should this task prove unachievable, we would undoubtedly be vilified by those unscrupulous journalists. Director Nick Fury declared resolutely, swiftly dialing a number. Shortly after issuing his command, a reconnaissance drone emblazoned with the Falcon emblem soared from the New York City branch. Indeed, where there were no great commanders, Fitz would lead the charge. The area affected by the thunderstorm was diminishing. We could inch closer still. Upon witnessing this transformation, joy radiated from April's countenance. She had longed to uncover the origin of this spectacle. Was it a powerful mutant, a legendary deity, or perhaps extraterrestrial beings from distant galaxies? The possibilities were tantalizingly unknown. This is the primordial force that compels all to explore. April is drawn to experiences that present enigmas, relishing the pursuit they entail. Now, the intrepid journalist embarks on her journey once more, accompanied by a photographer as they hasten towards the resplendent golden tree. As she ventures deeper, in the shadows, fleeting glimpses of green figures dart by, akin to the most devoted sentinels, guarding the darkness while embracing the dawn. The Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles diligently fulfill the tasks assigned by Master Splinter, who unexpectedly emerges from the shadows. The long-absent mentor bears an air of tranquil composure, reminiscent of the wind sweeping through the clouds. As he reaches to stroke his whiskers, an unseen breeze stirs, causing his sleeves to flutter dramatically. Chapter 89. The true form of the Black Tortoise. The resurgence of martial arts teacher Splinter's abilities have grown increasingly formidable. Is it not true that all knowledge was imparted by Lord Li Xuan? Why does he possess such extraordinary strength? Leo's eyes reflected a glimmer of envy. Although he was no slouch himself, having mastered the powers of fire with great proficiency, it did not imply that he had fully realized his potential. The leader of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles was acutely aware of his own shortcomings and engaged in targeted training. Leo continued to make progress, yet he could not compare to Teacher Splinter. Who could fathom the depths of his training? Who could gauge how powerful he had truly become? Would he even measure up to a fraction of Lord Li Xuan's strength? Weef, brandishing a steel fork, initially felt eager to engage, but a recollection of an unpleasant memory caused him to abandon the thought. He certainly did not wish to experience another spanking, particularly from Teacher Splinter's stick, which had brought even the billionaire Tony to tears. Who could withstand such punishment? Unless one possessed an iron will? Then the mightiest among them, Mikey, stepped forward to inquire about the strength of the aged Master Splinter. Would you care to test it? Teacher Splinter responded without hesitation, raising his stick. A sharp intake of breath escaped Weef. Just when he thought his brother was about to receive a beating, an unexpected turn of events transpired. From beneath the distant giant tree, a man emanating an aura akin to a deity suddenly reigned in his presence, as if condensing it to a singular point, reminiscent of a volcano poised to erupt. A qualitative transformation unfolded, a metamorphosis from human to divine. Among those present, only Teacher Splinter sensed the shift in the atmosphere. His expression changed, revealing a mixture of obsession, envy, and a hint of fear. Could it be? Was Teacher Splinter genuinely intimidated by Mikey? How could that be? Weef stood dumbfounded, unable to comprehend the unfolding reality. Yet there it was, undeniable. Following Mikey's inquiry, Teacher Splinter displayed a look of trepidation. Could it be that he could also provoke his master? A spark of eager anticipation ignited in Weef's eyes. Surely Teacher Splinter had merely been bluffing. How could he be so powerful? This was the moment for him to seize control. He aimed to create miracles. He yearned for rebellion. Let me test the teacher's prowess. Weef exclaimed, brandishing his steel fork with enthusiasm as he charged forward. He harnessed the power of ice, summoning the frigid forces to coalesce around him, transforming him into a winter assassin. With his steel fork raised high, he lunged towards Master Splinter. Was he finally poised to conquer Teacher Splinter? Tears of excitement nearly welled in the corners of his eyes. Who could truly comprehend the depth of fear that these teenage mutant ninja turtles held for their beloved teacher? For over a decade, the lesson has remained unchanged. Discipline breeds filial piety. What? You dare to enter a rebellious phase? I shall beat you into submission. Just as Wei Fu believed victory was at hand, Teacher Sprint extended a hand with nonchalance and, with a gentle squeeze, captured him effortlessly. Why can't I move? Wei Fu felt a tingling numbness enveloping his entire being, rendering him utterly powerless. Was his assumption misguided? Teacher Sprint, I believe there may be a misunderstanding between us. Wei Fu stammered, but the next moment, he felt the world spin violently as he crashed to the ground. With that fall, all his ice attributes dissipated, as if bound by an invisible force. Was this not an exaggeration? Just a single move? Leo, astonished, knew the prowess of his brother, who was no novice, at least not weaker than the so-called human heroes. Yet now, he could not even withstand a single strike from Teacher Sprint. Under Leo's watchful gaze, the massive rat raised its stick and then brought it down gently. Thud. The turtle man emitted a wretched howl akin to that of a hapless creature. Pain. Excruciating pain. Wei Fu's heart shattered on the spot. How could there be such a disparity when they were both taught by Lord Li Xuan? He sobbed like a wronged maiden. Teacher Sprint, however, humbly proclaimed, in comparison to the Great One, I am but a speck of dust, unable to withstand the brilliance of the full moon. He could already sense the forces of nature, skillfully wielding the powers of heaven and earth. The more he grew stronger, the more he recognized the chasm between him and Li Xuan. There exists an undeniable disparity among individuals. The gap between this massive rat and Li Xuan was akin to the distance to divinity. The difference was insurmountable. How could one even play this game? Teacher Sprint vowed to follow Lord Li Xuan to the ends of the earth. What is this called? Early investment. Perhaps it would lead him to a divine position. In the land of Huaxia, such actions are referred to as supporting the dragon's throne, also known as the merits of following the dragon, for the sake of elevating oneself alongside that one individual. Meanwhile, the brilliance from the divine tree grew increasingly concentrated, shimmering like a heavy shade of ink gold. This was a manifestation of immense power contraction. Beneath the tree stood a man, resembling a deity, radiating divine light. The silver power symbolizing thunder intertwined with the force of the divine tree, elevating him to the stature of an ethereal being. This was the formidable impact resulting from the transformation of the bloodline within Li Xuan. It was akin to an ascension, a comparison to an ant striving for a lifetime, which could never rival the grandeur of an elephant or a whale. This was the limit dictated by genetics. Now, Li Xuan possessed the capital to crush opponents with sheer talent. If one dared to defy, he would make them submit. Li Xuan casually extended his hand to grasp, and immediately, a series of thunderous sounds erupted from the void, accompanied by the swaying silhouette of the divine tree behind him, as if the deity was proclaiming its sovereignty. Is it possible that the mere presence of the divine body could yield such astonishing effects? If coupled with the already mastered Xuanwu true art, would not his martial prowess become even more formidable? A flicker of intrigue passed through Li Xuan's eyes, and he promptly began to channel the secrets of the technique, allowing the brilliant golden martial elixir within him to fervently absorb energy, initiating a phase of expansion and growth. Gradually, the towering divine tree began to retract, slowly returning to the void. What re-emerged behind Li Xuan was a terrifying visage reminiscent of the mythical Xuanwu. Indeed, it was the manifestation of martial law, It was the true form of Xuanwu. Chapter 90. The bowing mouse sage and the fiery Qilin under the beast's roar. Roar! The colossal monster emerging from the primeval age bellowed skyward, unleashing a tempest of thunder and hurricane. It blotted out the sun, radiating an aura of overwhelming might that would instill fear even in the hearts of superheroes. Are superheroes not human? And this terrifying manifestation of the tortoise spirit, is it not beyond humanity? As Li Xuan's profound tortoise technique intertwined with his bloodline, the resultant power was exponentially greater than the mere sum of its parts. What does this equate to? It is akin to a great nation shifting its deterrent from conventional missiles to the might of nuclear weapons, a staggering amplification by thousands of times. This immense potential within Li Xuan's being accounts for the formidable effects he conjures when he employs the profound tortoise technique. Russell. Meanwhile, a small reconnaissance aircraft hastily approached from the distant horizon. Atop it, the emblem of S.H.I.E.L. DS Falcon was adorned with cameras capturing every angle without exception. On the opposite shore, director Nick Fury, utilizing a high-tech wrist device, gazed across the lake. Upon witnessing the live broadcast of the scene, his heart tightened. What manner of creature is that terrifying great turtle? And what is that colossal serpent coiling upon it? As the head of the agency, he possessed knowledge that eluded many. Yet, at this moment, Nick Fury appeared utterly bewildered. He could not comprehend the enormity of the situation, but he understood the catastrophic consequences should this monstrous entity unleash its wrath. With a grim expression reflecting his duty to nation and people, he embodied justice in that instant, and S.H.I.E.L.D. stood as the bastion of justice, destined to shine forth before the world. Eternal radiance. How astonishingly cool this is. Beneath the swaying shadows of the trees, two figures dashed past with great urgency. As the female journalist and her photographer drew nearer, April beheld the vanishing divine tree, the colossal beast soaring through the sky, and the terrifyingly magnificent anomalies above. From her distant vantage, she caught sight of a figure beneath the tortoise spirit. That extraordinary grace. Just as I had imagined, he must surely be a deity, the journalist murmured, her eyes shimmering with excitement and anticipation. She had invested immense effort to obtain this first-hand account. Merely by being in peril, she had achieved feats beyond the reach of ordinary individuals, let alone the challenge of confronting the unknown existence. Russell. April lightened her footsteps as she advanced, and the man seemed to sense her presence, turning his head. As he raised his arm and reached forward, a deafening rumble echoed in the air. A resounding, thunderous roar echoed from the sky, followed closely by searing flames interwoven with flashes of lightning, coalescing into breathtaking and enigmatic images. Were they akin to the auroras that grace the farthest northern reaches? Yet, they were even more captivating than the auroras themselves. A truly magnificent sight. As a journalist, April exuded audacity within her professional domain. However, the photographer trailing her began to feel a twinge of trepidation. He was genuinely startled by the spectacle before him. Being merely an ordinary individual, he lacked the courage to confront such supernatural forces. From his perspective, his partner's bravery was astonishing. How could she remain so composed in the face of such peril? Were it not for the professional integrity that bound him as a photographer, he would have long since fled. Suddenly, amidst his heightened tension, a casual glance sent a jolt of shock through him. How could this be? He scanned a nearby corner, gasping in disbelief. Such cowardice! April merely shook her head at the sight. She held little regard for her companion's fragile disposition, deeming him a mere fool. What was all the fuss about? Why was he so flustered? No, that couldn't be right. Look over there. The photographer was on the verge of tears, and where he pointed, several figures began to materialize slowly. Curious, April initially dismissed her partner's claims, but his incessant urgings compelled her to turn and look. Under her gaze, the tall figure of Master Splinter and the familiar forms of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles came into view. What a surprise to encounter them here. A smile illuminated April's face, for she wished to express her gratitude to these good friends for their past heroics in saving her. Come, let us investigate, she exclaimed. But before she could finish her sentence, she dashed toward them. The photographer, biting his lip and nearly in tears, reluctantly followed, unwilling to be abandoned in such a foreboding place. As they drew closer to the Ninja Turtles, a remarkable scene unfolded. Master Splinter knelt reverently before the sacred tree, and the three turtles followed suit, bowing as if in a pilgrimage. Their faces radiated an expression of devotion and faith, as if engaged in a profoundly sacred act. April, witnessing this, found herself momentarily taken aback. She recognized these individuals as formidable superheroes. Ordinary people might be susceptible to deception, but these were capable beings. Why would they act in such a manner? Could they have been duped by a trickster? April pondered, but this notion was swiftly dismissed with a shake of her head. After eliminating the most improbable options, the remaining animal superheroes seemed to be genuinely venerating a remarkably capable individual, or perhaps a deity. A glimmer of anticipation sparkled in April's eyes. She felt as though she was on the brink of uncovering something monumental, inching closer to that legendary god. She raised her fist, her face alight with exhilaration. If that were the case, it would be utterly magnificent. Yet, amidst her excitement, a reconnaissance aircraft soared through the sky nearby, moving at an astonishing speed and appearing before her in the blink of an eye. However, as it encountered the terrifying visage of the tortoise, an extraordinarily bizarre event transpired. The aircraft, emblazoned with the insignia of S.H.I.E.L.D, began to disintegrate in mid-air, as if confronted by an insurmountable force. What is happening? April pondered with confusion. Could it be that the deity had intervened? Meanwhile, beneath the ominous figure of the tortoise, a series of beastly roars echoed forth, reminiscent of the fabled Fire-Qi-Lan. Chapter 91. The Fire-Qi-Lan and the deity of the mortal realm. An unprecedented debate. 2-2. Heavens, what on earth is that? April was utterly astonished. Before her eyes, a swirling mass of flames emerged, soon transforming into a terrifying sea of molten lava. The searing, blistering heat seemed capable of melting everything in its path. Amidst these flickering flames, a figure resembling a fallen celestial being manifested, surrounded by a roaring crimson Qi-Lan apparition, exuding destruction, chaos, and bloodshed. The formidable aura characteristic of a harbinger of death permeated the atmosphere. When Li Xuan first ascended to the status of a superhero, it was the mad Qi-Lan blood that served as his foundation. Now, with his elevation to divinity and the stimulation of the Xuanwu true art, the power of this sacred beast was once again awakened. Originally, the Fire Qi-Lan was a symbol of auspiciousness, a guardian of the dragon veins. However, this mad Qi-Lan had entirely reversed that notion. Its blood was infused with boundless malice. As the ethereal image of the Fire Qi-Lan swirled around Li Xuan, it resembled a terrifying demon clawing its way out of hell, brandishing a slaughtering blade intent on annihilating all life. In the next moment, the mad Qi-Lan roared into the air, as if audaciously declaring its dominion. But then a remarkable transformation occurred. When Li Xuan transformed his hand into a blade, the piercing intent of the demonic knife surged forth, causing the mad Qi-Lan to become docile. It affectionately nudged the palm of the man beside it, resembling a devoted pet. Yet, when its gaze swept around, it turned fiercely aggressive, akin to a brash bully. This is perilous. The distant female reporter felt a chilling dread. It is worth noting that her courage was not insignificant. Yet, now she was left pale with fear, sensing that a moment's inattention could lead to her demise. How could this be? Director Nick, through the shattered transmission from the monitor, clearly beheld the figure beneath that terrifying apparition. This was a person he had never anticipated. Was this the bloodied hand butcher? This significantly disrupted his plans. Had he known that Li Xuan was such a formidable ally, he would have thought twice before inviting the Iron Man. Was this not akin to picking up a sesame seed while discarding a watermelon? The director of S.H.I.E.L.D was both furious and irritated, wishing to slap himself in the depths of his frustration. In the days when the Avengers had not yet become a tarnished name, he still retained a sense of dignity and conviction. But now, he was witnessing the gradual unraveling of the Avengers' once promising reputation. Not only had Iron Man been rendered incapacitated, but Black Widow and Hawkeye had also suffered considerable disgrace. Even Captain America, whose esteemed reputation had been cultivated over decades, had seen a significant portion of his honor eroded. God knows how highly regarded Captain America was in the past. However, now that their self-serving nature has been unveiled, hasn't he effectively collapsed? Were it not for his own efforts to engage the media in a damage control campaign, the Avengers would have been utterly ruined. Yet, the butcher Li Xuan is a different story. Ever since his expulsion from S.H.I.E.L.D., he has not only flourished but has also vigorously promoted affordable electricity initiatives, garnering immense public support. His capabilities have now been completely laid bare. Who could have anticipated that he would possess such formidable combat prowess? Surely, Director Nick would be compelled to revere him like a deity. The terrifying manifestations of the Xuanwu and the Divine Tree appear to be anything but trivial. One can only foresee what kind of reverence the residents of New York City will exhibit upon discovering his formidable strength. Will he ascend to divine status due to his power? Will he be met with resounding cheers and acclaim? Meanwhile, the Avengers plunge into obscurity? Director Nick clutched the high-tech wristband, his complexion pale, his teeth clenched in frustration. How bitter it must feel. The crowd surged around him, a cacophony of sneakers and high heels echoing on the ground. It turned out to be the reporters and photographers. As this group of journalists, who had stormed out of the S.H.I.E.L.D. press conference, arrived at the riverside, they began to sprint, eager to uncover what lay beneath that terrifying Xuanwu manifestation that had caused the invincible Avengers to falter. Though they feared the unknown and the specter of death, the allure of monetary gain propelled them forward. What does this signify? It underscores the captivating power of capital. Or perhaps it reveals humanity's relentless ambition to pursue extraordinary power, like moths drawn to a flame. Roar! The fearsome Xuanwu bellowed, exhaling clouds of smoke, each breath echoing like the wrath of the heavens. Beneath this Xuanwu manifestation, amidst the blazing, unquenchable flames, the frenzied Qilin gradually revealed itself, having been subdued by Li Xuan. Meanwhile, the nine-tails fox within Li Xuan's body widened its eyes in disbelief, never anticipating that its new master possessed such might. Surely, even the old sage of the six paths could not compare. The nine-tails muttered to itself, shrinking timidly within that space, hoping only to avoid trouble. It was merely a well-behaved, gentle, obedient little fox. As for the female reporter April, after enduring countless hardships, finally stood beneath that terrifying phenomenon. Her wishes were fulfilled. She gazed eagerly at the man before her, her face reflecting excitement, surprise, and shock in myriad expressions. Stammering, she could hardly find her voice. "Great Butcher, you are truly a god among men. I prefer you to call me Blood-Soaked Butcher," he replied, embodying a defiant demeanor. Li Xuan shrugged nonchalantly, exuding an air of casualness. Yet behind him, the bloodline-derived fire Qilin roared fiercely, akin to a loyal hound guarding its master. This fire Qilin was inherently a harbinger of destruction. Yet who could contest Li Xuan's mastery of the devil's heart? "Are you mad? I am far more insane." Li Xuan effortlessly subdued it, which served as a stark warning to the female reporter before him, causing her cheeks to flush crimson. The effect was palpable. It seemed the reporter was even more exhilarated. April gazed at him with unabashed admiration, utterly captivated by the man before her. Even if Li Xuan were to wave his hand, it could spell her demise. Yet who could resist such formidable power? To witness a Superman in the flesh would surely evoke an extraordinary thrill and joy, one that would make even death seem a worthy exchange. Days later, following the sensational news of the superhero Butcher spreading through New York City, the public's clamor grew ever louder, culminating in an unprecedented fervor of discussion. Chapter 92. The Butcher of Paradise? The successful development of self-healing potions and steel armor initially, Li Xuan established his persona as one who harbors a deep-seated aversion to evil, a decisive executor of justice who seeks outcome-based righteousness. Consequently, during the apprehension of criminals, acts of judgment frequently transpired. In this process, the criminals, fearful for their lives, propagated rumors that exaggerated the sense of danger surrounding the Butcher. They proclaimed that the Butcher had gone mad. To him, the entirety of New York City resembled a livestock farm, with all its inhabitants as lambs. This notion was maliciously disseminated, exploited by certain keyboard warriors, tarnishing Li Xuan's noble deeds as brutal slaughter. Yet, the circumstances have dramatically shifted. When one's strength merely surpasses that of those around them, it invites envy and resentment. However, when one's displayed power becomes overwhelmingly formidable, one transforms into a companion of justice. Li Xuan exemplifies this transformation. His renown has burgeoned. He has become akin to a viral sensation, sweeping across New York City and radiating outward. Slogans such as Great Love Butcher, Heavenly Butcher, Invincible Butcher began to proliferate in the streets and alleyways. Undoubtedly, Li Xuan has achieved meteoric fame. Coupled with his initiative to develop affordable electricity, he has successfully guided the impoverished populace toward a new world. He is the modern-day king of thunder. As Li Xuan garnered increasing acceptance among the masses, significant advancements were also made within the Milcam Industrial Group's laboratory regarding the research of self-healing potions. Dr. Lizard had been tirelessly exploring limb regeneration technology, albeit taking a rather ambitious leap by transforming himself into a lizard man. However, upon receiving Li Xuan's financial backing, the obstacles on the path to success were obliterated. With ample technology, funds, and personnel, and the addition of Dr. Octopus as a research team, it was a veritable capitalist's dream come true. Dr. Lizard lifted a freshly concocted test tube filled with a verdant liquid, cradling it carefully before his eyes, filled with satisfaction. Meanwhile, Dr. Octopus slumped exhaustedly in his chair, wiping the sweat from his brow, weary from the relentless days and nights of research. He had long surpassed the limits of fatigue. Were it not for his desire to assist his colleague, he would not have exerted himself so diligently. He felt utterly drained, yet he bore no regrets. In their collaborative research, they had witnessed the remarkable efficacy of self-healing potion number 1 during experiments involving live lab mice. The potion could cure ailments, resurrecting even those with shattered hearts or severe illnesses within a short span of time, and it not only healed but also enhanced physical strength and vitality. In this world, no other form of medical treatment has achieved such extraordinary results. Although human trials have yet to be conducted, Dr. Otto is already convinced that this will be the perfect specimen destined for success. If an experimenter is absolutely necessary, then let it be me. As Dr. Lizard indulges in his own thoughts, Dr. Octopus, slumped in his chair, deftly manipulates a mechanical arm to retrieve the potion. He easily twists open the vial and consumes its contents. The entire sequence unfolds with such rapidity and naturalness that Dr. Lizard is momentarily taken aback. He exclaims, "Dr. Otto, you should not have made such a grave error." Dr. Octopus chuckles, feeling the void within him swiftly filled. He experiences a transformation from frailty to vitality. This effect is precisely what they had sought. Dr. Connors, we are merely one step away from victory. You must be bolder. While we cannot dictate the course of war, we can eradicate disease. We shall change the world. We have succeeded. Dr. Octopus steps forward to embrace him warmly. Indeed, we have succeeded, Dr. Lizard echoes, gradually revealing a glimmer of joy on his face. After all, Dr. Otto did not seek volunteers for the experiment but took it upon himself. Although the trial was reckless, they achieved success. What a bold spirit this is, a dedication to science. Just then, Li Xuan enters the room, and upon seeing the two men, he realizes that the experiment has progressed remarkably. He speaks. It seems we are on the brink of changing the world. Indeed, we shall change the world. Dr. Lizard and Dr. Octopus reiterate with fervor. Their spirits soar with passion and hope, fueled by a simple ideal. The power ignited by such deep-seated belief is sure to transform this world. Suddenly, the crackling of fire mingled with the sounds of mechanical collisions reverberates within the advanced industrial facility of Hankmore. With Justin inviting Ivan and the ingenious Donatello from the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles for guidance, the research on mechanized armor enters a phase of rapid advancement, evolving at a pace visible to the naked eye. On the first day, a brand new design blueprint is created. On the second day, the entire framework is constructed. On the third day, various joints and components are manufactured, and now assembly is imminent. Such a frenzied pace of development leaves President Justin dumbfounded. This is why he could never quite catch up to Iron Man Tony. It turns out his previous research team lacked the necessary brilliance. However, with the assistance of the butcher Li Xuan, he is now able to revel in the advantages bestowed by genius, positioning him to potentially outshine Iron Man Tony in the near future. God knows how many setbacks Tony has caused him. Heaven knows how suffocated Hankermore Advanced Industries felt under the overwhelming pressure from Stark Industries. Yet, everything has changed now. A new dawn is approaching. President Justin, in a fit of excitement, was animatedly gesticulating when his secretary approached with news. The Mark Zero armor has been assembled. Shall we proceed with the weapon testing? Excellent, absolutely marvelous, Justin exclaimed, stumbling as he hurried towards the laboratory. There, he beheld the towering 5-meter-high steel behemoth. Beside the Iron Titan, Ivan removed his sunglasses while Donnie gestured as if to suggest, "Let us seek military forces for testing the armor." Although this was merely a simplified version of the armor, designed by Donnie and Ivan as the Mark Zero, intended for data collection to forge a stronger Iron Legion, to Ivan it appeared as an Iron Tyrant, exuding an air of suffocating dominance. Meanwhile, Iron Man Tony was in peril. Chapter 93, The Defamation of the War Machine and the Birth of the Lightning Man. So, how do you intend to confront Iron Tony? Ivan casually brought up this topic, seemingly without intention. However, merely considering his identity reveals the truth. This fellow is a sworn enemy of Tony. Thus, is this a question regarding my stance? Justin squinted thoughtfully and remarked, I shall reach out to my military acquaintances to conduct a battle armor drill, and I will extend an invitation to Colonel Rhodes, a dear friend of Iron Man, to observe the proceedings. Trust me, he will not stand idly by while this contraption dares to provoke his friend. Then he will be unable to resist the urge to unleash the war machine. Indeed, he shall be left utterly defeated. At that moment, Iron Man Tony's expression will undoubtedly be far from pleasant. Will he dare to challenge me? Our indomitable Iron Overlord shall surely vanquish him. Ivan brimmed with confidence. Beside him, the Ninja Turtle Donatello nodded in agreement, stating, although our Iron Overlord is merely a prototype, I believe it rivals any armor of Iron Man. This is not mere boastful rhetoric. After all, this prototype is equipped with an arsenal of weaponry, featuring not only a machine gun with the caliber of a tank's cannon, but also a sharp energy blade suspended from its back, along with propulsion boosters and an energy beam cannon. One can only imagine the terrifying devastation it would unleash when set in motion. Moreover, this iron behemoth is equipped with 3 miniature nuclear reactors, strategically positioned in its chest and legs. This is not merely a simple multiplication by 3. Rather, it represents an exponential amplification of power. The force unleashed will be formidable enough to obliterate anything in its path. In the coming days, under the auspices of Hank's advanced industrial arrangements, the trial concerning the Iron Tyrant prototype is gaining momentum, spreading towards the outskirts of New York City. The media is abuzz with excitement, eagerly releasing news reports. In ordinary times, Iron Man Tony Stark was merely a privileged heir, impervious to any form of sanction. But what of the present? Hank Mayer's Advanced Industries has astonishingly proclaimed the creation of an entirely new battle armor, a bold assertion that certainly strikes a significant blow to Tony's reputation. He boldly proclaimed that for the next 2 decades, no one would be able to develop mecha technology. Yet here we are now. It has indeed come to fruition. They do not anticipate that Hank Moore's advanced industrial mechs will be the pinnacle of technology. Rather, possessing a certain level of combat capability suffices. Journalists can then boast that these mechs are as formidable as Iron Man. In that case, what does it matter if Tony faces misfortune? He is but a destined loser. Clang. Within the confines of this military barracks, upon witnessing the unfolding news, Colonel Rhodes, a close friend of Iron Man Tony, shattered the steel cup in his hand in a fit of rage. Is he defending his dear friend Tony? He is well aware of the profound compassion exhibited by his friends. He will not permit Tony to be unjustly vilified by the reporters of the newspaper. After all, if even a superhero can be so cruelly tormented, then this world would indeed be in a state of utter despair. Throughout this process, Colonel Rhodes has utterly abandoned the critique of societal fairness, opting instead to don tinted spectacles, akin to the manner in which Iron Man Tony Stark shares a singular pair of trousers. This circumstance evokes a sensation akin to a cornered dog. Reflecting upon Iron Man's experiences within the realm of American comics, one could argue that he would be better off dead than alive. After all, the Illuminati, an organization founded by Tony Stark, is notoriously infamous. Following the Hulk's rampage in Las Vegas, The members of this assembly emerged to denounce Banner, branding him a ticking time bomb and exiling him into the cosmos. While this temporarily alleviated tensions, it inadvertently paved the way for the later infamous event known as Hulk vs. New York City. In the subsequent secret invasion, the so-called just Illuminati, in an effort to dissuade the Skrulls from nefarious intentions, rashly infiltrated the Cthulhu's domain, employing military intimidation and declaring that any infringement would elicit the wrath of the mightiest superheroes. However, the outcome was quite the contrary, as the Six were unfortunate enough to be captured. During their captivity, the Skrulls conducted extensive bodily experiments on them, laying the groundwork for their replication. This exemplifies a classic case of overestimating one's capabilities while underperforming in execution. If the multiverse were devoid of such inept allies, one can only imagine how peaceful it might have been. I shall undoubtedly restore Tony's honor. Meanwhile, Colonel Rhodes resolutely proclaimed, his gaze fixated upon the screen below, where a silhouette of Tony embracing him was displayed. What a pure friendship! What a camaraderie worthy of celebration! The Colonel envisioned donning the iron armor gifted by Tony during a mecha drill, planning to engage in a contest with Hank Pym's advanced industry, envisioning a triumphant moment to silence those oblivious reporters. Amidst the escalating fervor of the mech armor incident in New York City, beneath the Osborne Industries edifice, a timid male electrician huddled as he cautiously entered through the glass doors. After swiping his employee card, he dared not engage with others, keeping his head low as he traversed inside. Max, a doctoral graduate in electrical engineering, possessed a natural aptitude for power grids and independently designed the entire building's power supply schematic, rendering him a pivotal contributor to the structure. Yet he received none of the respect he rightfully deserved. Instead, he was ridiculed as an unsociable oddity. He resembled a pitiful pug. Even the welcoming hostess with her voluminous waves offered him no warmth, for he could not rival the polished appearance of the office-dwelling white-collar workers. What if Max was a skilled technician? He was merely destined to be a laborer. With a heavy clang, the imposing push-pull door closed behind him. Max descended into the underground power room, surrounded by countless water tanks, within which electric eels swam. This workshop, a marvel of biological electricity generation, was the brainchild of his genius invention. It surpassed conventional industrial power generation in both environmental friendliness and practicality. However, this innovation did not capture the attention of the Green Goblin, Osborn, who merely regarded it as a form of energy efficiency. Fortunately, Max was indifferent to accolades. He yearned to curl up within his own world, perceiving the transformations of the universe through his humble gaze. Superheroes were indeed remarkable. He never anticipated that Iron Man and Captain America could be such repugnant individuals. If you ask me, the Butcher is the true superhero. Even while climbing the stairs, he eagerly indulged in browsing the web. Yet, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Chapter 94. The War Machine's Despair. Electro's metamorphosis. How could this be? Max appeared to have glimpsed some terrifying revelation. His countenance drastically altered, even bordering on hysteria. How could this be possible? How could Spider-Man Peter possibly commit murder? This simply should not be the case. Although the media has dubbed Peter as the Spider Demon, Max, who has witnessed Spider-Man's growth firsthand, holds his own set of criteria and principles. He strongly identifies with Peter's actions. Even if Peter's recent behavior appears dark, so what? Max simply adores Peter as Spider-Man. He is an utterly devoted fan. Yet the news notifications on mobile apps now read, bite marks discovered in Hell's Kitchen, suspected to be the work of Spider-Man. Countless spider silk traces found at homicide scene. Does this imply that the Spider Demon has descended into becoming a murderer? A heartfelt warning to the masses. Do not linger outside late at night. Absolutely not. The superhero I adore would never be like this. Michael shook his head vehemently, the exaggerated motion causing him to lose balance. His foot slipped, sending him tumbling down the staircase. Fortunately, at the last moment, he managed to grasp the railing, but his body now dangled precariously in midair. As he glanced downward, the electric eels in the aquarium below writhed and twisted, emitting faint blue currents. Thousands of them? Don't fall. Mustn't fall. Max struggled desperately, attempting to extricate himself from this dire predicament. Yet his palms continued slipping inch by inexorable inch. At last, In utter despair, he shut his eyes tightly. As the man plunged into the pool below, a surge of formidable electricity shimmered violently, instantly coursing through his entire being, enveloping his flesh and bones in an eerie, pulsating cerulean glow. Come. Join our glorious evolution. Boundless agony enveloped him. The scorching sun blazed overhead. Within the military camp, as the Hankmare Industries trucks rolled into the training grounds, the soldiers stood in eager anticipation. Earlier that morning, their commanding officer had announced momentous news. They would have the privilege of witnessing a duel between Iron Man and Iron Man. What an extraordinary delight it was! One must understand that the dazzling armor invented by Tony had captivated the hearts of all the youth. The manufacturers naturally seized the opportunity to release a series of merchandise, without exception. Those figurines sold like wildfire. But now, Hankmare Industries has actually unveiled an exosuit capable of rivaling Iron Man's armor? This development seems to have greatly displeased Colonel Rhodes. He boldly proclaimed his intention to deliver a resounding blow to Hankmare Industries during the weapon showcase, asserting that the armor developed by his dear friend Tony was the most formidable of all. Suddenly, a brilliant flash descended from the heavens. With a thunderous impact, the visor of the black armor known as War Machine opened, and the arrival of Colonel Rhodes elicited jubilant cheers from the soldiers gathered in the arena. He waved like a celebrity and then declared, "Silence. Please, we have matters to attend to." Colonel Rhodes turned his gaze towards the truck bearing the insignia of Hankmare Industries, and under his scrutiny, the door of the vehicle gradually swung open. What manner of armor might this be? With a crisp sound, a pair of human leather shoes made their appearance, followed closely by a rather punchable face. He held a toothpick between his lips, casting a somewhat indifferent glance around him. It seemed as though he was inquiring, "Are you all prepared?" Ivan murmured, "What is this?" Colonel Rhodes had not yet regained his composure when he saw the man extract a controller from his bosom and press a button. Bang! The truck's compartment creaked open, revealing the terrifying iron behemoth concealed within. Towering, majestic, and fearsome, the monstrous steel entity emerged before the crowd. The moment it makes its appearance, captivates the attention of all. Even amidst the strictly disciplined ranks of the military, there also emerged a cacophony of exclamations such as F.S.H.I.E.L.D and Mother F.R. They are merely a group of young individuals. Even though one might have previously encountered Colonel Rhodes' mechs, they were merely of an ordinary human size. However, the machinery brought forth by Hankmare Industries this time is truly colossal. Before him, the War Machine armor appeared as nothing more than an oversized child. What is there to fight? Colonel Rhodes's expression gradually darkened as he found himself unexpectedly confronted by such a formidable adversary. He had initially assumed it would be of a size comparable to Tony's armor, but to his astonishment, it was indeed 2 sizes larger. Merely gazing upon that formidable steel armor evokes a sense of trepidation. It is even more difficult to fathom what challenges lie ahead. Just as the colonel found himself enveloped in silence, the president of Hankmare Industries approached from a short distance away, accompanied by a group of military magnates who engaged in lively discussion, seemingly praising the ironclad armor. This was originally meant to belong to him, wasn't it? Colonel Rhodes experienced a significant emotional disparity. Although he verbally proclaimed his intention to regard him as a part of the camp, in reality, he had already become a star within the military enclave. Had he begun to relish this newfound privilege? Yet now, what of it? That detestable President Justin, that foolish merchant, has audaciously usurped his brilliance, precisely when he was engulfed in a fit of rage. President Justin, however, remarked, "Is it not time to commence the drill?" The array of military bigwigs nodded in agreement, and shortly thereafter, dispatched a general of modest rank to approach Colonel Rhodes. He addressed the colonel, urging him to prepare for battle, emphasizing the importance of performing well, as he now represented their collective dignity. "We must not disappoint the expectations of our commander," he declared.
Colonel Rhodes nodded affirmatively.
Yet as he cast his gaze upon the formidable iron tyrant adversary, a wave of trepidation washed over him. He felt a pang of weakness creeping in. In contrast, Ivan, standing beside the iron tyrant, was filled with fervor. He regarded Rhodes, yet his thoughts were consumed by the image of Iron Man, Tony Stark. What if he could overpower the suit engineered by Stark? Would that not signify the dimming of Iron Man's illustrious aura? After all, he was merely a billionaire. The Ivan family was the true powerhouse. With a thunderous roar, Ivan activated the Iron Tyrant, and a pale luminescence emanated from the mechanical behemoth's eye sockets, accompanied by a cacophony of grinding sounds. Suddenly, the Iron Tyrant leapt into the air and crashed down forcefully, creating a massive crater in the solid ground. Dust billowed into the air as the colossal machine groaned under the strain. Chapter 95. Calling out to Iron Man, "Are you up to the challenge?" A new era dawns. The ground trembled as countless fragments of stone erupted into the air, and along with the colossal fist's descent, a web of fissures stretched out over several meters. One can only fathom the catastrophic consequences if such a strike were to land on a human being. As Colonel Rhodes gradually lifted his head, he beheld the formidable Ironmonger, who was evidently eager to make his mark. This man appeared increasingly gaunt. Suddenly, the military camp erupted with fervor, akin to a handful of sesame seeds tossed into hot oil, adding a touch of excitement to the unfolding battle. War Machine, go! Colonel Rhodes shall prevail. Charge forth. Fight like a true warrior. Do not betray our trust. Amidst the chorus of encouragement, Colonel Rhodes' gaze grew resolute. He was the superhero piloting the armored suit, bearing the hopes of all his comrades within the camp. How could he possibly falter? Victory was his destiny. With a whoosh, the war machine's eyes glowed red, and Colonel Rhodes unleashed a barrage of bullets. The sound echoed like a fiery serpent slicing through the sky. In an instant, Ironmonger, piloted by Ivan, opened his palm to intercept the speeding projectiles and, in a swift motion, deflected dozens of them back. The war machine evaded with remarkable speed but was grazed by a few, causing him to stumble precariously. A wave of helplessness washed over Colonel Rhodes. His opponent was overwhelmingly strong. Yet, he possessed his own secret weapon. Small homing missiles. Kneeling on one knee, the war machine aimed the cannon mounted behind him at Ironmonger and fired with fervor. The ensuing explosion unleashed a staggering shockwave accompanied by searing light. To everyone's astonishment, Ironmonger remained unyielding, absorbing the impact as if a mighty lion had awakened. Blue arcs of electricity crackled from Ironmonger's back as he activated his thrusters, rapidly closing the distance to the war machine. In the next breath, a heavy blow descended. With a resounding crash, the war machine endured the strike, akin to a stalk of green onion being driven into concrete. Colonel Rhodes' lower legs were forcefully embedded into the ground. Such brutality! It was as if a plaything were being toyed with. Everyone present gasped in disbelief. Could it be that Ironmonger surpassed the armor created by Iron Man by several magnitudes? Did this signify that the once pro everyone present harbored diverse thoughts? Yet there was an unmistakable excitement in the air, as if they were witnessing a momentous chapter in history. Bang, bang, bang. The Iron Tyrant relentlessly struck, driving the man before him deep into the ground. With a final resounding blow, only the man's head remained above the earth. The Iron Tyrant has once again torn the mask off Colonel Rhodes. The man, whose eyes were filled with determination, now wore a vacant expression, stammering and at a loss for words. He felt as though his legs had been shattered, engulfed by a torment akin to being torn apart. Yet, how does this physical agony compare to the anguish of the soul? He piloted the powerful armor developed by Tony, only to be vanquished by the wretched counterfeit produced by Hanks Industrial. He was meant to bask in the resounding cheers and applause, was he not? He was utterly defeated. Reflecting on his prior confidence before the battle, he felt as though he had transformed into a fool. The situation seemed to suggest that our collaboration could proceed smoothly. Although the influential figures within the military camp were displeased with their defeat, the prospect of being able to procure such weaponry brought them a measure of joy. They would soon possess this formidable armament. Meanwhile, President Justin responded with a smile but refrained from mentioning the price, merely stating that a dedicated team would engage in discussions. He intended to secure a substantial profit from this deal. As for Ivan, ensconced within the mech, he merely shrugged, questioning whether the opponent was simply too weak. Even his fervor for battle quickly waned. Not even reliable data has been gathered? It seems they must still rely on Iron Man. Engaging in battle with him would undoubtedly be extraordinarily captivating. As for the production and sale of battle armor, Ivan cast a scornful glance at the exuberant generals, pondering how they could possibly neglect to leave a contingency plan. They not only seek to exploit the resources of Hankmare Industries, not only to share in the profits from sales, but they also wish to undermine further. They will leave a backdoor in the control core of the battle armor for the purpose of a complete recall when necessary. What does this equate to? Is it not akin to reaping the benefits without cost, yet still expecting others to pay? It is indeed as if Emperor Qin Shi Huang has triumphed by grasping the power of electricity. The war machine has been vanquished by the armored suits manufactured by Hankmare Industries. The disparity in strength between the two combatants in the armored duel is alarmingly vast. The war machine was brutally smashed into the ground by the Iron Overlord, resulting in an exceptionally gruesome scene. Iron Man is no longer the beacon of technological advancement for the people. Instead, the innovations of Hankmare Industries shall serve as the fortified bastion safeguarding humanity. Ivan calls out to Tony, declaring his intention to pilot the invincible Iron Monarch in a showdown against the so-called Iron Man. With the support of Hankmare Industries, the war machine transformed into a stepping stone, revealing the formidable Iron Tyrant before the masses. What a terrifying and towering physique! What an awe-inspiring display of power! Even a mere distant glance could evoke a profound sense of awe towards the battle armor. This astonishing invention has positioned Hankmare Industries at the epicenter of a storm in New York City, particularly as its chief designer is none other than Ivan. With Li Xuan's assistance, the media had already uncovered the animosity between him and Iron Man. Little did they anticipate that he would successfully develop an entirely new suit of armor, poised to overshadow Tony Stark. This rivalry adds an intriguing layer that far surpasses mere technological achievement. A long-standing feud? How splendid! Simultaneously, within the confines of the Osborne Industries building, what should have been a tank brimming with electric eels instead revealed the lifeless bodies of these creatures, floating on the surface like remnants of a bygone era. Yet, at the bottom of the tank, arcs of silvery blue electricity swirled, symbolizing the dawn of a new age. Chapter 96. The astonished Max, a world without disease pain. Excruciating pain. Max felt as though he had plunged into the depths of hell, enduring boundless agony. Just when he believed he had reached his limit, an overwhelming survival instinct compelled him to struggle, clawing his way out of hell. And then, the demon descended upon the earth. As the shimmering figure crackled with silver-blue arcs of electricity, he gradually emerged from the water, suspended in mid-air. With a mere flick of his wrist, numerous currents surged forth, piercing through the electrical box. Alongside the deluge of water cascaded lively eels. What has happened to me? Max, feeling an overwhelming surge of ferocious power within him, sensed that he possessed the ability to control everything. Yet, rather than reveling in this newfound strength, he was engulfed by an inexplicable terror. Had he transformed into a monster? Did he no longer resemble a human? No. In anguish, Max clutched his head. As his emotions escalated, the terrifying electric force radiated outward, shattering countless glass tanks and wreaking havoc upon the unfortunate eels. Bang! Bang! Torrents of water mixed with eels cascaded down. The man sobbed in agony until the scene became a chaotic mess. Only then did Max regain his composure. Suddenly, the sound of a key turning in the lock echoed from outside. Oh no! Max felt akin to a thief caught in the act. Without a moment's thought, he dashed toward the window above him. Who would have thought there was a skylight in this underground power room? This became his means of escape. However, as the security guard pushed the door open, he was taken aback by the sight of the flooded room, the multitude of deceased eels, and amidst the electric arcs, a fleeting shadow. Was this an apparition? Meanwhile, within S.H.I.E.L.D, director Nick Fury was in a furious uproar. He had just learned that Hankmare Industries had developed their own suit technology, a towering iron behemoth standing over 5 meters tall. Even more disheartening was the fact that this formidable iron behemoth had defeated the war machine designed by Iron Man. If this were the case, Tony's suit technology would no longer be a rare commodity. Unless Tony could triumph over the iron behemoth in a fair confrontation, he risked becoming a laughingstock. Consequently, S.H.I.E.L.D's investment returns would significantly diminish. After all, what Nick Fury sought was a singular, unparalleled superhero. Contemplating this, The egg-headed director felt a twinge of pain in his heart. The worst deal he had ever made was forsaking the butcher Li Xuan in favor of accepting Iron Man Tony. If only he had not made such a grievous mistake. Is it not splendid that the formidable Li Xuan remains employed at S.H.I.E.L.D? How delightful that would be! Director Nick Fury must be chomping at the bit in frustration. Just then, Captain Steve Rogers entered, bearing an expression of deep concern. He got straight to the point. Director Fury, the online discourse surrounding Tony is becoming increasingly hostile. If we do not take action, will he not become a dilapidated wreck? Take action? How do we do that? Fury retorted, exasperated. It is worth noting that ever since Tony succumbed to his drinking habits, he had not been seen at work. We must devise a plan. We are indeed true partners. Captain Rogers radiated a noble light, akin to a guiding beacon in the darkness. Witnessing this, Fury felt a lump in his throat. Must he constantly clean up their mess? Was he, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D, merely a janitor? He managed to force a smile, stating, "If you wish to assist Tony, I hereby authorize you to undertake this mission. Go reignite his fighting spirit." Me? Captain Rogers was taken aback by this revelation. He had anticipated that Fury would resolve this predicament, yet it had somehow fallen upon his shoulders. Is that not rather unfair? Unfair? You and Tony are like brothers, are you not? When he finds himself in dire straits, we ought to lend a hand. How can we possibly shirk our responsibility? Fury asserted, "Steve, your awareness requires enhancement." Well, very well. With Fury's sharp retort echoing in his mind, Captain Rogers walked out, his brow furrowed with worry. Meanwhile, Fury wore a smirk, pondering the notion of reputation. One must strive for it, after all. At that moment, an urgent news bulletin interrupted the broadcast on the television. According to the Milcom Industrial Group, we are on the brink of an era free from disease. The familiar figure of the butcher appeared on screen, clad in a sharply tailored suit. Under his command, Dr. Lizard emerged, introducing the groundbreaking self-healing serum. The first generation of Milcom's self-healing serum is about to be launched. Any external injury will be healed by this serum, regardless of disabilities or congenital defects. The female reporter, April, beamed brightly, occasionally stealing glances at the tall man beside her, her eyes brimming with enthusiasm. As for the audience below, they were utterly captivated by the prospect of a world devoid of disease. One can only imagine the monumental impact this would have on conventional medicine. Director Fury felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, nearly rendering him breathless. The disparity was overwhelming. With such a gem in front of him, his dissatisfaction with Iron Man Tony intensified. He was nothing more than a spoiled child, an arrogant egotist, utterly unworthy of S.H.I.E.L.D's devotion. Tony, you are by far the most disastrous transaction I've ever handled. Without exception.
Top.
In a corner of Times Square, a vagrant curled up tightly. He swathed himself thoroughly in an overcoat, leaving only a pair of wary eyes scanning the surroundings. Should anyone approach, he would clutch his garments tighter and bury his head against his chest. Max was contemplating existence at this moment. He felt engulfed by boundless emptiness and brutality. The overwhelming electric power surging through his body remained beyond his control. He sensed that the slightest lapse in concentration might annihilate everything around him. This compelled him to exert all his strength in combating this wild restlessness. "Hey you! Get out of here!" The scolding voice suddenly rang out. Chapter 97. Lightning annihilates the parking lot. Avengers strike to vanquish evil. Who goes there? Max raised his head warily, only to encounter the disdainful visage of a corpulent middle-aged woman. Beside her stood a portly man, hefting a camera, eager to capture a photograph. Had he inadvertently obstructed their moment of camaraderie? The timid man reluctantly rose to his feet, yet before he could take more than a few steps, the couple urged him on with a few choice expletives, clearly impatient with his leisurely pace. Such acts of scorn and disregard. Max had endured this treatment far too often. Lowering his gaze to the electrifying fingers that danced around him, he muttered, "I no longer wish to endure this. Do you dare to retort?" The corpulent woman rushed forward, seizing Max by the hair, delivering 2 resounding slaps. 1, 2, bang. But as an explosive sound reverberated, the woman was sent hurtling away, her body charred, convulsing on the ground. "You damned mutant! How dare you retaliate?" The similarly stout man shrieked, his gaze fixated not on his fallen wife, but rather on the loathed entity before him. Under his watchful eye, lightning erupted forth. Bang! He too was flung away, rendering the scene eerily tranquil. Max felt an unexpected sense of relief wash over him. However, the surrounding onlookers recoiled as if he were a harbinger of plague. This terrifying mutant dared to harm the innocent? "Get out of New York City, you filthy scoundrel!" they clamored. "Oh God! Why must we witness such filth? Am I truly being vilified as a scoundrel?" Max gritted his teeth, his complexion paling, as if something within him had been shattered. He felt he had done nothing wrong, simply repaying in kind. Why must there always be self-righteous fools who stir up trouble? Must they always engage in moral coercion? Zzz. The electrical currents coursing through Max became increasingly erratic, akin to a powder keg poised to explode. Yet even in this volatile state, he refrained from escalating the conflict. Instead, addressing the crowd, "Ladies and gentlemen, if you wish to avoid trouble, I advise you to step aside. I am not in a favorable condition. It would be unfortunate if anyone were inadvertently harmed." Yet the agitated crowd continued to vociferously chastise him for their unwillingness to submit to darkness. Some even brandished firearms. They were always like this, consistently ignorant and infuriating. Max felt as though he were plunging into an icy abyss. He sensed his uncontrollable electrical force expanding. Boom! In an instant, this formidable current engulfed the entire area, rendering the self-proclaimed champions of democracy and peace unconscious. The world fell silent. Bang! Within the coastal villa, a cacophony of quarrels and insults erupted. Accompanying it was the resounding slap of a hand. "Tony, you have betrayed the trust of all who believed in you," Captain Steve roared. Before him lay a figure resembling a heap of mire, reeking and disheveled, his appearance a disheartened shadow of his former self. "I need liquor," the man mumbled, extending a hand as if to grasp at something, remnants of inebriation still lingering on his visage. Yet, this was none other than the once vibrant billionaire and superhero Tony Stark. But now, he resembled nothing more than a common drunkard. Even Steve's admonishments failed to rekindle the fire within him. A deep sigh escaped from Steve's lips, the only remnant of his despair. Glancing at the notifications on his phone, he advised, "It grows late. I must take my leave. Tony, my comrade, you were once the mightiest Avenger. Regardless of the circumstances, I hope you find your strength again." With a resounding thud, the door closed, returning the dim laboratory to its previous tranquility. Only within the glass enclosure did a half-mechanical symbiote writhe, like a beast yearning for liberation. Patience is key. All shall not be lost. Outside the villa, as the man in the flag-adorned uniform gazed skyward, a warship came into view, accompanied by Hawkeye's call, "Captain, we have a new mission." "What is it about?" Steve inquired. "It pertains to thunder and storms," came the reply, detailing a tragedy that unfolded in Times Square, linked to the powers of mutants. "The perpetrator was cornered at the scene, and we are en route to resolve the issue. It seems we have work ahead of us." Taking a seat, Steve accepted the dossier handed to him by Natasha, the Black Widow. The front page bore clear details regarding the electrical genius, Max. The final line of the document revealed, "He is an innocuous ordinary man, overlooked by many before gaining his powers. Now, he seeks the admiration and expectations of all? A pitiful creature cloaked in a facade of hypocrisy." Steve felt a sense of being enlightened in an unsettling manner. Meanwhile, within the ancient villa, as Li Xuan gradually grasped the divine power, he began to comprehend the chasm between mortals and immortals. It was akin to the disparity between two-dimensional and three-dimensional beings. This elevation in life forms was immeasurable. If one were to attempt quantifying it, it could be summarized as, within a mere inch a person can rival a nation. With a resounding crash, waves of heat radiated forth like the sun, emitting light and warmth, scorching the ground to the point of cracking. Once verdant foliage has inexplicably withered to a desolate yellow. merely a manifestation of the tumultuous energy emanating from this enigmatic man. What devastation might ensue should he truly unleash his full power? The mind reels at the thought of such terrifying might. Master Li Xuan. A voice calls out. At the threshold stands a ninja turtle, draped in blue bandages, kneeling partially. Beside him lie two long swords, still glistening with traces of blood, indicative of a fierce battle recently endured. As the leader among the ninja turtles, Leo possesses formidable strength. He has mastered a unique dual-blade technique. Following recent guidance from his master, he has relentlessly trained, transforming into the sharpest blade at Li Xuan's command. I have conducted the search as per your instructions, and not long ago, I discovered the target you seek. Luke. Chapter 98. The Lightning Man? Merely a mutant misfit. Luke is indeed a man of noble aspirations. Leo sighed, and these words escaped his lips. Though they were intended as praise, the peculiar expression on his face suggested otherwise. As anticipated, Leo's subsequent remarks confirmed Li Xuan's suspicions. He worked 2 jobs in a single day. How astonishingly disciplined. I happened upon him at a barber shop named Old Man's Barber, and it was utterly bewildering. This man, possessing skin as tough as diamond, was gently washing the heads of customers, hardly resembling a superhero. Initially, Leo assumed he might possess some peculiar quirks. However, he soon realized that this individual was simply in dire need of money. By day he was a janitor, and by night, he worked as a dishwasher at a nightclub run by the notorious water serpent Connor. So, you trailed him for a week? Li Xuan inquired. Leo nodded affirmatively, responding, At first, I lacked a suitable reason to approach him, but one day, the violent clash of the water serpent gang spilled over into the barbershop, resulting in innocent customers being brutally attacked. The shop owner, Old Man, had his arm broken, while his son was shielded beneath Luke's protection. Did you choose to join the fray? Of course I did. Luke is quite wary. It was only after I helped him intercept one of the gang's associates that I naturally accompanied him to dismantle their hideout. As Leo spoke, he grasped his dual blades, expressing his disappointment. Unfortunately, there were too few scoundrels to satisfy my appetite for combat. Upon hearing this, a flicker of understanding crossed Li Xuan's eyes. It seemed that the fate of so-called heroes was indeed uniform. As long as one possesses the quality of radiance, even if cast into a dung pit, there will always be someone to retrieve it. After all, he had just dispatched a few barbershop patrons. Next, Luke would undoubtedly encounter significant trouble. And at that moment, I would gather the Hell's Kitchen F4. After all, Luke Cage is a man whose resilience matches his soft-spoken nature. He has long been active in Hell's Kitchen, possessing formidable endurance, and has participated in the Defenders, becoming a warrior for justice. Moreover, given his stubborn disposition, he is someone who can be won over. Li Xuan was orchestrating Leo's approach for this very purpose. He had already garnered the support of Iron Fist and Daredevil. If Luke and Jessica were not persuaded to join, it would leave a crucial gap. Coupled with this man of hardened skin, although limited by the frailty of human organs, he could still withstand so-called missile firepower, effectively hiding explosive surprises. Unlike certain individuals who have faltered. While Li Xuan pondered these matters, a system notification sounded in his ear. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have triggered a random mission. Times Square now lies in despair. Once a place filled with laughter and joy, it is now shrouded in ominous clouds, with dust mingling with ashes blanketing the earth. The air is filled with cries, screams, and curses. Oh, how we plead for salvation. This is the wicked act of that mutant scoundrel. We must bring him to justice. Dear God, is there truly someone intent on the extinction of humanity? That cursed mutant filth. Yet, amidst this chaos, there remains someone who does not forget to call the police. Clang. Within the precinct of the New York City Police Department, as news of this unexpected bombing reaches them, the comrades who had been leisurely reading their newspapers in preparation for afternoon tea find themselves unable to steady their cups. My dear uncle, who possesses such audacity to orchestrate an explosion in the financial hub? Could it be the work of a madman? The officers on the ground sensed the gravity of the situation. Not to mention the backbone of the department, Chief George wears an expression of distress. He had only just begun to recover from the incident involving his daughter, and now he is confronted with yet another calamity. Is it too much to ask for a few days of respite? He knows well that New York City is already in disarray, frequently plagued by bizarre events. Chief, should we respond swiftly? Officer Misty, standing nearby, appears eager for action. Her impatient demeanor reveals her penchant for tackling formidable challenges. Why not? Let us go. Chief George exhales deeply, adjusting his mindset. Once his plan is in place, he leads 2 teams towards the epicenter of the catastrophe. As the umbrella of New York City, their mission today is driven by a commitment to serve and protect. However, the architect of this electrical explosion, Max, finds himself engulfed in an indescribable agony. Initially, he was merely an electrician for Osborne Company, having never come into contact with extraordinary powers. Even if he had unleashed such power in a moment of fury, came swiftly and departed just as quickly. Upon witnessing the devastating scene before him, the scorched earth and the wailing souls, an overwhelming sense of guilt washed over him. Thud, thud, thud. Max could not help but strike his own head, banging it against the ground. What have I done? How could I so recklessly tarnish the names of others? I am guilty. This man nearly collapses to the ground. At that moment, clang. The sound of a crisp object colliding resonates. Max lifts his head, only to behold a round shield emblazoned with a 5-star emblem. What is this? Max had yet to collect his thoughts when he noticed a man clad in familiar battle attire gradually approaching. He appeared so towering and radiant. Even with a mask obscuring his face, one could discern a righteous smile at the corners of his mouth. However, the words that escaped his lips were as frigid as ice. Damn mutant scum, kneel with your hands on your head. Do not entertain the notion of futile resistance. Given the casualties you have inflicted, we are justified in executing you on the spot. Chapter 99. The brave Captain Steve takes action. Is this Captain America? Max's once dull eyes sparkled anew as he recognized the illustrious achievements of the man before him. In those tumultuous times, Captain Steve's gallant deeds inspired countless soldiers. Even 70 years later, in the year 2000, this man remained a figure of national adoration, despite some recent controversies that, in Max's view, were mere fabrications. Are you truly Captain Steve? Max exclaimed, rising with excitement, eager to draw closer to his idol. In another context, this scene might resemble devoted fans chasing a celebrity, yet they stood on a battlefield. Suddenly, a small knife whirled through the air, piercing his abdomen. What was happening? Before Max could lower his gaze to assess the wound, he noticed a man with a katana emerging behind Captain America. Although his appearance had altered somewhat, the Electric Man instantly recognized him as Hawkeye, the sharpshooter from the Avengers. But why was he no longer wielding a bow and arrows? Put away your scrutinizing gaze, you wretched scoundrel. Do not think you can deceive us, Hawkeye warned, his tone laced with caution. After suffering retribution from Daredevil, his marksmanship had waned, yet he had adeptly adapted his strategy to employ throwing knives. Though he had not plummeted to despair, a burning frustration simmered within him. Why must he endure the humiliation inflicted by a masked blind man? It was infuriating. Hawkeye regarded the Electric Man before him, envy flickering in his eyes. The scoundrel. Why was he endowed with the power to manipulate electricity while he himself, after years of rigorous training, remained merely human? The sharpshooter's eyes burned with jealousy. Why waste words on him? A lithe figure clad in black approached, her demeanor calm and collected. Black Widow examined the Electric Man, speaking in a nonchalant tone. Are you waiting for us to strike, or will you surrender willingly? As a top agent trained in the Red Room, she possessed remarkable self-control, only allowing herself to indulge when faced with formidable villains. Max, overwhelmed by the unembellished language of these superheroes, felt as though he had plunged into an ice cavern. This was far removed from his preconceived notions of heroes akin to the knights of biblical tales, revered for their noble virtues rather than being so devalued. He hesitated, oblivious to the absence of pain emanating from the knife embedded in his flesh. In the corner of what was once a ruin, a corpulent woman managed to rise. Her nose bore a gaping wound from which fresh blood oozed, rendering her visage quite repulsive. However, upon casting her gaze upon the Avengers team beside her, she seemed to catch sight of a flicker of hope, and in a swift transformation, she hastened toward them, her pace quickening from 3 steps to 2 as she wept. "Captain Steve, you must save us." It was unclear what affliction had befallen this monstrous creature, for she had launched an attack in Times Square. "I am truly the victim of an unwarranted calamity," she lamented, deliberately exposing her injury. Such an audacious inversion of right and wrong. It is essential to note that just prior to this, she had slapped Max twice and compelled him to endure humiliation. "Rest assured, young lady, we shall spare no effort in bringing even the most nefarious criminals to justice." Captain Steve spoke with grandiloquent words, yet his demeanor exuded an impeccable composure. What if this were recorded? Inevitably, one can be selected as one of the top 10 outstanding individuals who have moved America. Upon witnessing this, Black Widow and Hawkeye exchanged glances, their eyes swirling with intrigue as they approached with warmth and enthusiasm. Through their recounting and reassurances, they had swiftly characterized Max before them as a nefarious scoundrel of the highest order. As for whether the woman before me is exaggerating, this is of little concern. What matters to me is whether this battle is fought with elegance. Captain Steve Rogers raises his 5-pointed shield, his gaze reflecting an unwavering conviction. In the next moment, the Avengers assemble. The familiar rallying cry resonates in the air. Shadows flit by and we catch sight of Captain Steve, Hawkeye, and Black Widow, each seizing their respective weapons as they charge towards the electrifying foe before them. The outcome is indisputable. With a resounding clash, the 5-pointed shield descends, sending the electrifying adversary hurtling back several meters. Immediately, Black Widow and Hawkeye close in, striking with a relentless series of blows. As the most elite agents of S.H.I.E.L.D, their honed skills allow them to effortlessly outmaneuver this half-awakened adversary, whose combat prowess barely matches that of an ordinary individual. Observing this, the portly woman expresses her excitement, hands on her hips, exclaiming, "Foolish mutant scum, there should be no place for your kind in society. How dare you mar my face? You must compensate me a substantial sum of money. Otherwise, you shall be cast far away." Was the woman originally the perpetrator? At this moment, does she exhibit a sense of righteousness even surpassing justice itself, radiating with fervent energy? Is it perhaps due to the presence of Captain America by her side? Yet there still exist those so-called superheroes? How absurd. Am I not the truly innocent one? Amidst the cacophony of curses from those around, the once burgeoning sense of guilt within the Electric Man dissipated entirely during this tumultuous brawl, and he could not restrain himself from uttering obscenities. What right do they have? Why should he bear the weight of it all? Can one truly believe that a kind-hearted individual, even when endowed with power, would repent? A sharp sound pierced the air as a dagger was plunged into the heart of the Lightning Man. A wave of weakness surged within him. Am I on the brink of death? As he felt the vitality gradually ebbing away, a profound instinct for survival ignited within him. Does anyone truly embrace death, especially when confronted with the peril of life and death? The instinct to survive amplifies infinitely, overwhelming all else. Suddenly, amidst what ought to be a desolate ruin, a fierce wind arose. The tempest roared forth, as if the heavens themselves were enraged. Chapter 100. The great captain is poised to achieve magnificent triumphs once more. What is the situation? Hawkeye and Black Widow gazed intently at the man before them. Upon witnessing his lifeless visage, a sense of dread inexplicably washed over them. Had he not already succumbed to death? Are we not enacting justice by apprehending these supercriminals? Why does it feel unsettling? Their faces are filled with bewilderment. Yet Captain Steve, who originally stood not far away, was the first to exclaim in astonishment, "What the hell is this?" At the moment his face was etched with terror. The once vociferous plump woman found herself rendered speechless, akin to a duck choking on a morsel, immobilized in place. Around them, an abundance of lightning materialized. The silvery glimmers, akin to tassels, raced in from the periphery of the square. They descended upon Max, who should have been long chilled, much like fledgling swallows returning to their nest. Under the terrifying intertwining of electric currents, his wide-open eyes began to shimmer with a white light, reminiscent of a large power bank being activated. With a sudden clang, the figure of the Electric being levitated into the air, rejuvenated and surveying the scene from a lofty vantage point. Upon spotting the formidable superheroes Hawkeye and Black Widow before him, he seethed with indignation, exclaiming, "Damn superheroes. You all deserve to perish." A sense of foreboding washed over Hawkeye as he realized the gravity of the situation. He swiftly unsheathed a long knife from his back. Meanwhile, Black Widow crouched low, deftly retrieving 2 daggers from her ankles. Captain Steve Rogers, with unwavering composure, approached them from behind, joining his comrades as he pressed the communication button at his ear, stating, "Agent Fitz, it is time to deploy them." "What?" Upon hearing this, Black Widow felt a flicker of confusion, yet the subsequent scene unfolded in a manner that greatly exceeded her expectations. She observed 20 agents clad in sleek black bodysuits sprinting towards her, their movements swift and agile. In the blink of an eye, they encircled the figure of the Electric Man before her. Moreover, it was evident from the specialized combat attire they donned. Are these somewhat reminiscent of Spider-Man's black suit? Astonishing. Has the headquarters successfully developed a combat suit that can be mass-produced? Hawkeye felt as though he had been struck with a heavy blow when he cast a scrutinizing glance towards Captain Steve Rogers. The latter, in a seemingly casual tone, remarked, "This is the latest Venom combat squad developed by S.H.I.E.L.D. You see, it comes with certain requirements for its users. Therefore, the selection of personnel for wearing equipment must adhere to the established standards. Your recent condition alongside Natasha has not been favorable." Upon Captain Steve's utterance, the expressions of Hawkeye and Black Widow darkened considerably. After all, they have long struggled with their inability to contend against extraordinary powers. If it were merely the supervillains who wreak havoc solely through their innate talents, that would be one thing. Yet, it is truly astonishing that even the latest combat suits developed by our department are beyond our reach. Has that pickled egghead changed their heart? They won't wait for a moment to showcase a dramatic exchange of, "Have you changed? No, you are the one who has changed." I remain steadfast. In such scenes, amidst the chaos, the luminescent figure suspended in the air took the initiative to strike first. With a sweeping motion of his arm, he unleashed a torrent of electric currents that surged forth like a silken ribbon. In the blink of an eye, this energy beam hurtled towards the crowd. A thunderous roar accompanied the terrifying explosion that followed. We witnessed Hawkeye and Black Widow, disheveled and sprawled on the ground, while Captain America fared somewhat better, clad as he was in a specially designed symbiote suit. However, the unfortunate woman, considerably overweight, suffered greatly. Despite Captain America's efforts to shield her, the horrific electric surge still disrupted her. The sound of bones snapping echoed sharply, as her lower legs were mercilessly shattered. Trembling, her visage quivered with flesh, her wide eyes glaring in disbelief, yet before she could unleash a torrent of invective upon the electric figure before her, the moment hung in suspense. Under the influence of this excruciating pain, she closed her eyes and fainted. The plump woman could never have anticipated this, aided by the valiant members of the Avengers. How could she sustain such severe injuries? This script seems to be flawed. How dare this wretched mutant inflict harm before us? Captain Steve was infuriated upon witnessing this scene. Ever since Iron Man Tony fell into despair, he had firmly held the position of leader within the team. Even in the face of repeated setbacks, that was merely a temporary setback. To restore the glory of S.H.I.E.L.D. is our solemn duty. Captain Steve, gripping his shield, gradually rose to his feet. As he gestured forward, he proclaimed in a resonant tone, "Venom Squad agents, charge forward." Before the words had barely left his lips, dark figures flashed past. They had surprisingly surrounded the figure of electricity before them with their numerical superiority. Subsequently, 2 opposing forces stood at the ready. The electrokinetic, suspended in mid-air, commands the fluctuations of electric currents with formidable prowess. The ground, already in a state of ruin, has become even more ravaged under the veil of this assault. Yet, those agents clad in toxic liquid battle suits seem remarkably resilient, able to withstand the onslaught. They relied on their agile mobility and the charged firearms in their hands, unleashing orange energy projectiles to confront the man hovering in the air. So, is this the new technology developed by Fizz? Hawkeye, surveying this scene, has already felt a twinge of envy. One must wonder if he and Black Widow still resort to the most primitive of weaponry. Does this weapon truly discriminate among individuals? As the Black Widow cast a glance of irritation towards her companion, the captain, beside her, the man maintained a composed demeanor and calmly stated, "This is merely an experimental product, fraught with risks. Only members of the Venom Squad are permitted to utilize it. Truly, you are remarkable, Captain Steve, the epitome of righteousness." Hawkeye and Black Widow exchanged a glance, their hearts heavy with sorrow. Yet, the words that escaped their lips were softened. "Then I shall trouble you, Captain, to expedite the enhancements, for to us, weapons are akin to a second life." "No problem at all. We are comrades," Captain Steve responded wholeheartedly. With that, he brandished his shield and charged towards the squads engaged in battle before him. Oh, the illustrious Captain America is poised to forge yet another remarkable achievement. Have faith, for this shall be the day that transforms the reputation of S.H.I.E.L.D.